Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In Livermore, another dry day, 58 and sunny.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the
Oh, baby. And that's what I'll say today. Oh, baby. We're going to put a ball in the Dallas Cowboys game. We're going to put those chumps to bed. Have a good season. Have a good offseason. Have fun at the Pro Bowl. But I got to tell you, Shasky.
Radio Row.
Yeah, radio, whatever. Those clowns in the morning, whatever. They took another shot yesterday. It's all good. They're crying. But I got to tell you, Shasky.
Huh. You look very serious today.
I'm ready for Sunday.
Why is that?
I'm officially ready for Sunday. And, you know, I was a sleeping dog. I was chilling, enjoying the Cowboys win. And Philadelphia fans had to start chirping.
What do you mean?
They had to start working. So it all started yesterday. And, you know, we were discussing, like, you know, the Philly crowd is really, wild. And, you know, people are telling us, hey, we need to be careful. This is from Philly fans.
Yeah.
Philly fans telling me that I need to be careful at Lincoln Financial Field.
Yeah,
right?
JP Money was very adamant that we need to, you know, be very, very careful. I was like, dude, it's a game. Like, is it really? Like, it's in 2023, people are really going to be, like, firing full beer bottles at my face. They're going to really, like, slug me from behind. Because if that's the case, like, come on. Don't be a lowlife.
Don't be a lowlife.
Yeah.
So
we can enjoy the game, and I don't even look for trouble. You've been to games with me. Bonte, do I go out looking for trouble?
And I don't either.
I know you don't.
I just want to watch football.
Exactly, and have fun.
Have fun.
And look, you want to tease us a little here and there from afar? Fine, whatever.
I don't
it
care.
goes with the territory.
I don't care. So yesterday at about 10:52.
Okay.
I get a text from one of my best friends.
I was asleep after watching Batman, Superman.
Yeah.
The Dawn of Justice.
I for some reason was up for a little bit. So I get a text at 10:52 in the morning from the Philly Zoo, one of my best friends in the world.
Okay.
Listening to your show now. What are you talking about with dumping beers on heads, throwing batteries? That doesn't happen. If you're straight up, we're straight up with you. You were there. Ridiculous, inaccurate bashing. I said, I was told by Eagles fans that happens. Philly fans. More than one, more than two, more than three. Well, they're idiots, he says. And he goes, I'll be listening tomorrow. Expect a correction.
Oh, whoa.
So
whoa.
So that's
letter to the editor.
So I was about to take a nap. I was about to take a nap yesterday.
Okay.
And I sat up and I said, well, it came from your own fan base. They obviously haven't been to many Eagles, Sixers, or Philly games. Also, every fan base has a few morons, bad apples in a bunch.
Yeah,
I'm sick and tired of people thrashing Philly fans with isolated incidents of people acting like blah, 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 blah. And I said, actually, they came from Philly people. They came from Philly people.
Okay.
People are telling me they're coming. So he's like, every athlete that's ever played in Philly says it's the best and most passionate fan base they've ever seen. I said every athlete says that in every region. Stop. Stop.
I'm sure Griffey said that about Mariner fans, and Marino said that about Dolphin fans.
So he starts getting cocky. Starts talking about the game. Because he's like, I expect a correction. And I was like, man, F Philly. You ain't getting no damn correction from me. I don't give a damn about y'all. Starts talking about how we got the better, O-line, we got the better defense, we got the better coaching, we got all this stuff.
Wait. Better coaching?
Better coach.
I mean,
he'll take Sirianni over Shanahan.
Well, I mean, Shanahan's won 4 playoff games in 12 months.
Mm-hmm.
Can we stop and smell those roses? 4 playoff games in 12 months.
So Sam and I were talking yesterday. He's 6-2, right? He's coached 8 playoff games.
Yeah, but
3 in 2019.
I just meant in the last year. I meant in the last calendar year. My bad.
Forget all that. Though. He coached 3 playoff games in 2019.
Yes.
3 last year, and so far 2.
Yes.
It's 8 games. You can make the argument that in 7 of those games he had the inferior quarterback.
I would agree with that.
Kirk Cousins.
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Dak Prescott last year.
Twice.
Aaron Rodgers again.
Yes.
Matt Stafford. You can make the argument that Dak's better than Brock. He didn't play like it on Sunday.
No, I would say
the more talented quarterback.
Yes, he is.
And
that's if you're being objective.
And then
we're not projecting future.
Right. And then Geno was right there.
Yeah, it was splitting hairs. Geno at one point was maybe, not comeback player of the year, but most improved type of a player of the year.
Made a Pro Bowl. Got voted on to the Pro Bowl.
He had a monster year. He broke Seattle passing records, which is crazy.
Right. Crazy. Insane. This guy is coached with the inferior quarterback in 7 of the 8 games.
Wow. The only one you're not going to say is Kirk Cousins.
I may say Kirk Cousins is better than Jimmy.
I mean, Steiny at this station is going to take Kirk Cousins over Jimmy G.
And then you got Jalen Hurts this Sunday.
I may take Kirk over Jimmy.
I would have a hard time doing that because I think Kirk Cousins is average.
Yeah, so anyway, I agree, but you get where I'm going.
Yeah. So anyway, Philly Zoo's popping off.
You are heated.
He's popping off, right? Woo. He's popping off. Yeah, we got this game in the bag. Yeah, we got this game in the bag. And he's tweeting about, I bet it. And so I pop on WIP 94 in Philadelphia this morning to get a lay of the land.
Okay.
See what I'm walking into. See what you're walking into.
Yeah.
What are they talking about in Philadelphia?
Are we going to be broadcasting from there on Monday?
Yes, we will.
Okay.
From WIP 94 in our Niners gear.
Yeah.
Win or lose.
Yeah, win or lose, exactly.
So I hear Angelo Cataldi, WIP 94, and I hear their callers. And these arrogant little cockroaches are out there talking about, this game's going to be over by halftime. Little pop gun, Brock Purdy, Nick Bozo. They have no pass rush, this and that. And so they already basically punched their ticket to Glendale, Arizona. Folks, I'm telling you right now, get your eye black on. It's going to be a long week. We're going to break this damn thing down, and we're going to kick Philly's ass. It's wartime. They've already punched their ticket to Glendale, Arizona, Niner fans. Kick your ass! And now I'm fired up. Just like that. I was going to wait. I was going to chill. And slowly but surely this morning, I got up at 4 in the morning, and I started pacing. And I'm saying to myself, if I get to the studio early, my behavior right now is going to reek. It's going to be contagious as Shasky. I don't want to piss anybody off. Then I got in that car, and I started listening to their morning show, and I said, you know what? It's on. It's on. It's title week. It's Operation Glendale. We're going in there with Brock Purdy. We're going in there with CMC. And we're going in there, and we're kicking Philadelphia's ass. I'm sick of these guys already.
Wow.
Let's go. We got the better coach. You got the better D coordinator. You got the better personnel. We got the better defense. We've been here before. It's Operation Kick Philly's ass now. It's on. It's on and popping. So you go tell Howard Eskin. You go tell Brandon Graham. You go tell Sirianni, who likes to run into the end zone and celebrate with his teams and pull up McVay and look into the camera.
Yeah.
You tell all those guys out there in Philadelphia, we're coming. And we'll be there Saturday morning, and we'll be ready to rock and roll. Let's go. Good morning, everybody out there.
Oh, my God.
These punks just fired me up just like that.
Oh, my God.
You thought Dallas was bad? Nah, these guys are worse. They're officially worse than Dallas. Good morning, everybody.
Let me just peel this back. The Bay and Philly doesn't have a lot of history when it comes to sports rivalries. Wouldn't you agree?
Yep.
Like, there's that fourth quarter for Montana against the Eagles that everybody references, and it's old school, and we love that moment because, Joe, what do you throw, 4 touchdowns in that final frame? How many was it? 3 or 4, whatever it was, right? In 89 when he kept getting knocked down in Veterans Stadium. Very, very, seminal moment. Obviously, my 93 Giants pisses me off that Kurt Schilling ended up going to the World Series. I thought that should have been the Giants, right? But the 2010 Philly versus the Giants playoff run, that was magical.
Magical.
And it felt like I hated the Philadelphia Phillies because of that. Not necessarily the city, not necessarily the fans.
Players.
The players. Chase Utley in particular, right? Papelbon.
Yeah.
Remember?
Jason Worth,
absolutely. But they were, and let's call it what it is. Tony Bruno came out and said some ridiculous things, and then he got, quote unquote, X'd out here in the Bay Area. So there was a lot of beef, but there hasn't been a whole lot. I don't have a lot of vitriol toward their fans, toward the Eagles. Don't get me wrong. I've heard all the stories and all those things. Right. I'm more excited for the sports experience.
I going out there in 2011. I was at Carlos Beltran's first game at Citizens Bank Park. And the Giants were the first team to win a series at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia that year. Yeah. They were the first team to do it.
Really?
Yep. And just being around that fan base, when they signed Nnamdi Asomugha, when they traded for Hunter Pence, that day in Philadelphia, they basically were popping champagne, Shasky. Ray Dittinger, I think it was the Philadelphia Daily News or the Inquirer, one of those papers, basically wrote, folks, get ready for a parade down Broad Street come February after they signed Nnamdi Asomugha. They were big cocky. I was at a bar, Smokey Joe's, and the bartender was like, we got these minor league teams like Arizona and the Niners and this and that. And this is going into Harbaugh's first year.
Wow.
And I remember slumming that beer.
Kind of a joke.
Yeah, I remember slumming that beer, and I pounded my fist on the table. I said, damn it, I'm tired of being irrelevant. I'm tired of this.
Isn't it funny that kind of game where they came back that year was
flipped both franchises?
I mean, it really did.
It flipped both franchises.
I mean, that Justin Smith punch. Pull that up. Get me the Justin Smith punch out against the Eagles week 3. I want it all. Was it week 3?
It was week 3.
Week 3, 2011.
They were down 23-3.
Sorry, Spadoni. I don't mean to just tell you what to do.
It was 23-3. Ronnie Brown did that ridiculous thing at the goal line where he threw the ball back.
That's a name.
Remember Auburn University.
And Cadillac Williams
coming out
going in the
year.
top 5 in the same year as the Alex Smith draft. Was it Cedric Benson, the other guy?
Maybe, for the Chicago Bears, Texas.
All those running backs. Braylon Edwards.
Cadillac was sick, though. Those first, the
Ronnie
first
Brown,
month of the season, and then John Gruden ran him into the ground.
Yeah. Cadillac was sick.
Ronnie went number 2 to Miami.
Who was the quarterback at Auburn that year? Because the two of them were both at Auburn, right?
Yeah, they were both at Auburn.
2 guys going to the top 5 from the same school. Same
was
position.
It Jason Campbell? It wasn't Jason Campbell.
No, I'm going to look this up.
Yeah,
you keep doing your thing.
So, Philadelphia, the Eagles and the Niners don't have much of a history in the playoffs. They've met one time. That was back in 1996.
Jason Campbell.
I told you. See, Jason Campbell. Look at my college knowledge.
Look at you.
Jason Campbell. Or the Philadelphia and the Niners. They've got one playoff appearance against each other.
Okay.
The 96 wild card game. Niners win 14-0. You know what happened in that game. Steve Young got cracked at the goal line, and then next week the Niners go to Green Bay, and he had to wear the flak jacket at Lambeau Field. Desmond Howard, couple punt returns. Young gets pulled because he can't go.
Yeah.
The flak jacket's not working. He can't move around. His ribs are broken. Gerback comes in. Niners season ends.
Well, and Desmond Howard had a great return in that game. It was ugly, and they had no chance. The only other moment I can think of that was seminal at that time be the 94 loss to the Eagles was like a turning point for the Niners. Where they got their butt kicked. Was that Monday Night Football?
No, the Super Bowl year?
Yeah.
94, it was Sunday afternoon. Okay. 40-8. They got rolled. Steve Young got benched in that game.
40-8.
We also got the great Joe Montana game where he threw 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
Which I was referencing
at Veterans
earlier.
Stadium. Yeah. So, anyway, I'm a little fired up with this Philadelphia team.
Woo.
This Philadelphia fan base is basically... I keep hearing San Fran. Oh, Brock Purdy's not going to want to play football next year after this week. We're going to roll them. The game's going to be over by halftime. They're saying all this stuff. And I'm sitting there thinking, when did Philadelphia? I thought they were a blue-collar town. I thought they were about their business. No, they're worse than Dallas fans.
Well, can we take a step back? From Philly's perspective? And I don't want to defend them like I'm like a Philly homer or anything like that, but like they have been the most comprehensive team in the NFL this year. If we're looking at a team that from start to finish, they've been the best. Would you agree?
They've been the best.
All right. Like, I know that Jalen got hurt, and that kind of changed them for a couple of games. But when they've been operating at full strength with Lane and him in the lineup, they've been a juggernaut. Like, you have to give them their respect.
I can also make the argument that everybody was saying about the 49ers last week.
What's
they
that?
haven't played anybody.
I mean, they played the Cowboys, didn't they?
They lost once.
Yes.
They won once.
But that was with Gardner, correct?
Yep.
At quarterback?
Yep. They gave up 40 in that game.
Yeah.
They gave up 40.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
I mean, Pittsburgh any good?
No. Although the Kenny Pickett fan fiction that's being sold by Pittsburgh Steelers fans is absolutely out of this world. They're acting like he's the next coming of Christ.
Houston Texans any good?
Actually, I will cape up for how hard the Texans play.
Colts any good?
Wow, the fighting Saturdays.
They won that 17-16, but you give them a pass.
I wanted the Colts to win that game so bad.
At Washington, Carson Wentz.
Well, but Bonte. All
right, so I didn't want to do this.
Let's just look at their personnel. Let's just look at their personnel.
I get the personnel, but if you want to start doing that about the 49ers and talk about who they played and who haven't played, well, let's look at the Eagles' schedule. We can make this argument for everybody.
Well, I like that the Niners are the underdogs in this one. I like where we're at. I like this position. I love that yesterday every single talking head nationally wasn't talking about how the Niners prevailed. It was how the Cowboys lost.
Yeah.
Don't you love that?
It's embarrassing.
No, but we fly under the radar.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
And you know
I
what?
would rather be the underdog.
That's why I'm fired. That's why I'm fired up. Xfinity mobile text line and YouTube saying that the Eagles had the 31st strength of schedule. Second easiest schedule in the league. That's fine. Whatever. They'll see what's coming on Sunday. But this game it's war. It's war on Sunday.
Well,
I think we're all coming down off the Cowboy win.
Yeah.
But I officially turned the page on the way here.
You're already?
I mean, we're going to put the ball on the Cowboys. We're not going to move on.
I mean, I'm still picking at that carcass.
I mean, we're not going to move on. But I'm telling you, just me personally, that drive from home to studio, I can't stop thinking about Philadelphia now. And Lubman and I talked all last night about Cowboys this and Cowboys that, and I can't stop thinking about Philadelphia. I can't. I'm ready. I'm.
So what are you doing on Saturday?
I'm already. First of all, you're going to text Kate Scott.
Okay.
You're going to ask her for 2 tickets to the Nuggets Sixers game.
Am I?
Yes. You're going to do that.
I will. I love how he's commanding me. Like the king is asking someone in his court to do. Continue. Keep going, King. Yes, sir.
Then
the
we're going
king
to
doesn't ask.
We're going to hit Mitchell and Ness at some point.
I've never been.
Yeah, me either. I did a school project on Mitchell and Ness.
It's a good thing I got all my credit cards back up and running yesterday after the fraud alert that went down.
There'll be Mitchell and Ness. All right, we'll stop by there. Stop by Reading Terminal. Stop by the cheesesteak spots. Sunday will be Mafia breakfast. We will reunite with Niner fans, and we'll walk into the link together. And we'll go take that stadium over. Second by second, quarter by quarter, half by half. By the end of that game,
This might be your best work ever.
we will be wearing NFC Championship T-shirts and hats. That is happening. They ain't going out there losing. And 267, yeah, I'll be fired up out there. I'm officially turned up. And ain't nobody turning me down all week. That's what's happening on the Morning Roast this week. It's title week, and these chumps from the East Coast keep talking. What is it about these East Coast people? New York, Philly,
Boston.
Dallas. They think they invented every damn thing. And I'm tired of it.
Okay, so I want to make sure that I'm aware of what my tasks are.
All right.
I am texting Kate to get us 2 tickets.
That's really the only task you need.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
And then other than that, I'm good?
Yeah, I think you're good.
What's the deal? Are we going to have security? We need to get the biggest group of people with us possible walking in there. I want to make an entire Red Sea as we're going in.
Might need that. We may need that after this opening monologue. Shout out to everybody on YouTube, Twitch.
You know who we should call?
Mobile text line. Who should we call?
Damon Oakland to come with us.
We need Damon Oakland.
We might need Damon Oakland.
And he can wear all his Raider gear. I don't care.
Now put your helmet on, Shasky.
All guests appear on the Butt Light guest line.
God,
Butt
I
Light,
love you.
Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Today, I promise you, we'll put a ball in the Cowboys game. Alex in Oakland will get to you. 888-957-9570. Let's talk about the Cowboys and putting them to bed. But I'm telling you, inside my dome right now, I got Philadelphia on my mind at 215. It's a little too much chatter going on. A little too much. I'm hearing they basically stepped their tickets to Glendale, folks. Niner fans, go listen to their morning show. They're already laughing. They're yucking it up. They're clowning Purdy. They're clowning Shanahan. They're clowning Bosa. We can't wait to smack George Kittle in the face. He has nothing. He doesn't even know what's coming.
By the way, Kittle dancing during the timeout with the cheerleaders. All time.
Pretty savage.
Pretty savage. Time. We're going to talk about that on the other side. And in the other segment, I'm going to send a text. It's a new segment. Help me, choreograph this text.
Oh, to Kate Scott?
Yes. This will be an interesting one.
Want to go see Jokic and Embiid?
Hey, Kate, haven't talked to you in quite some time. Gonna need some hookups.
She just sent you a hat.
That's true.
There you go. I got a like on Instagram the other day from her. Maybe I should text her. I don't know. All right. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein and the Road to Glendale, brought to you by SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. We're going to talk about the Cowboys. Let's continue to smoke that Cowboy pack. I apologize, everybody. I'm a little too fired up right now. More coming up on the roast.
Don't apologize.
Bang, bang, Niner game! We're fired up after the Niners' huge win against Dallas.
Sad Cowboy fans are my favorite thing in the world.
Wow, just an incredible ball game, 19-12, and the Disney movie would be called Relevant.
It was hard, Steiny, but they earned it, and they got a badass defense. Purdy did not turn it over. He outplayed Dak in every facet.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Kirby, they're your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and more. And they've just added Kirby's eco-friendly wash. It barely uses any water, and it makes your car look brand new. They use all biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and the interior of your car, all in the ease of your driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. No waiting rooms or coordinating rides. Direct access to your mechanic. Friendly and reliable service. No middlemen and no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expired end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Got Baldy coming up in an hour. Can't wait. Baldy's breakdowns right here on the Morning Roast. You know the deal. Every single Tuesday, 7:30 a.m., Brian Baldinger, the smartest man in football, joins us courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. The Road to Glendale brought to you by SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today as we continue to smoke on that cowboy pack.
All right.
What's up, Shasky?
All right, I sent you a text message during the break.
Oh, boy.
I'm kind of like cringing here.
Are you opening? Do you see bubbles?
Okay.
Is there bubbles?
Last text message we exchanged was in September.
Oh, my God.
Okay. Kate! Hope all is well. I'm going to be, quote unquote, that guy. Laughing emoji. But we're going to Philly for the Niners-Eagles. Is there any way you can get me 2 tickets to Nuggets Sixers on Saturday? And I feel really slimy for asking in this way for tickets.
Oh, my God.
I don't know what else to do.
I can't believe he did it. I was just joking. I was willing to just pay for some tickets for us to go to the Philly game.
I thought you were serious.
But you know
when
what?
the king does a decree, the Knights of Ren over here, I got to go do what you tell me to do.
No, I think it's a good idea because I figure we get the tickets. Maybe we get some courtside passes before the game. Wells Fargo Center, we're in our Niners gear at the Sixers game.
Oh, getting booed by the Jumbotron.
I have no problem with that.
You can go say what's up to your boy James Harden.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I definitely
exchange where the best strip clubs are in Philly.
I definitely can't pay. I definitely can't pay for this game if James Harden's playing in it. I vowed to never pay for an NBA game if James Harden is one of the star players. I'll pay for Embiid. I'll pay for Jokic. I'll pay for Bones Highland.
What did Dumas say? Because I know Dumas is from Philly. He reps the green pretty hard.
I haven't talked to him. in a couple days.
He's got to be going to
He
this
was at the game last week.
Niners game?
No, Eagles-Giants.
Oh, yeah. I saw on his Instagram he was out there.
He was out there.
Yeah. So
and he turned his girlfriend into a Eagles fan, even though she's out here.
Yeah.
Caitlin. Shout out Caitlin. Dumas. I haven't talked to Dumas yet.
Okay.
I think he's quietly confident about his Eagles.
Well, he should be. I mean, this isn't me defeat his attitude. This is the stiffest test that the Niners have faced.
No doubt.
I would say since the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think so.
Right?
Easily.
Right?
Easily since the Chiefs.
And so, I think this is a really amazing team. Look, if you told me the Niners squeaked by and won, I'd be like, wow, that's incredible. Right. If you told me the Niners lost by 7, said, you know what? What a year. You know what I mean? If you told me the Niners lost by multiple touchdowns, I wouldn't be surprised there either. This Eagles team is a very, very deep, talented team. I look at just the personnel offensively. They've got a great offensive line with 2 battle-tested champions in Kelsey and Lane Johnson. I mean, these guys are champions.
They have a really good offensive line.
Absolutely.
And they have amassed 70 sacks from their defensive line.
You got Goddard. You've got, obviously, Devontae. You've got A.J. Brown, who might be the most complete of the wide receivers in the league in terms of being able to block and then run all the routes and physicality, speed, everything. Yeah, I mean, Bonte, they're loaded. And then Jalen Hurts, it's okay to say he was an MVP candidate for the majority of this season.
But you know what? You wanted this team. A lot of the 49er fans wanted this team midway through the season. And now we got them. And now I want them now. I want them. I want to kick their ass. Now, I do apologize. I shouldn't have called you guys cockroaches out there in Philadelphia. That's a little rude.
Well, you were playing the part.
I shouldn't do that. I'm not gonna name call.
Now I'm thinking of the Tony Montana cockroaches.
Yeah, I felt like Scarface in the moment.
You're spinning promo. Shout out John Heyman.
Yeah, hey, basically. And speaking of John Heyman, you hear what he did.
Paul Heyman, first
Paul
off.
Heyman.
John Heyman.
Right. Paul Heyman, sorry.
Paul Heyman is wrestling.
I
did hear what John Heyman did.
Sorry. Still got the scar.
Just to let people know, Paul Heyman, if you're not a wrestling fan, WWE, long time, he's like how would I put it? He's like a manager of talent, if you will. If you're into wrestling, even a little.
He's like Bobby the Brain.
Yes.
If you have a guy who's really good, like a Brock Lesnar, who's not the best on the mic, you have a manager that can have those mic skills.
Exactly.
Yeah, like
Jimmy
Bobby
the
Mouth,
Jimmy the Mouth from the South's Heart. There's many different. Paul. What was the guy who Paul Bearer for the Undertaker?
Paul Bearer for the Undertaker. Is he alive still? He was awesome.
Oh, Paul Bearer, R.I.P. Now he passed away like a decade plus ago.
Oh man, he was awesome. He was awesome. Now I see Eagle fans in the chat. All right, Eagle fans. Well, here's Paul Heyman yesterday at WWE Raw, which was held in Philadelphia. He was talking that talk.
And we're going to feel like the fans of the Philadelphia Eagles after they get conquered by Brock Purdy of the 49ers.
I love heels in wrestling. They lean into ripping the city that they're in. I love it.
They do their research. They do their. Paul Heyman's fun. He's good.
Now that we've eliminated the racist characters out of the WWE, the only thing we have left is location discrimination. So they have to go in there and rip the local city.
Racist. By the way, there was a video about WWF wrestling in the 90s.
Oh, my God, bro. Sergeant Slaughter's entire character was out to, like, just the most, don't even.
What about the $1 Million Man telling a little black kid, I know you and your family's broken. You need this money. So I'm going to give you a shot to win $500. I mean, like.
$1 Million Man.
They had rap matches about custody battles with Rey Mysterio for a custody battle of his son.
Dude,
it was like Maury.
Vince McMahon, dude. Unbelievable. Let's go to Alex in Oakland. Alex in Oakland.
I love the WWE. I don't care what anyone says.
I'm done with it. I can't do
this. Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, Alex?
Hey, look. So I just want to say, first of all, I'm not a Niner fan, and I'm not an Eagle fan. I'm a football fan. What I've observed, both of these teams are top 5 offense and defense. The difference is what's going to come down to this team. And whether you guys win or lose, it's going to come down to whether Shanahan calls a game a great game or whether he has what I like to call, like Guru said, lemon booty. That game Shanahan called on Sunday was horrible. The first 2 possessions. I was like, why is he calling the game like he playing Tom Brady in the Super Bowl? Y'all gonna lose this game. And if not for one George Kittle amazing catch, y'all might have lost that game. Shanahan has to do a better job with all those weapons because Philadelphia is not playing. They coming to destroy.
First of all, lemon booty is my thing. Go check Twitter. Go check the airwaves. Guru would admit that. That's my thing. Shanahan didn't get lemon booty last week. I thought he called a pretty damn good game.
No one was open.
Right. I watched it back yesterday. Dallas, their defense they're legit.
Yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence is a stud.
Van Der Esch is a damn good linebacker.
Yes.
Do the Eagles have a linebacker like that?
Micah's so sick.
You're going to be able to run the ball against Philadelphia. That's going to be a big key.
Mm-hmm.
Niners are going to have to run the ball. There's no doubt.
And will the real Nick Bosa please step up?
Well, that's the thing. DPOY, I need you.
Yeah, like he was too quiet last week.
Really quiet. He kind of was quiet against Seattle.
Yeah.
If we're keeping it a buck.
Yeah, I agree with that. He was also, it looked like out of gas. He was like
multiple times.
Yeah, huffing and puffing. I don't know. Was that more Tyron Smith is just an all-timer? Or what do you think that, what is that?
I don't know. I don't know what happened. They had no problems with Nick Bosa. The pass rush needs to get there. 510 Xfinity mobile text. I'm listening to this WIP 94, and now these guys are talking so much crap. They say there's no way the Niners are going to win. Eagles are going to romp. I'm telling you, I listened to that this morning on the way to the studio. They said the game was going to be over by halftime.
Oh.
I mean, that's more delusional than Cowboy fans, right?
Over by half. I mean, really? They're not even giving us a puncher's chance?
Not a chance. Not a shot. Not a shot.
Wow.
I'm telling you, Philly Zoo started it yesterday, and now our friendship is on the line. Smoke that cowboy pack. We got some Richard Sherman sound coming up on the other side as we get to
Sherman dog?
Clock, 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 clock.
What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Sherm sound as we put the Cowboys to bed, and we'll get to your calls. 888-957-9570. Jim and Brentwood, I see you. We'll get to you on the other side.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Christian McCaffrey continues to deliver on the field and off the field. The superstar running back has to look his best, and he's wearing our favorite brand, Flag and Anthem. From the best flannel shirts and most versatile quarter zips that lay up with everything you got in your closet, to shirt jackets, hoodies, and durable jeans with a hint of athletic stretch, Flag and Anthem makes premium quality clothes with an attention to detail at a fair price. In other words, the kind of clothes that will last you years. Look at Spadoni rocking all the gear today. Head over to flagandanthem.com today and use the code GAME, G-A-M-E, for 25% off your purchase. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
This is the final week of the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday. There's hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast, like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Last chance for the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends January 29th.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Hey, what's up? Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego this year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, you should do it. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events, all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the nation, and with these deals, it is no surprise. So download the Game Time app, enter your email, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, enter your email and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Nachos! Get your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks? Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with Autosave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors will be back on the court tomorrow against some Memphis Grizzlies. Big game at Chase Center. We'll get to some Warriors tomorrow. Golden State coming off oh, my God, I can't believe I lost that game to Brooklyn.
I don't even
You watch that fourth quarterback?
No.
Oh, my gosh. There was one positive.
What was that? The game ended?
Kuminga. That's a good one, Shasky. Jonathan Kuminga, 18 paint points.
Nice.
Against the Brooklyn Nets.
Nice.
Good to have him back, but
nice.
Yeah, the game did end.
I want to address a tweet that I saw over the weekend, which was maybe the funniest tweet I've ever seen in my entire life. Somebody put out, I guess the game clock had 3 minutes and 7 seconds on it, okay? The game clock for the fourth quarter. And by the time it got to 3:09, okay, John Lynch went from the booth, or from 309 to 307, right? In 2 seconds on game clock. He went from being up in the press box to being down on the field at some point. And people were saying, unofficially, it took him about 2 minutes of real time, not game clock time, to get down there. And David Lombardi, who writes for The Athletic and who covers the team, says 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go from the press box down to the field is an eternity at a venue with express elevators like Levi Stadium. Lynch's suite is no more than 20 seconds from the elevator, which is 30 seconds from the field, from the top to the bottom, which the entire trip can be made in 90 seconds if the elevator is timed right. We have elevator gate regarding John Lynch being able to make it from the press box suite all the way down to the field.
Now, I think it is possible, and I think Lombardi's accurate. You know, David's never wrong, and when you think about that elevator,
right about literally everything.
Yes.
Okay, where's his suite at?
So I'm not exactly sure where his suite.
Because I saw him on the field at the end.
But what I will tell you is,
yes,
5 minutes before the game, some of the media members try to get down to the field, and get down to the locker room so they can make the pressers on time.
Okay.
The middle elevator, there's 3 elevators in the press box.
Okay.
That middle elevator, they lock it for just personnel. So coaches, scouts, executives like John Lynch, and they hold that elevator for them.
So when I'm looking at, just real quick, I want to pause right here. When I'm looking over at the press box side of the stadium,
right,
up top is where the press is, where there's glass windows.
Right.
Below that are the suites.
Yeah, but Lynch is on that. He's got another box on that press level.
Oh, I didn't know that.
With the same media level.
Gotcha.
So he's on that
same level. So he's behind
the
glass.
He's behind the glass.
Gotcha.
He's on that same media level.
Gotcha.
He's in a little box or suite, wherever he is. And so it is possible to get there if you're John Lynch in 2.5, 3 minutes?
Yes, 2 minutes and 10 seconds of real time.
Right. So he probably sent somebody out and said, hey, get the middle elevator ready. They got the middle elevator ready, held it for him. They rush in. They get straight down because sometimes the elevator be like, okay, this elevator is going straight from the 8th floor to the 1st floor.
Gotcha.
And they're skipping all the floors, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, et cetera. And so it is possible to get that express elevator straight down and then just speed out to the field.
Gotcha. So he didn't miss anything.
He didn't miss anything.
God, it must be nice to be John
And you got
Lynch.
little TVs in the elevator anyway.
No way.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's really, really,
so
really cool.
Lombardi, just out there spitting facts as he usually does.
This is Eslo from the 209. I work at Levi's. There are 3 sets of elevators on that side of the stadium. Bonte is spitting fact. He's been to Levi's a few times.
Right. There it is. The road to Glendale.
So John Lynch can make it down from wherever he's at in 90 seconds or less to the stadium.
Yep. If timed right.
The floor. Wow.
If timed right.
That's pretty cool.
It is cool.
So now where's Jed's box?
I'm not sure what Jed's box is. I don't think he's on the same level as the media.
Okay, so when I look straight down,
I have no idea where Jed's box is.
Okay, so I'm looking up at the press box. There's all glass. Then below that, at midfield, 50-yard line, is that where the Fox people would be, where Greg Olsen and Kevin Kugler would be?
Greg Olsen, you saw where their booth is,
No,
right?
that's what I'm asking you.
Their stuff, I saw them. Their booth is farther down. It's closer to the 200 section.
Which is probably the coolest section of the whole thing. It's like club level of the Giants game.
I'm not sure what Jed York sits, though. By the way, the road to Glendale brought to you by West Credit Union.
Okay.
Working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Brian Baldinger at 7:30. By the way, shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity mobile text line. Download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Let's go to Jim in Brentwood. Jim, what's happening?
Hey, Jim.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, I got a little story about I heard you guys talking about the Eagles fans earlier. A few years back, I'm a Niners fan, but my wife and her family's all Vikings fans. So after the Minnesota Miracle, me and her dad set up a little surprise trip to take her to the NFC Championship game, and so they headed out. Jolly good time. She was all happy until they got to the game, and it was her sister, her dad, and they said, they got empty glass bottles of beer thrown at them. They got full aluminum cans. They had little kids walking up, flipping them the bird, and all kinds of language and they got into the stadium. Finally, it felt a little secure, except they sat around a bunch of hecklers. Then they asked the security guard, hey, they start doing crazy stuff. You got our back, right? And he basically told them, no, you're on your own. So it's definitely a different culture out there because I've been to some other stadiums and been around other fans, and I've never heard of anything like that.
When was it? What year?
This was right after the Minnesota Miracle. It was the year that the Philly played the Vikings in the championship game.
NFC title game. They blew out Minnesota.
So this was like 5 years ago, give or take, 4 or 5 years ago?
Yeah, so they're all pumped up. They just scored the first touchdown. Of course, they didn't score the rest of the game, and they got blown out, and it was a bad time after that.
Well, I believe in brotherly love. I have a feeling that we're going to have a fun and great experience, and this will be the stiffest test of my fandom.
Oh, there's no doubt.
I mean, sitting alone up in Boston next to Shawnee O'Sullivan from Quincy, that was difficult.
Your Boston accent gets forced by the
It does. It does. That was difficult.
I applaud the effort,
especially at a 9:00 Friday night game in Boston.
They were liquored up.
Oh,
didn't it feel like Game 3 was louder than Game 4, though?
You know what I felt like? I felt like I was Superman going up against Doomsday. That's what I felt like.
Well,
this feels worse, though.
I got to say, though, before Game 4.
Now I'm facing Darkseid.
Before Game 4, I think Chris Miller changed the tenor of everything on Game 4 against Boston. Came on the airwaves on the morning, Russell said, the Warriors will win this game. And we walked out of WEEI in Boston and told every damn Boston fan we saw that, you're losing tonight. It's a 2-2 series after this night's over. And Steph Curry didn't let us down. Dropped 43 on them. But Game 3 felt louder than Game 4 in Boston. You know what I'm saying? And then by Game 6, there was a lot more Warrior fans because Warrior fans smell blood. They smelled the champagne. This environment in Philadelphia will be unlike any environment we've ever experienced. Seattle was nothing. Seattle, I was actually disappointed in Seattle this year.
Really?
Yeah, very disappointed. Bears fans are soft. They like to sit and we just suck. We just want to sing. Bears fans are soft. I'll just say that. I'm sorry, Matt Kolsky. Sorry, Ryan Covey, but your fan base is soft.
Well, they haven't won in a long time.
I don't give a damn. It's soft. Philadelphia's got one Super Bowl. They just got that Super Bowl. They've been arrogant and cocky forever.
But they should. They've had a great year. They're at home. They're the number 1 seed. I think most people would say they've been power ranked number 1 throughout the entirety of the year.
All right.
It feels like their time. Like I get why they'd be confident. Now saying it's a blowout before halftime, that's probably going too far.
I said the game was going to be over at halftime.
That's going too far.
All right, well, that's what they do. Let's go to Tim in Philly. Tim, what's happening? You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey guys, I just want to say first of all, I love you guys' show. I watch it on YouTube all the time.
Thank you.
Okay, from work.
Hell yeah.
You guys last week were talking about the Dallas fans. Let me tell you, the Philly fans, because I live here, are the worst. They are far worse than Dallas fans.
They are.
Okay? They will talk crap to you. They will show their you-know-whats to you. They give the fingers to kids. That's all true.
Okay?
But what I'm tired of is the disrespect. Everybody wants to hype up Philly. Who have they beaten all year?
That's what I'm saying.
Their defense, everything. Who have they beaten? They haven't beaten a Kansas City, a Cincinnati, a Buffalo, and they act like they're already the Super Bowl champions around here. So, Niners fans, I'm coming to you from Philly. I'm telling you, 35 years of Niners fans, they won't lose this game Sunday because it's our time. We earned this Super Bowl. This is our Super Bowl this year.
Tim, are you going to the game?
I am not going to the game. I have a friend that I work with who is the Eagles season ticket holder, and he's not a bad fan. He gave me tickets last year to the Niners-Eagles Week 2. We were down there the 17-11 game. I am not going to the game, but I will be watching the game.
All right, here's the reality. Am I going to have to worry? I want to ask you, you sound like you're a pretty reasonable person. Are we really going to have to worry about getting cold cock from behind? I'm not one of those people that goes out looking for trouble. I don't like, come in all obnoxious.
Absolutely. That is absolutely true. This is the only city that had a judge and a holding cell in their actual stadium. That's true. If you guys don't believe me, look it up.
So you think I should be worried?
There, but at one time it was. I would be very careful if I was you, because if they lose, there will be a riot in that parking lot.
It's fine. We'll be all right. Don't worry. I'm well aware. We'll be all right. We'll be all right.
I got to find that elevator John Lynch is taking to the field in the link, and maybe link up with him.
Noreen Shasky, Becky Tyndall, and the late, great Lorene William Tyndall didn't raise no punks. We ain't going out there saying, oh, Philly fans, just be nice to us. We'll be decked out in red and gold, and we'll be in our seats.
I've already picked out my
It'll be loud, and I want them to talk to me. Talk to me. Talk.
Talk to me. I talk back?
Talk.
E40?
Keep talking. Yes. E40, whatever. I'm just saying, when CMC is breaking off runs in the third quarter, just wait. I can't wait till Sunday. I'm looking forward to this game already more so than the Cowboy game. Cowboys, you knew you were going to stomp them. I mean, 19-12. All right, you covered the spread. We knew. We knew. The Cowboys weren't coming to Levi Stadium and winning that football game. I'm going to Philadelphia and going to shock the world. I need the Rocky Anthem beat in a second. All right, the Tiger, because that's what I got right now.
I want to book neighbor Dave, who used to call into Damon's show for a long time. Personal friend. He texts me all the time. He is Mr. Philly, okay? He's been living out here for, 10, 15 years. I do want to get him on at some point this week.
He's a cocky East Coast fan, too.
You know what? He keeps it real. He knows when his team is flawed.
He's been humbled. But he's a cocky, from what I remember, he's a cocky East Coast fan.
I'm not going to allow you to do that.
Oh, I will do that, because I know neighbor Dave, too. And it's all good with neighbor Dave. It's all love. But he's a cocky one, too. Put him on a list. Throw him on a cue card. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game, for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel where you are there. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Just thought about something. So you got a Cowboy fan from 2-3, Daryl the Guru Johnson. We all love Guru. He's a Cowboy fan.
Okay.
And opposite him is a damn Eagles fan.
Oh.
Go back to New York, Steinmetz. I'm from Pennsylvania.
So we should hire someone from the Washington and New York market to just round out the NFC East here at the station?
Might as well. Go get somebody from the Commanders, too. We might as well hire a Giants and Commanders fan. We got an Eagles and Cowboys fan working a midday show. Unbelievable. I may have to call a slander them. Just stick around the show and just come in the studio and just look at them.
You know what I did yesterday just to laugh? Man, I watched all of the reaction videos from Cowboy fans losing. I saw a guy rip the TV off the wall and then shoot it.
Yeah.
I saw another guy pull the TV off the wall and then back up with his truck and run over the... I mean, like, why are you ruining perfectly good televisions? Saw another guy punch a TV. Just punch the TV.
I mean, I don't get it.
I respect
I don't get it. I don't respect it.
JD,
I don't respect it. It's just...
respect that.
I remember years ago I saw a guy like headbutted his TV after I'm pretty sure it was a Cowboys loss.
Well, here's the thing with the gun, because I'm not a gun guy, okay? I'm actually very scared of guns and firearms.
That was pretty funny, though.
But, like, wouldn't the bullet... It's not going to bounce off the floor or anything? Like, if you had concrete...
You mean?
I would be worried about, like, ricochet I guess is what I'm saying.
I mean, he pulled out his gun.
Screen parts would fly everywhere.
Maybe it was a BB gun. I don't know.
No, he just bat.
Oh, I know.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't going through his mind when he was shooting the TV.
I'm sure not a lot of things were going through his mind ever.
Did he have proper eye protection? Like, they're not thinking about this
thing.
They're
OSHA?
They're Cowboys fans. They're not thinking logically.
Oh, by the way, Sam plays the greatest straight man in the history of West Coast radio. And he doesn't even know that he's doing it. This is who he is.
Hillary likes it.
Hillary?
Yeah, Hillary from Boxer Gerson likes it. She's on the line right now.
What?
Oh. You know, we haven't heard from Hillary since she came to the station. She sat here in the studio, looked us both in our eyes and said, the Niners aren't beating the Raiders. And so she went out there and made a gutsy bet. And boy, was she close. It was overtime. Heck, the Raiders had a 10-point lead in the third quarter.
Covered.
Oh, Robbie Gold missed a field goal.
Your 2022 Las Vegas Raiders. We covered.
Once the Cowboy fan said, hey, at least we had double-digit leads.
Oh, that was the best.
We blew double-digit leads, but at least we had double-digit leads. I feel like Hillary's going to say that, hey, we had a lead on the Niners. Let's hang that banner. Hillary, good morning.
Good morning. A Raider fan got to uphold the bet. So here I am, licking my wounds, 7 a.m., I'm ready to take it.
All right, so Boxer and Gerson had made a promise to us regarding that game. What's the payout now that the Niners have won?
The payout is that we're sending you to Philly.
Wow.
Good. I was probably gonna get divorced because of this trip anyway, so that really helps me out. Takes a little of the financial burden off me.
Exactly. Well, we didn't promise the seats we're giving you.
Please tell
I'm putting you in Eagles territory.
Does the budget include security for Bonte after calling everyone cockroaches?
No. See, Hillary Shasky's a little spooked. I got San Fran Shasky with me. We're going to Philadelphia. We're going with eye black on. We're wearing Army fatigue, cargo pants, and we're going out there and we smell blood. We're going to the damn Super Bowl. That's how I feel right now, Hillary. We're going out there to take and rip away the soul of everybody in Philadelphia. And for some reason, my partner's asking about security. Hillary, we need Boxer and Gerson. We need workman's comp. We don't need no damn security, though, in Philadelphia.
I don't know. I'd better watch your back if I were you.
Oh, boy, Hillary, come on. Come on, Hillary. So you're going to have to sit with Jesus then at the Eagles game, huh? And you know what we mean by that. It's like sitting in the last row in the 500 section.
Yeah. You're going to need binoculars.
How you feeling about the Niners having so much success, Hillary? Must hurt.
It does hurt. It does hurt. I mean, I lost this bet because the Raiders didn't back me. But I will say shout out to the Roasters because I did get like 5 new clients who really enjoyed my smack talk.
Really?
The FCC didn't appreciate it, but everyone else did.
So out of curiosity, just so people, maybe this is the first time they're checking in right now, Boxer and Gerson, we usually do the injury report. You guys are a workers' comp firm. If somebody gets, hurt on the job, how can they reach out to you guys?
Just hit us up. We're Boxer and Gerson is the name of our law firm. Boxerlaw.com is our website, but we represent everyone throughout the Bay Area. Been injured on the job, please call us.
Okay, so if I get jumped in Philadelphia after the Niners win or lose or during the game, it's a work trip. Can I file a claim?
You sure can. You just have to find an attorney who wants you as their client, Jeff.
Good comeback.
And Hillary, when are we doing the Oakland A's tailgate? Because we promised win or lose, we will be at that tailgate.
Yeah, it's going to be an August game, and it's going to be the A's versus the Giants. So.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I like that.
Better come ready.
So we can wear our Giants gear.
And the best part, Bonte, you already said you ain't going to no Giants games.
Yeah, so I'm going to A's game. Well, I'm going to an A's game.
I'm going to Arizona.
You know what? And you know what, Hillary? I don't even think I'm going to wear Giants gear with the way they've operated this offseason. I'll just wear like an MLB hat or something. Maybe I'll wear a Braves jersey or a Tampa Bay Rays jersey.
What, you Rob Manfred?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's a typical Giants move. I respect that.
Get him.
Not supporting your own team.
Get him.
Hey, no, I can't support incompetent front offices and a manager who, by the way, Gabe Copper, I don't know if that was his new chick or what. He was in the suite at Levi Stadium. You see him on the Jumbotron?
And he was with Jock
Peterson. Yeah. But Hillary, I may just, maybe I'll wear a Barry Bonds jersey. I don't know.
Or you could wear a jersey that was someone who played for both the A's and the Giants.
Darren Lewis?
Kevin Mitchell.
Stan Javier?
Yeah.
Samardzija.
Samardzija.
A lot of good ones.
Samardzija, a lot of good ones. Hillary, where are you watching the game at Sunday?
Oh, unfortunately, I live in a split household, so I actually hate to say it, but I think I'm hosting a Niners watch party at my house.
Wow.
Is Willard going to be there?
Yeah.
Watch party Willard going to be there? Hillary.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, listen, I honestly, I wish you guys the best of luck. I really do. As an A's and Raiders fan, I got to be honest. I don't really know what it feels like to be in playoff games, but as a Warriors fan, I understand the stress of the Western Conference Finals. So
yeah, there you go.
Last year we sent you guys to the NFC Championship game in LA, and we all know how that turned out.
Oh, why you got to do that?
Hopefully you guys have a better pregame ritual this year.
Yes, we will. We absolutely will.
You hit those rocky steps before or something.
Oh, yeah, we got to do that. Should we do the tourist thing when we're in Philly?
I mean, I don't know if you guys can make it up the steps, but you should definitely try.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about the Rocky steps this week. After a couple cheesesteaks, your boy may fade. Hillary, you're the best. We appreciate you guys in Boxer and Gerson.
Yeah, seriously,
we really
you.
do. We'll send you lots of photos, and we'll see what we can do for you guys. We can't wait to see you in August as well.
All right, best of luck, you guys.
Yeah, support the people who support us at 95.7 The Game. And Boxer and Gerson's one of our best partners. So if you're out there and you get injured on the job, you know who to reach out to. Boxer and Gerson. Find them all over. They're on Twitter, Instagram. I mean, it's a simple Google search.
No doubt. Boxer and Gerson, we love them. We love the partnership. They did send us down to SoFi Stadium. And it was a disappointing ending to that game. It was a great day. And then Troy Aikman said, boy, I'm afraid this game's going to have to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo, and I just don't know.
I can't find the Toms.
Let's go to Joe in Philly. Joe in Philly.
Hey, what's up, boys? Hey, y'all coming out here?
Hell yeah.
You a Niner fan, right?
Okay, hey, yeah. Keep that same energy. And let me tell you something. This ain't the fan base that you gonna see a sea of red. We don't sell our.
Oh wait, you're an Eagles fan.
No doubt.
Oh,
gosh. Good. All right, but let's hear him. I want to hear him.
Check this out.
Yeah,
hey, listen,
talk your stuff.
I'm gonna tell you straight up. If you're looking for security or police to help you, it ain't gonna be no help. All right.
Cool.
So just be respectful, and if you gonna turn up, just know the numbers ain't against you.
Yeah. I remember my first football game.
Hey, Joe, how confident are you about beating the 49ers? Because I'm hearing a lot of arrogance.
We already, man, the game is over. We already got it in the
game's over. Get off my airways, Joe. We're coming to kick your ass, Joe. We're coming to kick your ass on Sunday at Lincoln Financial Field. Game's over. Yeah, we'll see. Game's over. Game's over. You guys will be crying.
Over.
Game's over.
The game hasn't even been.
Do you feel what I'm saying
me?
now?
The game is over.
Do you hear what I've been saying in the first hour of the show? Me? You see what I'm talking about now?
And people say Warrior fans are arrogant.
Cowboy fans got nothing on Eagles fans when it comes to delusion. When it comes to being delusional, they've got nothing on the Dirty Birds. You see what I'm talking about now?
I can't believe
Niner fans, they think this game is over. They've already punched their ticket to Glendale, Arizona, and I ain't having it. I will be turned up. You will not turn me down. I don't need damn security. I will be turned up in Niners gear. I'm ready to go right now. Hell, give me the rest of the week off. I'll go to Philadelphia right now tomorrow, camp out at Rocky statue, and talk all week long.
Boxer and Gerson did not afford for you to go out there for 5 days, okay? It's a business trip for you and me. All right? In and out. They're very, very generous. Well, that's a little too generous.
Those Warriors checks been kicking in, so you know.
Let me hold something.
Oh, no, you acting like Seth Freshowski. You've been a little smoke. I want all the smoke.
By the way, I'm now carving out budget for Mitchell and S. Honey, we're coming back with a second suitcase.
Clock? Is it clock?
No. Clock.
Yeah, Brock Purdy, throw it out of bounds. Throw it out of bounds.
The road to Glendale, brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Shout out to Dwayne Bell, Jacob Seaboard, SF Sheriffs out there. Those are my guys right there. Visit sfsheriff.com, sfsheriff.com to apply today.
George Kittle is a beast.
Purdy, a lot of room now. Bowden up over the middle. Oh, what a catch by Kittle. Are you kidding? George Kittle. Purdy on the fake fires. And it's a perfect throw to Kittle down the seam. And a first down, San Francisco.
It's going to Philly. It's going to be really fun, and it's going to be cold and violent, and it's going to be a blast.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
As we head into a new year, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials wants to remind you that they're ready to support your next project. And with locations at every corner of the Bay and well-stocked local inventory, they have the resources to provide you what you need when you need it. And that includes delivery to your job site anywhere in the Bay Area, because they're dedicated to keep you ahead of schedule on every project. And if you're able to do it yourself, you're invited to visit the local Golden State, because they've got trained staff that can share their knowledge and direct you to the materials that you might need. Click goldenstatelumber.com for GSTV. That offers educational and informative videos and spec sheets on a wide range of projects. Over the last 70 years, Golden State has grown to include an incredible team of dependable partners and specialists. They've got you covered. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Birdie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk, the facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
Right now, you can get free carpet installation from the Home Depot. So while we're putting in your new carpet, you'll have more time to take care of the lawn, get started on dinner, or just lay down and relax on your new carpet after it's installed. Get your free carpet installation started with the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Minimum purchase of $4.99. Exclusions apply. U.S. only. See store for details.
Is a story all about how my life got turned upside down, and I'd like to take a minute just sitting right there. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air.
Dude, this was the
roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Steph?
In West Philadelphia, born and raised on the playground is where I spend most of my days. Look, I thought you were going to go. B-ball outside of the school. They were up to no good. Started making trouble in my neighborhood. I got one little fight. My mom got scared. She said, you're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air. Turn it up.
This wasn't in the show.
No, because they edited it.
The extended intro.
Yeah, they edited it. God, I love this. Dude, I'm going to be real with you. Fresh Prince of Bel Air, one of the most impactful shows of my young childhood.
It was one of my favorite shows on television. I watched every episode.
Yeah, same
Uncle
here.
Phil's one of my favorite characters of all time.
I still watch every episode.
Rest in peace.
The reruns come on.
Oh, dude,
the reruns
Carlton,
come on.
To this day.
Carlton's a legend.
Thank you.
Carlton's a legend. Hillary's a legend. Ashley's a legend. Jeffrey, the butler.
Jeffrey was so
iconic.
Straight gangster.
Like, that's why when people used to say, hey, man, what do you like, the Cosbys or Fresh? I said Fresh Prince was more relatable for me. For me personally, Fresh Prince was more relatable. You know, trying to mesh with private school. You know, it's a different atmosphere, a different environment. Fresh Prince was the one. And the best, and they never changed the theme song. They never changed the intro.
It's the best part.
You know what I don't like about shows? Some shows will change the intro. Like, you know, you have like The Sopranos never change.
No.
Same intro every show.
Woke up this morning.
There you go.
Got yourself a gun.
Fresh Prince, same intro. I'm ready to go, man. You know, these Philly fans really. I wanted to smoke the Cowboy Pack today. I wanted to smoke the Cowboy Pack and laugh at them because here, real quick, Shasky, we got Brian Baldinger coming up.
I thought we were going to play the Growing Pains intro.
Growing Pains?
They would change the montage, but not the song.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like it.
Step by step. Step by step. Day by day. Come on, you know all the
10
songs.
Kids. TGIF. They have like a 3-4 year run.
They did.
It wasn't bad.
But Fresh Prince was that show. It was.
Richard Sherman. We'll get to Tamir in just a second.
Yeah.
Tamir in Oakland. It's been a while. Let's see what Sherman had to say about Cowboys.
Give it to me.
Cowboys fans, I'm sorry. You guys talked a lot on my timeline, a lot of comments on my videos, and you gave me a lot of ammo. I sat there. I didn't respond to a lot of them because I was sitting there holding this in. I knew this would happen. You knew this would happen. Dak knew this would happen. McCarthy knew this would happen. Jerry Jones knew this would happen because this is always what happens. And so next year, when your team's 13-4, whatever it is, or 12-5, just shut up and hope that they can beat the San Francisco 49ers. Because you know who's going to be there again? The San Francisco 49ers.
I love how Sherman's just embraced the 49er culture.
It's kind of crazy.
It's kind of wild.
It's kind of crazy, right?
It's like quietly he always wanted to be a Niner.
Well, it reminds me of like Wade Boggs. Like, yeah, I'm a Yankee.
Right.
It's like, what?
wait, you're riding a horse at Yankee Stadium? Like, wait, you're a Yankee?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like Roger Clemens saying like, I'm a Yankee.
Yeah.
It's like,
How about Roger Clemens when he was coming back and he was like going up against college kids? And he goes to the University of Kentucky.
Yeah, he's like 46 years old.
46 years old in full-out Yankees gear. Pitching to college players.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a Roger Clemens account. All right?
After the Jeter.com.
He's before that. He's one of my favorite players of all time. He's out of his mind.
Before that, I was like, all right, Roger Clemens.
No, I love
whatever.
Roger Clemens.
The Jeter.com was like, oh my gosh. I love him even more.
The splitter is one of the greatest pitches in the history of baseball.
I just love the way he talked baseball.
Well, yeah, he's nuts. The Texas bow tie, where he throws at someone's neck.
Let's get to Tamir.
He was so roided out when the bat came back to him in the Mike Piazza thing. He goes, I thought it was the ball.
I thought it was
so
the ball.
So you threw it at him?
So you threw it at him. So you're going to throw the ball at him, too.
The Jeter duck, he did come in like Jabba the Hutt.
He came in hard.
Yeah.
He came in hard.
First, he came in unrecognizable.
Yeah. He had the hat on, the blazer.
Weighing 400 pounds.
What's going on here?
My favorite is when he threw his wife under the bus for steroids.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, she's the one who shot it in my butt.
Yeah, no, he said that she was doing it for the swimsuit modeling. Right. Remember? She was the one who was doing it.
Are they still married?
I don't even know.
Probably. The money's
Dude,
still
Clemens
rolling
was
on.
so sick. Him on the Blue Jays was sick, too.
Sherman just taking shots at the Cowboys.
I love it.
Now, we see the Cowboy fan reactions, breaking TVs, blaming Dak. Even their own social media account is roasting Dak. Jerry Jones canceled his appearance on 105.3 The Fan with RJ and Sean, our buddies down there in Texas.
Did he?
Canceled it. Yeah, he canceled it.
The GM and the owner canceled it? Honestly,
Stephen Jones canceled too.
Wow. I was thinking about this yesterday. If you're Jerry Jones, you almost have to. Like, at this point, you've got to fire yourself as GM.
Yeah, I've been telling you that for 10 years.
No, like now you have to.
No, I've been telling you that for 10 years.
I know. You're right.
He's done.
I know.
He's cooked.
Like,
as long as he's running his show.
Exactly. You're
they
limiting
will
the
never
search.
win anything.
Yeah.
Cowboys. Smoked that pack. Knew that was done. It's just a matter of time.
Baldy in 7 minutes. Baldy. Brian Baldinger breaking down the 49ers. 7 minutes. Go nowhere.
Tamir, Oakland, what's happening? What's happening, Tamir? Good morning.
Oh, guys, no, long time.
Yeah, long time.
Joe, you
you guys are good when you go to Philly. It's how you carry yourself. The dude, they talk a tough game. I've been there. But if you carry yourself, Vontae, you know what I mean? Like, you from a certain area.
Yup.
You carry yourself when you come there with that swag. They're not going to mess with you.
No doubt.
How to talk that stuff.
They'll talk.
They're not about that. Go there and rep your Niners, rep your colors. I'm not a Niner fan, but my dad was. So rest in peace. I hope the Niners win that game. Just for him. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I got to say. But y'all go out there and do your thing. Don't worry about nothing.
Let's go.
Appreciate that.
Let's go.
That. Good call, Tamir.
Shout out Tennyson High School.
No doubt. Tamir's a great dude. Great dude. Kenny in Richmond. Kenny, what's happening?
What up, Kenny?
What's up? What's up, Vontae? What's up, Shasky?
What's up, baby?
What's up to all the roasters? Listen, man, I've been humble. I haven't said nothing. I've been cool, but I'm tired of everybody doubting these Niners. Shasky, let's go, baby.
I know.
Let's shake out your voice. Ride this ship, whether it float or fail. Let's go. That last caller from Philly, Joe, he got me fired up this morning.
I know.
You know what? Man, we going to get out there. We going to go to Philly, and we going to bring Mr. Purdy, and we going to bang, bang, Niner gang all in Philadelphia. Let's go.
There's another roaster on the way to Philadelphia. I'm with Kenny in Richmond, and I'm with Marcus. Marcus Bos, what was his last name? He sits by my section. Marcus Bosworth. I've met him in Jerry's Word. It was like, Bonte, I'm a roaster. Last year at the Wild Card game. Marcus Bosworth just DM'd me on Instagram. Flight is booked for Philly. It's on. So now we got another roaster. Now we're 5 deep. Let's multiply this bad boy.
Don't fire till you see the whites in their eyes. It'll be like Bunker Hill. We'll be like Davy Crockett.
Feels like it a little bit.
It's like the Alamo. We're protecting the Alamo, boys.
By the way, I shouldn't read this text, but I think Anna is still asleep. 650 Xfinity Bubble text line. Shout out to Nia Long on Fresh Prince. Shout out to Nia Long on the Best Man, the sitcom that they just did. The Best Man Chronicles.
Is she still with?
No. Nia Long has aged very well.
Yep.
Brian Baldinger in 4 minutes.
Yeah, 4 minutes. 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes, Brian Baldinger.
So let's make that happen this year. Okay?
Let me ask you this before we get to Baldy. Niners Cowboys, as we put this to bed.
God, it's going to live forever.
Is this rivalry back?
Oh, for sure.
To me, they're the number one rival again. They've catapulted the Seahawks and the Rams. They're number one to me.
Really?
Top of the list.
Right back?
Right back. And you know they come back to Levi's next year in the regular season.
I know.
Cowboys Niners is all the way back.
How many people made a killing selling their tickets this week?
Oh, my gosh.
And honestly, everyone's, don't sell your tickets. No. If you are having some financial hard times and you've been supporting the team, I don't really have a problem with people trying to make a buck. Like, times are hard right now. So I just wanted to just say that real quick.
Yeah.
But, dude, do you know how much tickets were going in my section? $900.
Yeah. A pop, right?
A pop?
Yeah, mine
That
too.
could be your whole season ticket, package for the year. I don't fault people. I really don't.
It was fun to be there. What an environment. It's nothing better than beating the Cowboys, seeing them lose. They were talking all that junk. They were flooding, and they were so bitter. When Christian McCaffrey scored, there was a dude with a Jason Witten jersey in front of me, and the other guy had a Dak Prescott jersey.
Okay.
And I told both those guys, I said, hey, guys, got about 14 minutes and 58 seconds to book your flights to Cancun. You're done. And I talked to him the entire fourth quarter.
Oh, you gave him the Cancun talk.
Oh, I talked to him the all fourth quarter.
Can you maybe not do that this week?
Why?
Because, I'd like to walk out with all of my faculties.
We're going to be fine.
Did you see how expensive the tickets are?
Yeah, I don't care.
Sam Lubman, how expensive? What's the ticket going for? Lubman.
You know what? We need to bring.
And now he's on the phone.
We need to bring Lubman.
He got in my ear. He said he was going to.
Let's bring Lubman to Philadelphia. Because I know he ain't scared.
GoFundMe?
He ain't scared. If there's some fists flying,
steps.
He'll walk the steps. He'll go there and talk some smack.
Run up the steps, not walk.
Okay, what are the ticket prices currently?
Cheapest ticket I'm seeing right now is $508.
Okay.
That just gets you in at the very, very, very top.
And that is not without the service charges and all the other things that they throw in.
Yeah, that's before everything.
So you're looking at $600 plus. That's not even that bad. The Cowboys Niners was more expensive.
I know.
I saw seats, no joke, first quarter because I just tapped into Ticketmaster at the first break. And I was like, I just want to see where all the tickets are being sold. In the 420s, Someone was off like $12,000 for a seat. I'm not even joking. That was the price point on Ticketmaster. But I don't use Ticketmaster. I use Game Time because Mark Willard has a great commercial that I listen to.
Whoa.
Company man.
Yeah, you tell that company lie very well. I've never seen anybody do it better. TC Sacramento. What's happening?
TC?
Unbelievable. TC Sacramento, what's happening? All right, TC, you're gone.
He didn't light the beam.
You know what? 888-957-9570. We're here. We're here because I'm a little nervous now. Now I'm nervous. Not about the game. Niners are going to win this football game. They're going to win this game. But I got San Fran Shasky looming large right now. I got him looming large. We got him on the flight. We're taking a red eye. We're getting to Philadelphia together.
My dog ate my iPod Pro.
Did he?
Thingies. Yeah,
oh, yeah,
ticked. It's like the worst week ever to do it.
I got to buy some new ones.
Well, I'm going to borrow Michelle's.
888-957-9570. Roasters. How?
They're calling me Sausalito Shasky.
You are Sausalito Shasky.
I love Sausalito.
Yeah, but
Sushi Ron. I went to Sushi Ron Saturday night.
And the lines,
I love Sausalito.
The lines are lighting up right now.
What is wrong with Sausalito?
Get these lines. We're going to get them on right after Baldy.
I would love to have a house in Sausalito.
We got to get Frisco Shasky to appear in Philadelphia. All right? I can't be alone in this walk. I can't.
Hey, look.
Sausalito, Soft Serve Shasky, San Fran Shasky, Sausalito Shasky, Seashell Shasky.
San Rafael.
Sonoma
Square Shasky.
That guy has to go. Dude, that guy has to go.
Sunnyvale.
That guy has to go. You got to go. Somebody needs to do something with this guy. Where's Get Papa Shasky your ticket. I'd rather go out with Papa Shasky right now. You worry about getting hit? These Philly fans are soft. They ain't swinging no blows at us, especially when they're down 27-10 in the fourth quarter. Let's go, Baldy. Let's get Baldy on. I'm charged up. All right, it's on like Donkey Kong this week, baby. Niners, Eagles, NFC title game. We got our main man, Brian Baldinger. He works out with Lane Johnson. So I don't know if Baldy's an enemy this week. I don't know if he's behind me. I don't know who I'm talking to. A double agent? What's going on with Baldy? He joins us on the Bud Light guest line. All postseason guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Love having Brian Baldinger on. Championship weekend. Saw a great divisional round of football. Cincinnati goes in the snow, beats Buffalo. The Jaguars hang tough, can't outlast Patrick Mahomes on one ankle. And, of course, the Eagles roll over the Giants. And, of course, the matinee was the Niners and Cowboys. Baldy, good morning to you. Let's recap the Cowboys-Niners game before we move on to Philadelphia. A physical football game. The Dallas defense was very, very impressive. But the Niners, when they needed a drive from Brock Purdy and company, they got it done in the fourth quarter, and they outlasted the Cowboys. What a performance by that defense, but what composure by Brock Purdy in that offense.
Well, I think it's just, good morning, guys. Bonte,
good
Joe,
morning.
It's good to be with you. I mean, really is. It's been a long journey. It's been a lot of fun. But, that's that's playoff football, what we saw. I mean, it's a nail-biter. It's 9-9. Red zone scores were, hard to come by. McCaffrey breaks through on a 2-yard run, a really well-designed play. But, it's just playoff football. Micah Parsons out there, just bringing the heat. And, Donovan Wilson and all the guys from Dallas, really did a good job of keeping things down. But, at the end of the day, the reason why the 49ers are moving on is because you just can't, and I don't want to jinx anybody, but you can't get Purdy into making a mistake. They got Parsons chasing him to the sideline to sideline. I've seen so many guys throw the ball up. Brady threw the ball up in the first round, trying to get the ball out of the back of the end zone. It's intercepted. But, that guy mechanically, even when he threw that one ball away at Kittle in the corner, he made sure they set his feet, that he could really get something into the throw, to throw the ball away, to not take a negative play. And the worst thing you could do with Brock Purdy at this point with me is just look at statistics. Because I see the guy throw the ball away, make the right play, which is throw the ball away, go to the next down, kick the field goal. Those kind of things, you can't get him to make a mistake. You got Dak Prescott to make 2 bad mistakes. And that was the difference again. They led to 2 field goals. That was the difference in the game. The kid is just poise is a word, but this guy doesn't blink. Like, to me, he looks like he doesn't even work up a sweat. Yet he's making all these throws and making all these plays.
Well, Baldy, B&B were at the game, and I kept telling him, it feels like, and we'll get to why that was, nobody was open. Like, there weren't a lot of open receivers downfield. It was a tale of 2 games. Last week, everyone's open. This week, it feels like nobody's open. He hit a couple of throws that, to me, were like tiny, tiny windows, and boom, he hits them. Kittle on the seam route, first quarter. Boom, great throw. Ayuk on the deep comeback that got him a first down that kept them in field goal range into the red zone. And then the third one was obviously the rollout to the left, and Kittle comes dragging across on the late throw. So those are some dimes. I mean, just absolute dimes, and he makes those throws. I don't know. I feel like he had a pretty good game given that nobody was open.
5, Joe. 5 is the magic number. You got to make 5 throws that should be bumped to a resume reel when you play at this level. And the throw where you're describing, Joe, rolling out to his left. Kittle is a late fit on that play. They've got, Debo and Ayuk are the primaries on that play, and the Cowboys literally were all over that route combination. I mean, I broke it down for the NFL Network here, but they literally got 4 guys around Ayuk, and they got, the safety is sitting on top of Debo. Like, there's no place to go. Now, he's got time. He's got time on that play. Parsons was actually on the other side of the field, which helped. But Kittle sees he's in trouble, and he throws his arm up, and he goes to the void in the field, and he sees it. He did the same thing the week before on the touchdown throws to McCaffrey and to Mitchell, where he can find people on the other side of the field. Now, you could say, I hear we hear all the, he's a system quarterback at Shanahan, he got talent. Like, to make that throw and to see Kittle like that, now it's a great catch and all that, but still, the guy's eyes and how he sees the field are special, and it separates him from almost everybody else in this tournament right now.
Special? I want to stop on that, because I think that's important. There's a lot of chatter about next year and the offseason, and I understand all that. I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse. For right now, you're seeing a guy who's playing special football, Baldy?
Yeah, special football.
Wow.
Because it's about decision-making, Joe, and his decision-making is almost always flawless. I don't care. You can draw all the greatest plays up in the world. You can have Jerry Rice out there. You can have all the greatest players. It still comes down to the quarterback making decisions. And, the quarterback on the other side gets paid a lot of money on Sunday, and he didn't make great decisions. He made some good throws. He also made some bad decisions. It's the plays that hurt you, that beat you. And he's not giving the opposition those plays right now. You can take one play from Sunday that that could have been a trouble throw, one out of the whole day, where he said, okay, they had an opportunity there. Maybe Deron Bland probably had a ball at the end zone. Maybe go through his hands a little bit in a contested catch type situation. But not a lot of them. And that defense, and you could see it, Joe. You were there live.
They were locking them down, Baldy.
That defense is fast, Baldy.
They were good.
But they're fast. That defense is fast. Van Der Esch, Parsons, Tank. Lawrence. Go to Donovan Wilson. They're fast. It's a fast defense.
Is Philly's defense as fast as Dallas defense from what you saw this year?
No. They're not as fast. They're more powerful up front. That's the best defensive line in football. And
the Eagles?
They're 8 deep.
Yeah, the Eagles.
That's the best.
Okay.
I'm not knocking the 49ers, but that's the best defense line in football.
Okay.
The 49ers don't have an inside presence the way the Eagles have, and Javon Hargrave and Fletcher Cox. And when they put Brandon Graham in there, they've got 6 legitimate guys that can beat you one-on-one or can just crush you from anywhere. So they'll see a better defensive front, but they won't see a faster defense than what they just saw on Sunday.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 Game. Joins us every single Tuesday at 7:30. Going over to the defense. Look, Bosa was quiet. So what does that mean? 54 has to step up. And I thought Fred Warner Jr. in a spectacular season. He's played like the best linebacker in football. I thought Sunday against the Cowboys, Baldy, was his finest hour. He was everywhere. He comes up with the big interception. He's communicating. He's calling the defense. Just when you thought you run out of adjectives to describe Fred Warner Jr.'s performance, you can't. You got to add more to it because Sunday he was just phenomenal.
You know, for all 49er fans, I hope you just listen to this. Like, just don't take Fred Warner for granted. Just don't take him for granted, Joe. You know, I see the reaction. Like, because it can be easily done because he's there every single Sunday, every single year, every single play. But you can't take this guy for granted. The interception off the tip by Jimmy Ward, like, I don't know. The reaction, that it's not even a second of reaction time, and the ball's in his hands. The play where he's disguised in the defensive line, and then they bring the blitz, and he goes and takes CeeDee Lamb down the middle of the field. Huh. Like that play, like not everybody, a lot of teams have that blitz look, that kind of, show me something, do something else, like that type of trap right there. But not everybody can run with CeeDee Lamb like that. Like, just the skill set, just every single play, how you can be so locked in and get everybody lined up so nobody else is making a mistake. Like, the guy is just beyond special.
Why are okay? Because this is like me and B talk about running backs mattering, right? Like we believe running backs matter, right? Yeah. Especially when you get this deep in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I feel like linebacker is another one that's so undervalued. And I look at Fred Warner and what he brings to the table. He never misses games. He brings intensity, and you can't take him off the field in terms of scheme, right? He's there with their base. He's there in your nickel, your dime, and he can cover anywhere. He doesn't miss tackles. And then there's just this intelligence. You saw him and Dak going at it pre-snap, and he's pointing and he's shaking. And it's just like, he brings so much to the table. Why don't we appreciate it as football fans as much as we used to?
That's a good question, because, if that was, if his name was Ronnie Lott, we'd all be wearing his jersey. Exactly. But he's Ronnie Lott.
Right.
He's like the 21st century Ronnie Lott. That's who he is. Like, the impact that he has on the field, in the locker room, at practice, but just that burning intensity.
Yes.
He doesn't take a play off. Mm-hmm. He's never out of position. Like, he's like, there's a great play where he takes, before Pollard got hurt, where he tackles Pollard for a loss, so for a 2-yard loss. And on the play, Armstead, it's a design blitz, but Armstead is grabbing Zach Martin. I mean, technically it's a hold.
It's the old Justin Smith.
Called, but everybody does it. The umpire's, behind in the offense, so they don't see it anymore. But, like, it's a design play where Armstead holds Zach Martin. He can't come off on the combo block, and Fred just shoots it. Like, he just trusts that Eric's going to do it. He's going to do his job, and he's going to go make the play. And, like, that's probably Fred's call. It's probably Fred's call to make. It's just an instinct. Okay, Pollard's in the backfield. It's first down. Let's go give him a 2-yard loss to get him in 2nd and 12. Just make it more difficult. Like, there's probably so many things just like that we can't even see that would make you even appreciate him even more. But he's Ronnie Lott right now is what he is.
Wow. He's been unbelievable for the 49ers, starting with his first game that you always discuss, Baldy, when he was up in Minnesota wearing number 48 with the green dot helmet. Fred Warner Jr., special linebacker. I think 49er fans appreciate him, but I think all football have seen what number 54 can do with all the primetime games the Niners play. Baldy, going back over to the offense. Last week was talking to Joe, saying, George Kittle hasn't had that signature moment yet in the playoffs. It's been a very good run blocker, and everybody loves run blocking, but the casual fan will say, well, what about the catches? What about the yards? We came up with 5 big catches and 95 yards, and I thought that was George Kittle's signature moment so far in his postseason career.
Yeah, I agree with you, Bonte. And, the good thing is, I don't think it matters to anybody in that locker room who's wearing a hat that day. Mm-hmm. Like, George got the opportunities. The throw, the first throw that you're talking about, Joe, the seam route. Not everybody can make that throw. But, George is he's a dynamic player. Like, he's already been in the podium talking about coming to Philadelphia and what it's like. Like, he knows, like, bring it. Like, the mentality of that team is, okay, the louder, the more vicious, the crazier the atmosphere. Like, they're just going to feed off it. Now, you got to handle the atmosphere. You got to handle everything. But to your point, Bonte, I agree. Like, the one-handed catch is just, it's
right.
I said it when he did it. Like, just bump that straight to his resume reel. Make sure you see that, forever. Like, people should see that catch.
Right.
Because it was a great moment. And when you get 30-yard chunk plays in any drive, you almost always score.
Yeah.
It might be a field goal, but you almost – because if you go back in the huddle after that 30-yard catch and you're on the other side of the 50, you're like, okay, like we're going to score on this drive. We're not down here in the end zone, listening to the crowd or anything. Like, we're here on the other side of the 50. The mentality is we're going to score on this drive when you get chunk plays. That's why they're so important. Cowboys had a hard time getting them. They got one. The whole day, they got one.
CD had that sweet catch. I mean, that was an incredible catch.
They miss Amari, but CD's an incredible player. That guy is just tougher than shoe leather, man.
They need another weapon on the opposite side of CD Lamb in Dallas, no doubt about it. But Philadelphia does have other weapons outside of A.J. Brown. That's Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert.
I'm worried.
This challenge that the Niners defense will face in this Eagles offense, very good offensive line. Maybe the best offensive line in football. They've got 3 running backs. We've got a quarterback who can run and throw. They've got 3 dynamic pass catchers in that passing game. What's the biggest? What do the Niners need to do to keep themselves in the game? Do you shut down the run? Do you double bracket A.J. Brown? How do you defend this Eagles offense?
One guy makes that whole thing go, and that's Jalen Hurts. Like, he's just a special person, and he's a special player. And he's difficult to defend. Like, last week, the Giants had no answer. Now, the Giants, in talking to guys on the Eagles, like, they looked exhausted. They had a day short. They left it up in Minnesota. They were tired. They were a tired team. And, all those guys that made plays the week before, Dexter Lawrence, like, they didn't do anything. They got just their, drilled into the dirt. But Jalen Hurts makes that go because he is so dynamic. If you give him a lane, he's going to take it. And I said this. I remember I was doing a game when he was at Alabama, Texas A&M. They were both undefeated. Alabama A&M. They were both 6-0. Myles Garrett's chasing, Jalen Hurts all over the field that day. And I said during the broadcast then, this is probably 7 years ago, I said, I don't know how fast Jalen Hurts is, but he's faster than everybody else on the field. Wow. And when I watch Jalen, I never see Jalen Hurts ever get caught, ever. Like, he's as fast as he needs to be, and he's under control. And the guy doesn't blink. He's difficult into getting to him to make an error, but that's a challenge for the 49ers, is you've got to get Jalen Hurts to make mistakes. However you do it, whether it's blitzes or schemes, or you got to make him miss, because otherwise, if he just stays on point, he's going to make plays. Like, I think he's the best deep ball thrower in the NFL. People could challenge me on that, but I've watched him throw 52 plays over 20 yards down the field to A.J. and Devontae and to Goddard. Like, he has got an excellent touch on the deep ball.
Yeah, Baldy, I want to squeeze a couple in here before you get out of here because there's so much to get into. What happened with Bosa this week? It felt like him and Tyron Smith was a gladiator matchup. I mean, I haven't seen a tackle hold up the way that he did. I mean, he dropped Bosa to his knees on numerous occasions. I've never seen that before.
Well, he's got the strongest vice grips of anybody in the league. I mean, Tyron Smith gets your hands on you, it's over. I don't care if your name is Bosa or not. Like, he's got the strongest grips. I mean, I've literally seen him. Like, it almost looks like a superhero, like, cartoon. I've seen him literally pick guys up off the ground with his grips. Like, he's a forklift. So, and then, but Nick is also comes off the ball the lowest of any player in the league. And so if you got these vice grips pushing on you and you're trying to turn the corner, you're going to end up, like, face planting. And that's what he did a couple of times. I think, but I don't know if he's wearing down. I don't know. But, he wasn't great. He's got a different rush. I think Lane Johnson knows this. I think the Eagles know this. But he's different on the right side than he is on the left side. On the right side, it's almost always speed to power. On the right side, he's almost like his brother. It's like a two-hand swipe, and he's flipping his hips, and he's turning a corner. So I feel like you got to know, Nick, right side versus left side, and what you're going to get from either side. And I'm sure the Eagles are studying that, and getting ready for it. Lane Johnson is battling through a torn abdomen muscle right now. Played the whole game the other day. He's challenged a little bit. I think the 49ers know all about it, but it'd be interesting to see how he handles power. He didn't get that from Kayvon Thibodeau on Sunday.
Yeah. Baldy, they have to unlock CMC and Debo. It felt like whether personnel, scheme, Dan Quinn, I don't know what happened. I'd love your breakdown on that. But McCaffrey did make one play that stuck out to me. He caught one in between two defenders sandwiching him, and I turned to the guy next to me. I don't know how many wide receivers make that play, let alone running backs in the league. But how do they unlock those guys this week?
The play, Joe, was a 3rd and 7.
Oh, it was a huge catch.
Big first down.
Huge catch.
He got 7.5 yards.
Yes.
And they squeezed it perfectly. The Cowboys,
right.
Like, that wasn't I don't think that was the primary. But, they got it to McCaffrey. And his hands, sometimes for a receiver, your eyes have to be as fast as your hands. Like, I think he saw it so fast. That's why his hands are able to react so fast. But you're right. I don't know that a lot of guys could catch that ball in traffic. Because if you allow it to hit your body and trap it, it's too late.
Yep.
It's going to get deflected.
What did they do? Was it more Dan Quinn and what he knew when it comes to Shanahan? Was it their personnel? What's transferable to Philly? Why did McCaffrey and Debo not get open? Why were the running lanes clogged? Walk me through the offense for the 49ers and how it compares week to week from Dallas to Philly.
Well, they ran the ball a lot better in the second half, Joe.
Okay.
They did not run the ball well in the first half at all. But you saw them really lean on the run game. And I saw a sideline shot of McCaffrey and Juice. And they had the tablet, and Juice has got the pen out and he's telestrating something about the look. And I felt like from that moment, that was late in the second quarter, that shot in the sideline. And I felt like there was something that they had to do in-game adjustment-wise. I'm trying to figure out what it was that allowed them to pierce. They had Hankins in there. They had Watkins. They went big up front, bigger, wider bodies to move. But I felt like, the running lanes got a lot bigger and more frequent in the third quarter and the fourth quarter where they really got into a running game. And they were able to really get some first downs. And I felt like something that they were looking at, they adjusted on the fly themselves to kind of get that running game going.
Baldy, before we get you out of here, a couple quick ones here. You mentioned the Eagles' powerful front on the defensive line. How can the Niners attack that defense? We just talked about how the run game, the Cowboys did a great job for the first 3 quarters. Can the Niners run the ball on this Eagles front? What's their weakness? Is it the linebackers?
Well, they're the only team. They're the only team in the league that plays a 5-man defensive front. So, and they do it a lot. And it's not just first down. So you have to, if you can run against the 5-man front, you're going to have just one linebacker and dime type safeties that you can get to if you get through the front. So, they've got a variety of guys that will play on top of Brendel at center right there. But that's something that they have to prepare for this week. Now, however you do it, the 49ers love to pull their tackles and guards and power type situations. They had some success. That's how they scored a touchdown run with McCaffrey on a counter tray right there. They did a great job of sealing Kittle. Kittle did a great job on Parsons on that play. But so you've got one of the game plan situations is, do the 49ers try to run against it, or do they just say, we got to throw it against it? Now you got 5 one-on-ones.
Right.
So if, whether it's McGlinchey or, Banks, if somebody loses the one-on-one, your quarterback's going to be under duress.
Right.
Okay. So or if you run against it and you beat the front, you might have a long way to go. Like last week, Saquon Barkley had a 39-yard run. All right. Now, he only got one of them, but they were out of position in that run. They didn't fit it right. And the thing opened wide open. And I don't think McCaffrey, Mitchell, if they do that against the 49ers, they're going to gash them right away. So, they Richie James ran a deep over against that 5-man front, and nobody covered him.
And he dropped it.
Went off his fingertips. Could have been a touchdown.
I've seen that before.
But it's 28-14 if he catches that.
Yes.
Right. And all of a sudden, there might be a little bit of a game. So, they're not perfect. Now, they've got a great secondary. You look at Slay, you look at Bradbury, you look at Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. They are great cover guys. And Slay wants nothing more. I mean, I know how this guy is wired. Like, he is a great guy. He's a great teammate. He's fun to talk to. But I know Slay. He wants nothing more than to pick Purdy. Like, he wants, give me Debo, give me Ayuk. I want to man up these guys, and I want one. Like, he wants one so bad I can hear him. I can hear him just like like not sleeping at night.
Baldy, we're heading to Philadelphia this weekend, Joe and I. We're going to the 215. I've been there before, but never been to an Eagles game. What are we getting ourselves into? Because there's a lot of smack talk going on the East Coast.
I'm facing a 5-man front.
You know, Shasky's already asked for security.
Well, let me just say right now. Let's start with the dress code. Joe, don't wear that jersey.
Oh, I am
to do your show.
I am.
You are. Okay.
I'm going to wear my red coat.
Like, do you have big bodyguards?
No.
That follow you around.
He's got me, Baldy. He's got me, Baldy.
You come to Philly with bodyguards.
I would love for you to be my offensive lineman, and I can be your Brock Purdy, and we can go in there together.
All right. Where are you guys set up at? You set up at the Link?
Yeah, we're set up at the Link. We're staying downtown, Broad Street, by Center City. We'll hit up the Sixers game on Saturday.
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic and Embiid, Denver versus Philly. We'll wear our Niners gear to Wells Fargo Center. Big game, right? Then we'll go to Mitchell and Ness, get some gear.
Yep.
And then Sunday, we're going to have a big breakfast, and we're going in. Right now, we got 5 roasters on the trip. 5 roasters coming. There's more coming to Philadelphia. I know it. We're going to be out there. Baldy, how can we not wear our gear? We have to wear our gear in Philly.
I'm just saying, like, the level of abuse that you are going to take rivals anything you ever saw at Candlestick between the Raiders and the 49ers.
Wow.
Like, it's coming.
Verbal or physical?
It could be both. Like, you know, you could get egged. Like, there's things that can happen. I've seen, I remember, in fact, I remember the 49ers and the Eagles on a Monday night. I remember Dana Stubblefield was like the star defensive player
4 sacks that game,
But I remember literally them sending, they were shooting off like Roman candles inside the stadium. Like at 49er fans, they were shooting them off. Wow. Like I've never seen, it looked like a soccer match in South America. You know, like all they needed was 49er flags running around, you know, the stadium back then.
Wow. Well, so we're going into...
You're going into the Hornets' Nest.
Yeah.
Baldy?
There's no other place.
I think
you
you just
go to
scared
Buffalo.
Shasky.
Buffalo fans welcome all the fans.
Right.
You go to Green Bay. You come to Philly now, it's a war zone.
Baldy.
I think Shasky just canceled his flight.
No, I did not. I was made for this. Let's go.
Baldy, we'll talk to you next Tuesday. Or we may be in the hospital calling you on the cell phone or something.
You got it, guys.
All right, Baldy.
Like John Kent said to his son Clark Kent, something special is destined for you. I just don't know what it is yet, son. Injury report time.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Baldy might have been a double agent. He knows those Philadelphia Eagles very, very well. But you know what? I'm going in my Niner gear.
Yeah, bro, I'm wearing my red coat, my throwback Bill Walsh, the long red coat that I've got.
If you're scared, go to church.
You know? And I'll just clean it when I'm back after they throw eggs at me. And by the way, if you're throwing eggs at people, pretty low, especially if it's costing you $8 a dozen.
Well, the fact that they let people walk in these games with eggs says a lot about Philadelphia. But you know what? I don't give a damn. I'm going to my Niners gear. I'm not scared of anything. I'm not scared of the Link. And you know what? I feel good about the Niners run game this week. 5-man front? Really? Kyle Shanahan had 3 notable injuries to announce yesterday. Defensive lineman Charles Omenihu is dealing with an oblique strain. I don't like that. Both running backs were hobbled a bit after Sunday's game. Christian McCaffrey was slowed with a calf contusion. I don't like that. While Elijah Mitchell suffered a groin injury in Sunday's game. Did you know that? Groin injury for Elijah Mitchell, calf contusion for McCaffrey?
Yeah, the McCaffrey one I saw told you he had like a little limp at the end.
All are currently listed as day-to-day. However, Shanahan added he is not concerned with either player's ability in the NFC title game against the Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Curzon, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Coming up next, your phone calls, 888-957-9570. If you're on hold, stay on hold, 888-957-9570. Do you fear the Eagles? Honestly. Why are people so shook about the Philadelphia Eagles? We've been here before. If you're scared, go to church. Don't watch the game on Sunday.
Because the remix hurts.
Secrets, cover-ups, and strange phenomena.
UFOs and ideas that challenge reality itself.
My name is George Knapp. I dig into news stories that others can't or won't.
I'm Jeremy Corbell, and for some reason, people tell me things they probably shouldn't. And this is Weaponized. Follow and listen to Weaponized, a presentation of Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Dark Horse Entertainment, and Cadence 13 Studios. Available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your shows.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here to talk about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. You've probably heard by now the IRS is receiving $80 billion to increase enforcements and audits of individuals and small business owners. If that news worries you, if you have years of unfiled tax returns, or if you are already receiving notices from the IRS or the Franchise Tax Board, then you need to contact Kugelman Law at sftaxteam.com. I know the team at Kugelman Law. I've met with them, and I know how approachable and down-to-earth they are, even when discussing major tax problems. They strive to provide effective and efficient resolutions to all your tax and crypto needs while offering straightforward and transparent pricing. So visit sftaxteam.com to schedule your consultation today to get a fair and honest assessment of your tax and crypto needs. That's sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
I'm here at the Big Game headquarters. Total Wine and More, scoring huge savings on the perfect bourbon. Local craft beer.
Forgetting something?
Oh, yeah. Cabernet, seltzers, and so many low prices.
Valentine's Day is right after.
Whoa, new game plan.
You got this. Total Wine can help you score the perfect bubbly, too.
Thank you. I would have been so...
You sure would have.
Your Big Game headquarters. Love what you find, always at the lowest price. Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed. And a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Rian Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming January 26th, only on Peacock.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time.
Oh, baby, we have officially turned the page on the Dallas Cowboys. How about them Cowboys hanging out in Mexico? How about them Cowboys hanging out in Mexico right now as they cleaned out their lockers yesterday? Bye-bye to them. Hello to the Philadelphia Eagles as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is up? If you're getting ready for work, what is up? Teachers, students, cops, CHP officers, bakers, longshoremen, electricians, plumbers, janitors, you know it. Good morning to you all as we get ready for the NFC title game. The third time the Niners in the last 4 years have been in an NFC title game, but this time it may be their toughest challenge yet, playing the high-flying, explosive Philadelphia Eagles in Philly. It's going to be cold. They're cocky. They think the game will be over by halftime. They got another thing coming.
You know, let's pause for a second on the NFC Championship appearance. Third time in 4 years. Third time for Shanahan in the 3 playoff appearances. Harbaugh, at least in the last 20-something years, is kind of the gold standard for excellence for coaching for the 49ers, right?
Yeah.
Prior to what we're experiencing with Shanahan right now. And I don't want to do the whole, like, measurement tape and this and the other, but I'm so impressed with how they've done it each time. Like in 2019, coming up out of nowhere, rising from the ashes of how bad the roster was for many years. We had zero expectations heading into that year. I mean, we wanted to make the playoffs, but nobody knew what they'd be. They were amazing, and they suffocated the other NFC opponents, and they obviously made their way into the Super Bowl. Fourth quarter notwithstanding, they had Kansas City where they needed them. Last year, Bonte getting in by the skin of their teeth, if you will, and then finding a way to fight through Dallas, fight through Green Bay. Very impressive. And then to fall short in the fourth quarter, it's like,
Yeah, I don't want to do that because Harbaugh.
No, I'm not comparing. What I'm saying is I think this year, I feel the most satisfaction getting this far in comparison to the other 3 chips during Shanahan's, because it seemed so improbable the second Jimmy went down, after Trey had gone down earlier, after everything. I did not think that they would be in this position. Well, and it has nothing to do with the Mr. Irrelevant portion. It's third-string quarterback portion.
Yeah, and the season's not over yet.
I know it's not.
We got a long time to wax poetic on the great job Shanahan has done over the last 4 years. We could go back to Harbaugh and what he did in 2011 and the last run they made. They had to win 3 playoff games on the road, and they almost did that.
Yeah.
They won in Green Bay, 0-degree weather. They go to Carolina, who had a bye week, and Cam Newton was playing like Superman. And they go to Carolina, have some goal line stands and events to the NFC title game. And, of course, we know what happened in Seattle, but it's about the now. We can look back at Shanahan's run the last 4 years. We can talk about it. Look, in his 8 playoff games as head coach, you can make the argument he's had the inferior quarterback in 7 of those 8 games.
That's incredible.
All right? First playoff game against Minnesota, Kirk Cousins. Shanahan wanted Kirk Cousins.
Yeah,
a lot of people will take Kirk Cousins over Jimmy Garoppolo.
He opined at a press conference
during the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
During the Super Bowl week.
I know.
Aaron Rodgers, NFC title game. You'll say he's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. 2020, last year, Jimmy Garoppolo goes to Dallas. You probably will take Dak over Jimmy Garoppolo. You'll take Aaron Rodgers over Jimmy Garoppolo. You'll take Matt Stafford over Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yes.
You may take Dak over Brock Purdy.
Maybe in 10 years we look at it differently, but yes, right now I would.
Right now.
Yes, I think I think that take off your lenses.
You would take Dak
You're
over
taking
Brock
Dak
Purdy.
over Purdy, sight unseen. Yes, most people are. Yeah, I agree with you.
And Geno and Purdy's a wash. It's almost a wash.
And I'm sure there are a lot of people that are going to lean in both directions, but I might lean Geno. But yes, I will take your wash.
You can make the argument that in all 8 playoff games Shanahan has coached, he's had the inferior quarterback.
That's crazy.
So that, to me, is one of the most impressive attributes that he's had during the playoffs. Now, play calling, showing that killer, I thought he did Sunday. I thought he did Sunday against the Cowboys at the second to last drive in which the Niners ate up 8 minutes off the clock. He threw the ball on first down. He threw the ball empty set on 3rd and 2 multiple times on that drive.
That was the most. You want to talk about trust? The T word? That to me was the most telling portion of his trust in Brock Purdy right there.
All right. So not only that. So then you get the last drive and he throws it on first down. That's why when Baldy's talking about the 5-man front that Philadelphia runs with their defensive linemen, I like that. I like that a lot. Shanahan can get creative against his defensive front and get against those linebackers. And I like the running backs for the 49ers against their linebackers every single day of the week and twice on Sunday. That's their strength. If they want to go one-on-one with George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, and Brandon Ayuk, will be my guest. They can be beat. Brock Purdy just has to continue to play mistake-free football. Philadelphia doesn't know what's coming to them. They think this is going to be a walk in the park. The way they talk, I'm telling you, Shasky, the way they talked on their airways, and we're going to get Angelo Cataldi from WIP 94. He's going to be on with us Thursday at 7:20. He was chirping. Their callers were chirping. Everybody's saying this game is going to be over by halftime.
How would you describe Angelo Cataldi to, let's say, my wife?
He's the voice of Philadelphia.
Okay.
He's the guy in Philadelphia. He rides with the birds. He talks to the birds. He talks to their head coach every single week. He is Philadelphia. He is their fan.
Is he their king of media?
Well, I don't know who the king is here. But he is their king of media. It's not Howard Eskin.
Howard's got more of a Lowell Cone feel to him.
The Giants suck.
What does that mean?
Well, like he's kind of like, I think he sees himself, and I don't mean this as a knock to Lowell, but like everyone's zagging, Lowell's zigging. You know what I mean? And I feel like Howard isn't necessarily like one with the people.
Right.
He's more like, I'm going to tell you why you're wrong or why you're right. Like, I don't know. It's just a little different.
No doubt.
And I don't mean that as a knock on Lowell. I meant like old school journalists.
Yeah.
Like, I don't root for these teams.
Right. He's an old school guy, though. He rides with the Eagles.
Where it feels like Cataldi's
coaches.
More of the man of the people.
Yeah, he's a man of the people.
Exactly.
He challenges
you
coaches.
get the difference that I'm trying to make?
No doubt. No doubt. So we're going to talk to him at 7:20 because I listened to their show coming in to our show, and it pissed me off.
Was it better than ours?
Move. Hell no.
How many people is on that show?
Three people.
Are on that show?
Yeah, 3 people.
3 people?
Yeah.
3-man weave?
3-man weave.
And maybe there's a woman, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So he needs 3, huh?
By the way, has K. Scott returned your text?
No, not yet. I'm not seeing anything here. Let me just double check it. Nope. Not.
See, I'm looking at her timeline. There's a lot of Fly Eagles Fly on that timeline.
Hey, man, she's moved on.
Kate Scott.
To Philly. I don't knock,
Hey, come on now.
She's going to be behind enemy lines for quite some time.
As Tyler Miller says, she's the ops now.
Tyler Miller.
We need ops. We need ops to help us get into Philadelphia. All right? Let's go to the calls, man. I'm fired up about this game. They're talking Niner fans. You thought Cowboy fans were chirping last week? We knew they were delusional. We knew they were going to walk out sad, and we're going to be singing, na, 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 hey, 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 goodbye. We knew that was happening. When I get to sing that song in Philadelphia on Sunday to those Eagle fans walking out the link, I can't wait for that. I can't wait for that. The cockiness from the East Coast, man, it's really bothering me this morning. Let's go to Mark in Oakland. Mark, what's happening? You're on the road.
Hey, Mark.
Hello?
What's up, Mark?
Hello.
What's up with it? This is Marcus, man.
What up, Marcus?
What's up, Marcus?
Ain't too much, man. Ain't too much. I just heard a little bit of what's going on. Shaq, you worried?
No, I ain't worried. It's all part of the bit. You know that.
Bruh. Come on, man. I'm going to be there.
Let's go.
Let's go, Mark.
Where are we linking up?
Wait, this Marcus Bosworth?
Yeah.
What's up, Marcus? Hey, you know what? Marcus is in the section next to me, and I met him at Jerry's
Did
World last year.
Did you just turn Hood on me in the middle of the segment?
Hey, my guy was at Jerry's World last year. He said, hey, Bonte, what's up, man? I'm a roaster. And we were out there screaming, we're going to Lambeau. Then I saw him out there. Every time there was a first down, I look over, Marcus is repping, standing up the whole damn game, and he's coming to Philadelphia with us. What's up, Marcus?
Oh, my God.
Man, ain't too much, man. We finna mob up there, man.
Let's go.
When you getting out there?
5 of us going, man. We going.
When you get out there to Philly?
I'm going to be out there Saturday at 2:30.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Hey, Marcus, did you notice how Bonte introduced you all normal? And then the second he found out you were that Marcus, he jumped into the phone booth, came out like Hoodman instead of Superman, and he was ready to go?
Hey, man, you got to be a chameleon, man.
There we go. Hey, Marcus, these Philly fans are talking a little too much for my liking, man. They're talking a little too much for my liking. They're starting to bother me. Dude.
Man, hey, Trevor, bro, we y'all had to come up in there loud, flamed up, ready to go.
I'm so ready.
49er gang.
Let's go.
Let's go, Marcus. I'll see you in Philly.
Is 40 Water going?
Oh, you know 40 Water's going to be there.
First class 40?
First class 40. You know he's going to be there.
For sure he is.
By the way, it's just a random text, 415.
Okay.
Xfinity mobile text line. Hey, Bonte, did you go to Herbert Hoover Middle School? Why, yes, I did. Class of 96. She met a guy at the zoo Saturday named Alex, who is also a Herbert Hoover Hawk, but he came over and said, hey, Bonte, I'm a roaster.
Oh.
I love you and Chasky. I say, well, damn, Alex, I love you too. They're everywhere. They're everywhere, and they'll be in Philadelphia on Saturday and Sunday. Nobody's scared of Philadelphia. Oh, my God. They throw bottles and eggs at people.
I was looking into trying to get us to maybe have a dinner at the Philly Cricket Club. It's like one of the exclusive places that you can, go golfing at, and we've got some privileges that we can maybe swing some things and try to get a dinner. But I'm thinking now, like, maybe we got to go more local.
I think we got to go local. You go to Philly, you got to go local. Moses.
What's up, Moses?
San Jose. Moses, what's
Split
happening?
the Red Sea.
Moses.
Hey, guys, how you guys doing today?
What's up, baby? We're
I'm
good.
doing great.
Hey, Bonte, this kid, I listen to you guys every morning. I just want to tell you guys, man, you guys are the shit. Excuse my language.
We're the shiznit.
At least you said excuse me afterwards. Yeah. Those on the stream heard it.
It's not YouTube. A week that goes by on the Morning Roast where somebody just doesn't drop a bomb. I'm telling you, if the FCC paid attention to our little low-budget show,
just don't.
We would be out of gigs.
All right. You got your boy back here. Protection.
Update.
Deep safety.
Can we hit the update sounder?
Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Hit it, Spinoni.
95.
Straight from my text message. Dave's going to kill us for hitting the breaking sound on this. Ha! From Kate Scott. And now I hear from him. Let me see what I can do. Tongue out wink emoji. Regarding tickets to Nuggets Sixers. Let's go.
In our Niners gear. Let's go. See what happens? See what happens?
And I'm hitting her up with a Fly Eagles Fly, LFG.
Oh, why would you do that?
Just because you got to play the game.
Don't
butter her up.
Don't fake it. Don't fake it. Kate, we're coming out there in Niners gear, and we'll be singing Niners songs all night long. Don't give me no Bamber weed. All night long at Wells Fargo Center.
And then afterwards, everybody light your Vega.
And burn out our lungs. John in San Jose. John, what's happening?
Dude, those green leaves. Oh, my God. Very waxy.
A lot of people on YouTube think Kate's going to flake.
Hey, you know what?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, John.
What's up? Sorry, we're doing our thing here.
Sorry, John. We're in our bag right now.
We got a shout out for Kyle for switching this up. He's been having McDaniel's offense, and he started this season with kind of going with that. Jimmy says, hey, what's going on? And they went back to the old school smash mouth football, West Coast style, and it's gotten back on track. Of course, when McCaffrey came in, he galvanized the team. But now they've opened up the whole playbook, and you know what? Purdy's doing the job, getting it done, doing the point guard action. And so all we got to do is just have the war of the trenches and then just go beat up on Philly.
I think we will beat up on Philly.
I don't like that we said the McDaniels offense. Like, Shanahan's the one that's been creating this bad boy.
Yeah,
they're all running variations of him and his father's scheme. Mm-hmm. Like Zach Taylor. And then they've all obviously have their own spins on it. But, like, come on. Like, really?
Shanahan's play calling. Honestly, maybe a play here and there. I had more of an issue with his time management in that game against the Cowboys more than anything. I thought the play calling was fine. Dallas was flying around on defense. I thought he called a good offensive game plan. It was a good game plan for the Niners. They came out with a victory. I've been thoroughly impressed with Shanahan ever since that Kansas City Chiefs game. And even in the Chiefs game, I thought he called a damn good game. But Jimmy's throwing up lollipops in the red zone, giving the Chiefs extra possessions. That's not on Shanahan. That's on Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, the final sequence of the first half where they get the ball and it felt like they were like, we want to go, but we don't want to go. And then they waited till about 30 seconds to hit the deep crosser for Jennings. That felt like it took forever. And then they got the ball with 12 seconds. They run a play. Birdie throws it out to the left. Then they run another play. He's scrambling. And I'm thinking, dude, he's got to have the internal clock to be able to throw it away. He scrambles to the far side of the field and then throws to that side of the field. They got real lucky with the clock there. I wanted them to kick the field goal with 7 seconds just because I didn't want to chance it that you wouldn't get a field goal opportunity. So they got lucky. It ended up working out. Well, whatever, however you want to say it.
They got the field goal.
They were tempting fate there. I would have gone for the field goal with 7 seconds.
Also, nobody's talking about this either. Jake Elliott. I noticed the Eagles didn't kick I think it was a 55-yard field goal last week. They elected not to kick. Jake Elliott, how much confidence do the Eagles have in their kicker? Could come down to a kick.
Well, the Niners passed on an early field goal attempt to punt with Wisnowski, which I didn't agree with, and they really only gave up about 25
yards because Danny Gray wasn't able to down the ball. It was a good punt.
I know.
I get it. A lot of people were wondering, 55 yards for Robbie Gould. Jake Elliott, Robbie Gould could come down to kickers.
Also, Wisnowski got hit on that play, and they only showed the replay one time. But when I watched it back on TV, I understand because it looked like he kind of like
he flopped.
Basketball.
If he would just stay in there, not leaned in early, he may have got the flag.
Pereira said it would have been running into the kicker if anything, so it wouldn't even have been a first down. It would not have been roughing.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
But wasn't it like 3rd and 4?
I thought it was
like 3rd and 8.
Oh, was that far? Okay.
Got it. All right,
they were in no man's land. So, okay, that's a great situation. Because Robbie Gould, we know, like, 55-yarders are not his specialty.
Right.
But, like, inside 45, I feel like he's pretty money, especially in the cold. But those kind of situations where it's 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, that's where I'm yelling to Purdy, cut this in half.
Yeah.
You're kind of in go-for-it territory. Right. Cut this in half and make it 4th and 3.
Yeah, no
make
doubt.
it a more of a decision. Yep. When you're 4th and 8, 4th and 7, 4th and 9, I'm not going to go for it in those situations. But, like, I thought they would be a little more smart and, like, give me 3 or 4 yards here. Because you saw Dallas did that with CD, where they knew it was, I think it was 3rd and 9, and they said, we'll throw underneath.
Knowing that we're going to go for it. Yep. That's what everybody does. That's a smart football team.
Cutting it in half.
Some teams will run the ball on that 3rd and 8, and you're like, what the hell are you doing running the football? You pick up 5 yards knowing that it's a 2-play sequence. Sometimes teams will call 2 plays in a huddle saying, all right, we're going for it on 4th down. We're going to call a run first. We'll call the pass second. I like that situation. Look, but, San Jose Jazz fan, empty backfield on 3rd and short, really, Kyle? It worked out on the second to last drive. Empty backfield, 3rd and 2, boom, first down to Brandon Ayuk. 3rd and 7, empty backfield, boom, you hit McCaffrey. Like, it worked out for the 49ers last week. So I think Kyle Shanahan has done a good job of calling plays this postseason.
No, I think his play calling has been really good, and it did feel like there's certain situations, though, where I feel like he kind of gets crossed up between, should I be aggressive? Like the situational football
Time management, to me, is the one.
Well, he wants to have his cake and eat it, too. Yeah. I want to score here, but I definitely don't want to give the ball back to the Dallas Cowboys, like in that situation. And it's like, if you trust Purdy, which is where we're at, like we're talking about trust and trust. If you trust Purdy, you got to believe in him, and you got to trust your defense simultaneously that they'll get a stop.
I think he did that on Sunday. I think, if anything, we discussed this yesterday, the word trust. I walked out of that game saying, Kyle trusted the defense to keep him in the football game, and when it was nut-cracking time, when it's time to go put away the Dallas Cowboys, he trusted Brock Purdy in that offense to get first down, to eat up clock, and put that game away. Kyle Shanahan did. I think Shanahan has done a phenomenal job. Hell, since the bye week, when it was Operation 4-4, and they came out of that bye week, Shanahan, for the most part, I mean, if you want to talk about the Saints game, you want to bring up the Chargers game, okay, there's some outliers there. Shanahan, to me, has been dynamic with his play calling. He's been phenomenal as a head coach. That's why I think he may have jumped everybody for Coach of the Year.
Well, and we talk about trust, don't forget, we trust our partners at Boxer and Gerson who are sending us to Philadelphia. One of the things that I keep thinking about is he's done a great job in the 2-for-1s. You hear this in basketball. What is, he called it a wedgie? Is that what Tim Hardaway called it? A wedgie at the end of a sequence. Let's say there's 35 seconds left. We're going to get a shot off. They'll get a shot, and then we'll get 2 attempts as opposed to just the 1 attempt. He has done a great job scoring before halftime, getting the ball back, and scoring again.
It's the Bill Belichick double up.
And double up, exactly. And so, like, I think that in that situation, knowing that Dallas was getting the ball back, as I go back to the T word, the trust, he was trusting in his offense to score there late and not give them any time, and then hopefully pitch a shutout on the front end of that third quarter.
And you have to understand what type of football game you're going to be in. We knew early on that was going to be a fist fight.
Well, field goals
every
were at a
yard
premium.
was going to be hard to come by.
Yes.
So you understand what the game is. So you play the field position, you play the clock, and you just trust the process in that game. Let's go to Eric in Mission Valley. Eric in Mission Valley, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Where's Mission Valley?
Mission Valley's in San Diego.
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay. You're down to Dago.
Dope.
Nice.
Dope. What you got?
Oh, yeah. Well, the question that was posed was, what's something that your partner doesn't know? And recently I hung out with my girl and all of her friends, and I came to the conclusion that I got the ugly one.
Wait. You listen to the right show?
What the hell was it? How did he get through the
why did we
screener?
cut him? How
did he even get through you? Sam.
I don't know. I'm like doing several things back here, so I thought maybe I just didn't hear you guys pose that question. It's like
you just threw a Dak interception in the red zone.
I might have did, yeah.
I wanted to keep him on. I wanted to see where it was going.
I asked him, I was like, you sure you want to come on air and say this, dude? He's like, oh, no, I'm ready to do this. I'm like, all right, it's your funeral, I guess.
I didn't even get it. I think that was the joke, and then he was quiet after that.
Break.
I'm
Let's
Dr. Drew
break.
here at the Love Line late at night.
Let's break. I need a timeout after
What was that guy's name?
Eric in Mission Valley.
No. Was it Dr. Drew?
What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Pfizer. The Road to Glendale is brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office.
That was
Your
weird.
future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Christian McCaffrey continues to deliver on the field. But off the field, the superstar running back has to look his best, and that's with him wearing our favorite brand, Flag and Anthem. The best flannel shirts, the most versatile quarter zips, and they layer up with everything you've got in your closet. They've also got shirt jackets, hoodies, and durable jeans that Joe Spadoni's wearing right now, and he's bending down because they've got a hint of athletic stretch. Flag and Anthem makes premium quality clothes with an attention to detail at a fair price that we can all afford. In other words, the kind of clothes that will last you years. So head over right now to flagandanthem.com and use the code GAME, G-A-M-E, for 25% off your purchase. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Why have over 2 million people trusted their bath remodels to Bathfitter? When a normal day is anything but normal, we fit your schedule with our unique tub-over-tub process installed in just a day with no demolition. When high quality is the only quality that matters, we fit your standards. We've been remodeling baths for over 35 years, and every bath we install comes with a lifetime warranty. Get the bath you want in a day with quality that lasts a lifetime. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
This is the final week of the Manufacturers RV Show. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
In Livermore, another dry day, 58 and sunny.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
What are you doing?
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Steph Curry, I'll see you Wednesday against the Grizzlies. Talk about a fraudulent team. Huh. Let me get me started on those frauds.
With the Warriors?
The Grizzlies.
What can I say?
Warriors will be fine. Yeah, I watched the fourth quarter back yesterday again, and they're going to be fine. They'll be fine. I got complete confidence in the Golden State Warriors. Memphis Grizzlies, we keep talking about, oh, man, the West is our. We ain't worried about the West.
Where is John? Can you give me 30 seconds on the Warriors for right now? 30 seconds. We'll go right back into the Niners.
You want me to?
I listened to the Bob Myers, Steph Curry podcast on Bob's whatever. What's it
Bob's
called?
Podcast. I don't remember.
Whatever it's called. Anyway.
Bob Myers hosts his podcast, ESPN.
Anybody who thinks that Steph Curry and Bob aren't like in lockstep with what the decisions are and things like that, like,
of course.
Yeah, but the way people talk online about Bob's screwing this up, Lakeup is screwing up.
Listen, you got
people are out of their minds.
You got to have a little out of irrational fans out there who don't believe they're trying to win basketball games. Joe Lakers paying luxury tax. What is he paying? $400 million, $300? I lost count. And they're not trying. The Warriors will be fine. We'll get to the Warriors tomorrow when they play the Grizzlies. They got smoked last night in Sacramento, 133-100. Kings, they're offensive force, man. They play good offensive basketball. They opened the game 12 for 12 from the three-point line. I know Ja didn't play, Steven Adams didn't play, but the Grizzlies, anybody scared of the Grizzlies? They're like the Cowboys now. They're like the Cowboys of the NBA. Nobody's scared of the Grizzlies. The Memphis Grizzlies? Championship threats, please.
And thus concludes our NBA talk for today.
Oh, man, the Grizzlies. Frauds. This segment is brought to you by the Road to Glendale, West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Shout out to Boxer and Gerza sending you boys to Philadelphia.
Thank you.
Shout out to Kate Scott for working out tickets for us for Saturday's game between the Nuggets and Sixers. Like how I look ahead, the first thing I do when I travel is there a game being played? True story.
Okay.
We'll get to the lines in just a second. 888-957-9576.
You got a story to tell, Big Papa?
Oh, I got a story to tell.
Okay.
Cuba.
What are y'all talking
Ed
to?
and I are in Cuba. Havana, Cuba. Right?
Uh-huh.
I'm thinking, man, what's going on in Cuba?
Okay.
Realized that the USA Olympic baseball team was playing a game in Cuba one of those days at their Cubano Stadium. They were playing the Cuban national team.
Okay.
There was like one dude on USA I recognized. But I was like, Anna, let's go to this baseball game.
Now I need to know who that one dude was.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I think I went to Cuba 2018. Was it
Okay.
2018?
Okay, keep going. Keep going.
Get to the stadium. They canceled the game because it was too hot, and they were playing the game the next morning. So I didn't get to go. But that just shows you how your boy is wired. Oh, there's a baseball game in Havana, Cuba? Let's go to the stadium. I want to experience a baseball game in Cuba.
Wow.
So, scouting out Sixers and Nuggets. Sixers, Nuggets on a Saturday before Niners and Eagles? Yeah, I'm with that. Let's get to the lines. That concludes my Cuban story. You're not impressed. Will Michelle let you go check out a baseball game in Cuba?
I'm in awe.
Will Michelle let you go to a game in Cuba?
Would she let me go to a game in Cuba?
She probably wouldn't.
I mean, why wouldn't? What's wrong with? Yeah, I don't see what the big deal is.
All right.
She enjoys a good event.
All right.
As long as they're having a good time, she's got no problem with that.
All right. Just wanted to be out there with my Cuban people.
It's
just a baseball. Let's go to.
She does not want to do any more Little League baseball games though because they last like 3 hours and they're just horrible. She hates going to my Little League baseball
games are fun.
No,
not horrible.
They last way too long. One kid can't throw strikes, the next kid can. It's a bunch of strikeouts. No one's swinging the bat. It's very boring. The games take forever.
You said it, not me. Shout out to the San Bruno Little League. They play some good baseball out there. That's a good Little League.
Name one person in that Little League.
They play good baseball. Oh, I know kids.
Shout out John Bologna, one of the great umpires of the San Bruno Little League.
Shout out to the Wardells.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Sausalito Shasky, go away. Chris is Sausalito. What's happening?
Sausalito. Sushi Ron.
Jeez.
My spot.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up,
baby? Hey, good morning. Y'all Eagles fan in San Francisco. Fly, Eagles, fly, baby. I was curious on your guys' take. If the Eagles win the game, how are they going to do it? If the 49ers are going to win the game, how are they going to do it?
How are the Eagles going to do it? You're an Eagles fan. How are you guys going to beat the Niners?
Yeah, what is this? Ask us questions?
Yeah, well, you tell me, Eagles fan. How are you going to win the game?
Okay, the Eagles going to win. Jalen Hurts going to throw for 300 yards. Brown's going to score 2 touchdowns. Cal Goddard a touchdown. And Sanders going to run for 100 yards.
Oh, wow. So it's just going to be an offensive explosion then for you guys.
I hope so, man. I mean, you guys got a great defense. You guys got a really, really good defense. But I just think that unless you guys get the run game going, I think the time of possession will hurt you guys. And I think, I trust Jalen Hurts a lot more than I trust Brock Purdy.
All right.
I mean, Brock Purdy has more playoff wins right now than Jalen Hurts, but I hear what you're saying.
It's true.
I know quarterback wins isn't a stat, but they've played the same amount of playoff games,
By
too.
the way, some breaking news here. Charles Omenihu arrested after domestic violence allegation in San Jose. Charles Omenihu arrested. Domestic violence allegation in San Jose. It's per Cam Emmon of the Mercury News, of course, our 95.7 Game insider. Oh, he was released after posting bail. Oh, he stays in Santana Row. Wow, they just put all his business in the street. Let's go to Gabe in Pittsburgh. Gabe, what's happening? You're on the roast.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing, man?
What's up, baby?
So, let's talk about the Eagles and Niners, man. You think that amazing defense can stop that mobile quarterback, man? Because, I agree that defense is going to shut down Jalen Hurts, So that's just, what do y'all think?
Well, I think that Dak did a really good job with his legs to make plays last week, and I worry that they are way more dynamic across the board with their skill position guys, and I can't believe I'm saying I trust Jalen Hurts way more than Dak Prescott in a big game.
Yeah, no doubt. I do too.
Even though I know most people are going to say, well, the college football is not the NFL. Okay, but like I've still seen him do it many times, and I trust in him.
Just Jalen protects the football. Going back to Alabama, going back to Oklahoma, Jalen knows how to protect the football.
Yeah.
He doesn't fumble. He doesn't throw, I know he got benched in that national championship game against Georgia. He just didn't have it. He was a little inaccurate. That's one thing. Can you get Jalen Hurts off his spot? Can you disrupt his timing of those deep shots? Because Philadelphia will take about 6 deep shots a game. They got no problem going down the sideline, one-on-one coverage, and giving their wide receivers a chance to make a play. So can you get Jalen Hurts off his spot? And can you disrupt that timing that he has with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith on the edges? That is a big key. That's why Charles Omenihu is going to play. You don't like to see this stuff during the big week.
Well, you don't. You don't have to see this anytime. I mean, if we're being honest,
anytime.
You don't want to see this anytime.
No doubt.
Push this to the side because we don't know any of the facts. We don't know any of the stuff. Just throw it to the side. Let me ask you about Drake Jackson. When we were walking around the parking lot, I said, dude, Drake Jackson inactive again. What's going on there? I thought he showed some promise. I know he has just the spin move right now because he's really young. Like, what's going on there?
I don't know.
He was your first pick in the draft, even though not a first rounder, a late second rounder, and I thought he showed a lot of promise.
Yeah, that's a question for an insider because I have no idea. I haven't been at practice. I haven't been down to the meeting rooms. I haven't been down to the pressers. I don't know what the hell's going on with Drake Jackson.
Because I like him as a player, and I feel like he's kind of the odd man out right now, and I don't know why.
He's the odd man out, and do you really want to bring him back against Lane Johnson?
Well, we don't know what's going to happen with Charles, but, like, you don't have a lot of options, B.
Charles Omenihu's having a great season.
He is.
Wow, you hate to see this. Police officers were called to Omenihu's home in the 300 block of Santana Row at 4:39 p.m. for a report of domestic violence. Upon arriving, a woman told officers that Omenihu is her boyfriend and that he pushed her to the ground during an argument. A police news release stated that the woman complained of arm pain, but that officers did not observe any visible physical injuries and that she declined medical attention. Omenihu, who was still at the location when officers arrived, gave a statement to police and was arrested on suspicion of misdemeanor domestic violence. Police also obtained an emergency protective order for the woman, and they served that on Omenihu. There's an ongoing investigation going on that will be presented to the Santa Clara County District Attorney for evaluation of possible charges. No additional details were released. So that is the latest on Charles Omenihu.
I mean, this obviously goes without saying. You don't put your hands on anyone, let alone a woman, when you're a man. And we don't know any of the specifics. I mean, yes, people can. There's a report, obviously. We don't have facts. We don't know what happens inside people's homes. Again, I don't want to victim shame, and I also don't want to jump to say that this guy did X, Y, and Z because we don't know. You're literally reporting what's... Yes, exactly.
Reported the news.
And I think jumping to any conclusions is foolish.
Yeah, no. This is what happened. I don't know what happened. We're just reading the report.
Yeah.
He was arrested on
it's certainly
suspicion
not
of
a good
misdemeanor
look.
domestic violence.
Yeah.
After police were called to his San Jose home, he was then released and after posting bail. And so we'll hear from Shanahan, I guess, tomorrow or maybe even later today. Who knows about this situation. Let's go to Jack in Walnut Creek. Jack, what's happening?
Jack.
You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Hey, I've never been out to the East Coast. I'm going to the game on Sunday. Never been to Lincoln Financial, and I got to know what the move is, fellas. I'm going to be representing Niner Nation out there. I'm a little nervous coming into enemy territory. I know you fellas are going to be out there. I'm sure it's going to be a squad, and just trying to see what's up.
So, I don't know what we're going to do in terms of meetups and all that. We got to kind of survey the land and then obviously figure out where the spots are.
Sunday morning, we'll make an announcement. We'll try to set something up. Jack, make sure you DM either Shasky or myself.
Insta.
Yeah, we'll figure something out. We want to get all the roasters.
I want to
build
get
everybody.
Portfolio.
Yeah, there you go.
I want to catch you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Want to get to that 5K, you know?
How many followers do I have?
I don't know. We got 6, 7?
I have no idea.
You're such a liar.
I have no idea,
Pinocchio.
dude. I don't look at my profile,
Your nose
man. I don't look at my profile.
The trees are just
I don't
growing.
look at it. I stay off of it.
All right, so you're at Bonte Hill?
Yeah.
All right, let me look
Is that my name? Is it? It used to be Bonte Hill 415. I think I got rid of the 415. Not sure why I got rid of the 415. Maybe I just wanted to, in case some employers are looking like...
You're Burlingame Bonte. Bonte's at 7,100 followers on Insta.
Damn, I got that many?
Yeah. You are such a... And a blue check mark.
I did notice the blue check mark.
I got 4,400.
That's pretty good.
Not bad.
I got that many. Like, you don't know how many Insta followers you have.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
No, I don't. I don't count. I'm not looking for followers. I'm not thirsty. I'm not looking for clout. I'm not posting.
I get DM'd at least once every 3 days with, do you want to buy 10,000 subscribers? Do you want to buy 50,000 subscribers?
You think about it, huh?
Never.
I know people who've bought followers. It's embarrassing.
It
Come on,
is.
man.
Well, you can't go from like 5 followers to like 8,000 overnight.
Everybody's trying to flex their social media. I'm not doing that. I noticed there's a function on Instagram where you could not show the likes.
Oh, is there?
I actually took that off.
What do you mean?
You know how I would say, show
me that.
500 likes.
Yeah.
You know, I like the fact you don't need to show how many likes you have.
Nice.
Who cares? Because some people get shamed by that. Well, oh man, you got this many likes and you get to come on, dude.
Here's the funniest. I'll post something like a picture. I usually just post like some family photos and sports. That's it. Like keep it very straightforward, right? And even then, like my wife doesn't like when I post anything with her on social media. Whatever. She doesn't even have social media. But nothing is worse than when something happens in sports and they go to one of my family photos and comment like, "Yeah, you wanted Clay Bench now?" It's like,
yeah, that's
dog, this photo's from like A, 7 weeks ago, and B, it's like, this is my family on here. Can you lay off the comment section a little, people?
With me, I'm glad Anna went back to a private profile. I think she's still private because people were getting nasty on there.
Yeah.
And they would DM and be like, "Oh man, you know, I'm not going to repeat some of the things that was told to me," which is why I stopped paying attention to that stuff, which is why I don't care. I wish I didn't have Instagram, to be honest with you. Get rid of the whole damn thing.
I mean, just stop it.
No, I'm
the biggest lie the devil ever said was that he didn't exist. Get out of here.
I'm dead serious. I wish Instagram didn't even exist.
Let's bring MySpace back. Am I right?
Jesus Christ.
I just don't even want to be on social media.
You are so full of it.
No, I'm dead serious. There's some nasty things that people say on there. I get a DM every day or tagged in something every day from some lowlife talking some smack, and I can't respond. I'm not allowed to respond. So, hey, this is funny. You want to hear something funny? Xfinity Mobile Text Line 510. We'll go back to the calls in just a second. Fast Five coming up. Fast Five.
This is the same guy who created a Mastodon account and then hit me up and was like, "Yo, join my Mastodon."
Oh, I haven't even looked at that account.
I haven't either. Yeah, no. But I did sign up after you signed up. I was like, "Am I missing out here?"
Yeah.
Gotta be ready for when the day comes.
510 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. D Ford is a free agent. D Ford? Anybody D Ford? 2-game contract?
I mean, he's played about the same amount of snaps as Iggy's played minutes this year.
I mean, he's healthy, right? He's fresh legs. Give me 20 snaps.
Somewhere Dibbs is nodding his head in agreement. Yep.
I want Iguodala.
It'd be like signing Charles Haley for the Packers wildcard game.
I remember
Did
he wear 98 in that game or 96? He did not wear 97.
Yeah,
though.
no, he had.
Because I think Junior Bryant had that number at the time.
Bryant Young's 97.
Well, then maybe
94,
Bryant Young had
you think
it.
about 94, right?
No, but one year he came back to the Niners and he didn't wear 94. Excuse me, he didn't wear 94.
What Charles? I'm
gonna
find
look
out
it
what
up.
number he wore.
I'm gonna find it right now.
He was at Levi's Sunday. What number was it? Don't know.
I think it's 95. I'm gonna keep looking.
All right, he had the neck roll on.
Yes,
he had the neck roll on. He may have worn 94 again.
Well, no, he wore 94, but then someone else had that number at that time.
And they had to give it away.
And they had to give him something else.
Yeah. All right.
I'm going to look this up.
All right. Fast Five coming up in 2.5 minutes. Eddie E. David Jean. You'll be Fast Five. Xfinity Fast Five, I should say. Xfinity Fast Five. Break that burner
Say
out,
that
Fonte.
5 times.
Xfinity Fast Five. Xfinity Fast Five. Xfinity Fast Five. Xfinity Fast Five. Xfinity Fast Five.
He was wearing 95.
Was he?
Yep.
Didn't John Engelberger wear 95?
He did, John Engelberger. White D-end.
Virginia Tech.
Yeah, look at you.
He was good.
If you say that name, I say 25, Vinny Sutherland.
Vinny Sutherland.
Or I say Adam Carricker, who played for the Rams.
Well, you say Vinny Sutherland, and I go into a dark place. So I admit the Niners stunk. Oh, man. Instagram followers. 4,400 is good. You're about to get 5K. You'll probably get 10K by the end of the year, easily.
Did you see who's out here thirst trapping?
On Instagram?
No, just Twitter.
Who?
Well, I feel like he's in a tough place. He was born an Eagle fan, but his children were born in the city where the Niners were. Joe Fortenbaugh says he's torn this week, and he doesn't want anyone to reach out to him on radio.
He's torn this week.
Joe, love you, buddy. Nobody asked.
So why is he torn?
What if I hit him up and I said, hey, Joe, we've got 7 seconds for you to do a radio hit. That's it. That's so inside radio right there.
Hey, listen, Fortenbaugh did see a tweet. I love Fortenbaugh. That's my guy. He's doing big things in Vegas. But I did see a tweet where he was talking big smack. He called Little Giant fan, because you know how they call each other, they call themselves Big Blue.
Yeah.
Hey, Little Giant fan, yada, 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 right? And he's like, the Giants, you guys stink. You got nothing on the Eagle. Like, he was talking big. I was like, damn, Joe Fortenbaugh's an Eagle fan? I had no idea. So now he's a double agent. Remember he called us that postgame show after the Eagles beat the Niners on Sunday Night Football?
I do vaguely remember that.
And we didn't know who it was.
Was he still working here?
No, he was not here.
Oh.
He was not here. And he hijacked the show.
Hey, he left so I could fly.
Fly.
Soar straight to the sun.
Let's get Xfinity Fast 5 rolling, man. I'm sick of Philadelphia. All right. Lubman, I think, is composed. He's been rattled today. Funniest thing happened. We're talking about Mitchell and Ness, so he looks at the website. He goes, I never heard of this place. Never heard of Mitchell and Ness.
Wait a minute.
That's what he told me.
Are you serious?
I'm not like that up to date on apparel shops. So
Mitchell and Ness only been around.
The gap in my knowledge.
Mitchell and Ness only been around for 25 years.
More than that.
Yeah, I mean, so he's looking at the site. He goes, if I give you money, can you get me something?
Like it's like what, 2001? Like you got to give me the cash on the front end? Like you can't Venmo me?
Well, that's what I meant by give you money. The money would be through Venmo. I thought that was implied.
Who carries cash anymore besides my dad, who's closer to 70 than he is to 60?
Gangsters,
people who don't want a paper trail?
No, yeah, exactly. There you go.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If you're in the block, you love flashing that cash. You still see that. I got my brother. Shout out to Bebo, my older brother on my dad's side.
Don't put your stuff out there.
Saw him at a Denny's on Instagram. Flash of cash, baby.
Denny's. That's when you know you've had a rough night.
Well, actually, the gangsters still eat at Denny's. They like Denny's.
Well,
pancakes are hitting.
It's inexpensive. Yeah, I agree.
Pancakes hit. All right, Fast 5. Let's start it off. Eddie, Oakland. Eddie.
What up, Eddie?
What's happening? You're on the
Eddie
roast.
Money.
Yes, how y'all doing? I'm a diehard Miami Dolphins fan.
Oh.
I didn't appreciate how y'all beat us. However, I'd like to know how the defense of the 49ers is going to stop the Eagles' offense. Because I've been saying this since the Kansas City game. The secondary is a C- to me.
Yeah, it's not good.
I think both corners can be beat, and Hufanga, the safety, got it going to eat him up. What do you think?
I worry. I thought Hufanga did a good job against Schultz for the most part. You saw Jimmy Ward on Schultz at times.
There was a couple whiffs he made. The one on Dak in the backfield.
With the tackling.
Yes. Yeah, the one on CD on the short play.
Well, pass coverage-wise, I thought he was
solid.
I
agree. But I'm talking about he went up too high.
And just tackling.
Yes.
That's a problem. Philadelphia will have big plays this week.
Yeah.
Secondary has to tighten up. That is a weakness of his defense, no doubt. E in San Jose. E, what's happening?
What's up, E?
Good morning, gentlemen. Listening here on the Odyssey app. I got two quick points. How are they going to stop Jalen Hurts? They're going to spy him with Warner all day, maybe switch off once or twice with Greenlaw and let him headhunt and make Jalen Hurts not want to run over that run through that middle. And in terms of Menahue, sounds like the abdomen strain might be feeling a little better.
Next caller.
You know what? I don't even want to take no more calls. E just ruined it. We'll take some calls. Why? Why would you say anything?
I mean, it's just.
Come on, man.
I mean, especially given everything that's happened in Half Moon Bay today, or yesterday, excuse me. Like, can we just have a little better outlook on society?
That's some class, dude.
I mean, just a little. I mean,
That's
come on.
some freaking class.
Come on.
David in San Jose. What's up, David? Okay, yeah, we had to call calls done. You know what? That was a Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharger home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. There's always, there's a lot of good people in this world, and I want to send our condolences to Half Moon Bay and what happened yesterday in that community.
My brother used to live down there. It's horrible.
It's terrible.
It's
and I
absolutely
love Half Moon Bay. Horrible. But what E in San Jose just did, that's the 10% of scum of the earth that I'm talking about here. That just are disrespectful, that have no tact, just classless, absolute classless human beings. We're having fun. We're talking Eagles, Niners, talking title game. You got to come in here with that crap. That's a serious situation going on with Charles Omenihu.
Exactly.
Serious situation. And you want to come on here and try to tell a joke? You fool. We'll take that somewhere else, you clown.
You know, the Half Moon Bay thing yesterday, while watching it on the news, obviously there was the Monterey Park incident that happened as well within the 24 hours before that. And you just look around society and you're just like, gosh, man, what is going on? And we're over here goofing around about, should we be scared going into Link? It's like, that's sports stupid, right? Like, put that to the side. That's like sports stupid stuff. And then there's like times where real life intersects into your local community, and you got to like just take a step back and realize, like, damn, like, we always say, look, life is precious, life is short, life is this, life is that. That could have been anyone. How many times have you and I talked on this show alone about going down to Half Moon Bay to just enjoy the scenery? Yeah. To go to the Ritz-Carlton for like a little walk around that property and how beautiful it is looking at that. And you see what happened yesterday, and it's just, it's so sad. I mean, it's just so sad. And then, I don't want to goof around about any domestic violence accusations one way or the other. You hit it on the head. Those are serious. You don't know what happened. We don't know what's fact and what's part of just what, the allegations are right now. And it's just.
It's sick. Let's finish strong. Let's see if we can finish strong. We got 3 calls left. Let's try to finish strong. David in San Jose. What's happening? David, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, we're going to do this right, okay? So everybody's getting worried. And Baldy's our boy and stuff, man, but he's on that Philly hype train, man. And he'll be back on the Niner hype train next week when they bust. All right, I'm going to tell you right now, I was watching that Giants-Philly game. Man, they do this weak RPO action from high school. Are you kidding me? You're going to put that up against this Niner defense? Well, and you're worried about how we're going to stop them? You kidding me, right? And good thing, hey, we're coming. I'm telling you right now, we're going to run the ball 45 damn times. Purdy's going to throw it 20 times, have his TD. These Philly fans talking about their ugly girlfriends and giving you stats, but they can't tell you how they're going to win the game because they can't. That's why, baby. Well, it's Niner Empire, not Niner Nation either.
Let's go. The RPO thing kind of worries me. There was a couple of plays, and I know Bosa in particular on one of them came crashing in, and Dak gave it off to the running back, and he was just totally out of position. He's got to keep contained. If there's one thing Bosa doesn't do a good job of, it's understanding who to go with on that RPO.
This is a big game for Bosa. They're talking a lot of smack about Bosa in Philadelphia. Gene, 30 seconds, Oakland, Gene. And then we'll get to Boots in Danville. What's up, Gene?
Hey, fellas. I wanted to chime in with all these people that are warning you about going to Philly Stadium. I still remember that Santa Claus game in the 60s. They didn't just boo him, and they pelted him with snowballs. So, I love Philly, been there a few times, but there's an element of the fan base that's mean, angry, and even dangerous. So here's my advice. At the end of the game, 3 different scenarios. 1, they win the game. You're going to take a lot of teasing, but you should be okay. 2, we're winning big, all right? If we're winning big in the fourth quarter, hit for the exit signs before the game ends, all right?
No. We're still hey, Gene, we got to go. If they're up big in the fourth quarter, we're staying and celebrating when they get that NFC trophy on the podium at the Link. We're staying when the clock hits 0. And we may stay a little longer just to make sure the crowd dies down. The boost, Danville. Last call. What's up?
Yeah, guys, what's up? What's going on? Third-time caller here.
Oh,
a couple years ago and predicted the Niners would go to the Super Bowl on the third game of the season and got laughed a little bit, but then the Niners got to the Super Bowl. So here we go. I think when you guys go into that game in Philly, I say you come in dirty. Don't shower the night before. Slick your hair back more, than the next Philly fan next to you. Maybe even throw an egg at yourself so you could get it over with.
because I want you guys to set that tone, not them. And I think that's what the 49ers need to do. I think that they need to come in and set the tone, and that's what we're going to do all day long. Second, I think
throw an egg at myself.
Don't take a shower.
Well,
You lost me there.
just come with.
Let's just not take a shower.
Get that over with, right?
Yeah, somebody use body wash. Let's just stank for 2 straight days, so I can scratch myself all over my body for not taking a shower. Jeez, what the hell happened? So many people are making such a big deal about this Philadelphia fan base and how tough they are and how scary it is.
We're going to a football game, and people are acting like we're going through Baghdad in the middle of the insurgent. Like, what are we, like, seriously? We're going to a sports game, and I'm going to go root on my team to win. I'm not looking for trouble. I'm not trying to fight anybody.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to be cussing at people.
Well, let me introduce my partner because he's going to set your mind at ease because he thinks the Philly fan base is overrated.
Okay.
Mark Willard is back from an unforeseen sabbatical. He's got a beanie on.
Happy birthday,
Mark,
bud.
would you please put their minds at ease?
First of all, good morning, guys. It's awesome to be back. I hated missing yesterday, and thank you for those wishes, Joe. But yeah, listen, the reason we've talked about this, I know, sorry. Yeah. I'm a little formal here to get my week started. But listen,
like I didn't text him.
The reason we talk about the Philly fan base like this is because that's the way they want it, and for some reason we've bought into it. Take it from somebody who has been to multiple Dallas Cowboy, Philadelphia Eagle games in Philadelphia, especially in this stadium. Forget the old vet. That did have a jail and crazy people and all of that. It's no different than going from Candlestick to Oracle. This thing is no big deal anymore. Shasky, you went to a road game in Boston in the NBA Finals.
By myself.
I promise you this right now. I promise you this weekend's going to have nothing on that. I promise you.
Well, it's 4 times more people and certainly much more of a vociferous tailgate, but I like their chances.
Well, it's interesting because I'm not an East Coast guy. I don't know if you know this, Dips.
Right.
Only been there a handful of times. I was like, 9 o'clock tip-off in Boston.
Right.
Like that. That's really late. Like it is. Like it's just you get out of the stadium at like midnight. That's number one. And number two, like I was like, Friday, they were lubed up. Just to say the least. I'm walking down. I got out of the Uber and they've got like 5 blocks in either direction, like blocked off, right? That like big like intersection. I mean, every single bar, and it is packed. And I got my yellow Warrior jersey on by myself, just walking down. And yeah, I was hearing the screaming and the yelling, but nothing like, no one was like coming up ready to fight me. And I'm not flipping the bird, and I'm not looking for it or anything. So my thing is like, head straight forward. Don't go looking for trouble. And then when your team does good, like you can clap in your seats or whatever. But if you're up like chanting for people to like come at you, well, now you're asking for it.
Grant me this though. Football fans are a little more insane than basketball fans.
1,000%.
This is going to be a bit different.
1,000%.
70,000 people out there in Philadelphia. So I've been out there to Philly.
I agree.
I've been out there. They talk a little trash, but it's, look, you conduct yourself as a normal human being.
Right,
you talk a little trash. It's all good. Nobody's going to just start throwing things at you just to throw things
Eggs.
at you. Yeah.
You want to egg yourself before you get in there. That's what I heard.
When eggs cost an all-time high right now.
Dude, $9 a dozen, exactly.
I mean, come on.
Might as well hit me with dollar bills. But
man, eggs are not only too expensive, they're too delicious. I mean, I'm not wasting an egg. You ever do that walking out of the grocery store? If I even drop one, I had the bag tip over in the trunk just last night with like a little platform of 18 eggs. Lost none of them, but I stopped the car right away.
Yeah,
like we're not moving it until we go check those eggs. That's way too precious.
And the other one is when you pull the dozen and you don't pull it open and like check each and every one.
You do that?
And you get every time.
Absolutely.
Every time.
Yeah.
And even in my beloved supper, my wife will open up a dozen, and if there's a couple of like runts in the litter, she'll sub them out into another dozen. We're getting a quality 12.
Oh, well, that's selfish.
No. You know what selfish is?
No, that's selfish.
It's not selfish. Selfish is moving the cone so that you can drive ahead of 17,000 other people.
Absolutely.
That's selfish.
That's selfish. So you're going to take the 2 bad eggs.
I knew you were going to carry that with you.
No.
I knew you were going to carry that with you.
I wasn't until you did that. That's shady. So now somebody else picks up the eggs, and they look at it. It's like, wait, why is there 6 runts in this egg? Like
it's
now
on them to check their own dozen.
It's a trickle-down effect now.
It's only trickle down if you get to that last dozen and you've got all these runty eggs, and ultimately
And
at
now
that
you can't
point,
buy eggs.
you don't have to buy them, though.
Yeah.
I'm not causing somebody to wait an extra 20 minutes because you and your, I guess not your wife, but your partner decide that you're more important than everyone else, and so you're moving cones.
We are. We want to get home.
Ah, yeah,
We want to
you
get
are.
home. Santa Clara's a disaster.
I forgot. You're the king of Bay Area media.
No,
you are more important.
No. It's just about
Those
being
are
a
your
gangster
words,
on
not
the
mine.
roadways. It's about getting in and out, baby.
Being a gangster.
Hey, 68,000 other people
Yeah.
trying to do the same thing I'm doing. Don't be mad at me for thinking
Not
outside
true.
the box.
68,000 other people aren't moving cones. Most of the people are just waiting their turn.
Hey, you know what's funny?
You know, it's called society.
Sometimes we don't even have to move the codes because the codes are already moved because somebody else was thinking like me. It's like, I need to get out of
Right.
here instead of sitting in traffic for another
Are we
extra
really
45
arguing
minutes.
about cone movement versus
I mean,
eggs?
he called me selfish
It's no
for it.
argument.
Come
No,
on, boys.
It's, if the label fits, use it. We should turn our attention to your gross misuse of the breaking news sounder. So Kate Scott, your former partner, texts you, and this is
PIC,
breaking
partner in
news?
crime.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
Well, because Bonte the King had decreed me one of his noble. I guess am I a nobleman in this country that you
Could be
reign
my
over?
little finger.
He sees you as a peon.
You know what? I think you're right.
No, you can be my little finger.
My little finger.
Shout out Littlefinger.
Hello, Dibs. I am trying to get those
Totally
tickets.
good.
So this guy goes, hey, we're going to be in Philly Saturday night, Nuggets Sixers. You should text Kate Scott that we should get some tickets.
Well, you know why I did that? I haven't
Because
talked
she
to
won't
Kate.
respond to you?
No. Last time we talked.
Facts.
Well, we haven't texted, and I actually didn't respond to her. It was in July. She actually liked the Instagram photo of mine the other day. But Shasky was bragging about how she just sent him a hat
I
3
said
weeks
she
ago.
sent me a hat from Mitchell and Ness, and it was
So I
a very
like,
nice
oh.
gesture.
So they're still cordial.
Yes.
And it's not like me and Kate are not cordial. She's
Right.
doing her thing with the
Although I
Sixers.
did hear you the other day saying, where's my hat, Kate?
Yeah, I did say
I
that.
did hear that.
So I figured, their relationship is maybe a
My
little
dad
tighter.
taught me never to burn
Right.
bridges no matter
Right.
what industry you're in. And
I
so
haven't
I
burned a
try to
bridge.
maintain the
I
peace
haven't burned a
pipe.
bridge at all.
What
I
is
haven't
wrong
burned
with
any
that?
bridges. I haven't burned bridges.
You know? So I reached out to Kate, and I said, Kate.
I had to talk him into
Well, yeah, he
reaching
did.
out to I was like, why don't you text
And
Kate?
I said
So
it-
she just sent you the hat.
I said it in the text message. I'm like, hey, I hate to be that guy,
Nice.
but we're going to be in Philly on Saturday. I know this is a slimy way of asking, but if you could maybe hook it up with some tickets or help us find some tickets, I'd really appreciate that. She's like, haven't heard from you in a minute. And it's like, yeah, I know. Let me work on that because she's obviously much nicer than the two of us.
No. Well, here in this situation, I was Kyle Shanahan. I laid out the game plan for him, and he's Brock Purdy, and he executed. That's basically what this was.
Oh, my
you know?
God.
Yeah, and unfortunately...
Hold on, Bonte.
Yeah.
Bonte, did I hear you say that the last time she texted you, you didn't respond?
Well, we were.
Hold on,
going
did I
back-
hear that? Because I don't want to gloss over that now. Hold on,
let
because
me-
this is the thing for me. This is why, you want to listen to the second changeover, and everyone wants to know
What's that?
why sometimes there's ruffled feathers between me and Steiny. It's because that's how the relationship started with unreturned texts. I don't even understand if I don't return your text, it's because I straight forgot, like I lost it in the shuffle
I
of the
forget
text
too.
messages.
Yeah.
I don't. Is that all it was?
Yeah,
I don't
that's all it was.
understand.
There's
People
no-
ghosting people.
I don't put
Like,
me in a
who are you,
category with Steiny.
Garoppolo?
Steiny's
You
a
can't
different
be-
breed. I'm not in that category with
man of
Steiny.
nuance.
I reply to text messages. Sometimes I forget. Sometimes there's a lot of things going on. Sometimes you may make a statement. I'm like, well, I don't know if that warrants a response. So I just leave it on the red. So Kate, we were just actually talking about baby Chaz and stuff, and she was like, "Hey, glad she's taking it from her pops." I used a little love emoji, and that was that.
Oh, you responded then.
Okay,
but
that's a
Willard,
response.
Willard,
Actually,
let me
wait,
defend
response.
Steiny.
That's what an emoji is for. An
Actually, she
emoji-
used the love emoji on my text. I didn't use it on her, so I did.
But Willard,
the emoji is not just the emoji; it's also the way of saying, like, okay, I'm done with this conversation.
Exactly.
Now, so that's fine.
It's a bookend,
Yeah.
as I like to say. Steiny's game plan. It's like you got to know your personnel, right? Well, who is it? You, Dibs, that says KTP. Know the personnel.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Steiny does that. He doesn't
KYT.
return calls, and
That's a movie
I personally think it's his way of saying, like, I'll get to you when I want to get to you, because he has like a class system in his head.
Sweet.
Well, actually, he has no
That's
class
exactly
system.
how I took it.
It's-
Actually,
What was that, Dibs?
No, it's just a complete non-response for forever. I mean, you call him and he doesn't answer. You text him and he usually doesn't respond, and that's just the way it goes. It's not like he'll respond to some or not others.
okay.
He doesn't really text. He doesn't really call on the phone.
He's also the guy who power ranks hosted the station.
Well, just
and you
for
didn't like that.
I don't
you
care.
Were a little bit,
no,
you mentioned it twice.
There's
so
one thing I
think
didn't
you
like.
do care.
No, I don't care.
If you don't care,
it's a
you
bit.
don't mention
It's a
it.
bit.
If you mention it twice,
no, that's
quietly
not
you
how
do
I
care.
operate. That's not how I operate.
No, it's human nature.
No, that's not
Michael
how. That's
Jackson.
not human nature. I don't care about the ring. You can break me. My checks are cashing. You can
What do you
power
have,
ring whatever you
you
want
had
to
your
break. I don't
10th?
give a damn.
Did you
I
have
don't give a
your
damn. No. One thing that was said though. One thing that was said was that by me working 2 jobs, I'm not all in 24/7 with the station.
we are so inside radio.
That's all I'm saying. No, the roasters brought it to my attention.
Yeah.
I was taking a nap.
How many roasters now going to Philadelphia with you guys?
It's about 7.
Okay, because it was 5 earlier when I was driving in, and I know you guys are building. Gene in Oakland, does that make it 8?
He's not going to Philly.
I don't know. I don't know if Gene's going.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's going.
Are
but
you going?
2 more.
No.
We've got an entire outfield and infield. I mean, we might be ready.
There you go. Love it.
I'm ready.
Love
for this.
it.
You guys can have a beautiful time. It's all like, honestly, like I know we play it up and oh gosh, it's scary.
That's what I'm
going
saying,
to
Mark.
Philadelphia. You're going to a football game. There might be some jawing. That's the way it should be.
nobody's
It's
scared.
a fantastic city. It's a fantastic city, and I've always wondered why the people in that city hate themselves so much. Like, that's why it's so angry when you get in there.
It is a great city.
It is the most self-loathing city I've ever
Why
seen
is
in my
that?
life, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, this place is great. I love this. I love the grit. I love the beauty of it. I love the history of it. I love Philadelphia, but the people there have got the biggest complex, inferiority complex of any city, any big city I've ever visited before.
Well, I said to Bonte Dibbs, and I'd love your opinion on this. I said maybe I can get us into the Philly Cricket Club, which is one of the exclusive golf places. Yeah. And he looked at me like I was crazy. Did that ring a bell to you? Not Liberty Bell.
No, I was not familiar with the Philly Cricket Club. So,
oh, you never heard of the golf course?
No, I'd never heard of that. No, exactly. No.
Yeah, well, they've got like a golf course in this like whole facility or whatever. And I was, if it was the summer, I'd bring the sticks and try to get
Philly's
us on
one
there.
of those cities where, and this is something that we can debate about in terms of like, have you been to a state if you fly there and you never leave the airport?
I don't consider that.
See, and I don't consider having ever been to Philadelphia, even though I drove through there.
Okay.
Famously, I had a girl that I was trying to woo who was in Vermont.
Oh.
And I flew to visit my brother Doug in Baltimore. And so I drove from Baltimore to Vermont. And on that drive, you go through Philadelphia, you go through New York City, you eventually get to Connecticut, New Hampshire, and you make your way up. Well, in New York City, at the time I had never been there, 1990, 91 at the time, I actually got out in New York City, got some pizza, did a couple things.
So you were there?
I was there.
Yeah.
Philadelphia, I just drove through. So I never, in my own mind at the time, could claim that I had been to Philadelphia.
Yeah, so that's
Philly's
like
a great city.
layovers. I don't consider those like if you're
Right.
in the airport or in the tarmac or whatever. Like that to me is not considered that because I've never been to Philadelphia either. I loved when I went to Boston. This is years ago. Giants, Red Sox. I did the whole like check everything out because I love the history of America. Even though it's littered with a lot of negativity, I like the old school stuff. And so Philly, I'm excited to just see some of the old school stuff there.
You can see the Liberty Bell. You got the Rocky Stairs. We got Reading Terminal, Broad Street, obviously, Center City. South Street is really cool. You got Jim's Steaks. That's the real cheesesteak. Jim's and Steve's Prince of Steaks.
Okay.
Not Pat and Gino.
So is it going to be
Pat and
like a
Gino's are
long
tourists.
line? Is it like fast food or is it like
goes
sit
fast.
down?
It goes fast.
So is it like
you can't
what
sit
does it look
down in
like?
there. You can't sit down in there, but it's
Okay.
a small little restaurant.
Okay.
You can sit down in there if you want, or you can just eat it on the street.
Gotcha.
Just stand up and eat, just kind of people watch.
Yeah, I kind of want
So
to do
will
the
you guys
street thing.
go Niner gear non-game day? I know for the game you will, but like on the Saturday, I know you guys get there
I'm
like
going to the
Saturday.
Sixers game in Niners gear.
I'm bringing my big Giants coat. I was thinking because it's got a big SF on the back of it. Like I've got like each different stop might have a different uniform.
Nice.
I don't know if you've ever seen the Mariah Carey cribs where she changes ensembles from room to room.
Yeah.
I might do that in Philly.
Could wear Warriors gear there at the basketball game just to let them know the champs are here.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I'm hoping my guy over here can interview James Harden. Hey James, you remember me? I used to be in the locker room.
I'm not.
It's his favorite
Dan
player.
Dibley, 95-7 a game. Willard or Dibbs, 12-3. And I'm not, or 9-12. Excuse me. I wouldn't do that. Just hey James, how you doing, man?
Yeah, it's because you don't think in terms of like the greater good of the station, and that's again that goes back to the point of your selfishness.
Yeah, I'm selfish. I'm all about the roast, baby.
You'll work your
I'm
way
all
through
about
that.
the roast. I'm
You'll
all
work
about the
your way
roast,
through
man.
that.
I'm all about our numbers and what we do from 6 to 9.
That's all that
I'll
matters.
make sure that we're
Mark, have you been
successful
there?
first.
It's a me player.
Philadelphia.
Exactly.
Been to Philadelphia many times.
So for
many
games?
times. I've said so this is mainly born because of my days as the co-host of Tony Bruno, and obviously those are
White
his
Wine
roots.
Fridays.
So he would take our show, make our show go to Philadelphia as much as possible. But the cool thing, thank you. It was not an outrage. But anyway, the cool part about that is that I got to do Philadelphia in a very non-tourist way. Like I've had spaghetti and meatballs at Mama Bruno's house in a brownstone.
Nice.
You know what I mean? Like we did Philly like that, and so that's why I really feel like I got to know the city a little bit. It's awesome. You guys are gonna have a great time. Yeah. You guys are a great time. Just tell everybody, they'll love it. Wear a 49er jersey, Giants jersey, whatever you want to do. Be very San Francisco, and just tell them stop hating yourself so much. Like super passive aggressive kindness. You want something to get thrown at you, that you don't even need to wait for the game. They'll do that on Friday night or Saturday for you.
Willard, you may want to let Dibs drive today. He was a lot nicer yesterday. He's edgy today. Man.
No edgy.
What's going on?
You started it with the cone movement.
Oh, I'm in your dome.
Hey, you're not in my dome at all. I got you where you live. Steiny's got you too with his host ratings.
Definitely doesn't have me.
He's got come on. And we both have got some real estate in that dome.
Dude, you guys.
You guys. I'm the unrequited champ.
You still duck the smoke.
Yeah, you're the AAA champ, which is fun. You're the Durham Bulls.
You call it Steiny a AA? Huh?
I mean, you can do the math. Yeah. It's transitive properties. Night. Go move some cones, Bonte. You're the king.
That's how I get out of Levi's. Be smart, folks.
Bye, Mark.
Man, dumbasses sit in traffic.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The.
Yeah, see, like I'm not even about it today, Dibs. I'm in that totally opposite frame of mind. The 49ers defeated the Dallas Cowboys. I missed you guys. I missed my brothers yesterday.
Oh, you missed it.
I'm so thankful that you and Larry held it down, and I appreciate it. But I could not wait for this show. I could not wait to get back in. So it's a shiny, happy people holding hands type of a vibe for me today. You know what I'm saying? Like, all I want to know, because yesterday, and thank you for many who reached out, just, family stuff going on to the point where literally, and this rarely happens when I'm off, I didn't hear a word of what y'all said. Like, I was knee deep in, I don't even want to tell you what yesterday.
Sure, exactly.
But what I want to know is, you got to update me. What was the vibe? What was the thing that everyone wanted to talk about after the 49ers defeated the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, we can start with the unbelievable positive, which was, first and foremost, Fred Warner and the way he played defensively, the defense on CeeDee Lamb when he dropped into coverage, his overall dominance from a defensive standpoint. We talked about Brock Purdy playing mistake-free football, which was obviously very important in terms of what the 49ers did. And, there was some criticism about Kyle Shanahan and time management at the end of the first half and whether or not he should have been more aggressive. I played the cut of Shanahan explaining why he did what he did, which I thought was absolutely spot on. There was talk about Levi Stadium and a great crowd and the impact that the crowd had on the proceedings of the football game. But a lot of the talk was about what you mentioned in our show thread, the turnover margin. Again, just one turnover, and it wasn't Brock Purdy. It wasn't the offense. Ray McLeod coughed it up, but the defense held strong. Just a good old-fashioned rock fight of a football game, and the 49ers winning in different ways.
Yeah, Brock fight, if you will.
Yeah, totally.
And listen, I know a lot of people want him to look a certain way. And sometimes, he's kind of had that look. I'd say in the first playoff game, at least those numbers are fantasy football style numbers. Whatever he ended up with, 324, 334 yards passing. He had multiple touchdown throws in every one of his games up until this point. And then he gets to the Dallas Cowboys. And honestly, we get to Saturday night, and the Giants got beat and the Jags got beat. And didn't you have the sense, I wonder if you did, when you went to bed Saturday night and we're going into game day, I sort of was like, okay, look at these NFL playoffs. The fat got trimmed. These are the 6 teams that we've been talking about all year long. KC, Buffalo, Cincinnati, San Francisco, Dallas, Philadelphia. These are the 6 teams. And so let's go. Let's go. This is nothing but heavyweight bouts now.
Right.
The rest of the way. The Chiefs and the Eagles have to do one less heavyweight bout than the other teams, even though they had to win a playoff game. Let's be honest. The Giants did not put up much of a fight against the Eagles. So now here come the 49ers, and it's a heavyweight bout. And I'm not looking for Brock Purdy numbers. I'm not looking for that at all. And I guarantee you that Kyle Shanahan wasn't either. We talked about it going into the game. You got to run the ball. And it took them 3.5 quarters to do it.
Yeah, they couldn't run the ball.
Purdy,
and that was the thing, yeah.
Right. Not until the end. But Brock Purdy, you want to know what when they got to the end of the game, I'm like, look, it may not have been aesthetically pleasing, but I know who had the more mature performance at quarterback. And it was the guy making $700,000 over the guy who's making $45 million. And that is something to be said.
Well, and you look at the way the game played out, and you are absolutely right in terms of who outplayed whom at the quarterback position. Brock Purdy had to make maybe 3 big throws in that game. There was 2 to Kittle, 1 to Ayuk, and those were throws that he made. And, the game, you could tell right from the get-go, and I was lucky enough to eventually make it to Levi Stadium on the worst traffic in the history of Levi Stadium. I don't know if you saw the SF Gate article, but that will go down as the worst ingress and egress in 49er history in the 10 years of Levi's. It was a complete nightmare, but by the time we all got there and you saw the game unfold, you could see that Dallas was up to it. Dan Quinn had the better of Kyle Shanahan for at least the first half. He was run blitzing the 49ers. He completely took away the ground game, and Brock Purdy in the play-action pass game was ineffective early on. And you saw Brock Purdy take an early sack on that opening drive. They had to punt, and you could kind of get the feeling that game was going to be a little bit of a defensive struggle, and then you got into the field goal battle. Brett Maher, they score a touchdown. He gets the PAT blocked, and you're thinking, okay, here we go. As much as that game never felt offensively fluent by the 49ers, you never felt uncomfortable because of the way the defense was playing.
You know what I would say? In these we're at 12 now, right? This is a 12-game win streak for the 49ers. In these 12 wins for the 49ers, how many quarters did you feel in your belly like, I think they're going to lose this game? How many quarters in this 12-game win streak? Because I would venture to say there have been a few where the nerves were high. Sure, the first half against Dallas, even the first half against Seattle last week. But Dibs, I'll even go to the Raider game where they were down by 10. I never felt like deep down, oh my gosh, they're going to lose this game. And I think that's a really important thing to say for a fan, because if you're really tapped into this team, you kind of capture the essence of what's going on. And even though it was obvious that this offense was not going to hum on Sunday the way it had been humming for the previous 7 weeks under Brock Purdy, there was definitely the potential that it was going to be enough. I mean, like you said, I like the 49ers' ability to win with multiple styles. After the defense that we had seen over the last 3 to 4 weeks, I was kind of stoked, to be honest with you, to see them get a grinder and holding the Dallas Cowboys to 12.
Yeah.
That is a resume builder.
Yes,
right
no
there.
doubt. And a lot of that was helped by the fact that Tony Pollard had a broken leg. And so Dallas had no run game after the half. And, that basically gave the 49ers defense full license to disregard the run because Ezekiel Elliott is more of a name than he is a running back right now. And I feel bad for Zeke because his career looks like it's just about over. He had no ability to gain any real ground in the run game, and he's basically washed. And Dallas didn't have the ability to adjust. And so after Pollard got hurt, Dallas's offense was basically, where is CeeDee Lamb, and a little bit of use of the tight end. But other than that, the Niners defense was able to completely dominate the proceedings. And once they got the ball back with 10 minutes left and the Niners needed to kill clock and they had the lead, that was the moment where you realize that the 49ers were going to win the game because that's what Kyle Shanahan does. Christian McCaffrey had a little bit of a calf issue, and we don't know how bad it is, and the word is he will be good to go for Sunday. But you go to Elijah Mitchell, who to that point hadn't really been in the game much, a fresh Elijah against a tired Cowboy defense and that beloved laminated play sheet. You got the sense that they were going to go on an 8-minute drive. They did, and it was night-night.
Yep. That's the thing, man. I mean, they've got a lot to throw at other teams, and I know that people were frustrated by the way Kyle Shanahan handled things right before the end of the half. But this was said to me. In fact, this was the point that the lovely Christy shared with me yesterday, and I think it's a good point to share with everybody. She's like, look, people are going to sometimes like it, and sometimes they're not going to like it, but Kyle Shanahan has a plan, and he's going to execute it. And it's interesting to me how quickly some people will jump from that wagon considering where we are. I thought we had put to bed a couple of weeks ago Kyle Shanahan question marks. Now, again, you could be frustrated in the game. Kyle, why don't you go for it? Kyle, why don't you move faster? That's normal. But to get to the point after the game, I saw comments like Kyle Shanahan's the most conservative play caller in the entire NFL. He's won 12 ball games in a row.
Right.
What are we doing out here? What are we talking about?
Until they win the Super Bowl, these questions will remain. And for those people who watched the game and saw what he did at the end of the first half, people were frustrated. But for me, being there and seeing the way that the game flow was, that was not going to be a touchdown, back and forth kind of ball game. So the fact that he was keeping Dallas from scoring at the end of the half and then hopefully preventing them from scoring to start the third quarter because they got the football. That, I think, was pitch perfect in terms of the way that game was going. But people will always criticize Kyle Shanahan until he wins the big one, and now he's 2 wins away.
Well, and now that's I guess if you want to find some sort of negative, there is none to find. But if you want to find something that's nerve-wracking about this stat, third NFC title game in 4 years for the 49ers, if they don't win the next 2 games, it becomes something that people will, oh, good. So, yeah, you're very good at second place. You're very good at third place. That's already kind of been Kyle Shanahan's thing. That was Peyton Manning's thing for a while. It was Barry Bonds' thing for a while. The whole can't win the big one thing. And that's certainly on the line this weekend as well because of the fact that they've gotten themselves back to the mountain again, not quite the mountaintop. All right, Willard and Dibbs back on track. Road to Glendale is brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. Howard Eskin, who's a ton of fun in Philadelphia, we will trash talk for sure, is coming up at the top of the hour, but coming up next. More on 49ers Dallas and 49ers Philadelphia. However, there's also a developing situation with the San Francisco 49ers, and it's not a good one. We'll share it with you coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
Another year, another embarrassing final play against the Niners to end the Cowboy season.
Final play, it looks like barring a penalty. Prescott over the middle of the turf gets smoked right away, and that'll do it. The 49ers back to the championship game.
Now that
that's become a meme on the internet.
Man.
Sad Cowboy fans are my favorite thing in the world.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real
Progressive
estate.
presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought about space in my cramped apartment, but in this house, all I see is empty space. The sofa and ottoman look like tiny islands in a sea of hardwood floors. I could get 2 ottomans in the living room, but then I'd need another sofa. I could tell people I'm into minimalism.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Are you ready? Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms while supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Yeah.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Now it's Brett Maher time, and normally an extra point, you think no big deal, but as Tom told you at the top of the broadcast, he missed 4 in a row last week. It's never happened.
This might be the most anticipated second quarter extra point in history.
Maher, it is no good. It was blocked. Samson Ebicom, I think, got his hands on it. My goodness.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, first off, we got Howard Eskin coming up at 10 o'clock, and all guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Listen, I hope that Ecom is now on Brett Maher's Christmas card list, because he needs to thank him for blocking that extra point, because if he hadn't blocked that extra point, that thing was going to be about 10 yards wide left. That was, of all the extra point misses that he had in Tampa, that one was worse. That was the worst kick of them all.
Yeah.
This guy is up in his dome, Dibbs. He's gone.
Well, he actually did hit a couple of field goals later in the game, and I don't know if it's a PAT-related issue or what it is, but now he's got a long offseason to kind of figure it out. And if you look at the Brett Maher stats before Week 17, he was perfect. He hit 24 straight kicks. He was unbelievable. I don't know if it was just the yips, and he tried to blame it on the Tampa Bay field in terms of why he was so bad at Tampa, and then he came out here, and like you said, the first kick was god-awful. Larry and I talked about yesterday, that thing might have gone underneath the crossbar, and yes, it would have been about 10 yards wide left, but it never even had the height to make it over the bar. It was like a penalty kick.
That was that thing was a hot mess of a kick. He came off his foot. I was laughing so hard. I'm like, thank goodness for him that thing got blocked, or it would have been way worse. But yeah, I do think it's an extra point thing, because you're right. He nailed the field goals, and one of them was a long one. And sometimes that's the way it is. Like, everybody thinks of Chuck Knobloch back in the day. Like, the throw that he couldn't make was the easy one from second base. Like, just that can of corn, little throw from second base to first. He couldn't do it. And so, listen, I'm not saying the guy's never going to come out of it or anything. And I don't know what the Cowboys do about kicker next year. But we talk about quarterbacks. We did this to Brock Purdy. Well, what's going to happen when the lights get bright? Well, what happened to why aren't we having that conversation with Maher? You just said it. Guy was perfect all year long. And he got to the playoffs, and his head went completely sideways.
Yeah, which is, fine now, because they're done, and he has a chance to go back and retool. And, based on what Jerry Jones has said in terms of the head coach will be back, and the quarterback will be back because he's got a massive contract. So are you really going to scapegoat the kicker in terms of why you didn't advance? Bottom line, you weren't as good as the Niners. Again, second straight year, and now for 49er fans, you get a chance to do something different. Play Philadelphia in the playoffs and be an underdog and go on the road. And, if Brock Purdy is going to continue this dream run, beating Seattle, a team that you'd already beaten twice, fine. Nice win. You're a rookie. I'm not going to discount it. It's a thing. Beating Dallas at home in this rivalry, in this spot, in front of 71,000, that's a big thing. But to go to Philadelphia and win this game and go to the Super Bowl, this is a massive thing.
Yeah, it really is. And both of these, it's a fascinating championship Sunday, man, because I like right out of the gate, you could tell even by the way the lines were established and where they went next immediately. There are a lot of people, and I mean nationally now, who are expecting 2 road victories on Sunday. Listen, I like Patrick Mahomes' ankle. I don't know how he plays, and if he does play, I don't know how he plays well. The way the Cincinnati Bengals turned this thing on come playoff time, they impressed the hell out of me over the weekend, especially after I thought they got kind of outplayed by Baltimore the weekend before. But Cincinnati is confident. They're not scared of the Chiefs. They've beaten them 2 times in a row. And Patrick Mahomes, as everybody who's ever played sports knows, it's one thing to battle through an injury that just happened. While the body is warm,
adrenaline.
And while you got adrenaline, you can treat it right there on the sideline, and you can battle through it. But once that man got in bed and woke up the next morning, we know everything about high ankle sprains. And like this guy, I don't even know if he'll be ready for the Super Bowl, let alone this weekend. And Patrick Mahomes' mobility is a big part of what makes him so special. So the Bengals are, I think, in a really interesting spot this weekend, and the 49ers are the 49ers. The spread's telling you that on a neutral field, they actually are the better team. We'll see. I think both these games are really, really hard, but a Cincinnati-San Francisco Super Bowl will surprise nobody.
Right, it'll surprise no one, but also a Philadelphia-Kansas City Super Bowl would surprise no one, because I don't take Patrick Mahomes completely out of the game at this point. And we talk about high ankle sprain, and we will talk to Dr. Nirav Pandya tomorrow and get his thoughts on the high ankle sprain and the various grades of it, the degrees of it, because when we say high ankle sprain, we don't know exactly what the severity of a high ankle sprain is. It could be 6 to 8 weeks. It could be to the point where maybe he could get an injection sensation and be a medication sensation rather, and he could be able to be out there and play. So we don't know if he's going to be able to play or not. If Chad Henne is the quarterback of the Chiefs, I don't necessarily discount their chances out of hand.
I don't take him out of the game, which is why, I think if you look to me, when these spreads came out, they both told a story, and the spread established in the Bengals-Chiefs game at 1. Chiefs minus 1. Yeah. And Chiefs minus 1 to me told a story, which was that Vegas, they've always got more information than we do. They're not willy-nilly. They're not just hucking these numbers off the wall. They're making phone calls. They want to know what's that ankle like, what's really happening, and they're going to get that information. And Chiefs minus 1 is telling you one of 2 things. Either Patrick's not playing or Patrick's not playing well. And that doesn't mean he can't function, and it doesn't mean the Chiefs won't win, but it is telling you clearly that Vegas is not expecting full-level Patrick Mahomes, because if they were, there's no way that number's going to be at least 4.
I was thinking 5, yeah, but if he had never sprained his ankle and he had never gone out of the game, you're probably right. The spread's going to be 4.5 or 5. The Bengals have won 10 in a row. They're playing great, and they took Buffalo apart in the snow in Orchard Park. So it's not to discount the Bengals and their chances, but if Mahomes was totally healthy, I think you're right. It'd be 4, 4.5, maybe 5. But I wonder where this number goes, because as we get closer to the game, there's going to be reports, and I don't think that we're going to see any report of Patrick Mahomes is out for Sunday. There's always going to be a glimmer of hope.
For sure. Yeah, they're going to do the game time decision thing. We're going to work it out before the game and see, and they'll handle it the same way the Chargers handled Justin Herbert the week after he got hurt early this season in Kansas City. And I don't know if he'll play at a lesser level. I don't know, but I'm with you. I don't think they're going to tell anybody anything, but I wonder if this has ever happened before on Championship Sunday, that both of the 1 seeds were hosting the championship games, and both of them were favored by less than a field goal, which in other words is saying on a neutral field, you're not the best team. There's no way for us to look that up if it's ever happened before, but it's kind of a rule. If the 1 seed makes it to the title game and they're hosting it, obviously that's the only thing that can happen if you're the 1 seed. You're the favorite. You're the favorite, and you're the favorite by more, like by at least that standard home field 3 points. So this is interesting now to have spreads that low, and clearly a lot of people thinking that the better team is the road team.
Right, but 3 and 2.5 is almost a nuanced thing, and I know that 3 brings the push into play. If Philadelphia were to win by 3, that's where maybe 2.5. The spread will either be 2.5 or 3.5 because they're going to try to avoid the push at all costs. And didn't this spread open up as Philly -1, and it's been bet in Philly's direction?
I thought it opened at Philly 2.5, and then I saw it come down to 2 and back to 2.5. I looked at it as quickly as possible when the game ended on Sunday night, and as soon as I got there, it was already 2.5. I'm not going to say I was there within minutes, but as soon as I got there, it was at 2.5. And looking at the live line as it sits right now, it still sits there at 2.5.
Right.
I will say, by the way, speaking of which, hell, I didn't even see this. Clearly something is going on with Patrick Mahomes, because the Cincinnati Bengals are now the favorite in this game. This is the up-to-the-minute line. It has moved a full field goal in the Bengals' direction. They opened at +1.
Right.
The Bengals are -2.
-2, yeah, exactly.
They're -2 now. Yeah. So this clearly bettors believe that Mahomes is either out or is going to be a lesser version of himself.
Well, he'll be a lesser version for sure. That much we can guarantee based on the fact that he had to leave the game, go to the locker room, and then when he came back, you could see that he wasn't the same quarterback that he was when he went to the locker room. But, you got the Chiefs at home. You've got a Bengals offensive line that is still suspect in many ways. I would look in terms of betting at the under in this game, because if I'm Andy Reid and I don't have Patrick Mahomes and I have Chad Henne as my quarterback, I'm going to try to win this game 20-17 if I can.
Yep.
You're going to see a different Kansas City, even if Patrick Mahomes is able to go out there, and we won't know until, like you said, game time, Sunday, 3:30 Pacific time, how good he's going to be. But I would lean toward the under in this game.
That's an interesting thought. Also, you talked earlier about Maher being the scapegoat for the Cowboys. The whole Cowboys thing has been about scapegoats. We're going to get to that here in about 5 minutes with a What Are You Doing? But we promised what is some unfortunate news for the San Francisco 49ers. Some of you may know this already, but this is just developing over the last hour. Charles Omenihu, pass rusher for the 49ers, has been arrested in San Jose last night on suspicion of misdemeanor domestic violence. The 49ers have released a statement, quote, "We are aware of the matter involving Charles Omenihu and are in the process of gathering further information." So the 49ers doing their background checking, their due diligence to find out what exactly happened, what their take on it is. We always, I think, in these situations, we've learned enough to know you got to wait before you jump to conclusions. But I will say this about the 49ers, based on whatever they find as they do their research and their investigation into what happened, I also, as a 49er fan, I would hope, I would demand that based on your investigation, do the right thing. If you don't like what you found, then I'm sorry. This is a zero tolerance deal, and that's got to be a wrap for a guy who has been very, very productive for the 49ers, working alongside Nick Bosa. So I'm not jumping to any conclusions, but they're going to do their investigation, and I hope they do the right thing, and that is following zero tolerance if they don't like what they find.
Well, and they've shown a zero tolerance policy, and this is where the timing of this is very curious, because obviously you would love to have the player available for a game 5 days from now. So how much of your investigation can take place over the course of the next 5 days? Because the reports are yesterday at 4:39 p.m., police arrived at the residence, and he allegedly pushed his girlfriend to the ground during an argument. No visible injuries were observed. She did complain of pain in her arm, but she declined medical attention. So it's, this is a case where the 49ers have to investigate as much as they possibly can while also preparing for a game. So how much can you learn beyond what has happened, according to the police report versus, what determination can you make? This is not an open and shut case where there was a completely blatant act of violence, a felony act, or, a vehicular drunk driving incident or something that was so egregious that you don't even have to really worry about it or think about it. It's going to be an automatic suspension. This is one where I wonder how much the investigation happens between now and Sunday or how long it actually takes to find out.
Yeah, look, you hate this. It's a distraction
Terrible.
at a terrible time. There's also there's a woman here who,
Right.
Again, I'm not going to jump to conclusions about. I don't know what happened, and we will hopefully find out. But my thoughts are with everybody and anybody who was affected directly by this situation first. That's first and foremost. And then secondarily, there's the timing of this, there's the football side of this, and there's whether or not a billion-dollar organization will do the right thing if that's what they find. That's the only thing I can ever ask of the sports teams I follow, which is you do your investigation, you work with authorities. If it looks like what is being alleged is true and this is based on your investigation, then you have to do the right thing and make sure that this guy is nowhere near the field on Sunday.
Right. And again, the investigation, how much can you really get into it between now and Sunday, and how much will you get into it between now and Sunday in terms of determining what actually took place? And, the charges, according to the report from San Jose PD, misdemeanor domestic violence assault. And how much does that play into how you're going to act in terms of Charles Amenahu, as opposed to, a felony domestic assault charge? I think would be a much easier for the team decision for them to make. So it's obviously, at the very least, it's a sad incident, and you feel for his girlfriend who was the victim in this alleged incident, but you also look at the team and you realize that this is a distraction they didn't want to have.
Yeah, no doubt about that. All right, Howard Eskin is coming up here in 10 minutes. He has been very playful with us in the past. I'm trying to remember. Can you help jog my memory as well? Howard came on earlier this year, and there's two things that Howard keeps doing, and this bodes well for the 49ers. Do you remember when he came on toward the end of the baseball season and he scoffed at the idea of the Phillies.
Right.
This is like fine. They're okay, but they're not going to the World Series. That's stupid. Where'd the Phillies end up? Ended up in the World Series.
Right.
Go back to like week 3 or 4 with Trey Lance situations still being discussed by this fan base. I remember Howard being like, look, we'll see where this goes with Trey, but you all understand that the 49ers aren't going to the Super Bowl this year, right? That's preposterous. I wonder what Howard will have to say today now as the Eagles and 49ers get together for a trip.
I wonder if he's a little bit more cocksure, a little bit more confident over his Eagles than he was his Phillies, because the Phillies were a surprise. They were not a dominant team in the National League. They were not really, quote, supposed to be there, and they made it all the way into the World Series and, came close to making it happen and getting it done, but they didn't. And the Eagles, in a different way, they are supposed to be here. They have been the dominant team in the NFC. So I wonder if he doesn't change his tune a little bit, especially knowing that this is going to be a home game and it's, not the series. It's a one piece for Philadelphia and they are favored. So I look forward to hearing from Howard coming up at the top of the hour.
Do we still have Matt in the city who wanted to get in on Shanahan? Yeah, Matt. Let's go to Matt in San Francisco. You're on Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing, Matt?
Hey, I'm just stuck in traffic on 19th. So I was listening to you guys in Dibbs. Well, I totally agree that once you got towards halftime, the way Shanahan managed the game, that was the way it had to go. My issue watching over the weekend is if you look at the other three teams, everybody came out swinging, taking shots, and, we did against Seattle, and Brock isn't Jimmy. He seems to play better when you let him get out there and mix it up. Even the pass to Kittle, they said he wasn't in the progressions. I don't know why it is that when we get into big games, especially against opponents we haven't seen, because obviously it wasn't a factor against Seattle, why Kyle seems to clutch his purse a bit and tighten things up. And I got to give it to Purdy that, he's getting chased around and the play calling was, pretty conservative, and he managed to at least get rid of it and avoid sacks for the most part, where I think if that's Jimmy, we see some of those oh no Jimmy moments or sacks taken or worse. But I got to hope that Kyle comes out, because the way the Eagles came out against New York, if they do that against us and we're doing the little live within 15 yards of the line of scrimmage until we figure it out at halftime, that could be a rough second half.
It's not going to look like that. Matt, I'll tell you, here's something that nobody wants to hear. No fan loves this, but it's true. Sometimes conservative is right. It really is. Let me give you a number that I found a little bit crazy coming out of this game for Brock Purdy. Purdy was pressured, unofficial quarterback pressure, on over 48% of his dropbacks in this game against the Dallas Cowboys. That is the most in any single game for a 49er quarterback since 2020, going back 2.5 seasons since it's been that much. And what happened? He never turned it over. How do you not turn it over in a situation where you're constantly being pressured? 2 things. A, good decisions. B, conservative approach. Kyle Shanahan, I have no doubt, was in this young man's ear and said, we're going to get Dak a couple times. If you don't let them get you, if you don't turn the ball over, we are going to win this game. And he was right. So sometimes it's boring. Sometimes it makes you think like the offense isn't as good as we thought it was. But it was the right decision to play this thing close to the vest, turn it into a grinder, and win. Doesn't really have anything to do with what this weekend's game is going to look like.
It's not going to work this weekend.
Last weekend's Eagles game was the way it was because the Giants let them run for like 200 and some odd yards.
265.
There's no way that's not happening to the 49er defense.
Well, and we can get more into the X's and O's. Larry and I did a ton of it yesterday in terms of what this matchup is going to present as far as the difficulty. One thing that Larry was talking about yesterday that I totally agree with is the Eagles' interior defensive line is a dominant group, and the 49ers' interior 3, who have been overperforming all year. They've been great. They struggled a little bit against Dallas. The Niners were unable to establish anything on the ground in the first half. That's my number one worry is, can the 49ers hold up in the interior of their offensive line against the big boys of Philadelphia? But going back to the Dallas game, in terms of conservative play calling, and Larry and I had a difference of opinion on the 4th down call from the 38-yard line where early in the game Shanahan chose to punt and they got the touchback, so they only gained 18 yards. I didn't think that it was worth the risk to try a Robbie Gould 55-yarder. You have a great defense. You were hoping to pin them inside the 10, maybe inside the 5. You didn't, but that whole game against Dallas was set up from an approach standpoint to be a defensively minded game. You knew early on that you weren't able to impose your will on the ground. You weren't able to really move the ball against Dallas. So that game became one where field position and not turning it over were more important than taking chances.
Yep, I agree with all of that. Look, for both teams, it was the best defense they've played all year, and you got a game where nobody got to 20 points, and in many ways, that works into the 49ers' favor. Road to Glendale brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. It's Willard and Dibbs. We're going to yell at Howard Eskin next. Hopefully, he'll say the 49ers still have no shot to go to the Super Bowl, because whenever he says it ends up working in the exact opposite way. And also, you want to talk about the scapegoat for the Dallas Cowboys. I've never seen a team do to itself what the Cowboys social media team did to themselves for the weekend. We got to get to that, and we will, coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
George Kittle is a beast.
Purdy, a lot of room now. Bowden up over the middle. Oh, what a catch by Kittle. Are you kidding? George Kittle. Purdy on the fake fires. It's a perfect throw to Kittle down the seam. And a first down, San Francisco.
To go into Philly, it's going to be really fun, and it's going to be cold and violent, and it's going to be a blast.
This
is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's up? Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego this year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, you should do it. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events, all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the nation, and with these deals, it is no surprise. So download the Game Time app, enter your email, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, enter your email and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
This is the final week of the Manufacturers RV Show. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey.
Throws, caught! Touchdown as time expires.
Unbelievable turn of events.
Non-stop coverage from the biggest sports radio stations in the country. Podcasts dedicated to each NFL team and postseason games streaming live for free.
Takes the handoff, looks right, throws right, end zone, caught, touchdown.
Your playoffs, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, Click on Qualify Me and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure for fast, powerful nighttime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. NyQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold, and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com. And try Nervive Pain Relieving Cream to block nerve pain signals at the source. Use as directed.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You got a timeout. You can throw it underneath. Garoppolo has a man on the perimeter. That's a touchdown. It's Jawan Jennings. His first NFL catch is a touchdown.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Dibbs, we call that man Third and Juwan. We call that man Third and Juwan. And you know what? Like, I got into a conversation with the boys over the weekend about the best receiving cores in the NFL, like all three. I'm not saying the 49ers are first, but with the way Jawan Jennings plays now, you add in Ayuk and Debo, who are just different. I think they're, non-traditional in really good ways.
Right.
49ers are in the conversation for top 5.
Well, you're trying to trigger Howard Eskin because their 1-2 is greater than our 1-2. I don't want to steal from you, Howard, but I would honestly, Mark, and you got a Niner beanie on right now, so you're a little bit partial. You're doing your Homer Simpson.
Right.
If you ask any impartial observer who you're taking in the 1-2, they're taking Philly's 1-2. That's
easily.
Thank you, Howard. You're welcome.
Easily.
I'll go ahead and handle it from here.
Hold on a second. Howard. A.J. Brown's phenomenal. Devontae Smith is really good. Easily? Better than Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk? Debo, the Swiss Army knife of the NFL. Ayuk, 1,000-yard receiver who might be the best downfield blocker of any wide receiver. I'm not saying you're wrong, but you're wrong to use the word easily for sure.
Well, regardless of the percentage you might in your warped sense of thinking, whatever it is, the Eagles' top 2 are better. And I know Kittle is better than the Eagles' tight end Dallas Goedert, not by much. Dallas Goedert is really good. So when you put all those three together, the Eagles are really good, and they're better than the 49ers. But I don't know that that's going to win the game. The 49ers, are they playing this weekend, the 49ers? They're playing, right?
Yeah. You know what?
Looking for a 13th win in a row, Howard.
Yeah, they are, despite what you said to us on this show earlier. So first, let me say that on the Bud Light guest line, this is Eagles sideline reporter and friend of the show, Howard Eskin. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. I wanted just a quick request. I don't know if you do requests, Howard, but I had a request, seeing as we do remember the first time you came on, you scoffed at the idea of the Phillies being in the World Series. Then you came on and scoffed at the idea of the 49ers being in the Super Bowl. Before we go any further, could we get you on tape scoffing at the idea of the Warriors being in the NBA Finals and the Giants winning a World Series this summer? Could you please do that for us?
Okay. Well, the Warriors, and I feel Steve Kerr is a great coach. You got to love the players on that team, but they're cooked. They're not going any chance. I mean, are you delusional? So the Warriors are out. We don't even have to debate that. They got no shot. N-O, capital letters.
Perfect.
No.
Cut that. Now give me a Giants one. Go ahead.
You know what? I think they're going to rebound from last year, and they've got a chance. I'm not going to say no, but I just think there's too many other teams that are better. So I would doubt that the Giants are going to the World Series. I would doubt that. The Dodgers are probably still a better team, although, who knows how many years can the Dodgers keep that up. But there's better teams in the National League. But I think the Giants will I do think the Giants will rebound. But outside of that, it's just you guys are now reaching just in case the 49ers don't get to the Super Bowl, and just in case if they should, by some miraculous events on Sunday, get there, that they will lose to, I think, Cincinnati. And so, just relax. You can't win with the quarterback's done a nice job, and their defense the 49ers defense is great. I mean, great. But, I'm not Kyle Shanahan's a good coach, but I'll never, ever, ever forgive him for what he did to Matt Ryan and the Atlanta Falcons in that Super Bowl. What a dope. You're on the 21, kick a field goal up by 11, and he starts with all this nonsense of passing the football, and then things just spiral from there.
Howard, you're better than that. He was the coordinator. You can't pin that on him. This is not pin the tail on the donkey. You can't chastise the guy as a coordinator for a blown lead. I want to know why you're so full of hubris when it comes to an Eagles team that was reeling at the end of the year.
Well, really, Jalen Hurts was hurt. Missed 2 games. Gardner Minshew's a backup quarterback, and a good backup quarterback. He's a backup quarterback. So I'm not even going to get reeling is a really strong word, but wait a minute. I think pin the tail on the donkey should be on you two guys. But that's where I really think it should go. They weren't reeling, and the Giants game was an exhibition game where the Giants didn't play anybody. The Eagles really didn't put any of their plays out there because, obviously, to concern themselves with Jalen Hurts' health and let him move forward. And there was a really good chance that they would play the Giants in the playoffs, so why do you give up your plays? There was no way, in my opinion, that the Giants were going to lose to Minnesota. So, I mean, and they have to think along those lines, too, that there's a good chance that they could play them. So reeling is a really, look it up in the dictionary, and your donkey is right there.
Howard Askin is with us here on Willard and Dibs. All right, hang on. If you're going to come down Dibs Road for the word reeling, then I'm coming down your Kyle Shanahan road. Are you that much of a prisoner of the moment that you're telling me the Eagles have a coaching advantage in this game this weekend? You don't think that, Howard. You're too smart for that.
No, I think Kyle Shanahan is probably the coach of the year. So I'll give the advantage to the 49ers. And I'll give it to him slightly. I think Nick Sirianni's done a terrific job. But it comes down to the players. Really, the coach is important, but it comes down to the players. And I think, I know D'Amico Ryans is a terrific coach, and he's really helped that defense. But it still comes down to the players. The players got to make plays, and it comes down to turnovers. If they get Brock Purdy to be Brock Purdy, then whoever wins the turnover battle is going to win the game. I know the 49ers don't turn it over a lot, and the Eagles did not turn it over last week. And if they don't turn the ball over, the Eagles do not lose the game. Do not lose the game. And that's the way I look at it. But it comes down to the players. I mean, let's be honest about this. The coaches don't play. The players got to do their job, be smart, not make mistakes, and it's going to be a hell of a game, but I love the fact that Kyle Shanahan seems to play conservative with his quarterback, which, if it comes down to the fourth quarter, the Eagles are going to win, and it comes down to a one-score game, the Eagles are going to win the game.
He coaches to win, and they've won 12 in a row. So, conservative or liberal, whichever side of the aisle you want to fall on, all he's done is win football games. Howard, the proof is in the pudding, Howard.
Whether they play the Little Sisters of the Poor, the Little Brothers of the Poor, or the Division III teams, that conference was a joke. Your division was a joke. So the Eagles, Dallas, I'm not a Dallas fan, but the Giants were better. Dallas was good this year, not good enough. They're never going to go to the Super Bowl. I posted a picture on Twitter of an illustration Who has more rings since 1997? J-Lo or the Cowboys? J-Lo has 6. Cowboys have 0. So but the Cowboys are good enough when you play them. But who do you play in that division out there? It's garbage. It's garbage. This year, it was garbage.
Yeah, I mean, those 8 straight wins to start Philly's year over Houston and Detroit and Jacksonville and Arizona. You're right, Howard. Those are world beaters.
Yeah, Detroit was a good team this year. People kind of slept on them a little bit. They were a good team this year, a very good team.
Okay, but Howard, if we're going to go on this premise, by the way, this is an actual fact. The Eagles and 49ers have the 2 easiest schedules in the entire NFL. Why? Because there aren't really any other good teams in the NFC. If I made you pick the best other team in the NFC, who would it be? And I already know what your answer is. It's the team the 49ers beat last week. And who, like the Eagles, you're going to tell me the division was great after what you just said about the New York Giants? That was a nice story. That was not a good team.
Wait a minute. I don't think that Seattle they did a nice job this year. They're not really that. They're just an average team. I mean, give me a break.
Right, I'm talking about Dallas. I'm talking about Dallas, Howard.
But Dallas had a winning record, and they were good. They weren't great, but they were good. Dallas and New York are better than any of the other teams in the 49ers division. Better than them. It's that simple.
Right, but the 49ers just beat them. So like that kind of takes the whole conversation. Like who's it that the Eagles have beaten? I guess nothing is impressive until we see this game. Then. Isn't that right?
Well, and these things I look at. Dallas played their 4th straight road game. That really was an advantage for the 49ers. And that's Dallas had 2 at the end and then 2 in the playoffs. Teams that play in the playoffs, 2 straight road games, are 10-37 since 1990. So they played their 4th straight road game. That's deadly. So I don't want to hear about all that other nonsense. 49ers are better than Dallas. But Dallas is not – they're a good team. They're not anything special. But they're certainly better than Seattle. I don't want – and the Eagles – the Eagles didn't play last week. Because they had the best record in the NFC. Because they got a bye. I get it. That's why you play for the bye.
In your cute little 10-37, included in that is the 49ers who won back-to-back road games last year in the playoffs. So let's make sure that we footnote that on your quaint little stat. Howard, your linebacking core is decrepit. How is that going to rear its ugly head on Sunday?
It's not decrepit. Kazir White has actually done a nice job. T.J. Edwards has done a nice job. Not as good as the 49ers linebackers, but they've done a very nice job. Wait a minute. Let me check. This number. The Eagles led the league in sacks. Did you guys miss that?
How many from the linebacking core that we were discussing in this portion of the interview?
I mean, sure, there's some.
You play Dak Prescott twice a year. Of course, you got a bunch of sacks.
They don't have to blitz they don't have to send the linebackers because their down linemen are so good.
Man, able to track down Taylor Heineke. That's an impressive feat.
Well, you picked the worst team in the division. Are you guys that clueless? My gosh,
Howard, hold
on. You just wait. You wait a cotton-sticking minute.
If I say this, hold on, because this conversation's getting out of pocket. I'm not sitting here telling you that the Eagles can't win this game. Of course. Wait a minute.
Well, hold on a minute.
The Commanders or whatever their name is.
These are the 2 best teams, Howard. Are you sitting here on this radio show, at 10:16 a.m. Pacific time, and you're literally going to have this much cockiness to say the Niners don't even have a chance this weekend?
No, I think the Niners have a very good chance. No, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to be delusional like you guys, but I'm not going to say that. I think the 2 best teams in the NFC are playing Sunday in Philadelphia. They are the 2 best teams in the NFC, and I don't think there's any question about that. I think it's going to be a good game. It's going to be a close game. It's 2 very good teams. No. I'm not going to be like you guys. and just be delusional. I understand the 49ers are a very good team. No question about it. I will not dispute that. You can take that and stuff that wherever you want to stuff it. But they are a good team.
I think I'll choose to wad that up and throw it in the garbage can based on previous backhanded compliments that you've previously served up. How much fear do you have of the Niners' run defense with your couple of petite, quaint little running backs?
Well, here's the thing. If you're scared, get a dog, and I got 3 dogs. So I have no fear. So let's just leave it at that. I have no fear. 49ers are good. Their defense is good. They better get turnovers or they're not going to win the game. And I think the Eagles understand everything. I don't believe they're going to turn the ball over. I think Jalen Hurts is better than I thought he would be at the beginning of the year, and he's done a really good job. He probably would have been the MVP if he didn't get hurt. But okay, they're 2 good teams, and the 49ers have a good defense. But it better not be close at the end of the game because I think the Eagles will win the game at that point if it's a 1-score game.
Well, Howard, I'll give you this. Jalen Hurts, both these teams are really good at not turning the ball over. But, boy, that whole Jalen Hurts, that stat about 5 fumbles this year and he's lost none of them, boy, that doesn't feel sustainable.
Well, I don't know. Is 0 still 0?
Yeah.
You said 5.
Yeah.
It's 0.
It is until they play again, yeah.
It's 0 in the stats. They've lost 0 fumbles that Jalen Hurts has lost. So that's still 0.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And
that
0
sounds like some good bounces.
Niners, by the way, Howard, undefeated when they turn it over fewer than 2 times. So you'd better hope that your Eagles can get the ball out at least 2 times. If not, it's going to be a long, cold day back east.
Well, actually, it's going to be kind of warm because I like that. It was cold last week. So check the weather, check the final score.
Yeah.
And you guys, I feel bad because it might ruin if the 49ers lose. You guys will be devastated for such a long time. And you'll just hope. Well, forget about the Warriors. You'll just hope for the San Francisco Giants.
Howard, I'm still picking confetti out of my posterior from our last parade. You got 4 titles since 1980 as a city, so don't come at me with relative sadness.
Hey, I love the Giants. When Bochy was the manager, I loved the Giants. They were really, really a good team. But you can't deal in the past. You're like the Cowboys fans. You're like, we got 5 Super Bowls. Yeah, dust off the trophy, you nitwits. I mean, that's what they're doing. The rings were half the size of the Super Bowl rings now. That's how long ago it was. They will never win with Jerry Jones running that operation. And they will never win with Dak Prescott as a quarterback. Now, you guys obviously have a chance, but I don't want to hear about the past. The past is the past, all right? So I think did the Eagles win it? The Eagles won a Super Bowl in 2017 season. So, I mean, they have one.
It's only been 5 years since you smelled champagne in your town. That's got to be, it still kind of wafts around.
That's all right. I mean, they'll be drinking champagne on Sunday.
Man.
All these Eagles fans. You know what?
I heard someone said Bochy. Howard, you said something about Bochy.
I love Bochy as a manager. And I hope he has success this year with his new team. But I will send you as a consolation gift a bottle of champagne for the loss, just so you know that we're celebrating here in Philadelphia.
Okay. We will accept, provided one thing. If the 49ers win, you get your butt back on this show next Monday.
Okay. I might be. Well, no, I won't be. It's a bye week. I'm going to the Super Bowl either way, and I'm hoping it's with the Eagles. But I'll get my butt. And well, I'll tell you what. I would go on either way, so I can stick my foot up your butts when the Eagles win.
It's done.
We'll decide if that invite is going to be extended. But yeah, Monday, book it. I don't care where you're traveling to. You can break off a phone call.
Okay, I'd be happy to do that. You guys need help, so I'm glad to be there to help you. Everybody, I'm always out to help people because that's who I am. So I will do that for you guys.
You're a giver, Howard.
We've always known that about you, Howard. So thank you. Thank you for doubting the 49ers, just like you did early in the year.
Well, okay, we'll see. It's just we'll know by Eastern time. We'll know by about 6:30 on Sunday, which will be 3:30 your time. You like my math?
Eastern time. Gosh, you poor kids who have to wait all the way till 3:00 to get your game started. I feel so bad for you, but hang in there. You'll get to the end by the time you have to go to bed. Thank you, Howard.
Well, just think about this: all your shows that you watch on the network, we've already seen them.
Wow. There's a brag.
Yeah, it's not.
Because you get the first crack at Stephen A. Smith.
Right.
That's got me jealous.
We'll call you. Yeah, we'll call you at 9:01 tonight and ask you what Wednesday's like and place bets. Thank you, Howard. You got us on that one.
Oh, boy.
You dope.
All right.
Howard, you're the best. Howard, it's Dibs. Who got voted off Survivor? Could you tell me? I can't wait.
Right.
This is the best.
We'll call him in the third quarter. Who won?
Thanks,
I'm
Howard.
betting the live line. All right,
Exactly.
there it is. Howard Heskin, The Road to Glendale.
He's the best.
It's brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. He is the best. He is the best. However, he's on a hell of a streak. Whoever he doubts wins.
Right. And it's, you can't win. I thought you were going to go, Adrian right there from Rocky. Rocky
Adrian
2.
action.
Yeah, Rocky 1. That's just fantastic. But it's going to be a great game. And I love Howard's perspective and, the hate for Brock Purdy and the doubt for Kyle Shanahan. And I'm not going to sit here and allow anyone to slander Kyle for the 28-3 blown lead when he was the coordinator. If you're going to do that, then let's go back to when Kyle was a quality control coach in Denver, or when he was like the quarterback's assistant to the assistant in Washington. Get out of here with that.
Listen, he said something that, boy, it perked me up because it was like, look, I don't play for
Mark
the 49ers. I don't. That's why we can have fun with this. But did you hear him? And this is the quirk that it takes apparently weeks, if not months, if not years, to get out of people's heads. He goes, if the Eagles can just make Brock Purdy, then they're going to win the game. Well, hang on a second, Howie. Who's Brock Purdy? You're acting like there's a version of Brock Purdy that's actually him that we haven't even seen yet. So now we've got 8 full football games of evidence. He's won all of them.
Right.
Yet the perception is, well, slipper's not going to fit. Time to turn into a pumpkin. Time to turn you back into the plucky little 7th rounder that you are. And that, my friends, is exactly where I want the opponent's heads to be if I'm the 49ers. Perfect. Keep telling yourselves that Brock Purdy's not real. He's a late rounder. He's not actually any good. Oh, by the way, you know who else is a quarterback that people didn't see coming when he was a young buck? His name was Jalen Hurts. By the way, these two guys played in college. It was a total shootout. Went back and forth. It was a classic. I hope that the Eagles are doubting Brock Purdy and thinking he's going to turn into a pumpkin, because that's exactly where the 49ers want him.
Well, and so far he hasn't really shown any pumpkin-like tendencies in terms of careless, nervous turnovers, reckless throws, lack of ball security, and all the rest of it. And maybe it all comes to a head in the NFC Championship game at Philadelphia. And if it does, if Brock Purdy turns the ball over 3 times, they're not going to win the game. And that's just been the way it's gone this year with the 49ers. If you turn it over more than 2 times in a game, this Niner team has lost. So this past Sunday, 1 turnover, you won the turnover battle, you got the win. It's that simple.
Yep, I mean, Kyle Shanahan has preached that all along. You're absolutely right. Okay, coming up next, we got plenty of room for your phone calls. We haven't talked to you at all yet, and let's do it. 888-957-9570 is the number. You got the Xfinity mobile text line. You got Twitch and YouTube. Thank you to everybody who is watching and listening there. We appreciate it so much. But also coming up next, have you ever seen a team's social media team do the team as dirty as Dallas did itself over the weekend? We'll get to that coming up next. This is Willard and Dibs.
They did one hell of a job, and the only thing else I got to say is, how about this, Joe?
The 49ers are back in the NFC Championship game.
Here's Pollard. Warner came right through and a big-time hit from the all-pro linebacker. Prescott fires. Oh, it's intercepted. The 49ers back to the championship game.
That was my type of football game. This was physical, cold weather, throwback football.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Dan Dibley here. Are you making plans for 2023? Now's the time to consider a remodel or upgrading your windows or door. This winter, you may realize your home is not as energy efficient as it could be. If you're feeling a cool draft, talk with your architect or designer about dual or triple pane windows and well-insulated doors. Golden State Window and Door provides the latest options in style and lower cost energy efficiency for your clients. Before you take a look at the many options in person, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Choose a showroom location, then start the 3D video for a virtual tour. You'll see windows and doors from Marvin, Anderson, True Style, Therma-Tru, and others. Homeowners, you're also invited to take a tour or visit a Golden State Window and Door showroom near you. Think of Golden State as your resource for future plans. Family owned since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health. Redefining possible.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personal doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Why have over 2 million people trusted their bath remodels to Bathfitter? When a normal day is anything but normal, we fit your schedule with our unique tub-over-tub process installed in just a day with no demolition. When high quality is the only quality that matters, we fit your standards. We've been remodeling baths for over 35 years, and every bath we install comes with a lifetime warranty. Get the bath you want in a day with quality that lasts a lifetime. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Rian Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift, always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming January 26th, only on Peacock.
We are so excited.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We're going to walk a little bit more than 500 miles to get to Philadelphia, that's for sure. But let's see. Look, this is the matchup everybody's been waiting for. The AFC was kind of waiting for Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, the reboot of last year's game, and it's not going to happen. And, oh, by the way, like before we go deeper into 49ers and Eagles, the game everyone's been waiting for, like how about Joe Burrow, the party crasher, on two fronts? Whenever we have a quarterback conversation in the NFL, we go, okay, there's Mahomes and Allen. And then we start messing around with all the other names. I don't know how we don't adjust that statement now, either to take Josh Allen out of that conversation or at minimum add one more name and make that name be Joe Burrow, who, both, by the way, is supposed to be on a Super Bowl loss hangover season.
Right.
That's what we tell these teams. When you lose the Super Bowl, you're going to your hangover. Well, look at these guys. They've worked their way to being a road favorite in the AFC title game the very next year. Super impressed by what Cincinnati has done this year.
But he was on a Super Bowl hangover, and you look at the way they started the season. He was terrible. They were terrible. They lost to Pittsburgh, and then they lost at Dallas 0-2, and that's when everyone was saying, oh, yeah, Cincinnati, Super Bowl hangover. Well, since that time, they wrapped up the regular year winning 12 of their final 14, and then they've come out in the postseason and gotten it done with back-to-back wins. So 14 of 16 for Cincinnati, including 10 in a row. The only team hotter is the team upon whom you have adorned on your beanie, your San Francisco 49ers. By the way, it's 2,917 miles. It's more than 500 miles from Santa Clara to Philadelphia.
So it's like 4 proclaimers.
Yes. Actually,
it's
5
proclaimers time 4.
Or even 6.
Five proclaimers. Yeah,
and
whatever.
If you and
it
I
is.
want to drive out there, it's a 43-hour drive. So,
okay,
if
I'm up.
Yeah,
let's go.
We drive 10 hours a day. We leave tomorrow after the show. We'll be there in time for kick.
By the way, thank you for noticing the beanie. I know you're the beanie guy on this show. I'm not the beanie guy. I'm the baseball cap guy on this show. But this was a gift from my daughter. She just got this for me. And so you know what it's like when your kids give you a gift. I'm sorry. I'm probably wearing this now for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I don't even care when it's going to be 85 degrees out. I'm wearing a beanie because my daughter got me this beanie. So don't talk about my beanie because this is my daughter's beanie, okay?
I love the beanie. And also it should be said happy birthday to you, Mark Willard. I don't know if we've properly given you your just dessert. And I guess you're one of those we don't talk about my birthday guys. Kyle and I, actually, our great producer, we share a birthday. It's in August, and by the way, we're both going to let you know far enough in advance of when it's coming up. But
can you get him another beer?
You seriously? What'd you have? A truly? Happy birthday, Mark Willard. Today's your day.
I appreciate you, brother. I'm not trying to hide it. I'm not one of these like, oh gosh, oh no, another year on the calendar.
Right.
Like I'm getting old. Yes, the kids did point out yesterday, hey, Dad, 2 years, you're gonna be 50. Yeah, thanks. I got that. But you know what?
Outside.
That's right. But 2 years is also a long time. So we're not there yet. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it very much. It's not that I'm trying to hide it, but I just try to save the attention to when I do something that maybe other people haven't all done. Like we've all got one, right? We're all here, so we've all got a birthday. And so, sure, we'll tip one later. We'll get some food.
I get that, yeah.
I got a new beanie, and cool.
Okay.
Now Niners and Eagles.
I get it, but there's 365 of these babies, 366 depending on the year, and there's only one day out of that year where it should be and could be solely about you. It doesn't mean it has to be about you start to finish, but this is a day where you and many others, I'm sure hundreds of thousands of others, are celebrating their birthday. My brother Doug has his birthday tomorrow. That'll be a day where I call Doug for sure and wish him a happy birthday. But for today, it's your day, so bask in it.
No, I appreciate that. It's also Atlee Hammaker's birthday of all the Bay Area athletes. Yeah, I do know that he and I share a birthday, so happy birthday, Atlee Hammaker. And then also what my birthday is known around my house is the pregame show for my son's birthday because his birthday's on Thursday. And so I'm going to do the same thing I always do on my birthday, and that is go shop for my son's birthday.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense because ultimately, I don't know if it's the little one or the big one, but either way, neither one of them.
It's the big one.
Yeah, and
the big one. It's the Sweet 16 for Abe on Thursday.
One. Yeah, so that
it's a big one. That's right.
Yeah, you definitely have to load up for your boy. Other birthdays today, by the way, Ed Helms from The Hangover and also from The Office. He's just a year older than you. He turned 49 today.
Helms.
Yeah. And I'm looking at other birthdays through history.
Yeah, who else we got?
Well, here's one you're not going to like, and I hate to.
Who is it?
If I say NFL head coach over celebrating, who would you think of?
Oh gosh, is Sean McVay's birthday today?
Sean McVay, ladies and gentlemen.
No way. Wait a minute. Let me guess. Don't tell me. I bet Sean McVay today is turning 19. Is today his 19th birthday?
I thought you were going to go younger.
What? How old?
Yeah.
How old is Sean?
You were close. Yeah. 37. Sean McVay, 37 today.
Oh my God. They're adorable at that age. 37 years old. Happy birthday, Sean McVay. Good for you.
To close the circle on what the Morning Roast was talking about today, they were talking about the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. As a show that they both grew up with. They actually both sang the theme song, which was pretty fun. But Tatiana Ali, who played the younger sister, it's her birthday today as well. She turned 44.
I thought you were going to tell me that it was Will Smith's birthday.
No.
And I was going to tell you to keep my actor's name out your mouth. Is what I was going to tell you to do. But,
also,
but okay.
The great Michigan running back, Tshimanga Biakabatuka, turns 49 today, so there you go.
That's not actually his birthday. You just wanted to say that name, is my guess.
It's actually his birthday.
Right?
It's listed
Okay.
It's listed on this website as Tim, but I know that his real first name is Tshimanga.
Tim. Biaka Batuka or something.
So there
like
you go.
That.
Anyway, happy birthday. It's enough of that.
I didn't appreciate it. Have a beer. If you want to have a beer. All right, anyway, we are talking NFC title game. Eagles sideline reporter Howard Eskin joined us earlier. He yelled at us. We yelled at him. We won. He left. you can go back and hear the whole thing on the free Odyssey app. A reminder that all guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Okay, can I get to this for a sec? I was like, wait a minute here. I can't believe you guys did this. I understand that the whole national thing coming out of the Cowboys 49ers game was less about crediting the 49ers and more about making fun of the Cowboys and specifically Dak Prescott. And I get it. You're a big brand. You haven't been to a Super Bowl since 1995. You're making $45 million. You got outplayed by Mr. Irrelevant. I understand all the things that make people want to look at last weekend's game and point and laugh. Ha ha, Dallas Cowboys. Wait till another year. And they've been eliminated by the 49ers 2 years in a row. They're under their thumb. There's no question. And their whole organization is now in a really tough spot. Tony Pollard's a free agent. Zeke looks cooked. Dak looks like he's just not quite good enough to get you there. And so you've put money in all the wrong places. Micah Parsons is coming up for a deal. They're in a really, really tough spot. However, who is writing the Cowboys social media feed, or more importantly, who's telling the Cowboys social media employees to write what they write? There were a few tweets that came out after the game, one in particular that got everybody's eyebrows up. Quote, Dak Prescott gave away the ball twice in the narrow loss to the 49ers in a matchup the Cowboys had a chance to win if they didn't again generate self-inflicted wounds. Hashtag Dal versus SF. Hashtag Dallas Cowboys. Are you kidding me?
Those are facts.
Are you like
find the lie?
No, they're not. They're
Did
find the lie. Here's
away?
the lie.
Twice?
Self-inflicted wounds. So wait a minute. The person who's doing the intercepting didn't have anything to do with the interception. You're going to
two really bad throws. The throw that Jimmy Ward baits him into it. Fred Warner had coverage on the play. Ward the deflection. Warner the pick. Self-inflicted wounds. And then the other pick that Demo was able to slide in on. Again, not a great throw. Poor decision.
No.
I think that those are factual tweets.
Did you guys read the post?
I'm not.
I'm looking at it right now.
Did I? I'm looking at it.
The article that came with that post, here's how it ends. What came thereafter was a gadget play that achieved nothing. And as special as the regular season was and postseason might have been, that's exactly what the Cowboys walk into the offseason with. Nothing. Well, unless you count the mountain of questions they must immediately begin to answer in hopes of figuring out how to finally get over what is now a 28-year hump. That's the team website.
Exactly. Like
Patrick
it feels
Walker,
to me like you guys are looking
reporter on the scene.
Thank you.
You're looking at this like in a little bit of a maybe too black and white factual way. Like you're saying, find the lie. I'm not really talking about whether or not it's a lie. I'm talking about a social media team that decided to just go straight to shots fired because you lost a game you were supposed to lose on the road in the playoffs to a better team. Who does that? Was this Jerry Jones? Did he type this up and call the social media people and say, this is what I want you to say? Like, I've never watched a team drag their supposed star through the mud after you lose a game that you were supposed to lose.
Well, he's the supposed star, but the feeling that you get from anybody you talk to connected to Dallas, he is a reluctant supposed star. Nobody wants Dak Prescott to still be the quarterback of the Cowboys, including, wait for it, Dak Prescott. But because he's under contract at such a massive number, there's really nothing that they can do in terms of Dak Prescott. Cowboys would love for Dak Prescott to be as good as he was those first 5 or 6 starts his rookie year, but he just has never been that player. He hasn't gotten better. He's never been elite. And here you are again, losing to your non-divisional rival for a second straight year in the playoffs. And it wasn't totally Dak's fault for losing. You could look at the Tony Pollard injury, but what this article talks about is 2 interceptions that led to 6 points in a game you lost by 7 points. And if Brett Maher doesn't get his PAT blocked, then you're only down by 6 points. And so you could do the math, the transitive property, and say that if it wasn't for these 2 picks, it would have been a tie game. We're going to overtime.
Which is a ridiculous thought because the Cowboys got points off of a Ray McLeod fumble on a punt. Like, if that's the way people's brains work, let me just tell you, you're going to be mad every time your team ever loses because you're walking around in life with this idea that your team is never supposed to lose. That's not how it works. You're the underdog in this game. You came in here. If you want to do that after a game and spotlight everything that went wrong and go, if none of those things would have happened, we would have won. Well, the other team would be like, well, we had plays go wrong too. Like the 49ers had a bunch of things go wrong. They fumbled in the red zone or in the high red zone. Their quarterback had no touchdown passes, had a much harder, it was his hardest game for sure. Listen, I'm not telling you Dak Prescott looked good in this game. I've long time now put him on that list of quarterbacks in the NFL where a team kind of has to pay him, even though you probably shouldn't want to because that quarterback is good but not great, not good enough to get to a Super Bowl. It's Dak, it's Kyler Murray, it's Kirk Cousins, it was Derek Carr. It might well be Jimmy Garoppolo. That's the list, and Dak's been on it the whole time. So I'm not a huge Dak fan, but man, if I was the quarterback of a football team and this is the way my social media team is dragging me through the mud in a team loss on the road to a better team, I'm sorry. Like that is an inaccurate way to approach looking at this game. That is Dallas Star glasses on whoever wrote that.
Well, it's actually, when you read the entire piece, you can see that Dak's quoted in it, and the piece kind of supports the whole premise of those two turnovers leading to 6 points in a game that was that close. And they also have an article up, 5 things that really may have turned the game, and they talk about the 3rd and Jawan catch that set up more points for the Niners, the Cowboys not capitalizing on the fumble that you just talked about from Ray, the Trevon Diggs dropped interception where Brock Purdy had the one throw where the Cowboys should have had it and taken it away.
Did Greenlaw not drop a pick six? Did that not happen? I saw that.
The Tony Pollard
right?
injury. I'm just reading from the Cowboys piece. We're talking about all the other social media that Dallas put out there, included in which is a piece that talked about the 5 plays that turned the game, the Pollard injury, and Purdy to Kittle, and the big the juggling play that helped to keep that drive alive. It's what you do when your team loses. You find a way to pick through, you do the autopsy of it, and just looking at the tweet that you're referencing, I don't necessarily think that that's out of bounds. It certainly isn't a team-friendly tweet.
Yeah, I just think it's a ridiculous way to look at football because it is eliminating credit to the other team ever. That's why it offends me. It's not on behalf of Dak. Look at the previous tweet. Plays that might get forgotten include Tony Pollard's game-changing injury and a dropped interception by Trevon Diggs. Right, there's that one. There's Mike McCarthy and talking about the opportunity that they missed. It's like the whole lens of this entire game is, well, the Cowboys were way better and they screwed it up, which is like not what happened at all. You don't think that's what happened, do you?
No, of course not. But I don't think, like, if you look at the Eagles-Giants game, I don't think you're going to look at the Giants' Twitter feed and say, 5 plays that kept us from winning. You got your ass kicked from stem to stern.
Right.
That game was an absolute blowout. So if you're looking at this game through a Dallas Cowboy fan lens, and if you're one of the people who smash their TV with their fist, I don't know if you saw those posts, the social media posts of idiotic Cowboy fan. So your team loses and you're going to punch your TV. You're not that bright, in my opinion, if that's going to be the way you're going to process a loss.
I'm with you. By the way, quick aside, in terms of watching people on social media watch on TV, did you catch the people who hit that 4-pick parlay when Dalton Schultz got the touchdown? There was the 4-pick parlay of which individual player would score the first touchdown in each of the 4 games over the weekend. And I forget how much somebody put on it. I feel like they put $5-10 on it, and they won $72,000.
Wow!
When Dalton Schultz went into the end zone, the celebration in the living room when Schultz caught that touchdown pass was I don't care who you root for, it was pretty fun to watch.
So it was a first touchdown per 4 games parlay, and most of those are going to be like
got all of them right.
It's incredible. Those are usually like 8-1 or higher, especially if you had Dalton Schultz. He had to probably be like 12-1. That's awesome.
Absolutely. So, yeah, now here's the other thing, though, about pointing at Dak Prescott and his money like so many people have. I wonder if 49er fans know this, and I'll share something from the Sunday show that Ephraim Lom really wanted to highlight, and what he said was, look, I get that they're this weekend, and the 49ers have a chance, like the other 3 teams do, to get a couple wins and win a Super Bowl, and that's true. But there's a bigger issue or a longer-term issue that's going on as well, and he goes, do you realize, speaking of the word opportunity, the opportunity that the 49ers have to essentially run this league for the next couple years at least because of the amount of money they will now pay at the quarterback position. Like, that's stunning. For Brock Purdy, while not perfect over the weekend, $700,000 outplays $45 million. And Dibs, you've talked about this over the last couple of weeks. This is football. There's nothing anybody can do to renegotiate this contract. He will go from $700 to $800 next year, and the year after that, he will go all the way up to $900,000, and the year after that, he will go to $1.1 million. The opportunity that now exists for the 49ers to keep McCaffrey and do the IU deal and handle Bosa's deal and all of those things, I mean, they've got a huge edge on the rest of the league now because of this.
No doubt, and you just look at the Cowboys, and Dak's big number kicks in next year. This year, he only made 1.6. His signing was 13.2 with a restructuring of about 4.9. He only made about 19.7 this year. But if you're Dak, you're sitting back and you look at Twitter and you see the Cowboys post and you just lean back and you laugh in your Scrooge McDuck vault because next year his base mark is 31. His signing is 13.2. His restructuring is 4.9. The cap hit next year for Dak is $49.1 million. And after next year, if the Cowboys at that point say, you know what, Dak, we're done with you, you're done with us, it's a $39.9 million cap hit after next year. So even if they want to go ahead and eat the rest of Dak's deal, it's going to hurt you to the tune of damn near $40 million. And, you know, you and I had this conversation right when Brock Purdy was starting to flash. They're in a great spot for next year. You're going to have 2 quarterbacks. You're going to have insurance for Brock Purdy in Trey Lance, and you don't have to worry about Trey Lance and his deal for a couple more years. You really have 2 more years with Brock and Trey making peanuts, and you can just stack everything around him. You're going to be good based on cap room alone for the next couple of years.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by Meriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. By the way, since you used one of our favorites, cap hit, and the dead cap money, this is really fun. And I wonder if you'd like to guess. In 2025, let's say something has gone terribly wrong with Brock Purdy and the 49ers would to get out from underneath that deal. Do you have any guess what the dead cap figure will be for Brock Purdy in 2025?
Purdy's dead cap hit in 2025, I think it's like $15,000.
That's a pretty good guess.
It's pretty small.
Ladies and gentlemen, the dead cap number for Brock Purdy in 2025, $19,252. We'll see if the 49ers are able to look under the seats in the 300 level and scrounge that together. $19,252. What is that? 3 tickets to the game? I mean,
maybe
holy
2.
smokes.
Joe Butcher Boy was saying tickets were going for $9,000 in his section. I think that he said $9,000. Might have been $900. I'm not sure. Prices were just obscene for that game on Sunday.
Well, and I've heard that this NFC title game in Philadelphia, right now at least, I know we're a few days and maybe prices will change, but they're saying it is the highest average ticket price on record for a championship Sunday NFC game in history right now. That's what you get when you get 1 versus 2 and the matchup. And I know Philadelphia fans want Dallas because it's their rival, but this is the deal now. These are the two teams that everybody wanted to see play, and that's what we're getting. And so whoever earns their way to Glendale, we can use that word. They're going to earn it, because as much fun as we have with Howard Eskin, bottom line is this one's going to be hard. I could absolutely see either team winning this game. We'll get more into it, some of the details, the situation the 49ers are in. There is one aspect of the matchup that I really like in the 49ers' favor. We can get to that coming up next. We'd love to get your phone calls at 888-957-9570. Also, Willard and Dibs is sponsored by calhope.org. Much more coming up on 95.7 The Game.
Roasters unite, baby. It's going to be a party in the 215 this weekend as Joe Shasky and myself, Bonte Hill, hit Philadelphia. We're going to have some cheesesteaks. We're going to hit the Rocky statue. We're going to ring the bell, and we're going to go out there and kick the Eagles' ass. Thanks to Boxer and Gerson for sending us to the NFC title game where the Niners will hoist that NFC title trophy. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
This is the final week of the Manufacturers RV Show. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey.
Throws, caught! Touchdown as time expires.
Unbelievable turn of events. Non-stop coverage from the biggest sports radio stations in the country. Podcasts dedicated to each NFL team and postseason games streaming live for free.
Takes the handoff, looks right, throws right, end zone, caught, touchdown.
Your playoffs, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Hey Niner fans, George Kittle here with a pro tip for making the best play on your eyewear. Visit Zenni.com, the official eyewear of the 49ers. Zenni has changed the game for you, finally making prescription glasses affordable for everyone. At Zenni, you can find over 3,000 frames with unbelievable prices. Look for the Kittles collection so you can rock our styles every day too. So visit Zenni.com, start shopping from home using their virtual try-on, and change your eyewear game forever.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Servicing your Ford has never been easier than it is at Serramonte Ford. Scheduling your vehicle service is as simple as 1, 2, 3. Just go to serramonteford.com/service to find a time that works for you. Then ask us about vehicle pickup and delivery. Only at Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are you guys that clueless?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Some might say. Some might say.
That was a good back and forth with Howard Eskin. I enjoyed it. He's fun. He gets the bit.
That was your cup of tea, wasn't it?
A little bit. And I respect Howard, and I know how to pick at him a little bit. And you never want to make it too acrimonious, but you can't get to that guy. You just cannot really get him mad, which is it makes it fun.
That clueless?
Totally.
Yeah. Well, and I don't think he got to us either. Did he?
No,
he didn't get to you, did he?
No, I was just using words like the Eagles were reeling, and your cute little running backs, and your deeply flawed linebacking core. Just little things to pick at him.
Well, let's talk about the plucky, adorable, as you put it, cute little running backs. What was the number? Rushing yards against the Giants? 265? Is that what you said?
Yeah, 268 was the number.
268. Okay.
On 94 carries.
Yeah, exactly.
Good God. Pound the rock.
I mean, if that had been Jimmy Garoppolo, what would we be? Oh, he doesn't trust him.
They won't let him throw it.
It's right. We totally would have. But here's the bottom line. I don't know why. I don't know how. But that wasn't a real playoff game for the Philadelphia Eagles. And that matters. It matters. It doesn't mean they can't beat the 49ers. They can. I'm not here to make we're not doing 4 days of woohoo 49ers radio. We're not doing it. They might lose this game. They might win it. This is a big, heavy weight matchup. But understand, one of the two teams got the appetizer that, in theory, you would need to go play this game. And one of them didn't. The Philadelphia Eagles have now played in their full total selves. They've played basically one time in the last 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts has been hurt. He's played 2 games. Both times it was against the Giants. One time it was against the Giants backups, and the other time it was against the Giants, and it was a game that clearly the Giants looked like they were just happy to be there. So when you hear Howard or anyone else come down your 49er road and say, well, who have the 49ers played? I'm sorry. Who have the Philadelphia Eagles played? It's a flawed argument. I think it's silly. They're the 2 best teams. So it doesn't matter who they've played. They're clearly the 2 best teams.
Right.
But if you want to talk about who comes into this weekend's game in a better flow, having, of course, been, as you would want to put it, battle-tested, it's the 49ers. Of course it's the 49ers. The Eagles haven't been in a heavyweight bout yet. 49ers just had one. That's a good
if that
thing.
matters. I mean, you can look at that and say, okay, the Niners are battle-tested, and they've been through a tough game, and therefore iron sharpens iron and all the rest of it. But the other side of it is Philadelphia is coming in fresher. They had a week off, and the week before that when they played the Giants, they didn't have to play everyone because they knew the game was mostly meaningless in terms of seeding and all the rest of it. And then against the Giants, they were able to put that thing into second gear and into cruise control. So is it a benefit that your team was sharpened by a tough matchup, or is it better that you basically demolished the New York Giants and you didn't have to try? I put both of those things aside, and I would look at the biggest benefit in all this is the fact that Philly was at home and they get to be at home. And the Niners, for the first time since I think it's October 24th, are going to travel outside the Pacific time zone. So for the first time in 3 months, the Niners actually have to go to a different time zone, and they have to go to Philadelphia. So that, for me, is a bigger factor than, tough game, easy game, and all the rest of it.
Yeah, except for the idea that it is the first time since October, so therefore it should affect them less. Like, what Dallas just had to go through when you're traveling 4 times in a row, when you're going from Monday to Sunday, while the 49ers had 2 more days of rest. I think that can affect things a little bit. But, all of this stuff, you're right, it may not matter, except for I'll point to specific players, and in this position, a specific player. I do think that aspect of having been in a really difficult game against a really, elite pass rush, I do think that helps Brock Purdy. To me, there's no 2 ways about it. Every experience that he gets is a new one. We talked about, okay, you've won a couple games. Can you win a division game on the road in prime time? Can you do it while you're hurt? Can you win a division? Can you win a playoff game? Can you do it when the lights come on? All right, now, can you do Dallas? Can you do Micah Parsons? And the answer's been yes every time. So I don't know that means they win this weekend. I just think Brock Purdy is running out of things that he hasn't done.
Yeah.
And so to have that experience last weekend can only help this weekend.
This is one of the biggest things that he hasn't done. And obviously the biggest thing that he hasn't done is something that very few quarterbacks have ever done. And he won't have a chance to do that unless he goes to Philadelphia and wins. But he hasn't gone to Philadelphia and won a playoff game. But if you look at the history of the 49ers, the last time that the 49ers in the playoffs went to Philadelphia and won a playoff game, well, it was never, according to my my research. The last time these two teams met in the playoffs was 1996, 49ers 14, Philadelphia nada at 3Com Park. Steve Young with a 9-yard rush. Jerry Rice on a pass from Steve Young, 14-0. The Niners beat Philly in the wild card round. And other than that, these two teams haven't played in the postseason, going all the way back to, the start of forever. So you look at the history of the Niners and Philly, there isn't any. Brock Purdy as a quarterback has never been in a conference championship game. The one thing that I do look at is the experience that the Niners themselves have outside of Brock Purdy. Now, McCaffrey doesn't have it, but Debo's been in these big games. Kittle's been in there, and Trent Williams has been in there. Defensively, Bosa and Fred Warner, these guys have been in this spot before, so I'm less worried about Brock Purdy going into this big game.
And on the road.
Exactly.
I mean, an experience like Lambeau Field last year in the playoffs, has got to help a situation like this. Look, I think both teams are going to come in ready. Both teams are going to come in ultra confident. And I don't really see either team running away from the other one. What's the over-under in the game? Like, I mean, we could be wrong on this. A lot of us expected a bit of a shootout between the 49ers and Dallas. We got the exact opposite. And I think in that, there's a hidden message, which is in the playoffs, usually when you've got good offense and good defense on the field at the same time, good defense is what wins out.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the case again this weekend. These are both good defenses again. I think the 49ers is a better defense. I think the Cowboys are even a better defense than the Philadelphia Eagles, but it's a good defense. It's a good defense in a January home playoff game. So, yeah, maybe we're looking at another grinder game, and the 49ers have played a ton of those the last 5 years.
Yeah, 46 is the number, Mark, and I thought that the Dallas Niner game would go under. I had it at 24-22, which was a barely, slightly make it under kind of game, but it turned out to be a 19-12, even more of an under. I believe all 4 games last weekend hit the under as far as the total. I think so, if memory serves.
Wow.
Because Philadelphia that game was 38-3, right, or 38-7. Was the final?
You know, it was such a bad game. I don't even remember what the final was. What was the over/under in the Chiefs-Jaguars game? What was the number? Because they went to 47 points.
Yeah, it might have been 50. I saw somewhere that all 4 games went under. I'll have to confirm that. But in terms
you're probably right.
In terms of this weekend's game, I think they both go under again. And I don't think that the 49ers are built currently to go out there against this Philadelphia defense and win a big-time shootout. The way that Philadelphia can rush the passer, first in the league by far in quarterback sacks against a 49ers offensive line that didn't look great against Dallas for a lot of the game until they changed up their scheme. I just wonder about the Niners' ability to really cut it loose and let Brock Purdy throw it all over the park.
I was a brick party.
Yeah.
Some of the Warrior games lately have been a brick party, which is unfortunate.
Let's get into that, too.
Gosh, that one. Dude.
Have you unearthed your panic meter again, or are we still not? We're not worried about it.
No panic meter. I was just, where's my annoyed meter? Because we were so there's nothing like beating the Cowboys, right? Like when your season ends, it's one thing. Like, for instance, I don't even want to visualize this, but if the Eagles were to win this weekend, that's really disappointing. It's going to be really hard, but it's not as hard as if you had lost to the Cowboys. Let's just be honest.
That's true.
That's the way rivalries work. That's the way sports work. So you're sitting there basking in the glow of this 49er victory over the Cowboys. And what a perfect post-game show to be like, all right, we got this all set, right? We're going to the Final Four. Let's click on over to the Warriors and watch them beat Kyrie Irving here in the fourth quarter. And I mean, this is a perfect Sunday. This could not have gotten any better. And then to watch that thing just disintegrate.
Totally.
It was like, what are you doing? What are you doing, you guys? What are you doing?
What are you doing?
It.
Completely.
Yeah,
Total. I was hearing the theme song.
That was
Tim
what are
Roy
you
was
doing?
my co-pilot as I sat in Levi Stadium traffic, and we didn't talk about it, you and I, because you weren't here yesterday, but that was the single worst traffic day in the history of Levi Stadium. It's been actually documented now.
This is a documented fact.
Yeah, SF Gate. It was a documentation sensation is what it was. SF Gate wrote an article. Took me 2+ hours to get down there and in, and 2+ hours to get out and home. And I live about 50 minutes away with no traffic.
Damn.
So as I got in the car, I thought, oh, that's right, Warriors and Nets. And I was in the same mind space as you. Let's make this a perfect Sunday. Niners over Cowboys. We're all feeling good. There were fireworks in the dirt lot at Levi's, and everybody's bang, bang, Niner gang, and the Warriors are up by 17. And then that thing evaporated.
Yep, and it was to get to whatever psychology this matters for, I don't know, but they would have had a winning record if they had just put the finishing touches on that game. Yeah. And now you got to ramp up the emotion again. You know who's in town tomorrow night. You know who's on their way. Where is Ja? Here they come. Here they come, the Memphis Grizzlies tomorrow night. So we'll dive into that one for sure because that's always a whole lot of fun. It'll be good to get the Grizzlies back fighting with the people they're supposed to fight with, and that's the Warriors, not Shannon Sharp. So I'm excited about that at Chase Center tomorrow night.
Yeah, it should be a fun one, and maybe it's a palate cleanser. It's either a palate cleanser, like, all right, the Warriors can still get up for big games and win big games, or it's another log on the fire of, man, this just might not be their year. Because the way you went about losing to Boston, okay, fine, that was a little bit of an odd one. Again, couldn't close it. You couldn't close out Boston. You had to lead. Coffee's for closers. Put down that coffee. All right, Brooklyn, you had Brooklyn down. There was no KD. You had no business losing that game at home. The Warriors don't lose at home, and then you did. So if you come out with another loss, it would be very, very bad for those of you glass half full guys.
Well, right now is a stretch. If you look at the schedule and the time of year, this is a stretch where you'd expect the Warriors to hit the gas a little bit and maybe start to get the record into the winning side and start to move up in the seedings a little bit. We'll see if they do it. That was a very, very bad start to it. The road to Glendale is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. I got a question for you. I'm checking in last night. Lead story, CBSSports.com. And it's like Garoppolo's status for this weekend. I'm like, all right, I'll bite. Click. Here we go. And the headline is not Jimmy Garoppolo has a chance to serve as the backup quarterback this weekend. It was not that. If it was that, I'd have been like, okay, that's, it's at least click-worthy. I don't know about lead story, but you click on it and it goes, Jimmy Garoppolo, very unlikely to be active this weekend for the NFC title game. And I go, why are we talking about this? Why is the national media still obsessed with somebody who, by the way, it is now evident that not only, I know we never say never, he should not / will not play another game for the 49ers, and the 49ers don't want him to come back because that means something bad happened to Brock Purdy. It's as if there are still people out there watching this team and covering this team who think that when Jimmy gets healthy, he'd play. And I'm like, someone help me with this. Why is this even on people's minds? What are you missing about what has happened since Brock Purdy came in?
Well, you can't lose your job due to injury, Mark. That's what they say. That's the age-old fraudulent adage. But, in fact, you can lose your job to injury, and you have lost your job to injury. It happened to Jimmy last year when he got hurt, and then this year he was hurt, and Trey Lance got the gig. Even though Jimmy was healthy in camp, he lost his job, and it was due to injury. Trey Lance was a starter. Then Trey Lance lost his job due to injury, and I know he never was healthy enough to get back and get the job back, but Jimmy took over. And even if Jimmy's able to get healthy for the Super Bowl on February 12th, let's say Jimmy, and according to Cam Inman, Jimmy's getting an X-ray today to, quote, see how things are going. And Kyle Shanahan said he'd be very surprised if he was out there this week. So Jimmy gets an X-ray today, and it's, oh boy, Jimmy's well ahead of schedule. Jimmy would be ready, come February 12th. And if it gets to that point where the Niners win on Sunday and Jimmy is able to be healthy, he might be in uniform, but he would be the backup.
Yeah, now that's a story. That's a story, and actually, with the way this season is gone, I don't think there's a Niner fan out there that can't. It's like, oh, gosh, that's exactly how this will probably end, right? Niners make the Super Bowl, and then at least there's a moment where Brock gets a little stinger or the wind's knocked out of him or something like that. Right. There goes the camera. Oh, holy hell. Jimmy's warming up on the sideline, and you're sitting there going, oh, of course this is going to end that way. I could totally see that. That's a story. But telling us that a guy that's not supposed to come back and nobody wants to come back because he's not as good as the guy who is playing is not coming back is not a story.
Right.
That's not a story.
It's the epitome of a non-story, actually. the fact that something is not going to happen doesn't make it a story. And, I will say this, and I hate to put it out into the universe, but it's a fact when it comes to football. Injuries happen. Patrick Mahomes is a great example because nobody was thinking about Chad Henne and a potential start in the AFC Championship game, but we don't know if Patrick Mahomes and his high ankle sprain will be ready to go come Sunday afternoon. It might be Chad Henne, 37-year-old Chad Henne, who gets the start in the AFC Championship game. And by the same token, you don't know if Jimmy Garoppolo would, maybe Brock Purdy plays at Philadelphia. He plays well. Niners get the lead, and on the final play that Brock Purdy is on the field, something bad happens. Niners win. Purdy's out for 3 to 4 weeks. Well, then what? Then you got to look at Jimmy Garoppolo. It's a reality.
Then there's absolutely a scenario that heads in that direction. I can't wait for Clear to Play tomorrow right around this time because, my God, I've got multiple Patrick Mahomes questions. If this guy plays and plays well this weekend, then everything I've ever known about a high ankle sprain is not true. Like, if this is what it is reported to be, a high ankle, like a real, like the one that Trent Williams suffered earlier this year, like a real high ankle sprain, let me tell you something. He's not playing. He's not, like, you can't.
Wow.
You cannot play 8 days later on a legit high ankle sprain, even at the quarterback position. Like, my sense right now is that Patrick Mahomes, his whole face is wincing when his foot even touches the ground, let alone walk, let alone run or cut or be mobile within the pocket. I don't know. And I'm watching the spread fly in the Bengals' direction. Right now, I don't like something is being reported inaccurately.
Well, we don't know,
Mahomes
Mark.
ends up playing in this game.
No, you don't know. Nobody knows right now. Even Patrick Mahomes doesn't know how his ankle is going to respond. If there's no chance for Patrick Mahomes to play, then that would already be out there. And the whole idea of a high ankle sprain, it's all varying degrees. Dr. Brian Feely, by the way, joining us tomorrow, Cleared to Play, courtesy of UCSF Health. And Dr. Brian Feely, we will ask him at very deep length, great length, as to the varieties of high ankle sprains. Because a high ankle sprain is not a broken fibula. When you break your fibula, again, even a broken fibula, there are different degrees of, is it a compound fracture? Is it a hairline fracture? Where did you break it? Is it in the middle of the bone? Did you break it near the ankle where the ankle's also damaged? You don't know how severe the, quote, high ankle sprain is. It's a very general diagnosis in terms of how severe the injury is. And you take the severity of the injury, that's one part of it. And the second part of it is the most important part, which is pain tolerance. How much pain can he tolerate? Because some people have a higher pain tolerance than others. So if the high ankle sprain is not so severe that no human being could walk on it, then maybe he and the needle can get the pain to a point where he's able to go out there and give it a go.
Listen, I'm with you that they can shoot the thing up. I'm just saying, if we're going to use that phrase, high ankle sprain, you can tell me there are varying degrees, and you're right. However, there is no degree of high ankle sprain that has you back in 8 days. That's never, ever, ever been a thing where there's an actual, like, legitimate, yes, that is a high ankle sprain that has you back in 8 days moving around in the pocket and creating more time. Like, could you limp out there? Could you do a limp to a 3-step drop and try to hit Kelsey 4 yards in front of you? Yeah, I guess. Phillip Rivers played in an AFC title game on a torn ACL once upon a time. Didn't go well. So he may go out there, but the idea, like, to me, if this is being reported accurately, there are two possibilities this weekend. One, Mahomes ain't playing, or two, Mahomes is going to be a mere shadow of himself if he tries to go out there. The third possibility is that this is not actually a high ankle sprain.
Well, and we don't know. We don't know how severe it is. We know that, he is reported to have a high ankle sprain, and you don't know how bad it is, and you don't know how much better it can get between now and Sunday until we get to Sunday. And so there's ways to stabilize the ankle. And again, Dr. Brian Feely tomorrow, cleared to play, UCSF Health. We'll ask him all these questions in terms of, what he can do if he's out there and he's in a limited capacity, what can be done to try to offset some of the problems with the high ankle sprain. It certainly is probably easier to play football than it is to play basketball, for example, in terms of the movements necessary. And, depending on what part of the ankle and how much pain he can tolerate, I have not in any way, shape, or form written off the idea that he could be out there playing on Sunday. I mean, remember T.O.? T.O. had a broken leg and a torn ligament, and he went out there and he played, and he played pretty well.
Yeah, but in some cases, a broken bone, you can actually, from my understanding, I've never had one, but in some cases, a broken bone actually gives you more possibilities and mobilities than a high ankle sprain. So anyway, good conversation to be had tomorrow for sure. Speaking of the quarterback position, there is a conversation to be had about the 49ers' ability to stop the one they're facing this weekend. We will get into that. Coming up next, this is Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Another year, another embarrassing final play against the Niners to end the Cowboy season.
Final play, looks like drawing a penalty. Prescott over the middle of the turf, gets smoked right away, and that'll do it. The 49ers back to the championship game.
Now that's become a meme on the internet. Man, sad Cowboy fans are my favorite thing in the world.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774-518.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's knows everyone hates cold, soggy fries, so they've changed theirs to serve them up hot and crispy, guaranteed. If yours aren't, then bring them back and they'll replace them at participating U.S. Wendy's.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals. Get up to 35% off over 100 different wines and spirits, including Cabernet, sparkling wine, single barrel bourbon, and so much more. These savings are huge, and even better, they're on top of prices that are already the lowest in town. Deals this good don't last long, so visit Total Wine & More to find yours. Love what you find at the lowest price, only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. You're very kind. You're very kind. Thank you very much. And for those of you watching on YouTube, I am donning the bright red 49er beanie gifted to me by my lovely daughter Ella to celebrate 48. It is a celebration sensation, Dibs.
We're going to give you the $1 off. You don't have to pay that buck. It's your birthday.
Thank you.
Kyle, put me down for $1 for Mick Willard for his birthday. I got him. Yeah, thank you. That's on me. It's a freebie for you. That's all I got you, though, Mark. And it hit me by surprise this morning. I saw the lovely Christie's Instagram, and I thought, this snake in the grass didn't even give me the heads up. I didn't even have a chance to get you a DoorDash gift card or a box of donuts or any other token anything.
Listen, with many things going on the inside of the home, that works out well because I didn't even make it into the studio today, broadcasting live from my daughter's bedroom right now, which sounds odd, but that's what it is. She's got the best lighting, and so that's where we are today.
Yeah, you look great.
And I accept. Thank you. And I accept belated gifts. So you're fine. And I'll see you in the morning.
Yep, you will. And I don't. So we'll have to catch you next year. On the flip side, I don't do belated gifts. You get the one day. Today was your day. And you gave me no notice. And so I was unable to.
You also know where I live. And there's a lot of hours left in the day.
Yeah.
So get your act together and make it happen.
That's true. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to drive home, grab my little almost 5-month-old, slap her in the car seat, get the binky in, and I'll drive 90 minutes over just to give you that big bag of nothing.
I would love the gift of getting to see your daughter in person. That would be amazing.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're talking NFC title game. Oh, by the way, the Niners are in it. And Eagles sideline reporter Howard Eskin, who's just got a big mouth on him, just a big old mouth. He joined us earlier to get us started with the fever for the flavor. And you can go back and hear the whole thing on the free Odyssey app. A reminder that all guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, but not easy to defend is Jalen Hurts. So 2 things here about Jalen Hurts that, let's be honest, a little scary. Number 1, he doesn't turn the ball over. He doesn't turn the ball over where the turnover margin is the thing. It's always the thing. It's literally the thing when it comes to an NFL game. And he only threw 5 picks this year. He did not lose a fumble the entire time. However, he did fumble 5 times, just didn't lose any of them. I think the sack fumble is the weapon that's the weapon of choice this weekend if you're a 49er fan. I think they may need to get one of those. You saw the way it changed the game against Seattle a couple of weeks ago when they finally got that sack fumble and Bosa jumped on it. So that's big. But the other thing he is, and this is a tradition with recent 49er defenses, they struggle with these dual threat quarterbacks. And the conversation last week was, does Dak Prescott count as a dual threat quarterback? And I was like, not really, but even he hurt him with his legs a time or two. And Jalen Hurts might well be the best in the game at it. And so this can be a hell of a challenge now for D'Amico Ryans this weekend.
Yeah, and Larry and I talked yesterday. We were getting really deep into the X's and O's of the zone read and the mesh point.
That's shocking.
And yeah, I knew you'd be shocked. He hit me with about 5 different mesh points. And, Larry, talk to me. And he hit me with, we talked about stacking linebackers. We talked about mesh point.
Gosh.
It was all happening. But he made a good point in terms of how they run their zone read and how the Niners have had trouble at times with this offense where the quarterback will hold it in the running back's belly for what seems like an eternity. They'll actually run together as a tandem, and then the quarterback will either leave it to Sanders or pull it out himself. And the Niners have, at times, had trouble against this sort of a run attack. So it's going to be difficult when you talk about Nick Bosa, who, by the way, has been great against the run in this last 4 or 5 games, especially when everyone's talking about, no pressures and no sacks. What's wrong with Nick Bosa? He's been a monster in the run game. He's playing great football, but it's going to come down to alignment and assignment for this defense against a different sort of run game that Philadelphia presents.
Yeah, they might need a spy. They might need a spy in this game because there were a couple times I can think of a very big 3rd down where Dak Prescott got a big rush, but very good at taking that one step up in the pocket, and the next thing you know, he's got nothing but 15 yards of green grass in front of him. You do that with Jalen Hurts. That's the difference. Dak Prescott turns a play like that into a gain of 11 and a 1st down. Jalen Hurts can turn it into a touchdown. And so it's scary, man. He's hard. He is really hard to guard, but Fred Warner playing the way he did last weekend has got to be kind of the elixir, the thing that makes you feel better if you're rooting for the 49ers in this one. That was one of the best games I've ever seen a defensive player play. I mean, it was just constant. The stuff that you notice and the stuff that you don't notice. If you go back through and watch the game film on this one, Fred Warner was absolutely dominant, instinctual, just everywhere, all over the field. And then when he would arrive, he would make you feel it. He would make you know that he was there. Like I mean, he threw a perfect game as a linebacker last week. And he may well be the most important one in this one as well because of what you were just talking about, whether it's spying Jalen Hurts or making the decision on Jalen and Miles Sanders. That's going to be a big part of whether or not this works on Sunday.
I'm more concerned about Jalen Hurts in the true run game than I am with him scrambling outside of a broken pass play situation. I think that the 49ers have enough speed at linebacker. If it's Dre Greenlaw, Fred Warner, if Azeez Al-Shire's on the field, they have the speed to match up with Jalen Hurts in terms of him breaking containment and trying to scramble and run. It's the actual straight up run attack, the zone read, and him faking the give and keeping it himself. That's the part of Jalen Hurts' game that scares me the most. He's averaging 50.7 yards a game on the ground. If I put the over-under at 50 and a hook, 50.5 yards rushing, which way do you see this one going for Jalen Hurts?
I would take the over. I would take the over, but I wouldn't let that scare you. I would take the over because it's late January. And I know, as Howard said, the weather is supposed to be nice this weekend. But I think when you're going against this 49er defense, you want to drop back and do things in a traditional way. It's not going to work. It's just not going to work. You're not going to score north of 20 points doing that, not in a real way. I know the Seahawks got to 23, but that was a garbage time touchdown and a blowout and all of that. You're like, they've proven it over and over and over again. You're not getting to 24 points if you drop back and play traditional football. So the Eagles, they are uniquely equipped to do it a different way, and they're going to have to. So I absolutely expect Jalen Hurts to run a lot in this game, to do a lot of the read option. The 49ers are going to have to be incredibly disciplined with staying home, staying in their spots, and reading things the right way.
Yeah, and turnovers are key, as you mentioned before, and I love your idea about the strip sack fumble. Jalen Hurts is bound to cough one up and lose one at some point. The fact that he hasn't lost a fumble all year is remarkable, and he's thrown just the 6 INTs on the year over the course of 15 games, which is a very small number. Brock Purdy hasn't turned it over either. It feels like if neither the Niners nor the Eagles lose the turnover battle, if it winds up to be a straight wash, I don't like the Niners' chances. I think they actually need to win this turnover battle. Yeah, being the road team and against Philadelphia's offense, I'm concerned about Philadelphia and their ability to turn this into more of a track meet than Dallas could.
Yeah, see, it's a track meet against the Niner defense is still just hard for me to imagine. Even last week when some people were like, yeah, high-scoring offenses, Cowboys and Niners, neither of them got to 20. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 20-17 game coming up this weekend, too. All right, is Guru still wearing Dallas gear yesterday, or is he back to normal stuff now?
No, he was wearing a blue shirt. It was not a Cowboy shirt. It was a blue shirt.
Okay.
Today, he's wearing a color that you would not believe.
Oh, gosh, I can't wait. Steiny and Gulum. I had a lot of people come up to me over the weekend after this one, and they're just like, look, we love Goo, but it's going to take me a minute to get over this, okay? There were a lot of people that were very offended by everything that took place last week. We'll see what he's got for us today. That's coming up around the corner. Oh, you were right. You were right. The Cowboys were coming to their funeral. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Bay Area, it's your boy Shasky, and me and Bonte, we are flying out to Philadelphia, and you better get ready, because I'm about to ring that Liberty Bell like the 49ers are this Sunday, and it's all because of our friends at Boxer & Gerson. Without them, we ain't flying, Eagles flying to Philadelphia. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, hey, it's Mark Willard for the Game Time app. It is the fastest growing ticketing app in the United States, and I can tell you why, because I've been using it for almost a year already, and it is everything that it says it is, which is amazing last-minute deals on tickets. And this is just not sports. This is everything: theater, concert, events. It is the easiest app to use. It's really simple. You open it up, you put in your email address, you put in your city where you're looking for an event, and bang, everything is there, and the prices are only going to get better as you go. Taylor Swift is on her way to the Bay Area later on this year. Joe Coy is coming to San Jose later on this year. You can go to the Sharks game that's coming up here in just a couple of weeks for $32. You can already buy your tickets for the home opener for the San Francisco Giants with the Royals in town. You can do that for under $125. So it's all in there, and it is incredibly easy to use. I've been using it myself, and now I swear by it when there's a big event that I know I want to check out. Download the Game Time app, create an account, redeem code THEGAME. Will get you $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, just create an account, put in your email address, and then use the code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. Let's go! A new year means new adventures ahead. The open road is calling. Start your year off right in a new Toyota. Get low 3.99% APR financing on 2023 RAV4, Corolla, Highlander, Camry, and Tacoma. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Excludes RAV4 Prime ends 1/31/23.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, it still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Motors Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's gonna fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
Wendy's knows cold and soggy fries are the worst.
So soggy.
That's why we're serving up hot and crispy fries all day, every day.
And all night until close.
With natural cut potatoes, sea salted to perfection.
Show me that potato skin.
Wendy's hot and crispy aren't like other fries. We're your dream fry. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's hot and crispy fries.
Guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and we'll replace them.
In San Rafael, highs near 59, sunny skies.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
Okay.
Now, back
it's
to
Willard
Willard
Dibs.
and Dibs on 95.
Yep, just like he said. That's Willard and Dibs. You're right. That was a flag, and you know what? It's my birthday, so I'm not taking the blame for that. Not my fault. Not my fault. Not my fault.
Kyle
but anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, there you go.
Fire Kyle right now.
But anyway, it's actually a perfect segue because, listen, we love to keep it light. We love to have fun. That's what we do for a living, and my God, are we so lucky to be able to say that. But at the same time, the world throws a lot of stuff at us a lot of the time. Monterey Park, Half Moon Bay, my gosh, everybody is just thinking about all of this. There are things in this world right now that are really hard to process. And with that said, we wanted to shout out a very, very special listener, a very, very special, proud 49er fan, Cindy Sebesta Leaf, who right now is in the hospital and in the fight of her life. And Cindy, we just want to tell you that just like the 49ers are strong, so are you. We're thinking about you. You can do this. Cindy suffered an episode, and this is after she lost her 17-year-old daughter to a car accident just last month. I can't even imagine. It's hard to even get the words out right now at that idea. But this is life, and this is how it unfolds, and we appreciate Cindy, and we appreciate the 49ers for inspiring you, Cindy, and as they get ready for the NFC Championship game, you, I know, are going to be a champion of this situation that you're facing. You got this. We're thinking of you. We are sending all of the positive energy your way so that you can pull through this and continue to have an awesome and productive life.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mark. And it's it's rare where we get the opportunity to reach out and touch people individually with what we do, but knowing that this person is fighting for her life, it's powerful. It puts everything in perspective in terms of, oh, it's a must win on Sunday and Brock's legacy and, Jimmy, is he coming back and all the rest of the nonsense. But it definitely does distract us from all of the real world, real life misery that is sometimes all around us.
No joke. It's a lot out there right now, and so it's a reminder that gets cliched. But take a deep breath and keep the kindness that some of us only get over the holiday season. Keep sending it out to everybody. Everybody is going through something. Let me tell you from the bottom of my heart that everybody is going through something.
Yeah.
So, Cindy, we are thinking about you today, just as much as we think about the 49ers and this matchup and the fun that we have, for instance, with someone like Goo, who's going to come in here finally wearing something else, which I know is a sight for sore eyes. I'm not going to lie to you, Dibs.
Actually, it's a sore sight for eyes is what it is today. And I'll let you and the other people wait to see exactly what he's rocking. I do want to thank the YouTube and the Twitch feed and the amount of people now that are pouring in and sending well wishes to Cindy, prayers for Cindy. And to have an audience like we have, not only on our show, but our station, from the morning roast all the way through the full weekday parts and the weekend shows and all the rest of it, Joe Spadoni, 5 a.m. and the rest of it. We're lucky to have such great listeners and such a great community. And I encourage you all, get to YouTube now. You're going to see the Goo and what he's going with today. The Goo looks good, but I'll say this, it's not blue, it's not silver, he's not wearing cowboy colors today.
Okay, that's all that anybody wants. And however however he expresses himself outside of that, it's okay. I express yourself. Come on, it's the greatest hip hop track of all time in my professional opinion. So anyway, whatever it is, I look forward to seeing that on the way in.
Is it NWA?
But
Express
it's
yourself.
Absolutely.
Willards with Attitude, WWA. I like it. Okay. All right.
How do you? Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly what I was going
of course.
for. I mean, why you think I'm wearing the beanie today, man?
Yeah.
Willard's got a little bit of a different attitude today.
Man,
okay.
You're pretty street today. You're pretty hard.
Hey, man, we beat the damn Cowboys, and yes, I'm going to use the word "we" because this is our city. This isn't just a football team. This is a we thing, man. This is our city. This is our area. That is that team. And it does not mean I'm going into, well, whatever happens this weekend. bleep that too. But this will, no matter what, that goes down as a very, very memorable weekend.
Yeah.
And a huge feather in the cap. Like, you've eliminated the Dallas Cowboys from the playoffs 2 years in a row, once at our place, once at their place. That's tremendous. That is a phenomenal achievement, not just from the football sense of it, but the emotional sense of it as well. Like,
and
I
think it goes under the file of never gets old. Much like beating the Lakers, beating the Dodgers, eliminating the Cowboys in the playoffs, you can file that under never gets old.
And I told you last week, remember, that the loser of this football game was going to experience a massive setback. And you tell me, did it feel like it? I mean, they lost this game, and now everybody's like, Dak Prescott's not good enough. Zeke Elliott is done.
Yeah, he is.
What do you do about Tony Pollard, a free agent with a broken leg? Like, everything about the entire, people are talking about McCarthy's job again. Everything about the whole organization comes into question, because it's not just that you fell short of the Super Bowl, but you literally now feel like you've got a team out there in the NFC that's got you under their thumb. And they do.
Yeah.
And they do. And they're paying their quarterback less than $1 million for the next 2 years.
And I still think that the fallout the other way, if the Niners would have lost, the fallout wouldn't have been nearly as dramatic as the fallout is with the Cowboys because of all the things you laid out. There's no question at quarterback here. He's on a rookie deal. His backup is also on a rookie deal. You're set at quarterback for the next couple of years for sure. Your roster is coming back mostly comprised. Your coach is not on any sort of a hot seat. And you have your running back, Christian McCaffrey. He's under contract. You've got your prime weapons under contract. Nick Bosa is going to get paid. All those things, if the Niners would have lost, and if the Niners happen to lose this game or the game after that, there's not going to be any tear down here in San Francisco. So I think that the game meant a lot more long-term for Dallas than it did San Francisco, and you are starting to see some of that fallout now.
I agree with that. However, here's the other side of the coin, and this is a fact. Like, the teams that now get to this weekend, there are 4 of them, and each of them has a little bit of a different vibe around what's going on, because these opportunities, as we've learned, everybody's learned, you cannot count on them. You can't count on them ever happening again. Dan Marino loses the Super Bowl as a rookie. Oh, gosh, he's going to be back just over and over again. Nope, he's not. Like, I watched Trevor Lawrence when the Jacksonville Jaguars lost that game in Kansas City, which, quite frankly, they really had an opportunity to win, and they didn't. And I watched Trevor go into the tunnel at Arrowhead, and when he got there and he was out of sight of the fans, he turned around and he welcomed each teammate. Come through, big hugs, big smiles, great season, great job. And they're right. They're set up for future success, but also it felt like he was handing out oranges after an AYSO game. Like, dude, you do not know when you're going to get back. So it's great that the 49ers beat the Cowboys. It's great that the 49ers are in the NFC title game yet again, but they're going to have to roll one of these into the hole. And you're going to have to do it sometime soon.
No doubt. I mean, it's great that you're here, 3rd time in 4 years, conference championship game appearance, and you've been to 1 Super Bowl, 3rd conference title game. If you end up going 1-2 in conference title games at the end of this weekend, no one's going to look to throw Shanahan out, run him out. He's not going to be labeled as anything other than one of the great coaches in the NFL. But as you get further down this road, like you said, nothing's promised, nothing's guaranteed. Dan Marino is a great comp in terms of quarterbacks. He went 8-10 as a playoff quarterback, and after that run to the Super Bowl, he never won 2 games in a single playoff again. And I know they played fewer games back then, and 3 wins a lot of times would win the Super Bowl, but he obviously never got back to a Super Bowl and never got one. So this might be Kyle Shanahan's final conference championship game appearance as a head coach. I wouldn't bet on it, but nothing is promised as far as the future goes. Having been to 3 of these in 4 years is a great thing, but you're right, Mark. At some point, you got to close the show. You got to get the win, and they're in a pretty good position this time. 2.5-point dogs at Philly. If you beat Philadelphia and you go to the Super Bowl, you're not going to be more than 3.5-point dogs, if that, against either one of those teams.
You might be the favorite,
you know what I'm
to be
saying,
honest
though?
with you.
I mean,
There's a lot of different... Yeah,
you
absolutely.
were much more of a dog
Absolutely.
against Kansas City, I think, in that spot. And, in terms... Like, last year was a great opportunity against the Rams.
Right, but if Mahomes is even playing, which we won't know. Speaking of which, the road to Glendale is brought to you by Mara West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Also, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. It is Steiny and Guru time, and yes. Oh, my gosh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Like a warm shower to see Guru wearing salmon is like literally the moment I've been waiting for weeks now. Just fold all that Dallas Cowboy gear up, put it in a crate under the bed until next year. I welcome back Salmon Guru. Oh, man. And Steiny, too, of course. Hello, gentlemen.
Hey, I missed you. We missed you yesterday, so if I'm going to go DVR and rewind. I was following you Sunday, and you tweeted, this game is stressful. Now, I'm on record as saying it was going to be a funeral. I didn't give Dallas a chance. But, Willard, I've watched it again. I love punishment. But how great of a game was that, though? It's everything you want.
It was fantastic. It was just one of those that grabbed your heart and squeezed it for 3 full hours. And it is what you want when you get to these weekends in the end, provided that your favorite team wins. But what you want is for it to feel like a heavyweight fight. And I'll be honest with you, it was the only game of the weekend that achieved that.
Wow.
Like, Jacksonville was nice. The Mahomes injury factored in. But Kansas City was going to win that game, and they did. And then the Eagles game was ridiculous. The Bills were a total no-show disappointment. And then we got the nightcap on Sunday, and it was the only thing that the weekend really offered any of us.
It was a great game. It was a great game. Absolutely great game. And I was telling Guru yesterday that here's where it's, I don't know if it's good or bad not to be a fan of a specific team, because I don't have to be Guru and be in pain, but I don't get to be Willard and be a Sky High.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate a great game, and that was a great game, regardless of how it would have played out. Once 3.5 quarters were in the bank, and you just saw how hard they were playing and how hard they were hitting.
I got to say something, Dibs. You surprised me about the fallout. Because we're grown adults.
Right.
They're going to win, they're going to lose. And Willard, I learned this from doing radio with Steiny. We went Frazier Ali about Andy Reid, and I kind of ignored his greatness. The NFC championships, 4 of them with Philly not getting over the top. And I was like, he's Peyton Manning. He's got to get that ring. But Kyle's so young on his quest and journey, but you can't ignore that he's getting close. And again, we talk about tomorrow not being promised, the Cubs, and it looks promising, and then you fall off. But I'm not going to be that guy that says, well, damn, he's gotten close, he can't get it done, because the future does look promising.
It does. I mean, you can't say that he can't get it done until he doesn't get it done. Like Marv Levy, you look at his career in Buffalo.
Wow.
He didn't get it done. And this is no indictment on Marv Levy. He was a great coach. He's a great man, but they made it to 4 Super Bowls, and they didn't win any of them. It doesn't mean that he's any less of a coach than if Scott Norwood would have made that kick. And by the way, Scott Norwood was an amazing kicker who just had a miss, and it happens. But if Norwood makes that kick, we think differently about Marv Levy because he would have a Super Bowl. And that's where we as fans and we in the media, a lot of times, we draw these lines unfairly where, if Kyle Shanahan doesn't win the Super Bowl this year, now he's been to 3 conference title games in 4 years, but he hasn't won a Super Bowl, we think differently of him than if he would have won the game. A lot of times that's unfair.
This is where I complete this. This is one of my pet peeves right here. And it's, okay, Kyle Shanahan is 43 years old, and I got, knock wood, he's going to coach pretty much as long as he wants, if not here, somewhere else. And to start to use a guy, this is what I think is you're using his success against him. That's what bothers me. He goes to the Super Bowl and even loses again. Like, hey, how long before we start saying Kyle can't win the big one? Me? I don't know, about 10 more years, to be honest. I mean, how long did we do it for Andy Reid? And even when Andy Reid was doing it, I was like, I don't think he's a choker. It's just that's the way things have worked out. How many coaches have won a Super Bowl? What is this year? 6 or 7 for Shanny?
7, I
I'll
believe.
bet you most Super Bowl winning coaches, it came after their 7th year as a head coach somewhere. So I don't know. It's just, and it doesn't mean you can't criticize Shanahan. It doesn't mean you can't say, I maybe would have been more aggressive at the end of the first half. Look, it's just not right. He's obviously a hell of a coach. And if he wins it or loses it this year, I don't know. It's not an indictment on him.
Yeah. No, I'm really with you because, and I know that I'm a little bit of a weird fan sometimes in this way that I would take the coach who dances every year rather than the one that gets one flash in the pan and gets all the way to the end and wins a title and then stinks every other year. Like if the Rams now do go on a 5-year run of futility, like give me the team that's there with a shot every single year. Like Steiny, what you just said, that comes up in the stupid old LeBron MJ debate all the time, where they hold it against LeBron because his playoff losses came at a later date than Michael Jordan says. Like he never lost in the finals, right? But that means he lost in the first and second round a bunch of times. LeBron loses in the finals, and we're like, "Oh, you choke artist!" It's like, no, he goes to the finals every year. So I like, man, preach to the choir on that one because you are absolutely right that Kyle Shanahan's success is getting used against him in some of these conversations, and it will again if he loses one of these next 2 games.
No, and it will again because he's keeping the job. And just as Steiny was laying that out, and you're right, Steiny, in terms of if I threw out names randomly like Tom Cable, Marty Mornhinweg, Jim Schwartz, Chip Kelly. These are all coaches
I'm going the other way.
They're all coaches who have coached, but they don't coach that long because they're not that good. They don't keep the gig. So Kyle Shanahan gets put into a bucket of coaches who have been to X amount of title games without winning them because he's good enough to keep his job. And so it becomes a double-edged sword that way where the fact that the guy's good enough to keep coaching and he's good enough to have his team in the mix is somehow held against him.
Yeah, and listen, if you want to say, if Kyle Shanahan loses to the Eagles, it'll be the 49ers who lose to the Eagles. But if he loses to the Eagles and you're going to be one of the, and then, of course, you can lump in the Atlanta Super Bowl as an offensive coordinator. Like, you can do that, but I got to take a step back and say, this guy is a hell of a coach.
Yeah.
And
I thought he should have been coach of the year.
We got to give him more. Like, I'd like to know, okay, Don Shula, was he coached the Colts that year that they won it? Remember Don Shula was with Baltimore?
Yes.
I guess what I'm saying is, when did Miami win it when Don Shula was there? But it wasn't his rookie year. Like, what about Chuck Noll? How long was he there before Pittsburgh started to roll?
Yeah.
I don't know. We're too much prisoners of the moment.
I believe you, and if Kyle was to my left, Willard, I would tell Kyle, hey, that man Steiny over there, this ain't facade. He was really almost off your wagon when you were 3-5, and it looked like the season was getting away from you. So you proved it to him. So him giving you those kudos, Willard, is real. You're right. Remember, you were like, dude, this could have went left, and it would have been okay to ask questions. Things change.
It's almost true about every sports success story that we know. It's almost true about all of them. There are exceptions, and Bill Walsh is one of them, where it just didn't take very long. But every great coach, you could do this with Belichick. You don't become great until you become great. And you don't just walk in and do this, right? You don't just walk in and do this. So it's kind of it's a thing that we do. We do it in golf. He's the best one to never win a major, and then he wins a major, and we're like, oh, now he gets he can walk on water for the rest of his life. If Fowler broke through and won one, we would forget that whole conversation. So
Mickelson,
Kyle Shanahan's going to be the same
for a
thing.
while, right?
Absolutely, for a long time. And so Shanahan's going to get there. He's a phenomenal coach, and I'm with you. Any criticisms need to be limited to, I didn't like that play. I didn't like what we did there. But the view from 10,000 feet, 49er fans, is that you got one of the best coaches in the game.
But we're going to look at this Sunday's game.
Say, I'm sorry, sir.
It goes.
I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Jim, but we're going to look at Sunday's game from about an inch away. He doesn't get the benefit on Sunday of the 10,000-foot view. Nobody does. Conference championship weekend. So if Kyle happens to be conservative, turtle up, or make these sort of coaching mistakes, Yertle the turtle, then he will be criticized.
Yeah. But at the end of the half.
There you go. Something like that happens.
But when I'm watching it in real time and I'm thinking, I don't like it. And I just didn't like it. And
people were losing their mind.
It, and I thought they got a break with the 1 second or, fortunate. Okay, then he explains it in the post game. And I at that point you got to go, all right, I see it. Yeah. I see he wants to bleed. He wants to bleed as much as possible, and then get up. Once he's up against it, then we're going to go, because then we have nothing to lose on the other side if we don't come through. I get all that. I still would have liked to have seen him be a little more aggressive, but that's a small thing, because it's not like he wasn't over on the sidelines blowing 25 seconds saying, I don't even know we're blowing 25 seconds. Yeah. You know what I mean? He knew what he was trying to do.
Let me ask you three this. So I went and watched, Tony Pollard went down. That was their playmaker. I don't understand why Kellen Moore didn't use Dak and his legs more when they had success. So with that, Steiny brought it up, and a lot of people are talking about the Niners defense has problems with RPO quarterbacks. And I'm wondering, is that on your mind? Is that something that Jalen Hurts, when you hear that, because there was one play, I watched it again last night, I love the punishment, Dak kept it, Bosa came crashing down, and Dak almost scored, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that might be part of the reason they do have trouble with those type quarterbacks. What say you three?
Well, yeah, first of all, yes, it concerns me for sure, but the other side to it is, I think with Jalen Hurts, you game plan for it more than you do with Dak. Dak can move. Jalen makes it literally a part of every game.
Michael Jordan.
And it's there on every play, right? This is if you're facing Jalen Hurts or Josh Allen, you go into those games going, okay, this is something we got to stop. If you're going in against Dak Prescott, you're kind of like, let's try to be ready for this. They might do that. So my hope is that the 49ers are aware of it and have some sort of a plan for it that works. But saying it is so much easier than doing it, man. He's the best running quarterback in the game, not named Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, my feeling on that is I'll make a little basketball analogy. So Chris Mullin, great player, right? He always used to say, but what always gave him trouble was length on defense, length. Well, guess what? Length gives everybody trouble, length and quickness. And that's kind of the way I feel about running quarterbacks. They're different. So they're going to give they're going to give everybody problems. Some people some teams can handle it a little bit better than others. I don't know if the 49ers have a running quarterback problem any more than any other team. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see what happens Sunday.
Yeah, two different kinds of running quarterback. There's the scrambling, athletic, make plays with my own legs quarterback, and then there's the zone read, RPO, designed run.
I would hate it if I was
running
a backer.
Quarterback. Absolutely.
Who has it?
Exactly. And I think that's what you're going to see from Philadelphia.
Jalen Hurts is the second one.
Yes,
RPO.
exactly.
No doubt.
He's more that, Lamar Jackson is more, I'm going to do things with my own legs. They do run some zone RPO, but Lamar Jackson is a threat when he has the ball. Michael Vick, same way.
Wow.
When he's got the ball, Colin Kaepernick was a little bit of both. Jalen Hurts, they're going to run a lot of the zone read, trying to get the 49ers ends to commit to the running back, and he'll be able to pull it, and he's fast enough to get to the outside.
Wow.
Well, so they want to get Bosa over pursuing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's been great on the run. And, on the other side, it's going to be a similar thing with the defensive ends. And the best part about this for the Niners is their linebackers all run very fast. So you got makeup speed in your linebackers.
Nice. Real nice. Willard, how you doing, buddy?
Howdy, boys. I'm hanging in, and I'm excited to get back in your personal presence tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah. I appreciate you guys. All right. Here we go. Steiny and Goo coming up next.
he brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good afternoon, everybody. Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson. Tuesday. 49ers.
Yeah.
They're 5 days away from
Jesus,
game
when you
against
say
the
it
Eagles.
that way. Fine.
I know, Goo. But you know what? See, here's it, Goo. This is what I'm talking about. All right, this is how I'm going to get you through the week because I know how anxious you get. I heard you. I overheard you. I don't. You shouldn't do this.
Spying on me?
But I know you're. No, I was right next to you.
Okay.
You were talking over me when you said you were going to play pickup basketball after the show.
Yeah, got my stuff.
Okay, so you got pickup basketball.
Yep.
Tomorrow, we got a little dinner.
Yeah.
With the boss.
Then
and then I guess you're going
Warriors,
to the game. Warriors game.
Yeah. Memphis.
Thursday.
That's my problem.
We'll figure something.
Okay, all right.
You know, Friday. Then we got Friday.
Yeah.
And that's just Friday.
Non-payday Friday.
That's all right. Yeah, well, I kind of needed to be a payday for. You think the 49ers have a running quarterback problem? No.
You're going to tell me, Guru,
no.
you're cheating.
The answer's no.
Well, yesterday you went to your notebook. You and Ray Rattle with the pins.
A lot of white on that notebook today.
But it's what's upstairs that counts. So you went over every quarterback they lost to, and I don't feel like, I'll tell you what, you can't be the best defense, which I think they are in the league, and have any type of problem with anything. So I just saw Dak have some success with his legs, and I wondered why Dallas didn't go to it again. And when you say, would you hand it off to him? No, but a quarterback keep. So I'm eager to see how they adjust to Jalen Hurts. And Steiny, this is what I want to tell you and the masses. If Dallas had that much success making it difficult for the Niners, and it was, Philly's supposed to have a better defense than Dallas. So that's what I can't wait to see how they plan to attack. Are they going to be conservative?
Here's what I would say.
Okay.
Justin Fields. Did he really kill the 49ers?
I'm going to say no.
I saw two broken plays that cost them the game.
All
right. Russell Wilson. I mean, what Denver score 11 points?
Yeah.
So, yes, he navigated a drive to win the game.
See where you're going.
11 points.
All right.
Mariota a little different. Listen, I'm no football expert, but he had that RPO.
But Bosa didn't play.
Fair enough.
Gotcha. Okay.
And he has more of the RPO, I think.
He got some
Jalen
Jalen Hurts.
Who else? Oh, Pat Mahomes. Pat Mahomes.
But he got them with
with his arm.
The whoop-de-doop. Yeah, his arm.
So,
and the McKinnon screen.
And then I think if we have to be honest, okay, where does Dak Prescott fit in? Well, maybe not as much as
he
runs as much as those other guys, but more than some. I did pretty well against him. So,
and
this is the ultimate test. This is the
to go to the bowl.
You know what? This is where I think you answer if the Eagles throw up 35 points, how would you rate Stidham's mobility for the Raiders? On a scale of 1 to 10 and running wise as a quarterback?
I give him an 8.
Oh, really?
No, so that was impressive. That's that perfect Josh Allen type of,
okay.
You know what I mean? I can move if I need be and look downfield like Purdy does it. So I know that might be too high for some, but I give him an 8.
Okay. Then I think this will be the definitive game, whether we find out if they really do or not, because this guy can run.
And he's got 2 stud receivers in Smith and A.J. Brown.
Let me throw that out there to 49er fans on the Xfinity mobile text line. And if you want to call in, obviously, we got the lines open at 888-957-9570. We're going to get into some Warriors, too. They play Memphis tomorrow. But this whole running quarterback thing, the 49ers defense is terrific. It's absolutely terrific. We all know that. But do they have a blind spot when it comes to a quarterback like Jalen Hurts? And if you're a 49er fan, is it the one thing that worries you most when the 49ers take on Philly in Philly on Sunday. 888-957-9570.
I feel like you want to say no to that.
Well, I do want to say no to it, to tell you the truth, because...
And it was so long ago.
Why do I want to say the 49ers don't? I'll tell you why. Here's why I don't want to say, the 49ers have problems with running quarterbacks. Because if it's that simple, then they're not a great defense.
Okay.
If it's that simple that they cannot defend against guys who are really, really mobile, then they're not a great defense. And they're
a great defense.
There's no way that their Achilles heel is that big. That's what I would say. What about you? And I'm not saying they'd rather face a statue, no doubt.
Yeah.
Wouldn't every team rather
Dallas
face
would like
a statue?
to face a statue. Brock ain't that. So again, I'm giving them the moniker of the best defense in the NFL over the Eagles. But the stats say Philly is the best defense. We'll see. Are the Eagles going to be able to stop this Niners run game? But I know what the Niners bring. And to me, I think Dibbs just touched on it. Maybe the Niners were thrown off that Dak kept it. Okay, you got us here and there. You won the battle. You didn't win the war. But, Steiny, this is Jalen Hurts, and we got Ross Tucker, what time, 1:30?
1:30 on the
Philly.
Bud Light
He
guest
calls
line.
the games.
Yes,
Young Jake heard him.
He's pre and post, but nevertheless.
No, Jake heard him on the call, on the radio.
I don't think so.
Yeah, young Jake.
He might have been listening to an Army football game, okay? But I don't think he was listening to Merrill Reese and Mike
Jake,
Quick.
help me out. We was having a conversation. That's how
I'll tell you what, if Jake's wrong here, it's going to be his first mistake.
Nah, Jake
95.7. Jake, go ahead. All you.
I believe I heard him on the call. Let me look into it. I'll look up to we'll confirm before 1:30.
Right.
No, we don't have to confirm.
His convictions were stronger.
I'll confirm with Ross Tucker
in the
at
green
1:30.
room. But what if they bait Jalen Hurts to make you think you're going to be able to run it? Like Fred Warner coming off, I believe, one of his best playoff performances. They're not going for that. But then you just talked about the Chris Mullen thing. I did like that lane.
Thank you.
Speed kills.
I like that.
And you, dude, that's
such a great little phrase that works so many different ways.
But if you're waiting on something but you can't stop it, that's when you're like, we're in trouble.
The 707, Hurts had 81 yards rushing last year against the Niners. Yes,
Niners won that game.
Their problem,
man. And this is for the marbles.
I guess what I'm saying is there a defense out there that has like less problems against a running quarterback? You know what I'm saying?
If you're a great defense, I don't think you have problems, Steiny.
Well, for example,
so there it is.
Okay, what's the best team in the league when it comes to shutting down a mobile quarterback?
I know. Okay, no, I got an answer.
Knows?
I'm going Encyclopedia Brown. You tell me who the best defense is,
exactly,
and I'll tell you they don't have a problem with that.
Thank you. Well, that's the Niners. One of the best defenses. For absolute certain. So I'm interested to see what 49er fans think about that, if they think they've got a mobile quarterback problem or not. And, when we say mobile, I think we're looking at Jalen Hurts. He obviously runs a lot. I think of a guy like Brock Purdy. How would Brock Purdy do against the 49ers defense the way he runs around like a mouse in the kitchen? He did one of those against
Dallas, Steiny, where he went to roll, and he got away with it. Brock.
I know he did. He's crafty. He's very, very crafty, Brock Purdy. At least that's what he's shown so far. 888-957-9570. We're talking about whether or not the 49ers have a little issue defensively against mobile quarterbacks. Is that their, as Guru would say, kryptonite? Here's the other thing. Charles Omenihu.
Oh, we got to get to this.
Arrested for misdemeanor domestic violence. Happened at 4:40 yesterday. Apparently pushed his girlfriend to the ground. There were no bruises, but she called the police, and here we go. I can't figure it. Well, I shouldn't even say this because...
No, say what's in your heart.
It was like, okay, like, this sucks, and it's awful, but does this matter in terms of Sunday's game?
He's not playing. And we've learned this, I believe, from Reuben Foster, the Me Too movement. We're in a different world. Shout out, what was the young lady to play Whitley? Jasmine Guy. This is, Steiny, we'll figure out right or wrong later, but there's a penalty. And for the people in the back, I believe the Ann Killians of the world, oh, you just bypass this to get him out there and win a football game. So I believe he's not going to play. That's no hate. Do you believe there's a chance you can get arrested for allegedly domestic violence and play Sunday? If I've learned anything in the last 2 years, you got to miss this game. And that's the shame of whether I don't know what happened.
Are you basing that on specifically on the Niners or sports in general?
The world,
like
Deshaun
Deshaun
Watson,
Watson,
and all of it.
Getting a
Reuben
slap
Foster,
on the wrist.
where they gave him the benefit of the doubt and he went and did something else. I just don't see how he played. Now, I hope I'm wrong because I hope nothing happened first. I got a daughter. I got a mother. I got a wife. You know what I mean, Steiny? So some are saying Larry Radnich on, shout out Gary, on YouTube, he should play.
Who?
Larry Radnich.
What are we doing?
He was on YouTube. He said he should play.
Oh, okay. Well,
I shouted out Larry.
So he's just a regular dude, right?
Yeah, right. But could be related to Gary.
Well, no, then I think he'd put Gary in there.
If he's related to Gary, his name would still be Larry.
I don't think they would have named him Larry.
What is going on here?
What is going? But no, real quick, Steiny, honestly.
All I know is over the last 10 years, Jed York has been real down on this kind of thing. You know, remember Bruce Miller?
Yeah.
He's one. Obviously, Alden Smith. We'll see what happens. But, you know, Jed York has kind of put up the no tolerance sign, if you will. So,
and they went through a lot with Reuben Foster. This is different, but it's kind of the same, Steiny.
Stop talking like you know what happened. He should play. Okay. 7:07.
That's a Neanderthal.
I was going to call him an ogre.
Okay, well,
that's an ogre right there.
Oh, I just lace him up and play football.
You know what?
Play football. Go get ball.
He may play Sunday, but why do I want to punch the 707 right in the freaking face? All right, here's what we got. We got Ross Tucker at 1:30. We got you guys up until then. 888-957-9570 is the number. Couple things we're talking about. One is, does the running quarterback have a big-time edge against the San Francisco 49ers defense? Is that what you're worried about? The legs of Jalen Hurts. Also, Amenahue. What do you do with him, if anything? 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. The Road to Glendale, it's brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today.
You are now free to move about the country.
Say it. How about this, The 49ers are back in the NFC Championship game.
Here's Pollard. Warner came right through and a big-time hit from the all-pro linebacker. Prescott fires. Oh, it's intercepted. The 49ers back to the championship game.
That was my type of football game. This was physical, cold weather, throwback football.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, Buckle up and drive safely.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
This is the final week of the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday. There's hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast, like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Last chance for the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends January 29th.
Now at Big O Tires, buy 3 tires, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Nexon and Aspen tires with installation purchase. See participating store for offer details or BigOTires.com for additional cash saving specials on name brand tires and auto care services. Ends January 29th.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.org. Remember, that's cars with a K.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity home internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-978-5309 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-978-5309. That's 800-978-5309. What do you have to lose? Call 800-978-5309. Again, 800-978-5309.
You might get wireless data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? If that's not really you, there's TracFone. You can get the same nationwide 5G coverage as big carriers, but you pick a plan that you need for a lot less. Unlimited talk and text plans start at $15 a month, no contract. And now you can get the Samsung Galaxy A03s for just $49.99. TracFone. Now you're in control. While supplies last, 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
first I was on Drew's team, and then I was on Steiny's team, and now I don't know which way I'm going.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. All week, we're going to be talking about San Francisco at Philadelphia. Eagles won that last regular season game. That's why it's in Philly. They lose that game. We're gearing up for a game at Levi Stadium. Big difference.
Man.
Big difference.
And speaking
going to Philly.
Yeah. Your parts.
Yeah.
Vontae Shasky going.
Mm-hmm. They should have a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Great atmosphere.
They're going to the hoop game Saturday. I heard of this one.
Well, they think they are. We'll see.
No, they're going to Philly, Denver.
We'll see.
What are you surprised?
We'll see.
No, they're going to the game in the Rocky Landmark, the stairs. I've never been to Philly. You say I wouldn't last.
I never said that. You won't last in New York.
I've been there, made it through.
Well, that was a long weekend. I'm talking about for months at a time.
Yeah.
No, Philly's where it's at. Let's face it.
A lot of crime in Philly, Steiny.
There's a lot of crime, period. Right. Just stop the sentence after there's a lot of crime.
You know what? I'm going to get that to you.
I'm going to let Willard go till like midweek. He really was cut. You know.
You didn't like the beanie?
No. You didn't hear him early. He was really being uncalled for, talking about Philadelphia fans. About how they hate themselves, they self-loathe.
Oh, I heard that.
And,
watch yourself.
You know, exactly, Stephen. Thank you. And you know what? It's one thing for me to say that, having lived there. And I wouldn't even say that. So for him to say that, at some point I have to address it.
He has ties and did a show with Tony Bruno.
Yeah, that doesn't mean...
He's been there.
That's fine. Has he ever lived there? Does he know?
I would don't. He feels sometimes it's his prerogative. So you're the guy that those were his feelings.
But it would be like me talking about
South Africa. But you never been there.
Yes. So what do I know about South Africa?
But what if you said, Guru, I've been there 2-3 times.
Okay, you know 2% of South Africa.
Hey, I'm gonna leave this one.
I'm gonna say this. I'm just going to ask him one question when we see. He doesn't really think. I mean, there's no way that a grown man as smart as Mark Willard, there's no way he really thinks like San Francisco fans are better than Philly fans. I would
tend to lead
like
that way.
Oh, please.
He said they hate that they love him.
Gosh.
Yeah,
I know he's
Steiny Willard tomorrow.
It's a bit.
Change over.
It's a bit.
I love
Let's
it.
be honest.
That's a bit.
It's a bit. He doesn't really believe that one fan base is better than the other.
Okay,
That's
people, I know crimes everywhere. I get it.
Thank you. Dakota in San Francisco.
Oh, Dak.
What's up, Dakota? How you doing, man? Dakota. Is that really Dak's first name?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't
Dakota
know that.
Prescott. Rain Dakota Prescott.
Dakota, wait, what?
Rain Dakota Prescott.
R-A-I-N or R-A-Y-N-E?
That I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lived in Xfinity Mobile Text Line, Steiny, 609. Lived in South Philly for 15 years. South Philly, oh, damn. Willard's right.
South Philly's harmless.
I think you're outdated a little bit.
I might be.
There's some stuff popping off out in Philly.
I just don't like when... you know what?
You're defending your hood.
I defend every hood. I think every city's great. I really do.
Well, you talk bad about
city.
San Francisco all day. Oh, it's this and that. It ain't good. It ain't the best. Now
San
you're saying
Francisco's fine.
Last time you said something kind about the city. We'll wait.
In San Francisco?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Oh, the venues. No, the vistas. The vistas are one of a kind in San. You can always find positives in every city. I don't go out of my way to isolate. Oh, let me tell you something. These people from Bangor, Maine, they're a bunch of jackasses. Hey,
I'm studying you right now.
That's
like,
dumb.
why did it hit a nerve, though? I'm going to text Willard to be on the lookout tomorrow.
You know what? It's all about some people thinking they're better than other
that's
people.
how it came across.
Throw a city at me.
Houston.
Houston.
Oh, boy.
It's not high on my list.
Yeah.
But there's some good things about Houston.
New Orleans.
Highway system incredible in Houston.
He said New Orleans.
Oh, come on, New Orleans.
That's
No
where my
law.
family's at right now.
New Orleans is great.
But they got some, yeah.
Guru, name a city where they don't got some.
San Jose.
Oh, my God.
Speaking of which, Carlos San Jose will be at the Warrior game, taking his son, who made the honor roll, to the Warrior game tomorrow. I said me and he'll take a picture with him.
Hey, Steiny, serious question. Do you think there's a difference between Philly sports media and the Bay Area?
They go for blood.
Yeah, they're different. There's no doubt they're different.
Yeah,
they're tougher.
They're
tougher back
thug
here.
life.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. You see, that's and that's the
Gabe
exaggeration.
got fired in Philly.
Who?
Gabe Kapler.
Well, that's because he was a 500 manager.
A lot of it had to do with his microphone game. They thought he was a phony, Stoney.
Infinite number.
Why
of
do we get a
outcomes.
closet Eagles fan and Cowboy fan hosting the afternoon show? I'm not really an Eagles fan. You should know that.
And you know my
650.
story.
You should know that.
Yeah.
I haven't. But I'll
been
tell you
to
what.
East San Jose.
I'll tell you what. San Francisco fans keep denigrating Philly and their fans. I may have to root for the Eagles, and you don't want that, Bay. You don't want that smoke.
You already are.
No, I'm not.
Do I need to break out Vine receipts?
I like the night. What are you talking about?
Before the Giant game was over, we got
right. I told you that
fly Eagles fly. Look at you. I forget the second verse.
Okay,
but
listen. Going into the Giants game. Thank you. Keep playing that.
Bang,
Niner gang. Going into the Giants game, it was like everybody was way too high on the Giants. Oh, Hurts is this. Oh, so hard to beat a team 3 times in a row. And I'm like, the Eagles are better than the Giants. They hammered them.
But the Eagles, the Giants had got hot, you thought. In Philly, they rested.
Maybe that's what the Eagles do. They put an end to hot streaks.
This is a showdown.
I'm not taking calls. I'm not taking Robin. How about that? And I love her.
That's our girl. Yeah, you're taking her.
I'm not
You
taking
don't
a
make that
call.
decision.
I don't want to do this.
He put her through.
Philly is trash. Do we want to do that? Is that what we want to lower ourselves to today?
I want to know what her nerve is hitting. Willard's comments, and now Robin can't even voice them.
Like, you don't understand. Everybody thinks I'm a negative guy. Why? I don't
Robin's a fixture of Bay Area radio.
You're asking me what hits me?
Yeah.
The criticism of everything under the sun hits me. Kyle Shanahan already can't win the big one.
It started with that.
Andy Reid was a loser till he wasn't. Nick Sirianni, good start, but what have you done for me lately? Just stop it. Grow up.
But where do you go to get your solace? Because that's everywhere now.
Yeah.
Like, you got to really put your head under a pillow.
Yeah, put a wall up around me.
Because Stoney is everywhere.
And does that make it right? Does that make it right? Does it mean you have to be that way?
No, I told you that Andy Reid, I grew. I had a moment. Kyle,
I appreciate that.
You got many a year to get it done.
I appreciate that. I love
Where's Robin?
provocation.
Because that affects me. I see her in the streets.
You haven't seen Robin in the streets ever. You see her at a bar. You've seen her at the Old Ship and the Athletic Club.
We've been working.
What's up, Robin? Come on now.
My girl.
We've got a long history. It could end right here. What's up, Robin?
Hey, no, listen. Really, real talk, okay? So I'm just getting a little sick of the hype that, like San Francisco is scared of the big bad wolf out in Philadelphia. Let me say this first before I tell you what I think about their city. I do, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, because I call in to learn too. And I think that the Niners can run on Philly. I don't think they can pass on Philly. I think that McGlinchey is a problem. Okay? I don't know who he's matched up against. But if the dude on the matchup is like Parsons, it's toast, okay? But I do think that we can run on them. I also think that it's an evenly matched with the exception of the quarterback. I just think that it's a toss-up, in my opinion. I could be wrong, and I'd like you guys' opinion on that. Yeah. And in terms of Philadelphia as a city, I was not impressed in terms of how.
Robin, I can't believe I'm going to do this. I know she's going to be mad, and we may lose her forever. But you start out Philadelphia. I just wasn't impressed. I don't want to. I don't want that kind of negativity. I don't. It's very. Guru. Have I ever made fun of the Yoon?
Nah, but to not let her get it out.
No, I'm sorry. We don't do that here. You know what? Damon will take that call. I'm sure Bonte will too. If you want to play that game with Philly, that's all.
So you're really riding for the green?
I'm not riding.
Green. What you're doing now? I'm shocked.
See, here's what you don't know.
I do. You're riding. You're protecting Philly, and you didn't let her finish.
Here's what you don't know.
Whoa.
I'm like DeMarcus Cousins. I do all my charity work, and nobody sees it because I don't bring attention to myself. Do you know what I'm doing with my friend fans in Philly? I'm telling them, don't you dare talk about the Bay like that. Don't you dare denigrate San Francisco because I'm not letting anybody denigrate Philadelphia. All right? That's the game I play. I don't want that crap in my house.
Wow.
They're two great places.
Robin, I love you, baby.
They're clearly two of the greatest places on earth because they've been where I've chosen to live.
When's the Jaworski? When you break into Jaworski Jersey house, Daddy?
City of brotherly love.
Let me tell you something, Goo.
I don't like it.
Your tone right now is starting to reek of poor sportsmanship from a guy whose team just got beat.
Oh, no.
It took a day or two, but now you want to come down my road and give me some of your anger and disappointment.
It's like somebody switched bodies with you. You let the people say what's on their mind and in their chest. No. And if this were Canada, you would go ahead, Robin. Okay.
Right.
But because it's Philly, and if Reading, PA, your true colors are coming out.
I will defend Canada to the death, too.
Blue and the Star, you know what it is with me. We all want you to do it now with the green.
Do what?
Because you're protecting them. You're telling the Bay,
everybody.
You can't say what you think about Philly.
And I ain't letting Philly say what they think about the Bay. Take it somewhere else. Take that negativity. Take that negative. See, and that's what you're going to do.
No, that's
what
I just
said. No, it's not what it is. I'm also protecting San Francisco. What don't you get? What don't you get?
That you're not protecting San Francisco.
Of course I am.
You're protecting Philly. And that's where you're from. It's okay, but tap into it. Don't double agent us. And you cut our curl off.
He thinks he's found something here. Goo thinks he's found something.
Oh, we're hearing it.
Okay, I'm going to call you a liar soon. I'm going to call you a liar.
Don't point to me.
Let's go back to the mobile quarterbacks. All right? That big Achilles heel for the 49ers. Nah. Jose, what's up, Jose? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thank you very much.
Yeah?
Hey, you know what? Yeah, I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, loud and clear.
Oh, awesome. Sure. Yeah, I think it's just it's a great talking point to have the mobile quarterback be a threat to the Niners defense. But you look back in history, Mahomes, I know he's mobile, he can move around in his own way, but he reminds me more of Elway. In terms of the mobile quarterback like Hurt, I think immediately like Vic. And I don't remember Michael Vick winning any Super Bowls. I always remember the better, stronger defense covered both the threat of the throw and the threat of the run, no matter what, because they always had one player on the quarterback. I think the Niners have that plus more, and I think the difference here is that Hurt's prone to make more mistakes than Purdy. And I say that because Purdy's pretty stable, and he's an even-keeled kid. I've never seen anything like that before from his perspective, and I'm an old guy. I've seen Young, Montana, even Jeff Garcia. But that potential to not make mistakes, I see it more with the quote-unquote mobile quarterback. And I think that's where the Niners defense comes into play to make those turnovers happen and change the course of the game. If the Niners can get a turnover early on and score first or twice in a row, I think they got this game for sure. If they have to make a comeback, I think they can still do that in the fourth quarter because they have the weaponry to do it. And lastly, Philly and San Francisco, hey, man, it doesn't matter. With inflation, it all stinks. Thanks, man.
I'll allow that. Why don't you turn your mic on? Get in the game. All right?
That's what I hate. Because
you're so consumed with trying to stick it to me. You forgot to turn your mic on.
I was sticking up for Robin. But listen, right now, Dak came into last week's game. his arrow was pointed down. 2 weeks ago, he looked awful in Washington. They're going to Philly where Jalen Hurts just put on an extravaganza. Some would say, is he the best quarterback in the NFC? So I can't wait to ask Ross, what if you box in, you take away the run game from Jalen Hurts? Can he beat you with his arm? He's beat other teams. Look at their record. But can he beat this Niners stout defense on this stage if somehow they contain him and that run game is not working?
So they got to contain the running backs and the quarterbacks running.
And it's easy for you and I to say, because now if you're Warner Steiny, because they kind of hide the ball with that RPO, I ain't got to tell you who's got it. That takes a second.
I feel bad. Of all the people, I probably shouldn't have hung up on Robin.
See, and that's why I love you. But something came out of you.
Why couldn't I do it to Rich and Fremont or one of those boneheads that calls?
Well, the new Rich is with us. Yeah,
Robin, call back.
Yeah, something came over you. The Reading PA came out of it. Just talk about it. You've been doing your little writing clips. Dude, you're great. You've been writing, but you're writing about your hometown. So Philly's special to you. We know
is not my hometown.
No, I saw that one.
Neither's Dr. J.
Dr. J's not my hometown.
I didn't catch the Doc one.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
You've heard that story before a million times when he stiffed me for an autograph.
Damn.
Let's go to Clayton in Union City. Hey, Clayton, how you doing, man? Robin, call back. I'm sorry.
I'm doing well, fellas. Now, I'm born and raised in the Bay. I'm just saying we can't disrespect Philly. It's one of the greatest cities in the country. It's one of the founding cities of our country. But we don't want to get our receipts to San Francisco looked at either. But I just think we got to go in there, have a great game. It's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a back and forth. But I got to be with Steinmetz on this one. We can't disrespect Philly. And I am a born and raised Bay Area Niner fan all the way.
Thank you, Clayton. That's the kind of audience I want to foster.
Eagle Week. Niner fans trying to smoke on that Eagle Pack. This ain't the church league.
Let me say one thing.
You gotta be. Hey, come on. This is killer be killed. I gotta fix that.
Let me tell you something.
This is win or go home.
Let me tell you something about Philadelphia
I hate Philly.
and San Francisco. Maybe it's one of the reasons I was in both places. The diversity is the strength of both cities.
Now, that's a dope quote.
Philadelphia is one of the most integrated cities in terms of people of color with white people of any city in the country.
Black and white.
And San Francisco's got their share of colors, too. So let's go to Robin. Thank you, Robin.
There it is.
First of all, do you accept my apology, Robin?
No, I know I was kidding. Listen, what I found...
I had your back.
That I was taken aback was when I go to cities, when they don't invest in their infrastructure, is what I wanted to say. And I was taken aback by that. We stayed downtown in what they call Center City.
Yeah.
Very beautiful. And had a very nice time. I have to tell you something that when I told them that's when I discovered that Niner fans were from everywhere. You know, Memphis. And I have Philly fans treat me really nice, even though I was a Niner fan. So all this hype about what Philly fans are doing, this and that.
Uh-oh.
I think...
Oh, go ahead. We're losing you, Robin. But here's the other thing.
Hey, sugar.
There's not a team or city in the NFL where if you wear an opposing jersey, but you're respectful, that you'll get into trouble.
See that, and that
there is not one city in the NFL where if you
give you three in my mind? Philly's one, Buffalo, and KC. If I had the wrong, and Oakland,
you're wrong.
I see some stuff in the town when the Raiders were here.
It's usually somebody drunk, getting personal, and being obnoxious.
Yeah, I got you.
Nobody's gotten hit in the face. Ooh, I think we got your number today,
when you're bragging,
Eagles. I think we got your number.
When you're doing
that,
you
got nothing, buddy.
It's
you got
pop
nothing.
Off. Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna get to Purdy today, baby. Yeah. Oh no, you aren't. You can't catch him. He's like a mouse in a kitchen, baby. Nobody's gonna get punched over that.
Because Dodger Giants, that was alcohol, Steiny.
It's always alcohol. Yeah. I've seen. Well, never mind. I'm not gonna say. But that's the killer. Makes people change. All right, 888-957-95. Show's starting to go fast. We got Ross Tucker at 1:30. I do want to get into some Warriors. We'll do it after Ross Tucker, I guess. They play Memphis tomorrow. I know, they're frauds.
Oh,
yeah, okay, they're frauds. Who's coming in Friday? I don't know, but they're frauds.
Toronto.
That's just not the kind of fan I want to be.
Yeah,
that's all.
I'm down on the league.
I am too.
Dude,
this load management is sickening. It's sickening.
Wow, I appreciate you saying that.
And it's top to bottom. It's
do
absolutely
you think Silver knows he has an issue, or
I think he does.
He don't give a
yeah, they tried to
behind?
address it a couple years ago, and everybody was like, okay. And then nod, wink, wink. They're all still doing the same thing. Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah.
Warriors are going to stay with that small lineup. Poole, Curry, and Klay Thompson.
So what do you think's going on there?
I think they're really trying to get Jordan Poole going, and he plays better as a starter than off the bench.
All right.
What are you questioning, Steve Kerr?
That's our dog.
Of course not. He's a
reposted
hometown
the picture
coach.
we took. It's amazing. They did it without me doing it.
I didn't like that photo. Two things.
But you weren't on your tippy toes.
That's one of the reasons I didn't like it.
Okay, well, because you couldn't see
Kerr
it.
and you guys both looked like you were 6'3".
Oh, nah.
And I looked 5'11".
I looked like donut face. But other than that,
I didn't like my burly self either.
You look good. You look good.
You know
Stoney.
what?
Dude, I'm in the gym.
You know what I am?
No Red Bull, and I'm back. It's going to take a minute.
You don't look great yet, but
well, damn.
I'm husky right now. I'm just husky.
Did I tell you time we did Elevate Your Tailgate? Shasky and his Papa Shasky came to the crib, and Papa Shasky
Whose
don't
crib?
know he did this. Mine. So
Papa Shasky in the U?
No, we were in SAC.
Oh, okay.
So we had a great time. So Papa Shasky's leaving, right? And I'm like, dude, this was great. It slaps me in the belly. I'm like, you're supposed to shake my hand, but it must have been sinking out to where Stoney, he looked at me, Goo, you're the man. Kind of hit me. That's when you know it's like, you can see it, I guess. Man, boy, I'm back, Stoney.
Well, you're not back yet. You've started on the road back, but you've started down that road many, many times.
Papa Shaz got
gotten about
man.
2 blocks away. I'm just kidding. Goo, you look divine, especially with that shirt. See, I like that shirt, and I'm dead serious. Hey, the road to Glendale is brought to you by Mara West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. This segment was also sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services. We're taking your calls on the other side. 95.7 The Game.
The train is off the track, Jack.
Roasters unite, baby. It's going to be a party in the 215 this weekend as Joe Shasky and myself, Bonte Hill, hit Philadelphia. We're going to have some cheesesteaks. We're going to hit the Rocky statue. We're going to ring the bell. And we're going to go out there and kick the Eagles' ass. Thanks to Boxer and Gerson for sending us to the NFC title game where the Niners will hoist that NFC title trophy. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota.
Let's go!
A new year means new adventures ahead. The open road is calling. Start your year off right in a new Toyota. Get low 3.99% APR financing on 2023 RAV4, Corolla, Highlander, Camry, and Tacoma. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Excludes RAV4 Prime ends 131.23.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed. And a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Wendy's knows cold and soggy fries are the worst.
So soggy.
That's why we're serving up hot and crispy fries all day, every day.
And all night until close.
With natural cut potatoes, sea salted to perfection.
Show me that potato skin.
Wendy's hot and crispy aren't like other fries. We're your dream fry. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's hot and crispy fries.
Guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and we'll replace them.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of an LG wash tower with ultra-large capacity, serving up a powerful yet gentle clean in just 29 minutes. Making this the sound of savings on the best appliance brands. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Shop final days to get an LG wash tower now up to 25% off. Pricing valid January 5th through January 25th, 2023. Gas dryer extra. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm with you, Guru.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Stein, Matt Starrell, the Guru Johnson with you. 95.7 The Game. You want to check us out on YouTube? Just go to YouTube and search 95.7 The Game. You can see Guru and myself.
Got about 600 on there.
Hell yeah. Guru with a nice shirt. There's absolutely now, you know what? You knew I was just kidding when the first thing I said to you. I realize some people may not get my humor.
I'm trying
because
to.
it's
You
pretty
say
lousy.
a lot to me now. The first thing you said.
It's that. Well, about the top button on your polo.
Yeah. You didn't like. All right, that's how we do it.
If
my chain broke, my little swag chain.
Oh God, this is so hard. So hard for me to do on the air.
Oh God. Oh, I can take it.
No.
Yeah.
You can keep. This
is how you wear it. When you got swag, you do the button.
But you know what you do before you do the button?
Uh-oh.
You press the lapels. You press them with an iron.
I just got this out the cleaners.
Looks like there's a little
shirt. Now, see, now you're making me go with you. That was in the trunk. But no, go ahead. I'm listening.
Well, I always wear an overshirt.
Ain't out the iron.
So this is like my undershirt.
Yeah. But
I sports reference, basketball reference, great. Maybe I'd say it's on the Mount Rushmore of internet sites. I would say basketball reference.
Oh, there's no doubt. But my wife you wouldn't be able to leave the door if you were one of the kids with those wrinkles.
Well, it's my undershirt. I have a.
Okay, gotcha.
This is what I.
Oh yeah, you did have the black sweater. Look, I see you.
Because the air conditioner's been broke for about 9 months.
Dude, it might be 11.
Joke.
Yeah. Hey, tell me ask me what I'm looking at right now.
Good, what you looking at, my man?
So, the Cowboys just came to town with their stout defense. I didn't know how the 49ers were their plan of attack. But yesterday we talked about what impressed us, and I said Brock Purdy not turning the ball over.
Mm-hmm.
Now, normally you would say, well, how many pass attempts? Go 16, 15, he's a rookie. Steiny, 19 of 29.
Yep.
He put the pigskin in the air almost, I'm going to round it up, 30 times.
Right.
Just mistake-free. Something's going.
What did he make? One bad throw, the one that could have been picked off.
That was batted. That tip, the defensive lineman put his hand out, Steiny.
Well, that means
Diggs
the guy was covered.
Dude, that would have been
Gimme had one tough pass.
Man.
It wasn't.
But your boy, man, I just can't wait to see how he plays. Brock, I can't wait to see how he plays on the road. And I just hate it's an early game. But
I kind of do, too.
There you go. 2 peas in the pod
12
sometime.
o'clock?
Yeah.
Now, why don't they just go with a 1
Well, they
o'clock?
switch it out. They rotate it with the AFC. So the AFC last year had it.
Fine. Yeah. So
that's too early for me.
Start the game in Philly at 4.
Yeah.
I guess you can't do it.
You can do whatever you want.
Cincinnati, Kansas City?
Yeah. Burrow 3-0 against Mahomes.
What time zone's that? I don't know. Let's go to
Midwest time zone. Yeah.
Well, I don't get into it. Dave in Pleasanton. Let's talk about that Niner D. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Pretty good. I'm just sick and tired of the national media not giving the defense any credit. They're just blaming it on Dak. I know that the narrative they want to push because it's news, but you got to give our defense credit. And I think the keys to the win against Philly are don't use Fred Warner as a spy. We have to trust what we do best, and Fred Warner is a playmaker. We need him to do what he does best. Bosa needs to get home. He has not got home in about 3 games. And not saying he's not doing his job. I'm just saying he needs to get home. And that's all we need to do to win, and our running game has to get going. And that pass rush, if we get the running game going, is not going to be as big of an issue as we think it is. That's all I got.
Appreciate it.
AFC Championship game that could bleed into this game at 3:30.
How dumb is that?
I'm with you, Steiny. Give me something that,
What are we doing?
I don't know.
What are we doing here? What was I going to say? The 49ers defense. All right. See, and here, I ask the questions nobody wants to ask, but I have to. Is the national media really not giving the Niners defense credit? Or are the Niners fans very sensitive, just like every other fan base is sensitive when they're criticized?
I'm going to say this. The Niners already have their flowers.
Fan base. Okay? They're all the same. Everybody feels victimized. All right? Everybody loves their team. Here we go.
But the Niners got arguably the best defense in the league.
Yes. Absolutely.
I've seen Dallas put up for a regular season game, Steiny, a few weeks ago. Dak put up 45 on that defense. Now, they had some injuries, but don't tell me they're just automatic. Now, this is when you put your tuxedo on, your best foot forward, your clean underwear. So we're going to see the best version of the Eagles, just like we did Dallas defensively. So, I mean, the Eagles going to be able to stop McCaffrey.
Can't think of any other players?
No, the other running back, Elijah Mitchell.
Let me just throw this at you. This is from the 415. And I don't know about this player in particular, but it said, 415 says, I hate to say this, but I think Hufanga is going to get exposed on Sunday. Now, here's what I was thinking. Obviously, the only way the way Hufanga can get exposed is if he tries to gamble too much.
Or thinks that the running back's getting the ball. Right. He comes up, whop, Hurts has it, A.J. Brown to the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown.
And I'll ask Ross Tucker this, because I think if you're a 49er fan or an Eagle fan, you would agree with this. I think that one of the things the Eagles are going to try to do, just because of their style, is they're going to probably try in some way to take advantage of the 49ers' over-aggressiveness on defense.
No doubt.
Like over-pursuing or not staying in your gaps. I'm not saying they're undisciplined at all, but the 49ers fly to the ball, and if you can play against them with more deception, I think you got a little better chance. That's one of the reasons running quarterbacks not only have success against everybody but the Niners, but I'd love to know what 49er fans think about that. And I'll ask Ross Tucker at 1:30 on the Bud Light guest line. How do teams take advantage of another team when they know the defense is just going to be trying to be very aggressive, force mistake, get Hurts, moving
How did
faster
Dallas do
than
against the Niners? Because I thought Kyle Shanahan was going to do that, but Dallas, they had gap integrity. They were in their lane. They were disciplined. There wasn't too much over pursuit. You know what I mean?
But isn't that kind of who the Niners are? In other words, Hufanga is a very aggressive, chancy player, right?
Like Diggs. That can hurt you, Steiny. We've seen it.
Bosa has one job, and that's to get into the backfield or tackle on a run.
Be disruptive.
So Bosa's going to do what he does. And they're going to hope that he over-pursues.
And crashes down like he did when Dak got to the outside.
Fred Warner's a little like that, too.
No doubt.
Like, this is a defense that wants to make big plays.
But now they know, Steiny, like, you know what? We got to be disciplined. Now, what you can do and what that will not allow you to do will remain to be seen. But this is what scares me from a Niner standpoint. We went into last week's game, and even Seattle, for that matter, and Lenore, who had a good game, and Ward were questioned, like, hey, you might be able to do some stuff. You got A.J. Brown. You got the threat of Hurts. You got Smith on the other side. They got weaponry better than Dallas and a better quarterback and a better O-line. So the Niners are going to just have to be so buttoned up to keep this. This is a team that arguably the best team in the league. I just can't wait to see how they match up defensively.
Do you have your popcorn ready? Of course.
No, that's for T.O.
Polo, Redwood City. What's up, Polo? How you doing, man?
Yo.
Polo.
Pretty good, man. Hey, correct me if I'm wrong, man. Hey, I'm a Niner fan. I'm a little bit scared, man, because these Philadelphia Eagles remind me of Andy Reid era when he had T.O. and Deshaun Jackson, Westbrook, Avant, and everybody up on there. And then, I'm just scared a little bit. And then not got to be overly aggressive. We smart when we're overly aggressive with our linebackers. I think we can contain Hurts, keep him in that pocket, and then just don't let A.J. Brown turn into T.O. and don't let Smith turn into Deshaun Jackson downfield. I think we got this though, but I'm nervous.
Appreciate the call, Polo.
Keeping it real.
You're scared like Guru was last week.
I was going to a funeral. Let me ask you this. Jalen Hurts. I'm going to use a Steinmetz quote. Is this a legacy game for him, Steiny?
This is what you do.
If he were to beat the
How
San
old
Francisco,
is he?
I don't care.
No, it's not a legacy game.
He's got the number 1 seed.
Okay.
They earned it.
All right. Let's say he loses.
No, I was saying if he wins.
Okay.
Would you then say, man, this
is
dude
a legacy
in the
game.
NFC, not AFC, NFC?
No.
I mean,
because if he loses the Super Bowl, people will be like, hey, nice little run, but can't win the big one.
But there's not another quarterback in the conference on his level if he can win this one.
But what about Brock Purdy?
Just because of his youth, I won't put him up there yet. We got to see 17 games.
How old is Jalen Hurts?
I want to say 20.
24.
Yeah, and what's Purdy, 34?
He looks like he's 13.
He's played 4 years. I'll bet they're not that different.
And they played each other, I believe, you saw that.
42-41.
Oklahoma
against Iowa State.
Look at my boy.
Alameda Lou. What's up, Alameda Lou? How you doing?
What's happening, guys? It's a beautiful day in the Bay.
You know
Yes,
it,
sir.
man. You know it.
And Philadelphia.
Yeah. So on the Niners defense, great performance. I think that might have been Fred Warner's greatest game in recent memory. And
remember early in the season, remember midway through the season, Alameda Lou, when Guru was like, Steiny, I don't know. I'm just saying. Fred Warner, I don't know, man. He's supposed to be an all-pro, but where is he? Steiny, I'm worried.
Where'd that come from?
Guru is typically infallible, but, I guess he was wrong that instance. But, in Niners history, there's plenty of great names for big games to pick at the stick, to catch. You guys know what they're going to call this one in Philly?
Give it to us.
It's going to be Brocky 6, baby. Let's go.
Oh, okay. Okay. I tell you what, those are getting old, but I'll take a new. You wouldn't have thought.
Brocky 6.
Well, you wouldn't have thought of that. And here's why. Because you don't live in Philly.
Because it was a bad movie.
And Rocky's not embedded in your mind like a Philadelphian.
I'm the one that told you I forgot Rocky was the bill collector. He used to go get the cash.
Break thumbs.
Dude, oh my, he didn't like doing it though. He didn't like doing it. Rocky might give you a pass.
Oh, Leroy in Oakland disagrees with Goo. Let's push him right through. Leroy in Oakland.
Hey, what's up, Steiny? Goo, what's going on, man?
What's up,
Goo,
baby?
Look, I'm just like you, Goo. I'm like, I always got something to say. I gotta nitpick. I gotta be scared about something with these 49ers. And here's the thing, Goo. I finally had to realize the 49ers are just buttoned up. They haven't shown us anything different. Everybody wants to go, Purdy is this rookie. He's going to make some mistakes. He's going to, fall from grace. And he just hasn't. And I'm just like to the point where I'm going, hey, this is what it is. This is a buttoned-up team. They're going to play like they've been playing. We're on this hot winning streak, and I just don't see anything changing. So, hey, Goo, we are buttoned up. You ain't got to worry about us.
Before you hang up, Leroy, let me ask you this, though. Had you lost that game Sunday, I wouldn't have came in here and said it was Brock Purdy's fault. So I'm just saying there can be a scenario to where Brock plays great or okay, and the Niners lose if Philly does some things better. That almost happened Sunday, Steiny.
I don't think Brock was great.
No, he wasn't bad by any stretch.
Right.
So
you said great. You said, I think if Brock Purdy plays great,
they win.
Yes, I think so.
Now, what if the defense didn't play great?
I still think they win.
Yeah.
I really do. I mean,
2.5 points, that's nothing.
Anything can happen.
There's no
doubt. But if Brock Purdy doesn't turn the ball over again, well, that means the 49ers, to me, become the favorites.
Yeah. And again, I'm looking at this through the prism of, can Philly duplicate what Dallas did if you go into the game and you tell me the Niners aren't going to score 20 points, I'm saying the Eagles got a hell of a chance to win.
True.
But they did that with Dallas and won.
That's because
I hope Leroy,
it's about offense and defense
Brock
working together.
Hey, why did you bring up the Fred Warner thing just a sec? What was that about?
Because you stuck it to me beforehand.
I didn't think you got it.
No, I did. I catch everything you said that eventually ends up false. I try not to
that didn't
miss
register.
Matt's life mission is to play devil's advocate on everything. No, devil's advocate's incorrect.
Great movie.
What I try to do, it's got nothing to do with devil's advocate. It's got to do with just presenting an alternative viewpoint that might make you say, that's all. That's all. It's no more than that. TC, Sacramento. He's a Niner fan. What's up, TC?
Yes, sir, Guru.
Hey.
Steiny, hey, Steiny, what's up?
I'm doing great, man. Thank you for asking.
All right, so look, check it out. Just one thing. I'm a Niner fan, so what I'm not agreeing with as far as with our fan base, I'm not one of the guys losing their mind over Brock Purdy, for one. And for two, everybody's calling in saying that the Niners aren't getting credit. Everybody's mad at the Eagles fan base for talking smack. Well, take a look, bro. Take 2 steps back. We do the same thing with every fan base. We did it with Dallas. We did it with the Seahawks.
We do it every game of the season. So you can't call into this radio station complaining about an Eagle fan talking smack or anybody not giving the Niners credit, bro. Everybody be humble about this game and let's go win it. Other than that, bro, quit calling and complaining about what the Niners aren't doing or what they're not getting. That's all I got.
Appreciate the call.
So you're talking about on a national level.
Well, he agrees with me that the bottom of the barrel fans in any city are all the same. They're bottom of the barrel. And every city's got them, and every team has fans like them. The bottom of the barrel fans.
Who are you guys to judge
obnoxious.
who's at what part of the barrel you're on?
I am.
Your root. It's because you're not a fan.
How do you root? Depending on how you root. Depending on how you root determines what kind of fan you are.
You root with passion.
That's fine.
Hope.
Do you use
I don't
use profanity?
I don't. Oh yeah, but I don't do it at other fans. I ain't into
well, then you're not bottom of the barrel.
Okay. Oh, so you're talking about these videos that we're seeing where, dude, people are fighting.
About why?
Just Dallas was fighting. The fans were fighting each other. Alcohol, you said.
Well, and there's frustration there, clearly, right? I got to believe if you did a study.
I didn't see Minnesota fans fighting each other after the Giant loss.
Well, they were frauds, and their fan base is so smart, they knew it, right?
I'm going to give you a 3.
Thank you. Thank you very much. 49ers. Eagles, 12 o'clock. Man, that's a rock in the hard place time.
Oh, no, I'm locked in.
So right now.
You got to be.
I think if I'm going to.
No golf.
Probably not.
Yeah. Go Saturday.
I'm going to try, but you got a bunch of guys, and when 3 or 4 of them can go on one day, that's usually when you can go. And then you say, "Hey, what about Saturday?" And I'm busy. Saturday.
See, that's the beautiful.
I'm going to Home Depot. I got to go on a hike. Or whatever.
So as soon as the clock hits 3 o'clock, I'm going to the Bay Fair, San Leandro, to play hoop.
Okay.
I don't got to depend on Reg B, Ron T, 49er Frankie, anybody.
Right.
If they don't show, I'm going to still hoop because they're going to be somebody I don't know we're going to play.
Right.
Golf's not like.
Golf's exactly like that. What are you talking about?
Well, you just said you got to depend on who's going. What if
you
all
can go play by yourself?
That's what I want to hear.
Go play by yourself, and then you'll get paired up with 3 guys you don't know or women.
How awkward is that?
It's not awkward if you have any kind of social skills. All you have to do is be able to conduct a conversation.
Well, the only reason I'm asking you that is you're like, well, it's up in the air. It shouldn't be up in the air. You just said it. I say, why is it up in the air? You said, I don't know if my friends are going to be available. But if it's like what you just said, that shouldn't even be on the table, Jack.
But it's more comfortable.
Now we're getting to something.
But
so
sometimes being uncomfortable is growing more.
Yeah. I actually prefer it. Meet new people.
But
you kind of went against what yeah.
You can golf with strangers. To me, it's not quite as fun or social.
Gotcha.
But it's still better than sitting on your ass.
No doubt. And I was looking out for you like, why was it in the balance?
You going to cheat today?
Oh, no, I'm hooping.
Yeah, right.
What if you came with me and watched me ball?
Matt in San Rafael.
That's what we want. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
What's up, Matty? How you doing, buddy? Ross Tucker, 10 minutes. What's up, man? And he's obviously coming on the Bud Light guest line. Okay, Matt, what's going on?
No, watching that game this weekend, I was just thinking about that defensive front for the Eagles that's really stout, and you had what was some pretty uninspired run calls throughout the first half. I understand controlling the clock and grinding down and being conservative if that's what Shanahan wanted to do, but the lack of misdirection, the lack of, pulling and lead blocking, it just was a lot of running into the wall for McCaffrey in the first half. And against this Eagles front, that's just not going to get it done. So I'd like to see this weekend a little more diversity in the play calling early, because this whole Shanahan trend of when it's a tight game or a big game, we play the whole thing in the second half. With an offense like Philly, you can't join the game in the second half, and that's my biggest concern.
Fair enough.
Because I thought they tried to run to the outside on Dallas and then and didn't have much success. But in the second half, they went back to what they know, Stoney, and that was Mitchell and McCaffrey right up the gut.
And, when I think of the Cowboys-Niners game, I mean, to me, even if the Eagles' defense is supposedly better than the Cowboys' defense, I guarantee you right now, if you went to Philly and said, San Francisco's going to score 19 points. Are you okay with that? I bet everybody in Philly goes, that's fine.
Oh, there's no doubt.
So
well, can we pay for that? Yeah.
Yeah. So I do think this though. With Purdy, for whatever reason, and even though he's young, I do think, like, of all three of the quarterbacks that Shanahan's most likely to give a little more leeway to, it's Brock Purdy. Even if Jimmy Garoppolo let's say Jimmy'd never gotten hurt and they're in this spot, I think Shanahan would coach more conservatively with Garoppolo than with Purdy.
You don't think 29 pass attempts? Because that's what he had against Dallas.
That's about
it
right.
Didn't even feel like it.
That's about right.
Yeah.
See it.
Jimmy might be back next week.
925. LOL, the score of Guru's pickup game already 3-0.
That's an occasion.
I'll tell you what. I will say this.
That's great.
I will say this, that I want to say thank you to our listeners and Bay Area fans, because anybody, I've bumped into dozens of people that heard our discussion on the way you keep score in a pickup game.
Every now and again.
And I haven't heard one person say what you're doing is cool.
Oh, there was like 20 of them, Stoney.
Never to your face.
It was YouTube.
It's an anonymous troll.
It's survival out here, man. It's survival. And you don't do it every time. You gotta, let me see who's.
I think it was one of your worst moments in radio.
No. Some people said you stayed on it too long.
I'll stay on it. I'll stay on it forever.
Assassinate me.
I will stay on it forever. It's that.
Come out today with me.
No.
I feel like you want to
give me one reason why.
Because I think you're curious to see me hoop.
I'm actually not.
Seriously?
Dude, I've watched the greatest of the greats. Why would I want to watch you? I've seen Larry Bird. I've seen Moses Malone.
Kareem?
I've seen Kareem. Not at this age.
I've seen them all. LeBron, Jordan.
You see me throw a bowling ball at this age, but
now that was impressive. I must say that.
So imagine me throwing something else.
See, now let me give you your flowers, and I'm dead serious. I've never seen a human being throw a bowling ball harder down an alley than Darryl the Guru Johnson. I swear to God.
Picture me on the bump, Evan.
Yeah, Guru. I imagine Guru's bumping 90+ from over the top, so I can't imagine the underhand.
Problem is, you can tell by his bowling style, he's wild. You know why? His release point on bowling changes every time, so sometimes he lets that go, and it just goes boom into the ground.
Call it effectively wild.
Other times he holds on to it too long, and it loops out to the Ross Tucker, Fillmore Mike's favorite guest, mine too. He's coming up next. The Road to Glendale is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. I'm having trouble with that. SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. What are you laughing at, Goo? It wasn't even close.
There's a bad
it wasn't close to the bad word. Coming up next.
Come on, that's
you know what? I'll do it again.
Yeah.
And I'll make it sound like it's natural. All right. The Road to Glendale, brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com to apply today. Coming up next, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker on the Bud Light guest line.
Just win, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
This is the final week of the Manufacturers RV Show. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break.
If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John buys BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
Now, it's time for the Closer of the Week, presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The Closer of the Week is Fred Warner Jr., who had a big pick and ultimately wrecked the Cowboys.
Prescott, it is picked off by Fred Warner.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Right now, generic Viagra, aka Sildenafil, is just $4 per dose at Roman. Just complete a free online visit with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. If medication is appropriate, Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. Go to ro.co/Viagra to get generic Viagra for just $4 per dose. Do it by February 8th for 20% off and guaranteed shipping by Valentine's Day. That's ro.co/Viagra.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Final play, looks like barring a penalty. Prescott over the middle of the turf, gets smoked right away, and that'll do it. The 49ers back to the championship game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get right to it. Let's go to the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Ross, it feels right. It just feels right. 49ers going to Philly on a Sunday. I don't know. This is just one that everybody out here, and I'm sure everybody back there is licking their chops about. Can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, it's the two best teams. And I think you could probably say the same in the AFC, but it's the two best teams, which is awesome. It feels like for a while now that they've been on a collision course towards this game. Obviously, the Niners have been on quite the roll. I think the Eagles were the best team in football most of the year. They kind of limped down the stretch after Hurts got hurt, but they looked Saturday night like the team they were for most of the year. I think an argument can be made it's the two best teams, period, but it's the two teams that should be playing on Sunday. I'll be on the sideline for Westwood 1. Should be just an incredible atmosphere. I was on the sideline 5 years ago in the NFC Championship game when the Eagles hosted the Vikings, and that was just an absolutely bananas environment. I mean, obviously, Steiny, you're from there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there will be Niners fans there. I can't say I would recommend wearing Niners gear, but that's obviously up to them.
We got two guys on our morning show. They'll be in their Niner gear in the house, Ross. I got to relay the message.
I'm a believer, Ross.
Listen,
I'm a believer, Ross.
I will say this.
You go.
Go ahead, Steiny.
You go.
I was just going to say, the first game I stood up for as a rookie with the Washington, whatever they were called back then, and my girlfriend, who's my wife now, my sister, my mom and dad, my father-in-law came to the game, and they all grew up Eagles fans, and I grew up a diehard Eagles fan. I mean, I'm from there, and so they already knew this, but I made it very clear that under no circumstances do you wear Washington gear. Like, It's just not worth it. There's no you're not getting anything from that other than flack. And it's just not worth it. And then I said, don't even cheer for me. I don't need you to cheer. Just if something happens good for my team, just smile. But don't stand up. Don't be. It just now I will say Lincoln Financial Field is not quite what the Vet was, but it's just different. I don't know how else to describe it to people. The East Coast is a little bit different, and Philly is like the East Coast on steroids.
Yeah. Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me talk a little bit about the game. So one of the things that's I don't know if it's an issue, but it's out there about the 49ers defense against mobile quarterbacks, and that they struggle a little bit. And I got two questions. One is there a team that doesn't struggle against a mobile quarterback or is completely prepared for that? And then B, what do the Eagles want to accomplish with their quarterback against a defense that's pretty aggressive and takes some chances?
Well, first of all, it's so funny, Steiny, that you say that about mobile quarterbacks, because I'm still waiting for the first stat where it says, this team just destroys mobile quarterbacks.
Yeah.
The mobile quarterbacks don't ever do anything against this. That doesn't exist. Mobile quarterbacks are tough to defend. That's not even a thing. So I'm sure there are stats out there saying it's tough for them against mobile quarterbacks. Welcome to the party, pal. I mean, they have that same stat against the Eagles. Well, running quarterbacks have gotten them this year. So that's every team. The problem that Hurts presents, and first of all, we can get in this, but the Eagles team, they just have a loaded team. I mean, they have the best offensive line in the NFL, okay? They have the best wide receivers their franchise has ever had. They have a top 3 tight end in the NFL. They have a Pro Bowl running back. The quarterback is probably going to get second in the MVP voting. I mean, that's a lot, guys. It's like every position on offense. And so you have that, and then you combine that with what they do schematically, with the RPOs. I mean, there's a lot of plays where it's like Hurts has 3 options. He can give it to the running back, he can pull it and run it, or he can pull it and throw it. And so the second-level guy is the linebackers, and you guys have maybe the best in the NFL with Greenlaw and Fred Warner. It's hard for them to not be a little late to where they're going, which is why their speed is such a significant factor. Because you can't be so fast to try to chase down the running back or chase down the quarterback because you're not sure for a split second where it's going. Thankfully for the Niners, they can kind of hesitate a little bit, and then those guys are fast enough that they can probably still make the play. Other teams, their linebackers aren't. And so they're like, even if they're just a half step slow, that's too much. That's the difference.
Ross, let me ask you this, because I'm hearing you loud and clear. I was down on Dallas. I know they have the talent defensively, but I told Steiny and the listeners I was shocked at how stout they came out and kept everything in front of them for much of the game. So that leads me to the Eagles. I've seen them play, but do I take, okay, Dallas did it, Philly can do it better? Talk to us about the Eagles' defense and what they're going to try to do.
Well, so first of all, remember this. Every game is a unique entity unto itself because the coaches have different plans for that game and they did the week before, and that changes the dynamic. And I think people lose sight of that sometimes. And that's important. Like right now, okay, you guys know on Tuesdays I go on a bunch of radio stations. Everybody seemingly thinks it's going to be the Eagles and the Bengals right now and in the Super Bowl.
Right.
And that's because they both looked so good last week. Well, guess what? The week before that, the Bengals could have easily lost to the Ravens.
Yes, they could have.
In the wild card round. And the week before that, the Cowboys looked awesome against the Bucks. And the Eagles, the last time they had played against the Giants, they looked like crap. So what happened last week doesn't really matter, other than I think for the Eagles, the fact that Hurts and Lane Johnson both looked healthy and played well. That's probably the biggest takeaway moving forward. But yes, Guru, I would imagine that the Eagles probably do something similar to what we saw from the Cowboys, because the Cowboys really did a good job of slowing down the Niners in the first half. I mean, the Cowboys were the better team in the first half of that game, and it was a pretty even game other than quite frankly, the Dak interception.
Can I assume that if you told Eagles fans right now they'll have the same kind of defensive effort as Dallas, they're going to give up 19 to the 49ers, they'll take that in a heartbeat?
Yeah, probably. I think a lot of people think it'll be like 20-17, 23-20. I mean, the Eagles fans are feeling pretty confident. And here's the logic, right? They have the most talented team in the sport, right? Like 18 of their 20. I tweeted at Ross Tucker NFL. You guys still there?
Oh, yeah.
18 of their 22 starters are Pro Bowlers or Pro Bowl alternates. Now, 16 were actually voted, but Goddard and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson weren't because they were on IR at the time, which is a really dumb rule, by the way. So, but essentially, 18 of the 22 starters for the Eagles are Pro Bowl or Pro Bowl alternates. I never even heard of that. So they've got the most talented team. They're playing at home. And the belief in Philadelphia, and I think probably rightfully so, is that they've got the better quarterback and not by a small margin. So that doesn't mean the Eagles are going to win. The Niners could easily win this game, and there's a reason why the point spread is so close, and the Niners are on an unbelievable roll, and they got a really good team, and you know how I feel about Kyle Shanahan and DeMeco Ryans. But in Philadelphia right now, those are the three things that they're really kind of counting on. most talented team, playing at home, and the better quarterback. And they think significantly better quarterback. I guess we'll find out.
Now, Ross, one of the 3 losses the Eagles endured this season was to the Commanders. They got a stout defense. If you're D'Amico Ryans, are you throwing that film on? Are there any parallels between the Niners and what they do in the Commanders' defense?
Well, Guru, that's the only game the Eagles lost that Hurts played in.
Right.
I mean, he's 15-1 as a starter. So that is the tape to watch because that's the only game that somebody actually beat them. And you know what they did as much as anything else? Well, first of all, the Eagles lost the turnover battle, and we all know that that's a huge factor in any of these games. I mean, that's why big reason why the Niners beat the Cowboys. But the other thing the Commanders did, which is vitally important, is they ran the ball and they possessed the ball. They had the ball for like almost 40 minutes in that game. I can't tell you. I'm going to be on the sideline Sunday. It'll be Kevin Harlan, Kurt Warner in the booth. I can't tell you how important it is that the Niners get a lead and are able to run the football. Because what happens is if the Niners fall behind by a score or two, if they start trying to do drop-back pass a lot, that's not what their offensive line does best. I mean, we know what they do best. They run the ball and they run the play-action stuff. You don't want to be in obvious passing situations against this Eagles group. I mean, they got 4 guys with double-digit sacks. That's not what the Niners O-line does best. It's not what Purdy does best. I just think it's really, really important that the Niners can run the football and that they play with a lead. If they fall behind like a couple scores early, like the Giants did, I think it has the potential to get ugly. I don't see that happening, but if they did, that's what could happen.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. Where do these two teams fall in your power rankings right now, and what's your gut telling you about what happens Sunday?
Yeah, so the Eagles are 1, the Niners are 2. I think that, especially now with Mahomes, I think there's a pretty good case that they're the 2 best teams. I am a little bit curious to see how much the playoff experience, if that's a factor, whether that's for Kyle Shanahan as a coach or, for the players. For the Eagles, they only have 5 guys, I think, something like that were on the Super Bowl team from 2017, still on this team. So they're not as, battle-tested as this Niners group is. We'll see if that's a factor in the game. I said on the Even Money podcast, I actually like taking the Niners up to 8.5 as part of a teaser leg with the Chiefs. Pairing those 2 teams, both currently getting 2.5 points, you can pair them together, add 6 points, and take them up to 8.5. The 2.5 number, I'd probably favor the Eagles. I think the Eagles probably win the game by a field goal. But me telling you guys I took the Niners in the 8.5 tells you I think it's going to be a very close, very competitive. Let's hope it is. I mean, the 2 games I was on this past weekend, they're both kind of blowouts. I don't see that. I mean, the point spreads are short for a reason. I think they're going to be competitive, awesome football games. Look, I mean, home field advantage for the Eagles is probably 2.5 points. So the bettors, the markets are telling us that these teams are basically even Steven, which is awesome. That's wild.
Ross, I'll get you out of here on this one. Stoney, he always comes down my road because I'm quick to say a player in any league or sport, he's trash, he's a bum, he choked. And I kind of backed up off of that. But, Ross, it leads me to Dak Prescott. That was such a bad performance on one of the biggest stages just for that franchise. You played the game. I don't know what they're going to do. They just gave him this guy. How bad of a performance was that to you? And can he fix it? Because I don't think he can, Ross, in Dallas.
It's a shame. I'm a Dak fan. I feel like he just gets pooped on all the time. Ever since he came back from that injury this year, they were scoring more points than anybody. They're moving the ball better than anybody. I don't know what happened this year that he kind of got the injury bug. The interception bug. Because that didn't seem to be a big thing for him in other years, but it was the difference in the game. I mean, they're in Niners territory.
Oh, my goodness.
He throws that terrible pick, and then not only did the Cowboys not get points, but But then the Niners get a field goal at the end of the half. I mean, that was absolutely brutal. I mean, even the Cowboys Twitter handle is going to. But that reminded me. I want to say one thing now. I want to get ahead of this. If Purdy plays poorly, okay, and the Niners lose, I'm going to lose my mind if people say, "See, man, told you. See, he's Mr. Irrelevant for a reason. Last pick is never." See, we don't do that when Josh Allen has a bad game or these other guys had bad games in the playoffs. But I'm telling you right now, people, I'm convinced there are some people, out, especially the draft people, they're like hoping Purdy plays bad so they can say, "See, he's not really that good." Like, no, we've watched all the other games. He's good. If he has a bad game in Philly in the NFC Championship game against that D-line and those corners, that doesn't mean he's a bad player. A lot of people would have a bad game in that situation.
Yeah. Real quick, Ross, can I assume that the eye test on that Giants and Eagles game that Hurts and Lane Johnson basically looked 100%?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd go 100, but 90 to 95.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
And they tested them both. I mean, Hurts bounced off of a couple of tacklers, so he wasn't that afraid to run. And then Bosa, not Bosa, but the Giants even put Dexter Lawrence at 350 over Lane Johnson to bull rush him because they thought, well, he's got torn muscle in his gut. That'd be hard to stop a bull rush. And he was able to hold up. So, you know the way it is. They test. I'm really curious to see, where they put Bosa for the Niners, how often he's over Lane, how often Lane gets help. I mean, that's probably the marquee one-on-one matchup, unless the Niners move him more over to the Mailata side and test him over there.
Man, we can't wait, Ross. Have a great call, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Can't wait to break it down with you guys next week.
All right, that's Ross Tucker on the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. I'm piggybacking on
You
that.
kind of started the show with that.
What?
With that? Oh, I'm guessing where you're going with the jumping on guys.
Thank you.
And he just said it. But this is different.
No, it's not.
We've seen enough good to where this ain't going to supersede. He's half the reason you're here.
There will be people. If Brock Purdy throws 2 interceptions and they lose.
Oh, man.
That's why I'm convinced, Purdy's going to start next year. I mean,
so that's
even
where
if he
I was
throws
going.
7 interceptions, okay?
So,
guess what? He's 7-1 as a starter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So
night.
Yeah. He's got to get help.
I mean, I don't know if it's night.
Yeah.
But what I am getting at is that same thing. Like what we've seen. Okay, what we've seen from Brock Purdy, like he's not going to be a completely different quarterback on Sunday. Now, maybe he throws a couple interceptions. Maybe the Eagles pick him off, like what? Diggs dropped the ball.
Yeah.
No, was it Diggs?
Yeah.
Maybe that the Eagle guy picks that off as opposed to the Cowboy, or maybe
which would still been a fluke because he got bad at Steiner, so that wouldn't have been to me.
No. It got deflected.
Yeah. Okay.
Batted is like batted at the line of scrimmage. It deflected. He should have caught it.
Okay.
He should have caught it.
Wow.
And not only that, the fact that it got deflected means the guy was covered in the first place. Anyway, what I'm saying is, yeah, somebody might pick him off a time or two, but I'm with him. I'm with Ross Tucker. Like,
well, when you see it, if it hopefully Niner fans don't want it to happen, but long as you know what time it is, there's going to be some jabronis that write that stuff up.
Brock Purdy is more likely to have his bad game Sunday than any game so far this year.
Okay.
Because this is the best team he's playing. It's the best defense he's playing. And you know what? If he struggles,
4 dudes on the line with double-digit sacks.
Then he struggles. And you know what? Our guy Brock Purdy, he's in the film room all year.
Did you say our guy?
Our guy.
Oh, look at Matt. Put a ring on it. Now, I'm disappointed in you. Hey, Ross, I'll say this for next week.
Why fight with the guy?
Ross, I love you. Harold Carmichael on line 1.
He said receiving core. He said receiving tandem.
Oh, now that I didn't hear.
Yeah, tandem. He said core of receiver. He meant 2 wide receivers and a tight end.
Okay.
It was hard to tell between all the plugs that he was making.
The button almost
Let me
got
tell you
stuck.
something about guys from Reading. We try to grind.
On the Even Money podcast.
We got to try to.
What's the other one?
We got to try
at Ross Tucker.
There you go.
We got to try to promote. We got to try to promote.
Does it all?
Speaking of which,
what we got?
I've got my live book up and running. MatthewSteinmetz.com.
Seriously?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. So when you write it, so what we're reading on Facebook is that?
Yeah,
okay. You got it.
Do me a favor. Yeah. Can you go click the link? Click the link to the story. Don't read it without clicking the link. Don't be that guy.
Well, it's on Facebook.
I know.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
It's kind of funny to guess, though.
What's that?
Well, like some of the guys we have heard of, like your Julius Erving entry,
Sura
had an idea of what that might be about.
Gotcha. Yeah, so go check it out. See if we can bump those numbers up.
What are you aiming for? Striving for?
That's a great question, Goo. I'm striving to stay busy. I'm striving to. You know what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to credit the people out there that I remember and I think of in my sports life.
Now that's dope.
And people say, you write a book. It's I can't write a book, but maybe I can do this.
Yeah.
I can write this way. Just pick out a name, write.
That makes me like you more. Some people are driving like, it's about money. I was trying to figure out.
I mean,
when you said click on it,
I'm not sure how I would turn it into
for
money. To tell you the truth.
Yeah, it ain't. You're doing it from. You're paying homage. You're a good dude, man.
Good stuff. Thank you. Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. 888-957-9570. That's also the Xfinity mobile text line. 49ers versus Philadelphia Eagles. And a couple things Ross said that to me are interesting. One is do not judge Brock Purdy on one game if he struggles against this Eagles defense. He also talked about every team's got trouble with the mobile quarterback. So we're gonna see how it all plays out.
And I know he's back east. I'm not getting any sense that people are talking about is Cincinnati, Philly. I mean, Mahomes on line one. If that tough SOB can play in this game, I want some of what he's taking. But also, Stoney said Vegas is saying 2.5. That means it's even, basically. And I think the Niners are better. Like Jalen Hurts, show me. Dak couldn't show me. Show me, Jalen Hurts. If you're that dude.
Okay, let me ask you this. Well, I'll ask you it on the other side, but I'm going to give you a chance to think about it. Why does Jalen Hurts have to show you? Doesn't Brock Purdy also have to show you?
Oh, I got an answer.
Oh. Well, take your time and get your thoughts together.
I know.
In case you missed it, go back and check out our interview with Ross Tucker on the Odyssey app. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
He's the GMOAT.
Bay Area, it's your boy Shasky, and me and Bonte, we are flying out to Philadelphia, and you better get ready, because I'm about to ring that Liberty Bell like the 49ers are this Sunday, and it's all because of our friends at Boxer & Gerson. Without them, we ain't flying, Eagles flying to Philadelphia. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG.
With 11 fuel-efficient hybrids to choose from, there's one for everyone. Toyota, let's go places.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Ryan Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder. You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I've been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming January 26th, only on Peacock.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Steiny, are you ever in a good mood? I'm in the best mood of my life right now. Are you kidding?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, what do you want me to say? I got it all going on right now. Everything's locking in for me.
That was a different day, though.
That
wasn't a day.
Tell you something. Your boy, with this smile, I'd be crazy not to use it all the time.
There you go.
By the way, they're talking about hey, you know how they are here. Hey, promote, endorse. Hey, if there's anything out there, they, hey, tell the sales department.
Oh, yeah,
whatever.
gotcha, yeah.
Anyway, Yellow Sack. Well, we've used Yellow Sack. Great company, and it's an incredible service. They bring a big yellow sack out to your house, and you put all the crap in it you want, and they just come pick it up. I know it sounds simple, but it's oh so wonderful. Here's what I'm looking for. What's the best way that you can whiten your teeth? You know what I mean?
Oh, they got so many. Rembrandt, for one.
Do they work, though? You know what I mean? Like, if you get that toothpaste that says ultra super duper whitening.
Rembrandt.
I don't think that. I mean,
try it. Yeah, it does. Well, he's looking at mine. I'm like, I would ching on you, but
it's more, it's the coffee for me. Coffee.
You could go to the dentist, and if you ain't got no other, like I had the 10 or root canals.
Ooh.
If you don't have any other thing going off in your mouth, they'll do it for you.
I got a cap
You'll be
here.
fine.
That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Go to your local dentist and they'll hook you up, or somebody here in sales can do it.
That's what I'm thinking.
And if you don't have any underlying issues, they cut.
What's it cost? Fillings?
No, I'm like something else that needs work right then. Apparently, they can zap you. You'll be like Shannon Sharp. You see some of these celebrities. I'm like, dude, come on. Or go with veneers.
What about those? What are those calls? The ones that are silver.
Yeah, you ain't ready for that.
What do you mean?
Grills?
Yeah.
Should I get a grill?
Yes. You'd have to stop. Why would I even? Yeah, you'd have to have some sweat. You could do whatever you want. My grandma had one. It was just at the bottom.
Yeah. I got to floss more.
No, you need to go get zapped with the what? They'll do it for you. It's a cost.
But I have sensitive teeth. I'll bet you it would be like.
They know what they got it all.
All right. Just like
How
the
long
49ers.
you been thinking about this, though? Do you see yourself on camera like, damn, I needed to have them wider?
I see myself
Let me see.
In the mirror. I don't want to smile.
No, you ain't bad.
Oh, no. I also didn't wear my retainer. Pop still gets mad at me for that. Let's go to nevertheless. Let's go to Anthony in San Jose. Back to the
Otis
Eagles.
Bird III, real quick. My mom, late great mom, Daisy Johnson, baking soda works at night too.
I've heard that.
No, and I've done it. Well, you ain't done it now, but yeah, it works, Donnie. Old school. But go see a dentist. Say, hey, I want the pearly whites back. You'll be slick at smiling.
All right. Let's go to Anthony in Santa. Back to the Eagles. What's going on, Anthony? How are you, my main man?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
You know it. You know it.
Yes, sir. And I'm ready for this Sunday. Here's my main gripe here.
Okay.
Between everyone, including the last guest.
Ross Tucker.
Yes, sir. The Eagles did fall off for one reason. Jalen Hurts, right? Not the defense stopped performing and all these other scenarios that we can throw out there. The fact of the matter is they fell off because of Jalen. But the Niners never fell off because of one player. We haven't fell off this year because of one player.
Well, hold on one sec, Anthony. I heard Ross say the Eagles are 15-1 when Hurts starts.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yes, sir, and that's what I mean. They. But I also heard him say that they, and not just him. A lot of people, in the media have said that they sort of fell off and weren't as aggressive at the end, or not aggressive, weren't as strong of a team at the end of the season versus at the beginning. I mean, this is sort of like the hyperbole that's been going on, right?
Okay. So you think Hurts could have a bad game?
Well,
I believe so. And if Hurts has a bad game where that defense fits to him, where's the rest of the team, right? Purdy has a bad game. We saw everybody pick them up. They pick each other up. They play as a team. Whereas I really feel like the story of the entire league right now is Jalen Hurts or bust, right?
All right.
So he said you got to stop Jalen Hurts and you could beat the Eagles. He's lost one game, and that he started. They lost 3 to the Commanders. My thing to that caller is, he said Brock, I was assuming he was going to, Brock had a bad game in his estimation last Sunday. I don't feel like Brock had a bad game. The offense wasn't what 30 points.
Yeah, I think he meant, on this team, the quarterback, like, not that Brock Purdy played poorly last week, but I think what he was saying is, if both quarterbacks are shaky, that favors the Niners. Yeah. Because they're a better
Philly can run the ball
team.
too, though, Stoney. They got 3 studs.
Yeah.
They got receivers, one of the best tight ends, like there's more than one way.
I noticed you had that tight end's name written on your. Did you have his name on your notebook today?
No, that was somebody else's. I just needed the paper.
Well, hold up your notes today, real quick. I was looking over your shoulder.
See, I don't like when you do that.
You got to be able to view it on YouTube and Twitch, right?
It's. No, you ripped the page out that I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I put it in the.
Yeah, you had like.
I was getting mad when the A block when you're coming at me for Robin. I ripped it out. Yeah.
I know it's a couple minutes late, but hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah, you got to be careful
Baking
with that.
soda and peroxide.
But you're a baller. Go do it legitly. They'll have you white.
Like one time, or
it may be twice.
I don't want to be coming in here.
You go into the thing and come back.
I don't want to be coming in one
You're
day
the man that
blinding
takes a
people.
picture on your tippy toes. You'll be fine going to get your teeth
What does that have
whitened.
to do with anything?
You're cheating. You're trying to get enhancements. And nothing wrong with that, Jack. But tap into it. You want the white one so bad I can see it. Just go to the dentist and say, hey, how much the teeth whiten? I think a couple racks.
Racks?
Yeah. My dentist told me.
Wait a minute.
I had so much other stuff going on.
Is racks hundreds or thousands?
Oh, my goodness. Thousands.
I'm not paying $2,000 to get my teeth whitened.
You show them your insurance.
I thought a stack was 1,000.
That's what
a
I
rack
said.
was 100.
Oh.
No,
rack.
Maybe this is why you're having money issues.
Rack to me was 1,000, E.
Thought it was Andre 3 stacks.
I'll let you guys play this one out.
I could be wrong.
And I'm black. Like, I got to be right. Evan!
Forget I said anything.
Racks. You owe me 3 racks. I thought that was 3,000.
I don't know.
I'm going to go to Urban Dictionary, E.
Is that how much you're putting on the Niners this weekend?
No. Before I tell you how much I'm going to put on the game, I have to tell you the answer to your question about Jalen Hurts.
Cool.
He was, no shade, spectacular player. He was forced down our throats up until he got hurt. He was the MVP. So how can you compare what Brock Purdy's doing, which is fantastic, still yet when this playoffs conclude, if he's playing in the last game, he's yet to play a full season. He's nowhere near where Jalen Hurts is. So that wouldn't be now he could be the reason they win. My thing is Brock Purdy's on his first life. He's doing this right. Jalen Hurts, if he gets this done, we could make and beats Mahomes or Burrow, Stotty. This might be the beginning of he could run off 3 or 4 championships.
Well, so could Purdy.
No doubt, but Hurts has been around. He's 24 longer than Brock Purdy. That's all. He's been at his job longer than Brock Purdy.
Barely.
No. How many years? What, 4?
Let's look.
Well, 3.
And he didn't play 1 year. I wonder what their total games in the pros look like.
Oh, I was right. Rack is 1,000. And gambling.
Fair enough.
Bill is
I never
100.
said I knew that one.
Yeah. Rack and stack are both 1,000.
Okay.
Evan, I feel better.
This is kind of what I'm talking about right here.
What?
Brock Purdy. See, this is what
Hurts is 24.
Okay.
I want winners.
Hold on.
Okay.
And Purdy is. I need a birthday here.
He's 23.
He's 23. They're a year apart.
Well, we're
They're
talking
the same age.
Yeah, that birth certificate, but I'm talking about
They're the same age.
NFL experience. Are they the same age? No. Like how many games has Hurts started compared to Brock?
Yeah, but my point is,
where were you going?
My point is, this is a great point by me. Is you can tell, Hurts has played 45 career games.
Damn. To what, 8?
That's 3 seasons.
Okay.
And Purdy's played a half a season.
Wow. I mean, come on, experience.
But my point is, they're both young quarterbacks. If one guy gets it done Sunday and one guy doesn't, hey, maybe we're looking at two quarterbacks who are going to be around for the next 8 years.
You could say that right now, no matter
That's
what
I'm
happens.
saying.
But
so you know what? Purdy and Hurts, they're the same quarterback right now. They're both on the same level.
No, he was before he got hurt. He was about to be MVP.
Well, guess who would also been in the MVP hunt had he played a full season?
Who?
Brock Purdy. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Leave that there.
The way I'm looking at this right now
but
is
it's
once
not
you get
that
inside.
now.
No, I disagree.
Okay.
It is that now.
No, it's not.
It is.
He didn't quarterback the whole year. Brock Purdy came in.
What I'm saying,
Mr. Irrelevant.
No, what I'm saying is
this is his first go round. Is all that I'm trying to.
He's 2-0 in the postseason.
Gotcha.
How many playoffs games has Hurts played?
He's lost to Tampa Bay last year. I believe that was his first one. So he might 1-1.
Okay. Oh my gosh. So yeah. So in other words, Purdy and Hurts have played the same amount of playoff games.
But you're not looking at me or telling the people listening that Brock Purdy is as good as Jalen Hurts.
I'm saying right now they may as well be the same guy, and it's up. And from what I see now, maybe you can tell. I mean, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Okay.
When you say they're the same guy, it sounds like you're.
Jalen Hurts has been in the league. This is his third year.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, whatever. He's 24 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And a lot of chirping about him, just like Dak Prescott.
Yeah. Well,
all right,
ain't that much
put the chirping aside.
Yeah.
Put the damn chirping aside. Okay. So you have Jalen Hurts. Here he comes, 24-year-old quarterback, now in the NFC Championship game. He's 1-1 in the postseason. And you have Brock Purdy. Yeah, he's 23. He's 2-0 in the postseason.
Gotcha.
And sure, he's only played 7 games as opposed to 45. My point is, that doesn't matter at this point. One of them's going to get a win, and at that point, that quarterback might be better than the other quarterback. Not necessarily because of that game, but because they're both one's 23, one's 24. Right
one
now,
threw 22 interceptions, 1 threw 6, and 1 got his team the number 1 seed
I'm trying to say
in the
this.
NFC.
I'm trying to say this. Right, and the other guy got him the 2nd seed. What I'm saying is, one's 23, one's 24. They may as well be the same quarterback. Nobody's got an advantage. Just because Jalen Hurts is supposed to be better, or just because Jalen Hurts had a great full season, it's great. Well, Brock Purdy has every bit of chance as Jalen. I don't think Jalen Hurts has an overwhelmingly bigger, more experience.
So
I just don't.
Okay. So let me just tell you how you sound. So you're telling me, as I look at you on this beautiful Tuesday, that you would take Brock Purdy, what you've seen, over Jalen Hurts?
I'm saying whatever you've seen, throw it out. Throw it out, except for what I want to be seen, which is the way you make an argument. And what I want to be seen is, they've both only played 2 playoff games. All right.
How many in their career? 46 to 7.
That's right.
That's a big discrepancy.
Okay.
So
but
how
they're
can
both
that
the
be
same
equal?
age right now.
Okay, who cares about age?
That's what's important.
They're really not the same age when it comes to football experience.
Right. So what if Purdy outplays him?
That should be
What if Purdy outplays him?
That's on the table.
Okay.
But to say they're the
That's
same
all that matters to
when
me.
one has played 39 more games than the other is ridiculous.
No, it's not. Not to me.
So then what value do you put on experience in anything in life if that's not
what I'm saying is
enough?
Jalen Hurts has NFL experience. There's no doubt. Right. He has more NFL experience than Brock Purdy. That's fine.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is right now, both of them are essentially quarterbacks who are the same damn age. They're the same damn age.
I give you that.
23, 24.
All right, this is where you lose me.
Just because Jalen Hurts has 3 years of experience in the pros. By the way, did Jalen Hurts play 4 years of college?
No.
Okay. So let's give Brock Purdy some credit for 55 college games that Jalen Hurts ever played. What I'm saying is, I don't have, there's no reason to me Hurts should be a better quarterback than Purdy. There's no reason that should be the case at all. Maybe Brock Purdy is at the start of a Tom Brady career.
Well, he did play 4.
Okay.
But, so then you are saying you think Brock is as good as Jalen?
I'm saying maybe he is. I'm saying at this point, yes, at this point, would you take Jalen Hurts?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, from this point on, that doesn't matter. Now, if Purdy wins a game, that doesn't necessarily mean I would take Purdy over, but it means we got an issue. I mean, good issue with Brock Purdy. We got a guy who's quarterbacked 8 games in the NFL, and he's now playing in a Super Bowl, which Jalen Hurts has never played in, which Josh Allen has never played in, which
Dak Prescott
has never played in. So at the start of next year, in a way, you have a 24-year-old quarterback in Brock Purdy who has more experience than those other young quarterbacks because he's already gone further.
Yeah, no. The further you got me on, but the college games, I don't give that's just me. I don't give nothing to that because this is what Brock has to worry about to me. The league out after this season's over. Because his arrow is pointed up. Steiny, at some point, you're going to put so much on film, the league's going to make an adjustment to you. And when they do that, you may be so dynamic, it don't even matter. And he may be better than Jalen Hurts. My whole thing is, I think the league has tried to do that with Jalen Hurts, and he showed, hey, I got something to keep going up, and that's where he's at now. That's why I'm saying right now, Sunday, I think Jalen Hurts is the more experienced.
Of course, he's more experienced
and better.
I don't know about better. I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't know about better. No, that's not what I'm saying. Of course, he's better because he's got more evidence.
Right, no doubt.
But if Brock Purdy wins this game for the Niners, well, then his
what if he has a bad day and they still win?
Hold on. Yeah. If Brock Purdy plays well and they win this game, at that moment, he'll basically have a better resume than Jalen Hurts at the same age. And you could say, well, Jalen Hurts is better. Okay, that's fine.
Well,
but guess what?
I'm missing the JD component, too, of what you said. You always point out his saying, what's it look like? So, if he goes out here, Purdy, and outduels Hurts, and that's not a prerequisite.
Here's what I'm saying. Let's say Purdy wins the game. Okay, wins the game.
Good Lord. It's a story. It's incredible.
Right.
Yeah.
And then then we have 2 franchises. The Philadelphia Eagles.
I got you.
Who are the most dynamic quarterbacks. Okay, Grant was in the MVP race. The 49ers have Purdy. Okay, well, let's start looking at the numbers. Well, they've all played 3 playoff games, and Purdy's 3-0, and Hurts is 1-2. Okay? Purdy's only played half a season, but he hasn't lost a game yet. Okay, so where Purdy's at right now, if that were to happen, who's to say he's not better than Jalen Hurts? He'll have a better resume by the end of 12 games.
Coming out of college.
I'm just saying.
And where they got drafted, who had
that's out the window.
No, it's not out the window.
It is to me.
Because it tells you what they were thought of coming out of college.
Right. And I'm saying
Jalen
right now.
Hurts is a franchise quarterback, and he's living up to that right now.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. If Brock Purdy beats him, who's to say he won't be a better franchise quarterback than Jalen Hurts? Why would you rob him of that?
No.
They're the same age. Who cares about the experience?
We can remove
Maybe
the
he's more
names.
of a phenom.
I would just, Steiny, even if he wins, Brock Purdy, my whole thing is come talk to me when he's played that 39 more games. Then we can really be like, okay, can he sing or not?
I'm not doing a good job. I'm really not doing a good job of explaining what I mean. I will acknowledge
I think you are.
that.
I think you're doing it better than
How many college games did Jalen Hurts play? Do we know that?
About the same.
Okay.
52, 53.
So in that case, yes, we throw out college. There's no doubt about it.
And Hurts was a second-round pick. I'm acting like he was top 5.
Hurts also played in the national championship.
Right. What I'm saying, the point I'm going to acknowledge is if Hurts had only played 2 years at Alabama, and Purdy played 4 years at Iowa State, then I do think the college experience, those 50 games to 25 matters. Okay, you're telling me they both played the same amount in college, so let's wipe that off the books. So now we have one quarterback. What if Purdy had come out 2 years ago and was just the second or third stringer for the last 2 years, didn't play, but he's still in his third year. There's
no shade in that. I just want you to say out loud, Steiny, hey, Goo, those 39 games, those are a lot of plays on the football field. Those are even if Purdy outduels them, it's still a great story. The movie's being made, but come talk to me because Jalen Hurts is a little further down the road.
But he won't be. That's my point. He won't be. He won't be if the 49ers win this game. If the 49ers win this game, that means he's almost fast track. In a crazy way. He's almost behind Purdy because he's been in the league 3 years. He's 1-2. Like, I'm just saying, and as far as Purdy being Mr. Irrelevant, there's no doubt that's a huge part
he ain't
of
that
the story.
now. He ain't that now.
It's a huge part of the story.
He
it's
is
why
Mr.
Disney
Relevant.
is going to make a movie.
Oh, they're waiting.
But in the same way, James Wiseman being the second pick doesn't matter. He's just a guy now who's not contributing. It's like Brock Purdy's your man. 5 years from now, nobody's going to care that he's the seventh-round pick. He's still going to be
Look at Tom
put up
Brady.
to the same standard as Jalen Hurts.
If he gets there.
For this game, it sounds, though, like you're viewing both quarterbacks through the lens of their offense. Like they are a sum of their parts as opposed to individuals.
You're saying Hurts should
like
mean
it's not
more
Brady versus Manning. It's the 49ers offense versus the Philadelphia Eagles offense.
No, it's not so much that. It's just that if I'm in San Francisco, if the Niners win this game, Purdy plays pretty well. I'm sorry, Purdy plays good. Hurts is okay. I think there's a very real there could be very real sentiment out there, particularly if you're a 49er fan saying our quarterback situation's better than theirs, and they think they have the best in Jalen Hurts. And you know what? 49er fans might be right once you start looking at the contracts and the way a guy fits on a team. That's all I'm saying.
Because it's like a Rubik's Cube, both of you guys. All the scenarios are on the table. There's a scenario Hurts could throw for 400 yards, 3 touchdowns. The defense is awful.
Right.
Purdy is pedestrian in the passing game, but the running game you wouldn't come in here Monday like, I already know he's better than, you know what I mean? There's so many ways he can play out.
Okay, let's do it the other way real quick. We got a couple minutes. 888-957-9570.
Brock Purdy's a movie being ready to be written, man.
Let's say Purdy
get that.
See, you know what? Maybe, let's say, to me, if Purdy throws 3 interceptions and they lose, okay?
I would think no lesser of them.
Of course not. And that's my point. Even if Purdy loses, and I always say this, to me, it's all about Football Reference. It's about when you look at a guy's career the whole day. That's why it's like, you look at Shanahan, he's just starting, but he's 6-2. Look at all the great coaches. It's hard to be 6-2 in the playoffs. Like, that's big. That's huge. So, if Purdy's terrible, then what do we got here? We got a quarterback who's 7-0 in the regular season. He went 2-1 in the postseason. He's now their starter. He's now the 49ers starter. I think we could all agree on that. Well, now it's like the number 7th round pick doesn't matter. Like, he's just another quarterback who's gotten off to a good start, and he's the same age as Jalen Hurts.
And best believe his name will be on the marquee next season for the defensive court. That adjustment is coming. Not that they're taking it easy on Brock Purdy now.
Oh, I got you.
The story was, what does he do? What does Steiny like to do? That skedaddle we talk about. Nobody may ever take that from him, or they can make him pay for that.
There's no doubt. There's another side to this.
Because we see so many Kaepernick.
But I guess that's also what I'm saying. So whatever happens, let's say Purdy throws, it doesn't matter.
He's still
incredible. Next year, we're going into the next season.
Watching.
Jalen Hurts is Philadelphia's quarterback. And Brock Purdy's the 49ers quarterback. Well, at that point, you can kind of say, well, who's going to be the better quarterback from this point on? Well, I would bet on Hurts because he's played 40 NFL games.
That's all.
And Purdy, but I'm like, I'm not so sure.
So you're giving credence to I love that.
I mean, without no shade at Jimmy Garoppolo, but he had a hell of a record with the 49ers. And if Purdy's better, maybe his stats are going to be incredible. And he'll go down as, like, if Brock Purdy wins a Super Bowl.
Wow.
I mean,
somebody says you're saying 415 Xfinity mobile text line. Steiny's saying Purdy's playing with house money. And I kind of back that up because we're not going to think any different of him if he wets to bed.
Yes, but he's got an opportunity
to take it to the movie.
Like, I'm just viewing him and any young quarterback. I'm kind of putting them all in the same boat right now. We got to go to break. The Road to Glendale is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit SF Sheriff to apply today. The segment was brought to you by Anheuser-Busch.
He did one hell of a job, and the only thing else I got to say is How about them Cowboys?
The 49ers are back in the NFC Championship game.
Here's Pollard. Warner came right through and a big-time hit from the All-Pro linebacker. Prescott fires. Oh, it's intercepted. The 49ers back to the championship game.
That was my type of football game. This was physical, cold weather, throwback football.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nail the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nail the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Rian Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming January 26th, only on Peacock.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
In San Rafael, highs near 59, sunny skies.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
First of all, do you accept my apology?
No! Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Now, let me see if I can do a better job of this.
I think we're on the same street, Steiny.
After this year, no matter what happens, the rest of this year, to me, Brock Purdy becomes a quarterback that you must at least put in the same group as the following. Burrow, Hurts, Allen, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray. In terms of the way we judge them, they're all the same. They're all between 23 and 26. Purdy will be, if Purdy wins, he's going to be 3-0. Like, I get it. He was a 7th-round pick. But, like, he's there.
And if he gets it done,
like, he's there.
He surpasses all of that.
Well, in terms of quickness to the goal,
he's
absolutely.
in his own stratosphere.
And here's the other thing I want to say.
I took that from Danker.
408. I want to clarify this, and let's see if Steiny said last week 49ers can't say they're playing with house money. Now he just said Purdy's playing with house money. Purdy's not playing with house money. He's either going to win this game or lose this game. No matter what happens, though, he's either going to be 7. He's going to be 7-0 in the regular season, 2-1 postseason, or he's going to be 7-0, 3-0. So the record, there's no house money for his record. His record's going to be what his record's going to be. But I'm telling you right now, after this season, his credentials, at least in money time, are going to be better. Like, he's going to already have a better resume than Kyler Murray. He's already going to have a better resume than Jalen Hurts in terms of really getting things done. He'll have a better resume than Justin Herbert at that point. So at that point, those are the only guys I'm going to start comparing him to.
And do I sound like a hater if I say, of those guys you mentioned, and I know the fanfare, the paper that got shelled out to chicken for those guys,
right?
And they haven't lived up to it. What if I tell you they would give their right arm, those quarterbacks, to be in Brock Purdy's shoes with what's around him now with McCann? But that ain't part of it. I feel like I'm nitpicking my own argument saying, well, what's around you? It don't matter. I didn't mess it up, and the offense took off when I came in. And listen, Matt, when we talk about movies, none of those dudes will be able to hold anything to Brock if his team wins. With the Super Bowl,
no doubt.
This is crazy. This is Rick Barry. This is crazy. This would be crazy. And guess what? This wouldn't be. It's coming back next September, for him to do year 2.
What do you
Brock
mean?
Purdy. He's going to have the same team, coached by the same guy. He's going to be more mature. Like, here you go.
But and this is at the heart of every argument about a quarterback. Would I rather have Justin Herbert than Purdy? Yes.
Oh, I got my hand up. Give me.
Would I rather have Josh Allen?
I'm down.
Of course.
I'm down.
Would I rather have Jalen Hurts? Yes. Would I rather have Joe Burrow?
My new favorite, Joe Cool. That's what they call him.
But what I'm saying is, you better be careful, or Purdy's going to have a better resume than all of them in about 2 years.
So he's 2-0 on the playoffs now.
Yes.
And left Dak with one, left Geno Smith with his first, and now can leave Hurts with. So Hurts would be 1-2 if the Niners beat him, and your boy would be 3-0.
It's hard to have a great record in the playoffs, whether you're a quarterback or a coach.
Quiet, be careful. Well, Jimmy 4-2?
Yes.
No. Yeah. So if he's going to look for a job, hey, what are you doing? I'm 4-2, bud. High leverage situations.
Brian in San Francisco. What's up, Brian?
Yo. What's good, y'all? How y'all doing today?
Dynamite.
So this is how I feel. Right now, going into this game, both of these quarterbacks are on even slate. At the end of the game, you'll be able to say, yeah, Brock was better or Hurts was better. But regardless, they're 23 and 24. They played in college. Hurts beat him in college barely by 1 point or something like that. Like, it doesn't matter if he has way more games than him. Brock's came in and just won every game ever since. So now this is where we're at. And Brock has to go win it for my 49ers, but they're pretty much even right now. And especially with talent around him, like you say, you would rather have those other quarterbacks, but what if you had those other quarterbacks and you didn't have the talent that Brock has? Who would you pick then?
Yeah, it's fair.
Well, with that, I got to just say this, Donnie. It's a lot when your name is mentioned as an MVP candidate. And that's where Jalen Hurts was before he got hurt. He was part of the show.
Right.
So let's fast forward. Let's say your boy Purdy wins it. He does a good job. But if he comes back, obviously if he starts next season off and he got off to a start and we're in week 16 and they're talking about, man, this Brock Purdy MVP candidate. Like, that holds a lot of weight for me. So
is Hurts going to win the MVP?
No, I think
this year.
No.
Probably going to be Mahomes.
All right, he's going to be top 3 to 5.
Yeah. Ross Tucker said second.
Okay, so Hurts is second.
He hadn't got hurt.
So yes, and Hurts is better.
Okay, right.
Nobody.
You're talking resume.
Nobody's going to take Purdy over Jalen Hurts based on what we've seen up to this point. That would be dumb,
okay,
right?
And that's okay. And I thought you were saying something.
So we think that everybody would take Hurts.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, the way I'm looking at this game is, they're both kind of the same age. They both kind of played the same amount of playoff games. Yeah, Hurts is far more talented, people would say. But then I start thinking, like, but man, if the 49ers win this game, all of a sudden Brock Purdy, and we know he's going to come back next year. We're going to get into the debate of, we're going to basically get into the same debate as we got into with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Is he a bus driver part of it, or is he the trailer? What is
he's going to have a resume that Garoppolo never had if he wins it.
Yeah. Because Sirianni's calling, and I just go back to Deshaun Watson in college. He's Michael Jordan. Then he hit the NFL. It's like, holy hell, this dude is better than a lot of people thought. Sirianni's calling Jalen Hurts Michael Jordan. There is nothing you can do defensively to slow something like that down. And I'm not calling. But he's Jalen Hurts. There's no more adjustments I feel like coordinators can make on Jalen Hurts. And that's why if he goes through this Niner D Hurts and DeMeco Ryans, I'm like, this dude's a real deal.
Right.
But Brock Purdy's so at the embryo stages of, dude, you ain't even quarterback 10 games. I love what I'm seeing. But what about when they try to make an adjustment to you? What are you? Who are you going to be?
Who are you going to be?
And he may be big. Oh, I got to be careful.
Right.
Brock the Jock.
I think
you know what I'm saying? He may be like, oh, Goo, hold my beer. I'm about to take it somewhere you didn't think I could take it. But I feel like Jalen's right there. He's right there right now, Steiny. And if he has a bad game, Jalen Hurts, I'm going to be like, no. That was your true test against a great defense.
Oh, my God.
You got more Dak.
And that's, I guess, where I would go nuts. Well, not nuts.
It's like Josh Allen.
That's where I differ from
Are you side-eyeing Josh Allen a little bit
no, I don't want to talk about, I don't want to get sidetracked. Yeah. If Hurts
has a bad game
and Purdy wins the game, forget if Purdy's great. 49ers win the game. Okay. Jalen Hurts has Dak Prescott.
He went Dak. Go ahead.
Okay.
Philly would be hot.
Yes, they'd be hot.
Okay.
Okay, what else?
Do we know who the real
He's
Jalen Hurts is?
24 years old. That's what I mean. Like,
so nothing.
No.
He's ahead of. You're looking at the big picture.
No, what he is he'd be 1-2 in the postseason.
Yeah.
He would have been a number 2 MVP kid. Like, okay, guess what? Got to come back next year.
You started this show, you and Willard, with what you hate where the world is and the media is in sports. And I'm telling you, Steiny, I feel like, from a personal standpoint, we are getting away from, how old's little Steiny? Like, they don't care. They just put you in the mosh pit, and if you ball out and you make an all and do the things, nobody's saying, put little Steiny to bed. He's young. He'll grow into it. It's like they're throwing the kitchen sink at just your resume and what you did on the high leverage situations more now than they've ever done before. That's how I feel.
So help me out here. When did Kurt Warner won Super Bowls in 99 and 01? Those seasons, correct?
That's incredible.
Right?
I believe Kurt Warner has one Super Bowl.
Yeah. Okay.
99.
Okay, 99.
Lost a bit.
So he comes, Kurt Warner comes into the league, and he plays 10 games, starts 1. Obviously, nothing happened. The next year's 1999. They're 13-3. That's the year they win it, right? So this guy comes out of nowhere. Kurt Warner, right?
Yeah.
Wins a Super Bowl. Actually, a longer shot than Brock Purdy because he never even got drafted.
Bagging groceries.
I guess what I'm saying is after he shows you that first Super Bowl, at that point, it's like we're not judging him like a bag grocer anymore. Like it's a great story, but now Kurt Warner has already elevated himself into a group of quarterbacks that we must acknowledge. Like, we got to put him in with the best quarterbacks who were around in 2000.
Ended up going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, unfortunately, the only difference would be Kurt Warner started the full season, led the league in touchdowns, won MVP, and then ran the gambit. So Brock Purdy didn't have that chance, but I see what you're saying. There could be some sort of parallel. And Purdy comes back and balls out.
I guess Warner was 28 when he started. 28.
I know.
Some will say that's a detriment. Oh, dude, you're past your,
I know I'm hammering this home, but I guess the way I look at Brock Purdy, like, I'm done looking at him like the Mr. Irrelevant and a 7th rounder. After this, this year, that's what he is.
Totally fair.
But what I'm saying is, like, next year,
there's still nothing to look at for you for Brock?
No.
Okay.
Next year,
that's off the table.
I'm judging him as a top 10 quarterback in the NFL.
As you should. As you should.
That's all.
So it's over. The training wheels are off. I think they're already off. But they're not off in the sense that it's not competition that's preventing this movie from being written. It's from me being the quarterback to parlay this all the way to the 2-week break and go to Glendale and win a Super Bowl. Steiny, give me the movie. Then he could come out and flame out in a year or two. Obviously, Niner fans don't want that. Nobody will be able to take that away from him. But next year, it's over. He ain't Mr. Irrelevant. I'm with you. He's one of 32. Or 30, let's judge him now.
Let's go to Tom. Tom's in Castro Valley. Thanks for hanging in, Tommy.
Yeah, no worries. Love the show, you guys. Thanks for taking my call. So one of the reason I'd take Brock Purdy today is because he's still on his rookie contract, which is a huge thing for the 49ers because they already got a stacked team, and not having to spend all this extra money on the quarterback position will allow them to really keep this team together, whereas Jalen Hurts only has one more year on his rookie contract. So I think that's a big boon for the Niners. I think it looks good for their future. And yesterday, Goo, you're talking about that jacked up segment on Monday Night Football.
Yes.
Oh, man, it's so great. That and come on, man, they got to bring those back. Those are great segments. Anyway, thanks for taking the call, guys.
Appreciate it, Tom.
And our world has changed since then. Like, there's a flag now if you go out and demonstrate that they would just take all the vicious hits, okay? And they would have fun, jacked up Chris Carter and the gang. But now, Steiny, that's a flag. And it goes back to Amenahu. I just don't think he's playing because he got himself in that situation. He could be totally innocent. Do you think there's a chance we see him on the field?
I don't know. No idea.
then you haven't seen the shift in what I believe in society to where he or she gets himself put in a situation, and it ain't so much about when we get to the bottom of it, it's the fact that you're in it is going to prevent you from doing your job, especially if you do it in front of compete athletically. Now, he may play, and this gets resolved super fast. I hope he's innocent. I just don't see it in our new world.
Warriors Memphis tomorrow.
I'll be in the house with
7 o'clock. Memphis got beat by the Kings.
They got manhandled. No Ja and Adams. Tell the people everything.
Well, I didn't watch the game.
What? JD and I were texting.
I'm sure you were. You know, it's not the end of the world, Goo, if you don't watch a game and say, I didn't watch the game. You don't have to lie about it.
Dude, I just love ball, man. It was a great game. And Light the Beam is the best thing ever. Who came up with it? You get a raise. They're lighting the beam.
I bet you could find out on Google who came up with it.
I'm going to do it. Well, somebody called in and claimed that who was the inventor, but it's working. Mike Brown invented it, huh?
I don't know.
It's worth consideration.
By the way, oh my gosh, how about this? For everybody telling Warriors are, yeah, you're right. You're right, Warrior fans. You're 3 games out of the 4th spot. You're 1 game out of the 14th spot.
And where are you now? I know where they're at.
10.
Norm Nixon.
10.
Not 6, not 7.
I mean, I can't wait to get into some Warriors tomorrow because one thing I want to know is, I get it, everybody says I'm premature in my Golden State Warriors thought process, that I get ahead of myself. Mm-hmm. All right, they're 23 and 24. I mean, are there a large segment of fans that think they're fine all the way up until if and when they get eliminated? You know what I mean? Like,
I was one of them. Now I'm worried.
When do you start worrying if you're a Warrior fan?
Your boy is, because everything I was banking on, I'm getting more examples of maybe it's off kilter more than I thought for whatever reason. We'll get into it tomorrow, but man, Steiny, and Kuminga's back, and Wiggins still rusty, and I get it, but
Wiggins has actually been a problem since he's been back. He's really struggled.
But wouldn't that be the biggest knife in the back after this dude has been just A1 to say because you missed time, your curveball's off now?
Well, this is one of the dangers of starting Jordan Poole is you have Poole, you have Clay, you have Steph.
Less pie?
I mean, Wiggins going to have to make do with a lot less if he plays with that group. Oh, jeez. I was in such a good mood. Is he playing or hurt? What's his deal now?
3 games, 42 minutes total.
Look at a boy, Andre.
What's his plus minus?
TBD. I'm sure. Oh, you might be able to find that on his podcast coming up this week.
Look at that, man.
That's not bad. Yeah. That's a 3. Ratto and Damon coming up. When are we out of here? How much time we got?
Got about 2 minutes here.
Oh, 2 minutes. That's a lot. I can. Let's see what else I have. Warriors will start with their small lineup. Looks like they're going to that.
Do you agree with that?
That's one, Goo, honestly.
You normally say it for the offs.
I'm going to leave that one up to the coach.
Okay. Right, and I'm not saying to you, like, where are we going with that? I thought that was something you would roll out in the playoffs, or
maybe they don't have time.
And
if that's their most effective lineup, maybe.
And I'm looking at it like, whoa, funny. Give it to me.
Yeah, so funny. This is where people, they think they know, but they never will. Yeah, I'm worried about the Warriors. What about they got the best 5-man unit. They got the best 5-man unit. Best 5-man unit.
Keep going.
Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, Looney, the best 5-man unit. Yeah. Then why is he changing the starting lineup?
Doesn't mean it's.
Why is he changing the starting lineup?
That doesn't mean.
I'll tell you what it means.
He's saying that's
what it means.
Ails them.
What it means is Steve Kerr apparently
is coaching. Searching for answers. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And this is not permanent.
Well,
we don't know.
I don't know. Maybe his thought process is I may as well start the game the way I finish it because I can't finish it with Looney.
Well,
you hate when I say that.
I got my eye on the deadline. I know people think Warriors ain't going to do nothing. And what are you going to give up? But you never know, man. You never know.
I don't think a role player is going to change their fortune. You know, they get Jakob Poeltl in here.
He's a turnstile on D.
It doesn't mean they're the favorites.
That's the problem.
You get
It's
a seventh.
defense.
You know, if all of a sudden you could acquire a healthy Otto Porter,
man.
I mean, okay, he'll help, but it doesn't make you the favorites. Doesn't turn you from 23 and 24 to.
What about Porter and Peyton? They lead the Warriors and they're both out.
Yeah. But see, I'm one of those guys. Are we out in 10 seconds?
Nick Friedel coming up at 4 o'clock with Damon Ratto live in studio, and then Peter King coming up at 5 o'clock.
Oh, we'll
That's
see
big
Nick.
time,
Yeah.
big time, big time.
Evan watched
Don't
the
go
game
anywhere.
with Pete.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Birdie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk. I would sleep upright with more pillows. But that painful burning stayed. So So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Save now on appliances and more at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Get deals on select major appliances and take home what you buy same day. And save an additional 10% on all in-store clearance appliances. Plus, get 10% off in-stock kitchen cabinets with a $1,000 minimum purchase and save even more on clearance cabinets in-store. Shop the Truckload event in-store or online today. Must ask cashier to apply discount at time of purchase. Exclusions apply. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 1/19 to 1/25.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John buys BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, welcome to you. It's good to have you here. Thanks so much for stopping on by. We've got a good one today. Obviously, we're getting everybody ready for 49ers and Eagles coming up in the NFC title game on Sunday. We got Peter King at 5 o'clock this afternoon. He was at the 49ers Cowboys game, so it'll be our last look back at the win over Dallas and our first official preview of what is waiting for the 49ers in Philadelphia. We've also got a buddy coming in today, Ray. We got Nick Friedel, not just on the show, but in studio. He was just in town with the Nets, who upset the Warriors since Kevin Durant wasn't even out there. It was a Warriors home game. They're supposed to win those things, but they didn't. They kind of coughed it up at the end. Nick Friedel is catching a red eye tonight, which means he can spend this afternoon with us. He'll be in here around 4:15.
Let's make him stay till 6 and leave early.
No. Give him a big hug when he walks into the studio. Big warm greeting. Make him feel at home.
I'll make him feel at home.
We're looking forward to catching up with our old pal Nick Friedel today. And, the only time we're not going to be talking football is basically when Nick is in here, and we're going to be talking NBA. We're going to be talking Warriors. We're going to be talking a little bit about trade deadlines and moves. And the only other topic that we're going to have today is either going to appear right now or it's going to appear there isn't very much to talk about at this particular time. We are about to find out, Ray Ratto, whether or not anyone will be elected into baseball's Hall of Fame. The ballot is about to be revealed to us on MLB Network, and we were talking about this before the show started today, and this could be a class of 0.
Second one in 3 years, if that's what happens. And I cannot imagine that the Hall of Fame will be happy about that. But they're the ones who changed the rules and made it harder for guys to get in, because lopping off 5 years from their eligibility meant that they have less time to build momentum if they're not first balloters.
I would say Todd Helton, who's got a lot of buzz this morning, is, if he topped out in Hall of Very Good, that would feel about right to me. But if they want to let him in, he was a good hitter. Todd Helton, maybe. Billy Wagner is a maybe. Scott Rowland is a maybe.
Rowland is the most likely by the votes that Ryan Thibodeau assembles every year. He's become the de facto oracle about who gets in and who doesn't, because he's the one who sought out anybody who wanted to put out a public ballot. And now if you want to put out a public ballot, he's the guy you go to. So
you put out your public ballot, don't you?
I don't. What I do is I let the BBWA announce my ballot 2 weeks after the announcement, just because I don't think anybody cares who I vote for. I know I don't.
Well, you probably shouldn't have a vote then.
No question.
But it's
they can find my vote. They just have to wait 2 weeks.
Why bother? Why not just come out with it right away? Or are you afraid that the power of Ray Ratto has so much influence over the sports conversation in America that you might get someone elected who should not be in or something like that?
No, my theory is that we've spent so much time fetishizing who gets to vote and who doesn't, that it becomes its own annoying talking point. And
well, I will say this about your voting colleagues. Most of you are douchebags who got no idea what they're frickin' doing.
Well, that's not true. Well, okay, what's your basis for that?
The inconsistency across the board in the steroid era. Again, angry at steroids, Manny in on the first ballot. All of you go to hell. All of you. It's just ridiculous to me.
Okay, but not everybody agrees with that.
But enough. If you voted for Manny and didn't vote for Bonds, you have zero credibility in any vote you'll ever take part in my life.
Well, but you get to evaluate that on a case by case basis. Because you would have to go back through the votes that were made public and just say, well, who voted for Manny Ramirez and who didn't vote for Barry Bonds? And then you can curse them individually. But there are a lot of people who have sort of my view on the steroid era, which is if baseball wanted to do something about it, they would have pressed charges because technically what those guys were doing was illegal and against the law, not against the rules of baseball. It was against the law to have stuff like that without a prescription from an accredited doctor. But they never bothered with any of that, and they took all the money that those steroided guys provided for them.
Sure did. No refunds. No refunds.
So my worldview has always been, if baseball's okay with it in the most material way, then baseball's okay with it.
So we'll see if Major League Baseball lets anyone into the Hall of Fame. We'll share that with you when it happens.
They're looking at 3:15, if that countdown clock is real.
Well, what I know is that you can't treat this like a Heisman ceremony. Don't give me 2 hours of broadcasting when you got the ballots counted. Let's know. Oh, Bob Costas is on the set. So maybe something does happen. Again, we've got Nick Friedel on set in studio with us in a little more than an hour from now, talking some NBA. Peter King, as the focus this week is clearly the NFL and where the 49ers are going. It's a big NFC title game in Philadelphia. A big ratings bonanza for the 49ers and Cowboys for Fox. 45.654 million people. More than 45 million people tuned in for that game. It was the biggest audience of the entire weekend. Bengals and Bills did almost 40 million. Jaguars, Chiefs, 32 million the day before. Giants and Eagles, which would have gotten a bigger number had that game not really been blowout city, comes in last. Which is odd because those are the two biggest markets in the playoffs, but that's what happens when you're skinning another team alive.
Well, it also is what happens when you put the game on Saturday night.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a bigger ratings death knell than even Saturday afternoon. So somebody was going to have to eat that.
Well,
Giants and Eagles did.
We are not going to be crying for the NFL with any rating.
Ever.
Yeah, no, there's no reason to worry about.
If they drew no people, I wouldn't cry for the NFL.
About their financials. They're going to be just fine. I saw today, I clicked on your article on the Defector, and it was an about face from what we were talking yesterday about Dak. I
didn't do enough research. I said yesterday that the tweet from DallasCowboys.com was an indication that the Cowboys' official position was going to be that Dak was responsible. And then I looked at the story that it linked to, and it was largely a story about Dak Prescott accepting 100% of the blame. So it wasn't really about the Cowboys think Dak Prescott ruined their season. It was a story about Dak Prescott basically standing up and saying, yeah, I screwed this up.
He fell on his own sword, which is what you want your quarterback to do.
Yeah, so it was more performative than it was revealing of anything. But I had to make the correction because I was a dumbass.
No, you just need to read.
Click
and read, Ray. Click and read.
Well, I saw it when I was in here, and I don't have a lot of time to click and read.
Oh, you could totally do something else during the actual show.
Okay, great.
I know you could. I know you could. Why
I'll
don't
see
you work on your taxes? Dak not leaving Dallas. That seems to be the way it goes these days. And
well, they can't move him anyway because his cap number next year is $49 million.
It's a monster. He's going to have the second biggest cap number in the NFL next year.
Yeah, next to Deshaun Watson, who really turned around the Browns.
Yeah, big change for him. So we've got quite a bit to get into this afternoon. We have the fact that Kyle Shanahan's playoff resume continues to grow, and it puts him in some very, very elite company, if not ahead of some of the most elite company NFL coaches could ever keep. We have that for you today. And look, we also have the news that no 49er fan wanted to hear, no one wanted to hear about, Charles Omenihu. You screwed up, man. I mean, I don't know what the ramifications are going to be. I don't know if you are going to be asked to play or sit or what this weekend. But for those of you who did not see the story today, after a completely off-field, incident-free year, 6 days before the NFC title game, Charles Omenihu picked up a domestic violence charge against him. The 25-year-old, who's got an opportunity to raise his profile, huge rewards, standing on top of a professional mountaintop, and he does this. Police arrived at his Santana Row residence yesterday in the middle of the afternoon. It's not like this happened. It's the old saying, nothing good happens after 3 a.m. And I thought, 4:39 a.m., something was bad. No, this was 4:39 p.m. This is like before People's Court is over on what you're watching before you get for dinner. He shoved his girlfriend down. At least that's what his girlfriend called police to report, that he pushed her to the ground during an argument. He was booked on a misdemeanor domestic violence charge and released after posting bail. And, of course, the 49ers have already ducked behind the legalese of, we're going to let this play out here and we'll get back to you on it. But Charles Omenihu, got to make better choices in life, man. Got to make better choices in life. And you certainly... There's just no one in the world can ever put their hands on a woman who's a man, and that goes double for 300-pound NFL players.
Well, I mean, domestic violence cuts both ways, but most of them are man on woman. So, yeah, I mean, if he did this, I'd have no problem with him not playing. In fact, I'd rather approve of it. But the truth is, the legal system grinds so slowly that he will almost certainly play on Sunday. And then he will have to make his amends either legally or to his girlfriend, on his own time.
If he doesn't dress on Sunday, looks like Drake Jackson would be the first guy up. He's been healthy scratched, not dressing over the last couple of weeks, so maybe that will be an option that the 49ers have in front of them. We've got our pal Nick Friedel in about an hour from now, an audience with the King, Peter King, at 5 o'clock this afternoon, coming up on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Again, Nick Friedel, 4:15, Peter King at 5. Until then, when we come on back, we will let you know if anyone got into the Hall of Fame, because we should have an answer to that as soon as we get back here to 95.7 The Game. It's Damon and Ratto. Good to have you around this Tuesday afternoon.
Bay Area, it's your boy Shasky, and me and Bonte, we are flying out to Philadelphia, and you better get ready, because I'm about to ring that Liberty Bell like the 49ers are this Sunday, and it's all because of our friends at Boxer & Gerson. Without them, we ain't flying, Eagles flying to Philadelphia. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund.
Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Glendale, brought to you by the SF Sheriff Office. Your future begins. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. Damon and Ratto with you, and I guess it can't be a list if there's only one name on it. So we don't have a list to share with you about baseball's Hall of Fame. We got a class of one. Scott Rowland is going to the Hall of Fame with 76.3% of the vote. You need 75% to get in. And Todd Helton, Billy Wagner just came up short. Andrew Jones still very far away. Gary Sheffield, Carlos Beltran, Jeff Kent, only 49.5%. A-Rod, forget about it. There you go. That is your Manny Ramirez. He's going in the wrong direction, too. Omar Vizquel, he's at 19.5%.
He's done.
He's
He's
never
got no
getting in.
chance.
Never. But there you go. You got a class of one. It is Scott Rowland going into the Hall of Fame. 7 years in Philadelphia before becoming a St. Louis Cardinal. His career petered out with stops in Toronto and Cincinnati, but a 18-year-long major league career that started with him winning the Rookie of the Year. In the first year, he was eligible for that. 7-time All-Star, 2006 World Series champion, 8 Gold Gloves, and probably Ray could have had more. When I think of Scott Rowland, I think he's one of the finest defenders I've ever seen with my own two eyes. I really don't remember him much at the plate, even though he was a good hitter. He was a .281 career batting average with over 300 home runs. But it was Scott Rowland with the Hoover vacuum over at third that I remember the most. And I would say he is up there with the single greatest defensive third baseman probably to ever play the game. So Rowland is in a class of one going to Cooperstown.
Yeah, I mean, that's how he made his name, essentially. He was a big guy, so you wouldn't have thought he would have been graceful.
Yeah, 6'4".
But he was a superb defender and a very good hitter. I mean, I'm not offended by this. I'm not a big Hall guy, but I think he earned his way in. The 855 OPS, the 122 OPS plus, those are meaningful numbers. His WAR numbers are good. What I found interesting was that once again there are people who have decided that, great players who use steroids aren't going to get a look. Alex Rodriguez did not clear 40%, and whether you like him or not, he was a tremendous player.
Absolutely.
By any standard, his numbers were far better than Derek Jeter's, since he's the guy that will always be compared to, since the Yankees went out and got him and put the two together. They moved Rodriguez to third and kept Jeter at short. And it's an indication that myth-making still matters in baseball, because by any standard, save romance, Alex Rodriguez was a much better baseball player. But he's not going to get in the Hall of Fame based on this number.
Yeah, look, the Hall of Fame is very comfortable not allowing the greatest right-handed pitcher of our time and the greatest left-handed hitter of all time into the Hall of Fame. A guy like A-Rod's got no chance at all.
Yeah, no, and it's not even the Hall of Fame. It's the voters basically have decided.
But just sanctimonious pricks is what I was telling you in the opening monologue.
And those who didn't vote for him,
glad you finally see the light.
No, I was never arguing that. But when you said most of them are sanctimonious pricks, that would mean that they were only getting 10% of the vote. And Bonds and Clemens topped out at 66%. So really only a third of them would be, quote, sanctimonious pricks.
Thank you. Well,
I just wanted you to be mathematically accurate.
Thank you very, very much. It's a big ask. to ask me to be mathematically accurate. Here's one thing that it doesn't take a football mathematician to figure out. Even the most diehard 49er fan out there, I think, would admit that the game that was good enough to beat the Dallas Cowboys is a game that gets you beat in Philadelphia this weekend. They have to be better than they were against Dallas to go and get this win out on the road. The Eagles are loaded to bear. They really are. That defense has 39 sacks over its last 28 quarters. That is the highest total over a 7-game span in the NFL over the last 30 years. And when I think about the Eagles, I don't even think of their defense first. They're an offensive team, and that's where my concerns got to lie. And they have that one wrinkle that has been officially a thorn in the side of not just these Niners, but the Niners historically, going back to the best of Russell Wilson with Seattle. They have an incredibly mobile, hard to track down, speedy as hell quarterback in Jalen Hurts. And today on the Morning Roast, Brian Baldinger was talking about how Jalen Hurts can hurt you with his legs and the cannon that he also has.
He is so dynamic. If you give him a lane, he's going to take it. I said this. I remember I was doing a game when he was at Alabama. Alabama, Texas A&M. They were both undefeated. Alabama, A&M. They were both 6-0. Myles Garrett's chasing Jalen Hurts all over the field that day. And I said during the broadcast then, I don't know how fast Jalen Hurts is, but he's faster than everybody else on the field. I never see Jalen Hurts ever get caught. Ever. Like, he's as fast as he needs to be. And he's under control. The guy doesn't blink. He's difficult into getting to him to make an error. That's a challenge for the 49ers, is you've got to get Jalen Hurts to make mistakes. Yeah. However you do it, whether it's blitzes or schemes, or you got to make him miss, because otherwise, if he just stays on point, he's going to make plays. Like, I think he's the best deep ball thrower in the NFL. Yeah. People could challenge me on that, but I've watched him throw 52 plays over 20 yards down the field to A.J. and Devontae and to Goddard. He has got an excellent touch on the deep ball.
He's good. He's real good. He's better than anyone thought that he was going to be. He's better than what Howie Roseman thought he was going to be. He was going to be the stop guy. He was going to be the stopgap quarterback while they found their franchise quarterback. Remember?
In Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing, and it really bears mentioning, is that part of why Jalen Hurts is as good as he is because the Eagles went out of their way to construct the best offensive line in football. And even if all Jalen Hurts needs is a small crack, those guys present it to him consistently. And that's going to be, I think, where the game is won.
Well, and if you're going to, be one of the best deep ball throwers, you need a little time for that receiver to run deep, and they give him the time he needs.
Or if you just need a second to hit the line and go, they do that too. That's the one place where I think the Eagles are significantly better than the 49ers.
Offensive line?
Yeah, I think their offensive line across the board is superb. They may not have anybody as good as Trent Williams.
Well, Lane Johnson is in any conversation.
But I was about to say, yeah. Lane Johnson is a guy who you mentioned almost immediately after Trent Williams. I'm willing to give the 49ers that because everybody agrees that Trent Williams is the best tackle in football. But the other four positions, the Eagles have it all over them.
Well, Jason Kelsey's going to go to the Hall of Fame. That's how good of a center he is. Lane Johnson, I don't believe has surrendered a sack in 2 seasons of football now. I mean, that is a steady Eddie right tackle that you'd think, well, if you're so good, how come you're not playing left tackle? Well, they don't need him to because they've got a very good left tackle as well. As good as Trent Williams, probably.
And Jalen Hurts runs both ways.
He sure does. Look, this is not going to be an easy game. There's nothing easy about the Philadelphia Eagles, including preparing for them. They're going to ask Josh Johnson to put on the green penny this week and pretend you're Jalen Hurts as we're practicing against Eagles looks. You just can't simulate that speed.
You can't simulate that speed, but in practice you're not going to anyway. It's really the choices that Hurts makes and the tendencies he's got. Because the physical attribute, your scout guy will never be as good as the other team's regular guy unless you're playing the Jets. So, Josh Johnson can't replicate the physical skills that Hurts has, but they will ask him to study up and replicate his tendencies. When does he like to throw? Where does he like to throw from? And Josh Johnson's been doing this long enough that he'll be able to provide that for them.
I'll tell you this, in the little bit that I've watched of the Eagles this year, Jalen Hurts throws from everywhere. I mean, he really, one of the big nominations for the Oscars today is Everything, what is it, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Is that the name of that movie? By the way, spectacular movie. I hope it wins. I really do. I haven't seen all the Oscar nominations, but I saw Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. As unique a movie as I've ever seen. It's really an A+ across the board, and it's a kung fu movie. So how do you argue with that? That's what Jalen Hurts is. He's everything, everywhere, all at once. It can come from anywhere. So that is a tough thing to prepare for. When you look at what Brock Purdy is doing, and let's face it, Brock Purdy has made a living this year out of spitting all over the odds that he's about to fail as a football player. Brian Baldinger, again on the Morning Roast today, was saying that, when you look at Purdy, when you look at his last game or two, it's not a statistical, it's not the greatest football that's ever been played, but his greatest attribute is the mistake he seems not to make.
The worst thing you could do with Brock Purdy at this point with me is just look at statistics. Because I see the guy throw the ball away, make the right play, which is throw the ball away, go to the next down, kick the field goal. I mean, those kind of things, you can't get him to make a mistake. You got Dak Prescott to make two bad mistakes. And that was the difference again. They led to 2 field goals. That was the difference in the game.
It was a difference in the game. And look, man, he has just been, playing. What, I mean, can we even say he's over his skis anymore? Or is he comfortably got his boots locked into the binding, and these are the skis that fit him? And the skis say, you're a starting quarterback in this league. I mean, I think that's what we're seeing. The starting point was odd. No doubt about it. But look at where he is right now. He's looking to become the first ever rookie quarterback, by the way, to win a conference title game. So he's now going up against the entire history of professional football, along with the Philadelphia Eagles. He's just the 5th Ray to ever even get the shot of trying to be a rookie winning a conference title game. We'll see if he can hit the bullseye. Bucks rookie Sean King lost to the Rams in 1999. Steelers rookie Ben Roethlisberger loses to the Patriots in 2004. Ravens rookie Joe Flacco loses to the Steelers in 2008. A rookie Mark Sanchez and the New York Jets lose to the Colts in 2009. In 7 all-time career starts now, Brock Purdy, has already proven himself better than, the quarterback that he just beat, you could basically say, because Dak is now known for the big mistakes that he's made. Brock Purdy is not identified as that. He has as many playoff wins as Dak Prescott. That's amazing already in his career. And it's just, it's an incredible story that is only going to ratchet up should the 49ers be able to win this game. And the one place, maybe the only place, where the 49ers have the advantage, like the clear-cut advantage in this game, is that the Eagles' run defense has been suspect. 27th DVOA in run defense this year? The 49ers need to, I think, in order to say they're going to the Super Bowl, I think they got to be looking at 200 rushing yards in Philadelphia, right? I think they're going to have to just dominate on the ground.
They're going to have to, because the Eagles are the best team in football against the pass.
Well, I think the best Eagles defender, and I'm sure there's a lot of debate about who that is. And look, if you settled on the OG Fletcher Cox, or you wanted to go with Josh Sweat, who's had a huge year, you could do that. To me, it's Darius Slay. Darius Slay is an incredibly good corner. And
James Bradbury, sensational at the other side.
Yeah, you're going to want to play turnover-free football again this week if you're the 49ers. You just saw how devastating it was to Dallas last week.
Yeah. Oh, no. I can't project how this game's going to go, but Philadelphia is not going to give this away. The 49ers are going to have to earn it.
They are. They're going to
because Philadelphia doesn't make that level of mistake that often. And if Miles Sanders doesn't get you as a running back, Boston Scott will. Their they don't have a place where they're actively poor.
Well, and Kenneth Gainwell is a really good running back, too. I mean, he makes plays and is in the end zone when I look up more often than not. I mean, he a trusted agent, I guess you could say. If the 49ers win this game, not only did they have a great day running the football against the Eagles, but I think Christian McCaffrey is catching that ball out of the backfield, which is the other area where the Eagles have been weak defensively all year. They got a secondary that can close down your fly patterns, if you will. But catching the ball out of the backfield is something, I mean, you got to be willing to give it up somewhere if you're a defense. You cannot defend every blade of grass. You have to basically concede something, and that is the concession that Philadelphia has made all year. Go ahead and beat us with a running back coming out of the backfield. That sacrifice, that defensive choice is probably the right one to make against most of the teams in this league. It's also a choice that if you make it against the 49ers, it's where you might get beat, because not only have you got Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield, but you got Deebo Samuel coming out of the backfield. Look for the 49ers to just be like, it's kind of what got Dallas beat last week when they spent way too much time looking for money in the flats. I think there's going to be some money to be found in the flats for the Eagles or for the 49ers at the Eagles this week.
There might be, but you can't ask them to be able to throw the ball out of the backfield and then run for 200 yards. At some point, if you get 200 yards out of your running backs total, maybe you've got an argument, but it can't all run through McCaffrey and Mitchell. It's not feasible because Philadelphia will not let you do that 70 times. They're going to have to do what they've done all year, which is predicate their offense on the running game, but throw the ball enough times to wide receivers to keep the secondary guys engaged. Because if this becomes a Christian McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell have to save us, they can't do it alone.
They'll just creep up.
Well, yeah. And, Darius Slay's as good against the run as he is against the pass. I mean, that's how good he is. He might very well be the best cornerback in football. So the 49ers basically have to screw up 0 times. They can't punt in a go-for-it situation. They can't have a missed field goal. They can't fumble the ball. They can't throw an interception. I don't want to say they have to be perfect because you can't be, but they have to be error-free. I mean, they can't do anything egregious because Philadelphia will torture them.
Hey, it might be a game where they need to steal a possession with a little razzle-dazzle on a fake field goal or a fake punt. It's time to be prepared to get aggressive against a team that could come out like gangbusters at home. It's going to be a fascinating game. It really is. I'm excited for it.
It's the 2 best teams, so it better be.
Well, and it's the game the NFC deserves.
No, the game the NFC deserves is Bears-Packers.
No.
Because this has not been a great conference this year. This has been about 2 teams.
Well, that's the thing. So, and these are those 2 teams. Which
well,
makes
if you want to say
the
what they
deserve
a crappy game. What they're getting is a game much better than the one they deserve.
Well, look, if the cream is supposed to rise to the top at this time of the year, that's exactly what happened. We didn't need to see Eagles-Cowboys 3.0 before we saw Eagles-Niners 1.0.
Or Giants anybody. I mean, everybody sort of liked the Giants as this cute little boutique team. No, they're deficient in a bunch of ways.
Well, they were massive overachievers, which is a compliment to Brian Daboll.
And so was Minnesota. I mean, just you go down the list. There were 2 teams that should be here. And everybody agreed all year long, the NFC is the poorer conference. My only point is, if they got what they deserved, they would have had a crappy conference final. It is their great luck that they got the best one possible.
888-957-9570. Gus Los Gatos. Hello, Gus. You're on with Damon and Ratto.
Hey, guys. Love the show. I got to admit, I've admitted on your program before, I am a diehard Eagles fan. I'm actually going to the game on Sunday, and just as a fan of football, I cannot wait. I think it's going to be a heavyweight matchup, and both teams match up really, really well against one another. And I think it's going to come down to this. I think if the Niners can run the ball and get into those 3rd and 3s, 3rd and 2s, they're going to have a good shot. If it's 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9 with the pass rush, it's a serious pass rush. I mean, this team almost broke the NFL sack record this year. In my opinion, this is the best Eagles. I haven't been.
Gus, your phone.
I've ever seen.
He's back.
And but I still think this Niners team. I know you're talking razzle dazzle. I think they can line up and play against the Eagles. I just think you're going to be asking a lot from this quarterback you guys have to go into Philly. It's going to be tough for them.
There's no doubt. I mean, look at it this way. There isn't Aaron Rodgers. It would be tough on Aaron Rodgers too going into this game. It'd be tough on anybody. That's how good Philadelphia is, and that's how good they've been at home all year. The Niners cannot turn one-dimensional. Even if they start dominating on the ground, like Ray said, they're going to have to do something to back that secondary up and make sure that the safeties aren't creeping up. And I do think that you're going to see Kyle Shanahan as deep in his bag of screen razzle-dazzle in any game you've seen him get there this year, because they're going to need convoys going down the field. They're going to need some downfield blocking to pop on a defense that stays true. These guys don't get caught cheating anywhere.
They've got to deter the rush from teeing off. So that's why what they do every week is what they have to do, and they have to do it incredibly efficiently.
Well,
which is get rid of the ball quickly so that Josh Sweat isn't dancing on your throat.
When we return, we'll get another comment from Baldy or two, who is on the morning roast today. Some have been insinuating that maybe Nick Bosa is a little more beat up than he's been leading on to. He has not been. We haven't heard Nick Bosa's name much since the 49ers started playing postseason. So maybe he is a little nicked up, or maybe he is saving, hopefully, his best for last as this team tries to go win a game in Philadelphia. And I don't see how the 49ers win this game if it's one of those, yeah, you need a little nuance to understand what Nick Bosa did today. I think Nick Bosa needs to have one of those 2-sack, gaudy afternoons where you don't need any level of interpretation about how good his day was. You don't need to check the Pro Football Focus score to see if he had a good game. You know he had a good game right away.
Well, he doesn't have to have any sacks for that to happen, but you have to be able to notice him.
Yeah.
You have to be able to notice him. And remember, this is against the best offensive line in football, which is another reason why this is a fascinating game. It's the best versus the best.
Gotta like that.
And in a game like that, little things make a difference, and it's not stuff that you can point to, well, 3 weeks ago they did this, so this will work. Every game is a new happen. Every play is a new happenstance.
More from Baldy, a little from Richard Sherman, some sound from Kyle Shanahan's conference call yesterday when we come on back, and we're a little more than a half an hour away from saying hello to our friend Nick Friedel, who's going to join us in studio. We're going to talk a little NBA because it can't be nothing but 3 hours a day getting ready for an Eagles game when we got the Warriors, who have a very interesting matchup coming up tomorrow. Memphis Grizzlies in town.
And it's Tuesday.
So, you know, we got to save Ray's willingness to talk about one game. Well, we have to parse it out just a little. Did you enjoy the Scott Rowland conversation?
It broke up the morning.
We'll maybe get back to it at some point in time because he is going to the Hall of Fame. But there you go. Our pal Nick Friedel about a half an hour away. When we come on back, some sound you need to hear. Don't you go anywhere. It's Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Now at Big O Tires, buy 3 tires, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Nexen and Aspen tires with installation purchase. See participating store for offer details or bigotires.com for additional cash saving specials on name brand tires and auto care services. Ends January 29th.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Tracking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
This is the final week of the Manufacturers RV Show. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday.
Secrets, cover-ups, and strange phenomena.
UFOs and ideas that challenge reality itself.
My name is George Knapp. I dig into news stories that others can't or won't.
I'm Jeremy Corbell, and for some reason, people tell me things they probably shouldn't. And this is Weaponized. Follow and listen to Weaponized, the presentation of Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Dark Horse Entertainment, and Cadence 13 Studios. Available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your shows.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan. like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and KYOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by Marist Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Ray and I, together, will be joined by Nick Friedel in about a half an hour from now. Looking forward to saying hello to Nick. He's going to join us in studio. We're going to talk a little NBA with him. Obviously, Warriors got the Memphis Grizzlies coming up this week. We were kind of doing some math on them yesterday, what they needed to do in their remaining home games and road games. And I think conservative estimates, have them coming in at best a few games over 500 this year. So they're either going to change their nature quickly or change their team, which will change the nature of their team quickly, or they are who they are. And that might be the reality of this whole thing, too. Ray, meanwhile, should we let everyone know that you are on the Sacramento Kings bandwagon? You're lighting the beam?
I'm not lighting anything. I just know they were fun to watch last night.
Yeah, that's how it starts. That's how it starts, Ray.
That's how it starts for you.
No, I told you that they were going to be a good team this year.
No, I'm not downing your ability to spot this, but they've done this with a mediocre defense, which surprises me given that Mike Brown's the head coach.
Here's the deal, though.
But their
mediocre defense is twice the defense most NBA teams give you these days, right?
Well, no, even by NBA standards, they're allowing like 117 a game, which is high. But they're scoring 120, which hasn't happened in an 82-game season for a team since 1985, except 2 years ago in a shortened season by the Bucks. So in an 82-game season, nobody's done what the Kings are doing right now since the middle of the 80s. They just score all the time. In fact, they had a stretch starting January 7th where they went over 135 straight games. I mean, that's Denver Nuggets at their most manic. I mean, you don't do that in this day and age yet. And they've been doing it routinely.
I'm just happy for Harrison Barnes. Guy's finally on a decent team again. He's a good guy in this league. He really is. He's the Senators.
And he's been helpful to them. I mean, he's by no means ballast. He's getting routine minutes and he's, doing what he's done. So
he's a competitor.
That was uncalled for.
Oh, he is a competitor.
Yeah, but we didn't need Bruce Bochy to say.
Yeah. A little Bruce Bochy. He's always going to make a radio show better. Even this one. Nick Friedel's going to make this radio show a little bit better when he stops on by in about 20 minutes from now. We're going to go into possible trade options for the Warriors, what he thinks of their season so far. And I also, since he's been around them through thick and thin, what does he think of Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving now that he's a little less of a toxic, flashpoint of controversy every single time he opens his mouth and it's about basketball again? How normal has it been to just sort of cover this team because the Nets are starting to do things that they promised to maybe do earlier, in the original, in the mind's eye, this is what they hoped it would be.
Well, when they're all healthy, they're the second best team in the league. When they're not, there's a gap between them and the Celtics, and maybe even between them and the Nuggets. But Kevin Durant is going to be reevaluated again in 2 weeks, which probably means another 4 weeks before he plays. So you're maybe looking at the start of March if things go well. And he matters to them because Brooklyn is not, for all that Kyrie Irving can do, he cannot be the best player on that team and for them to go deep. There are too many other good teams that can deal with them.
We got Nicky coming in a little bit here. We're looking forward to that. Man, I didn't want to bring this up because I don't want to give him any more publicity than his his constantly seeking attention, sort of whorish nature deserves. The single lamest thing coming out of sports in this calendar year so far, since we're just, in 2023. Have you seen this Skip Bayless throwing away the Dak Prescott video?
Yeah, and it proved to me yet again that he is never off. He's always imagining that somebody's looking at him, even when he's just in his own kitchen.
Well, he thinks he's a content creator, and what he really is desperate for attention. And that is it's the dumbest, most performative video ever, to the point where you can almost hear his wife or whoever filmed that yell action before he comes around the corner and then fake crumples up the jersey, but not before he turns it around. So, this is the Dak Prescott jersey. Make sure you see the name on the back. And it's so lame. And this is a 60-year-old man, 50-something, 60-year-old man.
He's pushing 70.
I mean, how desperate must you be? I mean, this is a man making $7, $8, $9 million a year already. And he's dying to be on TikTok like a 14-year-old girl.
Skip Bayless is 71 years old.
What?
Yep.
He's had work done.
No kidding. But I'm not going to begrudge him for getting work done. Do what you want to do. But you don't get to be America's faux social critic and do something that a fan in his backyard would do. In fact, most fans who take a jersey and disgrace it usually at least put lighter fluid on it and set it on fire in their barbecue in the backyard. He couldn't even be bothered to go outside.
He couldn't even be bothered to put a garbage can or a garbage bag in that garbage can, which means he removed the garbage bag that was in that garbage can. To set up his performative video, and as soon as they turned the video off, I guarantee you he went in that can and pulled that jersey out.
No, I'll tell you what happened. He had somebody from Fox go to Home Depot, buy a garbage can, just put it in the kitchen, and as soon as the camera went off, the guy from Fox took the garbage can back and returned it.
It's just so
it's cringeworthy,
lame.
But it's him. It's so genuinely him that he would think that was clever.
What's the worst video? That Skip Bayless throwing the Dak jersey away, or Cowboys fans taking a gun out and shooting the TV right in the screen after they saw their Cowboys lose? Have you seen those?
I have seen that one. And
it's the same thing. Only Skip Bayless doesn't have to do this any more than they have to do it. When your audience is doing the same stuff you are, only it's more visually striking, you got it wrong. But then again, what doesn't he get wrong? His decades-long feud with LeBron James was phony 15 years ago. There isn't a genuine bone in his body. He's a puffed up marionette.
Well, have you also noticed that in all these performative, punched it out, shot it up, kicked it in, televisions getting ruined by Dallas Cowboys fans, it's never a 65-inch state-of-the-art Samsung. It's always we were about to throw this out. The damn thing was about to blow out on me anyways. This TV isn't even worth $100 anymore. It's always a piece of crap TV that is getting beaten upon. It's never some grandiose, stellar television 4K.
Well, all that tells me is, A, it's not only performative, it's smart. Because if you're going to put a bullet in a $500 TV, then you're not only a attention whore, you're a moron.
Well, that too, and I just, I don't want to get in any funny ha-ha gunplay. There's been a little bit too much of that real going on around here. What happened in Half Moon Bay is atrocious. What happened today over in Oakland is atrocious, and it's disgusting.
Oh, no, it absolutely is. But damaging your television set. I mean, people were doing that in the 50s. You're not funny. YouTube doesn't want you. Stop it. Leave us alone.
Richard Sherman on his podcast over on Colin Cowherd's Volume Network He had this for Cowboys fans.
Cowboys fans, I'm sorry. You guys talked a lot on my timeline, a lot of comments on my videos, and you gave me a lot of ammo. I sat there. I didn't respond to a lot of them because I was sitting there holding this in. I knew this would happen. You knew this would happen. Dak knew this would happen. McCarthy knew this would happen. Jerry Jones knew this would happen because this is always what happens. And so next year, when your team's 13-4, whatever it is, or 12-5, just shut up and hope that they can beat the San Francisco 49ers. Because you know who's going to be there again? The San Francisco 49ers.
Richard Sherman rolling with those Niners to this day still. I like that. I like that, and I wouldn't say he's wrong because you look at how the Niners are set up, and they're set up to continue to do this for a while, where Dallas is set up to be a year away from a major change somewhere. They're going to be looking for another. I wonder, by the way, how much Jerry Jones is going to seriously just stand by and let Sean Payton take another job somewhere else.
Oh, that's done. He's not hiring Sean Payton. He's not going to pay him the $25 million a year that Sean Payton's going to ask for, and he's not going to give him the control that Sean Payton will insist upon, because the only guy who gets to have control in that building is Jerry Jones.
It would be so beneficial to the Dallas Cowboys for Jerry to just come off it a little.
He can't. He has to be the person who gets all the credit for the year that this all falls right. He's been the general manager since the day he bought the team.
Well, and how's that gone for you lately?
It's not about results. It's about, I've built an empire with me as the center of it. And the people who have failed me have failed me. I mean, whether it was Dave Campo or Dave Wanstedt, Jimmy Johnson failed him by not being properly,
didn't genuflect enough towards the owner box.
Exactly. I mean, the only guy who ever genuflected a lot for him was Barry Switzer, and he won him a Super Bowl with Jimmy Johnson's guys, and then when left to his own devices, failed spectacularly.
You know who else?
He couldn't win with Parcells.
Was a first-team all-genuflector. It's why he kept the job for so long, was Jason Garrett.
Jason Garrett, yeah. But no, none of this works for Jerry Jones, but it doesn't matter.
There's a good segment. Who's on your first-team All-American genuflecting list?
Yeah, Jason Garrett's doing that now on television. He's cringeworthy there, too.
He's genuflecting to Maria Taylor.
Well, Maria Taylor probably deserves it better than Jerry does.
She certainly looks better. By the way, welcome, boys and girls, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Again, our friend Brian Baldinger was on the Morning Roast today. They were talking about Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa has had a season where he was so easy to find, it'll probably end up with him being named a near unanimous Defensive Player of the Year, if not the unanimous Defensive Player of the Year. You could make an argument maybe for Micah Parsons. Beyond that, I don't know who else you'd have a really good argument for. And I think that Nick Bosa is going to carry the day. I think he will be Defensive Player of the Year. He has not been a huge impact so far in the postseason. Brian Baldinger was talking about as he checks the tape, looking at a player who is wearing down, slowing down. Have the snaps caught up with Nick Bosa this year?
I don't know if he's wearing down. I don't know. But he wasn't great. He's got a different rush. I think Lane Johnson knows this. I think the Eagles know this. But he's different on the right side than he is on the left side. Mm-hmm. On the right side, it's almost always speed to power. On the right side, he's almost like his brother. It's like a two-hand swipe, and he's flipping his hips, and he's turning a corner. So I feel like you got to know, Nick, right side versus left side, and what you're going to get from either side. And I'm sure the Eagles are studying that, and getting ready for it. Lane Johnson is battling through a torn abdomen muscle right now. Played the whole game the other day. He's challenged a little bit. I think the 49ers know all about it, but it'd be interesting to see how he handles power. He didn't get that from Kayvon Thibodeau on Sunday.
Nick Bosa, again, as we were saying last hour, he needs to have a game that needs no interpretation. He needs one of those games where you're saying, man, he is just right there in that backfield all afternoon. He is making tackles for losses. He's putting pressure. He is making Jalen Hurts uncomfortable. He is stuffing that run 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. And if Nick Bosa isn't doing that, he's clearly getting double-teamed, and now all of a sudden it's Eric Armstead eating. And Charles Omenihu, if he is allowed to play, because, as we were saying earlier, Charles Omenihu officially very much screwed up. The only bit of news that we have about the 49ers is that he posted bail after a misdemeanor domestic violence charge. And just, if you are D'Amico Ryans, if you're Kyle Shanahan, you just got to be so disappointed in him. Like 6 days before the NFC title game, this is what you give us to work with, Charles. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you for a lot of reasons, but shame on you from just every team in football is looking to make sure there are no distractions this week and then doubly going into the Super Bowl. How good are the 49ers going to feel about showing up to the Super Bowl with questions about a domestic violence charge?
That's irrelevant. It's the fact that he either did this or didn't do it and couldn't control his not his instincts, that's a terrible word, couldn't control his temper at a time when, things should be fine. There shouldn't be that sort of inability to control yourself. Whatever happens to him, good or bad, will be deserved. By my standard, if he did this enough to get arrested, it's a sign that he's got things to work on, football aside. But if he can't play, the 49ers will cope with it because that's what you do. It's, in their world, it's like an injury. If you're not there to play, then somebody else has to play.
Well, and again, Drake Jackson might be that next guy up, in which case, Lucas, fight on. We got our pal Nick Friedel joining us in about 15 minutes. And for the only time today, other than to tell you that Scott Rowland is a one-man Hall of Fame class, all by himself. He gets to go into Cooperstown. It'll be our only discussion point other than 49ers and Eagles, because when we got Nick Friedel in here, we got some NBA to talk about. And there's certainly an awful lot of NBA to talk about. There is someone here on the YouTube chat asking, hey, Damon, what day this week are you going to have your Steve Kerr interview with, he says, the ball washing interview? Should we just grill Steve Kerr? Is that what we should we teach? Should we teach Steve Kerr a lesson with the type of interview that, what? Should we ask him the sort of questions that he won't be able to answer because he's not the team's GM? Should we ask Steve Kerr all about the massive failure he's been when he's singularly the most successful coach in the history of Bay Area sports? Should we do that? Should we crucify Steve, who has been nothing other than an A-class representative, a first-class coach, and the most winningest thing to ever happen to this frickin' organization? Is that the guy you want us to crucify? A lot of you are real tough when you're asking us to be tougher on someone whose success is so overwhelming. What are we supposed to do with Steve when we talk to him this week?
You know what?
Just grill him?
If you could point to me where he has failed, I'm willing to go there. I'm fine with that. But it's not like he hasn't banged on the head over and over again. We have to defend better. And they don't defend better. They're profoundly inconsistent. They're not good at the ends of games, and they used to be. The two-track timeline has not worked. I mean, and that's a Bob Myers thing too.
Wait a minute, the two-track timeline hasn't worked? In the first year they ran the two-track timeline, they're NBA champions.
I'm talking about this year. As they've continued, they wanted to make it better, and
so something was working, and now kind of isn't.
Well, that's my point. It's just, did Steve Kerr suddenly throw spokes in this and ruin it? No. At some point, the players are responsible for the performance of the players. And it's not like they don't know that you have to defend every night. And it's not like they don't know that you don't take 53s. It's not like they don't know how to move the basketball because they've done it before. To me, this is not a coaching issue. This is a playing issue. And to a certain extent, it's a roster construction issue. But the fact is, when a team's not doing well, it's the coach's fault. That's always the default for fans. It's the Warriors are a 500 team. Steve Kerr's a moron. Okay, fine. Why don't you come in and ask the questions, genius?
Draymond Green
It starts on the defensive end, and we're playing good defensively in stretches. You want to win, you got to play good defensively for 48 minutes. You're not doing that.
No, they're not. The Golden State Warriors are not a good team defensively this year, all year, almost every game that they've played, but for 4 or 5 games. And you could say, well, that's Steve, but you'd be wrong. Because what more can he do than give them a game plan that he's been handing to them for years, which is hung banners at Chase Center. And
that they've usually followed more consistently. They've played stretches in nearly every game where they've defended well, but you can't give up 120 as many times as they have and lost the foul differential as many times as they've had. Because it's not the turnovers. Everybody likes to talk about, they turn the ball over too much. They were turning the ball over too much when they were winning championships. They were among the league leaders in turnovers the year they won 73 games. It's about the other end of the floor.
I mean, what are we talking about? Steve, is too much carrot, not enough stick? Too friendly, not enough whip hand?
I don't know.
Is that the complaint?
He uses playing time. It's the only weapon a coach has. He can't suspend guys or fine them. This isn't the 50s. When they don't play well, they don't play.
I mean, to me, the one place where maybe Steve has miscalculated this year is that when you're losing all these games anyways, and you don't really see this until the hindsight that, is always 20/20, but it would have been great to have more young guys playing in games that were given away anyways to get them ready to start playing some games that matter. But they were trying to win those games in the moment, so it didn't
they were
have
trying
the
to win
confidence.
those games, and to a certain extent, most of those young guys were part of the reason why they weren't playing well, because their starting lineup was doing fine. It was their second unit that wasn't good. So what are you going to do? You're going to reward guys who haven't been doing the stuff you want them to do by giving them more time? This season is not yet gone. You don't sit there and throw up your hands after 50 games when you're in a playoff, when you're at least in a play-in spot. It's nuts. I'm fine with people picking on the coach. He gets paid, suck it up. But give us the reason. And not playing the young guys enough is not a reason. That's what you worry about in 2025. This is 2023, and you're not closing the window on a guy like Stephen Curry or a guy like Draymond Green or a guy like Klay Thompson. They've earned their way to go out while they're still effective, and they're very effective.
The same turkeys who are saying, you got to give a tougher interview to Steve Kerr, were saying the same things last year before they became NBA champions again.
Well, yeah.
And there is still a lot of basketball to be played. There's 35
They're the ones
games.
who thought Kyle Shanahan should be fired.
Right.
About 100 different times. They only know what they know, and that's why you shouldn't be reading the screen. Just put a code over it.
I like to involve the people since, by the way, the internet tough guy never picks up the phone to call the show. Keyboard cowards.
I don't want to hear from them.
Oh, it'd be great to be able to dunk on these morons.
It's backing over a dead squirrel.
We have our man Nick Friedel. Is he in studio already? Is the man walking around? Is he signing autographs, kissing babies, making friends, influencing powerful people?
He'd have to be able to write.
Oh, he can write. He can write. He can talk. He can talk into a camera. He can talk into a microphone, and he's going to do that next. Our good pal, Nick Friedel, will be in here to tell you that Steve Kerr is probably really good at his job and isn't solely responsible for what's been a frustrating season so far for the Golden State Warriors.
I don't know. He's been ripping him behind his back for years.
We got so much still coming up today. Our pal Nick Friedel joins us next. If you want to know more about the NBA, you stay right here because Nick knows an awful lot about this league. Don't you go anywhere. We're brought to you, Damon and Ratto, by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Roasters unite, baby. It's going to be a party in the 215 this weekend as Joe Shasky and myself, Bonte Hill, hit Philadelphia. We're going to have some cheesesteaks. We're going to hit the Rocky statue. We're going to ring the bell, and we're going to go out there and kick the Eagles' ass. Thanks to Boxer and Gerson for sending us to the NFC title game where the Niners will hoist that NFC title trophy. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought I'd care about gardening until I bought a house in the suburbs. But now I find myself in conversations about liquid fertilizer, and I wonder, am I the fertilizer guy now? No way. Everyone knows the ratio between phosphorus and nitrogen, right? Yeah, I'm still totally cool.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Plenty of sunshine the next couple of days, high of 65.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
This is how you remind me of what I read.
Special guest Brantley Gilbert is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View, July 9th. Enter at 957thegame.com for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Glendale is brought to you by the SF Sheriff Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. And our man Nick Friedel joins us in studio, but we have to officially let everyone know, since they bought the guest line, or rented it for the week or two anyways, that the Bud Light guest line means that Nick Friedel has drank a Bud Light or two in his days. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, as is a visit in studio from our old friend Nick Friedel, king of ESPN East Coast Media now. It's good to have you here, Nick. And you were just telling us you miss the Bay. Fits you well. You miss it here.
I miss the sunshine. I miss walking around, going to Warriors practice. Oh, hey, what's up, Steph Curry? How's it going, Steve Kerr? Guys, I cannot stress to the Bay Area enough. The accessibility around that Warriors team is unlike anything else in the league.
And isn't it odd, too? Because normally the more success a franchise has, the less access anyone gets. And it's almost the opposite.
It completely is. And I give a huge amount of credit to my old friend Raymond Ritter. He's been there forever. He sets the tone, and they are trying to sell a product. And the Warriors go about their business unlike any other team in the league. Because if you want to talk to somebody for what we do, for a story, for a conversation down the line, for the most part, having lived it for 3.5 years and then being back down there today, they're accessible. NBA teams, on the whole, are not accessible. And no matter what you think of what's going on the floor right now, and I know they've been struggling, I think that all fans should appreciate that you get to know who these people are in a lot of different levels, the likes of which doesn't happen across the league.
Well, since you brought it up, what's the perception of this Warrior team nationally?
They feel kind of broken, Ray. And it's weird to think that given they just won the title, everything was so good. But the three of us have talked about this for a few months now. I watched that game the other night when the Nets came back and won. You talked to enough people around the building the last few days. When that Draymond punch hit, it messed up the rhythm of a team that has been so unified in these last couple of years, and especially last season. And there are a lot of reasons why the bench isn't the same. They miss the veterans, Otto Porter, Gary Payton II, on and on. But that punch, it
still lingers.
It absolutely lingers. And having covered the group, back into the second half of last season almost, I know firsthand how respected and loved Draymond was. And it's not that he's suddenly not respected. It's just that
things are different.
Things are different. And they don't just change overnight after something like that.
Well, I really think that when we start to get the truth out of the franchise 5 years from now, people will come back to that as the moment where it was the beginning of the end. And I'm not saying it's over, but it's the beginning of the end. Somebody here on our text line on the YouTube page is saying, Damon, you used to accuse the West Coast media of being so soft. You give Steve Kerr a soft interview. What am I supposed to accuse Steve of? What would be the hard question that I haven't asked Steve Kerr that would even, where are we deficient in his criticism? Because to me, this is bigger than any lever he can pull as a coach. You got a team that maybe doesn't trust each other like it used to, that isn't built as well as it used to be, and that's a GM conversation more than a head coach conversation. And, we know what the problem is. It's not getting enough rebounds and playing enough defense. Where's Steve supposed to come down on that other than I've asked my team to do that, and they just aren't doing it?
And I've asked the front office to change up the pieces maybe, and we'll see what happens at the trade deadline. But I think it all ties into if fans are saying that to you, Damon, and if fans are upset about what's going on, as is their right, just remember last season. Right. That is the bonus title. That title was never supposed to happen a year ago. It is a credit to all the guys in that room, the coaching staff, ownership, all of that, and especially Steph Curry. But that title, when people get really pissed off about this season, they should go back and say, hey, they won last year. They were never supposed to get that fourth ring in that moment, and everything came together, and Steph carried them through at the end in Boston, and it was awesome. And now it sure seems like there's a hangover from last year still now, but if fans are upset, and I know it's been frustrating to watch, I was shocked just sitting up there the other night watching them just fold against a Kevin Durant-less Nets team down the stretch in the fourth quarter. But again, this is where I get reminded. They've lost all their games to the Magic. They've lost all their games to the Pistons. This is what happens with a mediocre team, but you're just not used to seeing it with supreme talents, especially like Steph Curry.
Is there anything then to draw from the fact that at the beginning of the year, the Nets were a hot mess among a history of hot messes, and now it seems like they've fixed almost all of their internal problems? A, how did that happen? And B, is there a lesson to be applied here from that situation?
Let's take the second part first, Ray, in that, yeah, if you have Steph on your team, I think it's still possible to fix things because he is that gifted and he's that respected in the room. Everybody loves Steph. He delivers on the floor. I think he's capable of unifying what sure seems to be still a fractured group. Draymond, when he wants to play, is still one of the very best defenders that we've seen. Clay, as we all figured, is coming out of the second year looking a little bit better night to night than what we saw in that first year when he was coming back and fighting through all the rust. So I do think there's still hope. If you're using the Nets, though, as that mirror and that possibility of, all right, well, it worked in Brooklyn, so why can't it work here? The thing I would tell you, Ray, is why did it get fixed? It was that Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving looked in the mirror and said, hey, we got to be better. We have got to just stop all the excuses that are going on off the floor, and we've got to play up to the level we're capable of on it. And they have. Prior to that injury, guys, a couple weeks ago when Kevin got hurt in Miami, to me, he was the MVP, or he was at the very, very top of the conversation with Jokic. Now that he's hurt, Kyrie looks like a guy who's playing for that next contract. He's been awesome since he came back from the suspension. He's not saying or doing things that take the focus off the team, as was the case earlier in the season. But, Ray, the answer is they focused on each other and they focused on themselves. And when you have players that are that gifted playing the game, things are still possible to turn around. And that's why any team with Steph Curry always has a chance to get things back on track.
Our pal Nick Friedel in studio with us here on 95.7 The Game. Are the Warriors arrogant, thinking that they've got the team that will eventually find the switch on the wall, they'll flip the switch, and now, oh my God, here we go? I don't think they got that necessarily. I don't think they are capable of flipping the switch. So that means, with a trade deadline coming, What is a move that you see? Because I'm guessing you are very much in the stick and stay with what you got. You're probably not going very far this year.
100%. I think if you're the Warriors and you have Steph in this moment in time in his career, Damon, you probably do look harder at making a move. But I couldn't tell you right now, if we looked at the group of names that are possible, who is going to come in and everything's going to change for them.
Alex Caruso would be a great piece. He is not the difference between who they are and an NBA championship.
100%. It's perfectly said. He would fit very well here. I saw that video like everybody else of Kerr talking to him after the game. He fits the style of what they want and, frankly, what they need right now. He is not taking you from one point to another. I would flash back to when the three of us were in here 2-3 years ago talking about Bradley Beal. And everybody went, all right, Bradley Beal is a hell of a player. Is Bradley Beal giving up what you would have to get him going to take you to a different point? If it's me, while you look hard at making a move, and maybe they do, I don't think there is a guy out there that changes the tenor of everything the way they would need it. But, Damon, the question is really important given where the Warriors are in the season. Are they arrogant enough to think they can hit the switch? The answer is yes. Do I think they can pull it off? No. Because historically, any team that kind of fights through the malaise over the course of an 82-game season, when it's time to hit the switch, they're not ready to do it. The only time that I have seen a team that I thought could actually pull it off was the first year I was here in Oakland, the last Kevin Durant year, because that team was just tired of everything. They were tired of the spotlight and the pressure that came after winning those 2 titles, but they were so damn talented that they probably still could have, but we know what happened. Kevin was hurt.
Achilles popped, ACL's torn.
Bingo, and it was over, just like that. So again, having said all that, everybody who is listening to us right now, enjoy the bonus title. Enjoy. Go pop on the DVD last year and walk through all those games where they made it happen. It's not to say it can't happen because, Damon, that part is absolutely still a part of this Warriors story. It's not that it's over, but you need to enjoy the moments when you got them, and that moment last year was really, really impressive.
So they've had 3 months to figure this out, and they haven't yet. If it's a cultural issue and Stephen Curry hasn't been able to fix this yet through the force of his will, is it reasonable to assume that it's not going to get fixed? And if it's just a physical issue, what's the thing that you can point to above all others that says this is why you're 24-24 and not 32-16?
Culturally, Ray, if we were betting, I would bet that, yeah, that is it going to get, because the question is it going to get fixed to a point where you think they can win a title again this year? My answer right now would be no. As great as Steph is and as wonderful of a leader as he is, it just seems like there are too many issues internally to overcome to think that they're going to put it all together in the second half, get on a run they need in the postseason, and start rolling. Physically, when you look at this team, it just seems like the pieces that they have in place don't fit the same way. And anybody who's watched them, and you guys watch it every single day, that's how it comes across to me. Everybody thought Moses Moody was going to be that solid, turn into the solid veteran who could give you 15 or 20 every time. And Damon, he was. There were times last year in that postseason run, he was. He's just not right now. He's not getting consistent minutes. He doesn't look like the same player. Kuminga shows you flashes, and you think, okay, maybe. But he hasn't fit in that same role that they've needed him to. DiVincenzo certainly has played pretty well, but he's just not playing at the level that we saw with some of those guys last season. So, Ray, as far as the fit goes, this is all pointing towards make a move, sacrifice some of what's going on. I know Tim Kawakami wrote about this the other day, but if I'm the Warriors and I'm sitting there with Steph, Clay, Draymond, and I throw Andre and Kevon Looney into the conversation, guys, what do you want to do? And they say make a move. Nobody's getting any younger. So if you really want to go for it, sacrifice whatever's going to happen and see see where it goes from there.
Well, and how much of a sacrifice would it really even be if you're trading a piece that wasn't giving you much in the first place? And that brings me to our favorite topic around here, James Wiseman.
Oh, boy.
Look, he still has promise. There's no doubt. You know, a young man, a young big, takes a while in the league, physically as gifted an NBA player as you can find in the NBA. He makes NBA bigs look little. That's how much of a specimen he is. But does he have value? He's got promise. But does he have a trade value?
I don't believe so. Not that high of one. How could you? He's got knee issues. He's got, it looks like, confidence issues dating back to the very beginning.
Stone hands.
That's another problem. But I remember being on those Zooms with Steve Kerr back in that first year. Like, Steve, do you think it's an issue that he's walking to the bench and once he had a mistake or two, his shoulders are slumped?
Dauber down.
He's going, oh, no. And Steve would push. I mean, that was as hard as he would push back about it, pretty much anything that year. No. You know, things are going to be fine. James is going through it. He's a younger player. He just hadn't improved that much. So, Damon, if you're another team and you're seeing all these flaws that have already popped up, it's not that he has no value, because I've seen weirder things happen with trades in this league. But how could you feel good about getting back whatever it was if you were to go in that direction and make some move somewhere?
Let me ask the unthinkable then. If you need to make the splashy midseason trade to take care of the physical shortcomings this team has, is it beyond the realm of possibility that they would consider trading Jordan Poole to get a package?
I don't think I would do it. Is it beyond the realm? At this point, with the structure that's in place with this core, I would bring everybody in the room and say, what do you think?
Can they even trade him in the first year of his signed extension?
We need Bobby Marks to answer that one.
Yeah, I don't even know if they can. You know what's also hamstrung them too? They have no second-round picks to give up. They don't have a first or second next year.
There just aren't a lot of valuable assets, which is crazy because, again, we were sitting here a year ago going, oh, man, Kuminga. Oh, man, what would a team give up for Kuminga or Moody or, well, Wiseman is coming along. Let's see what he looks like when he does return. But, Ray, Poole feels like that guy, once they gave him that deal, who is going to be the next cornerstone for the group. If they continue to struggle, they've got to ask what else is out there. But this Warriors team continues to be one of the most fascinating to me, because to think that the core will be in place, and Steph is going to be here until the last day.
Career warrior.
Exactly, the whole way. But to think that, Draymond's future is secure, I mean, nobody could predict that. Nobody knows what's going to happen there.
It sounds like he believes this is probably his last go-around with the team.
He's feeling, when you listen to what he's saying and you're trying to read between the lines, he's feeling and sounding like a guy, Damon, who knows this could end sooner than I thought it would.
I got to ask you, because we could just sit around and talk about what's working, what's not working with the Warriors, but you do have a courtside seat to a team that is frustrating and fascinating all at the same time. Let's just start with, because I think we got a pretty good handle on who Kevin Durant is. He is this mercurial, basketball-only, interesting topic in his life, never going to be really happy with anything he's accomplishing or hasn't. He's just never going to be happy. He's got never going to be happy written all over him, but maybe he'll spend enough time on a basketball court that day to where most of his day was on a basketball court, therefore he's as happy as he's going to get. Is there anything normal about Kyrie Irving? Now that the toxicity around him has died down, he isn't trying to light the world on fire with every point he makes about the shape of the globe or religion. He's not just stepping from one hot button topic to another. What is he like? Is there anything about him that is normal, could grab a beer and have a conversation that didn't make you think this guy is just, my grandmother had a great saying, if you're poor, you're crazy, but if you're rich, you're eccentric. Is he just eccentric and that's all there is to it?
He is the most unique character in the sports realm that I've come across in my career, in that every day with Kyrie is a new day. Do I think that we could sit down and he would sit and have a beer and talk? Absolutely. Damon, absolutely.
Like the weird thing is he's pretty smart, interesting, seems like he's got a sense of humor. He doesn't use any of that to foster goodwill with anyone.
And I'd say the biggest part of that, having been around him now a year, and we had that back and forth that people saw a few months ago that was still so strange, but Kyrie doesn't want to feel like anybody is forcing him to do anything at all.
Even answering this question.
Exactly. It doesn't even matter. He does not want to feel pushed into doing anything that he doesn't see a need to do. In that regard, what I would say is he's one of the most talented basketball players I've ever seen offensively as a guard in my entire life. He's going to the Hall of Fame. He's an incredible talent. The biggest misconception that I've seen in this year covering this team and covering him, his teammates love him. They love him. James Harden did not. And James Harden was sick of the fact that he didn't get the vaccination shot and all the hoopla that surrounded that. These guys on this team, the younger guys especially, love Kyrie Irving. So anybody who says, oh, man, Kyrie's screwing everything up, and how could these guys trust him? I am telling you, I am in there every single day. Not only is Kyrie beloved internally by his teammates, I think the front office, ownership, I think everybody is kind of like, what the hell is going to happen today? Around the league, on the whole, Kyrie Irving is one of the most respected and appreciated players by other players in the game. So there are a lot of layers to his story, but anybody who thinks that, oh, Kyrie, he's just saying stuff and he's doing stuff that's wrecking everything going on with that group, I am telling you that team really does love Kyrie, which is crazy to think about given all the things that have happened around them for the last few seasons.
How did Jacques Vaughn make all this happen, or did he make it happen? Was this more a function of Durant and Irving finally staring into the abyss and seeing their reflections and going, we have to be less us? Or did Jacques Vaughn figure out the way to talk to both of them so that the focus was basketball rather than the shape of the planet or the evils of media or
medicine,
any of the other things that they like to jump up and down about?
Ray, the biggest key is the first part in Kyrie and KD looking at themselves and each other saying, hey, we can do better. That is where the story of the Nets turnaround starts. Jacques Vaughn deserves credit. I think Nash's voice had worn thin. He just wasn't getting through the same way. I'd also tell you that I think he was so completely exhausted dealing with all the other stuff that was going on that wasn't basketball that this was one of those rare times where you saw, all right, well, this is a mutual parting of the ways. I think Steve Nash is sitting there going, oh, my gosh. I'm away. Like, get me away from everything that's happening. But as far as Vaughn goes, he is coaching them day to day, it seems, a little more intensely in his messaging than Nash did. He has cut practices. They rarely practice. They hardly ever shoot around. He wants them to focus on that day. In other words, you come to the gym, you play 30 or 35 minutes, give me the best 30 or 35 minutes you got, and that's all we'll worry about for another couple days until the next one. In the messaging, I think, is the difference in how he comes across, especially to his two stars, compared to how Nash did.
We've got Peter King coming up at 5 o'clock, and we're going to get right back into the fact that the 49ers are in the NFC title game, by the way, Nick. I don't know if you noticed that or not. So we've got Peter King at 5 o'clock, but could you stick around for one more just a little small segment? Because I want you to handicap what the Grizzlies, the Nuggets, how you think the West is going to shake out, and I also got a Ben Simmons question for you. So don't you go anywhere. Our good friend Nick Friedel for just a few more minutes before we get to Peter King at 5 o'clock. Here on 95.7 The Game, we are brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
This is the final week of the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday. There's hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast, like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Last chance for the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends January 29th.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Steve Kerr, Warrior head coach here on 95.7 The Game.
When those nights happen, I kick myself afterwards for not walking into the locker room and banging on the walls, during our pregame meeting and yelling, do you guys understand what's about to happen?
He's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Rian Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder. You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming January 26th, only on Peacock.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, we wouldn't just play the theme song if he wasn't actually here. Nick Friedel with us for a little bit more. Peter King live at 5 today. The Road to Glendale brought to you by Merowest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Peter King live at 5 on the Bud Light guest line. In the meantime, in the Bud Light guest chair, I've come up with a new sponsorship just for you, Nick, since you're in studio. For a few more minutes with us, I want you to give us a quick thumbnail sketch of the West as you see it right now, because it looks like Denver's got talent to run away and hide. Memphis, who is here tomorrow's got that level of talent and hunger. We'll see what the Pelicans look like when they get healthy again. After that, it feels like a 4-5 seeds are officially up for grabs. Maybe the Lakers even have something to say about that, which is sort of insane, but that's where we are now, because the entire NBA voted on, mediocrity till about the All-Star break, and then we're going to start trying here. So what do you think of this conference?
If I'm a Warriors fan, going back to the first part of our conversation, Damon, there's nobody in that group that scares the hell out of me. Nobody. I think Denver, with a healthy Jokic and Murray, they are really, really good. I would not want to play in the elevation in a playoff series against them. Memphis is really good, but they're still young and they haven't proven anything yet on a really big stage.
Dallas,
it's like Luka and friends.
Right.
Other than that if you're a Warriors fan, that's why you have hope. It's not just, hey, well, we have Steph and we have the championship DNA and we know what to do. None of those teams, as you look at the standings, do you look at and go, oh, man, don't want to face them. Can't see them. So if we were betting right now who would come through, I'd probably say Denver much later on, but that's another team. What have they really done that makes you think, oh, yeah, they'll make it all the way? It's why there's still hope for the turnaround, even if it seems unlikely right now in the moment for Golden State.
Does the fact that neither of you mentioned Sacramento mean that either you don't understand basketball or you both hate the Kings?
Light the beam, Ray. Light the beam.
I will light a beam later.
No, hey, nobody likes the Kings more than my man Slater. He's living down at those Kings games now all the time. I think he's enjoying the fact that the Kings are more relevant. But when I watch them, I respect the hell out of Mike Brown. He has done an unbelievable job changing.
He's gonna be a Coach of the Year candidate.
If Mike Brown takes, I saw this today on Twitter. If he gets them in the postseason, Mike Brown's the guy. I mean, Jacques Vaughn's going to get some votes, especially if they keep going. Right. We'll see.
That's Katie, though.
Bingo. Mike Brown's the Coach of the Year if he gets them into it. But no, I don't believe in Sacramento, Ray, for anything more than a nice story because they don't play defense. Zion is the trump card in all this. What does he do when he's healthy? Can he stay healthy for the entirety of the postseason? We'll see. But to me, it's Denver, Memphis, and Steph and company if and when they finally get things together in the second half.
Let me ask you this, though, because you just said two things. Mike Brown will be the coach of the year, and Sacramento doesn't play any defense. Mike Brown was was the defensive guru here. How is it, other than the obvious, they just run and shoot all the time, how is it that they are able to win while not playing defense for a guy who believes in defense?
Welcome to the new era of the NBA. Is probably the best answer I could give you right now. Defense is not nearly at a premium like it once was back in time. People just don't care. It takes more effort. It's a lot of fun to run up and down the floor, and that Milwaukee scored 150 points. and like, you look at these scores, I think as a fan, as a journalist and as a fan, I don't even like the way the game is going right now, because when you're watching these games, and I see it night to night in Brooklyn, okay, you run down the floor, you take a three. All right, we'll run down the floor and we'll take a three. And whoever has the most points, maybe we'll play some defense at the end of the fourth quarter. It feels more and more night to night like an all-star game.
Well, a 40-point performance, there needs to be like a currency exchange rate on that.
Absolutely. There's a curve that needs to go in there. But Ray, the point on Mike is that's the NBA. The Kings narrative is really good. Mike's always been a hell of a coach. In fact, you guys know, I'm sure you've talked about it a lot. Mike Brown leaving Golden State has a direct impact on why the defense hasn't been the way it's needed to be this season for a team that's trying to defend its title. So why they're not playing defense right now, I don't know. But if you're betting on Mike Brown being able to figure that out over time, that's a bet I'd take in a heartbeat, because Mike knows what the hell he's doing, and he's got those guys believing that they can win. It's just differently than the way we thought they could win going into the season.
Miles Turner, OG Anunoby. I mean, I don't know who really wants to come off any athletic 3-and-D wing guy right now. It feels like the Warriors could use another one of those, and or a big. Is there a trade? Is there a trade that not puts the Warriors back into the driver's seat, but at least makes them a more competent basketball team? Where is it?
I'm sure there is one. I like the Caruso thing, especially because the Bulls are not very good. But what are you giving up? I mean, this is why Bob Myers is who he is and has made the imprint on the organization that he has. This is why the front office has earned so much respect across the league. You think there's a deal out there? You want to give up one of those young pieces? Go for it. What I would tell you is, Damon, what you've been saying all along, which is, hey, we go through the names. There's some good names. Am I willing to part with some of my young core and future for one of those names, knowing that this team just doesn't have the same feel that last year's team does? I'm not, but let's see what Steph Curry says when push comes to shove.
In the East, if you're healthy, you're probably the second best team. If you're not healthy, is it Boston in a runaway? Are they that much better than everybody else? Or are you starting to see something in Philly that makes you think they could make it a 2 or 3 horse race?
I think it's Boston, and then it's Milwaukee. But I don't think the gap is that wide, Ray. That's the series, if everybody's healthy, that I see. Philly, I'll never buy, because I don't believe in Harden as that top-tier 1A guy anymore. I saw it most of last season in Brooklyn. He's just not the same player. There are moments where he looks like his old self. There are other moments where he looks completely checked out, and he's going to get you 10 points a game. Embiid is that good. He can absolutely win you a series or two, but in the end, it's Boston, Milwaukee, and everyone else if they're healthy.
Ben Simmons, anything normal about him?
Ben Simmons believes still that he is the player that we saw for so long in Philly, Damon. He's not that player anymore. Can he get back to being that guy? I wouldn't bet on it, but when you show that type of talent, I guess it's always within you to find it again. There are way, way too many times when you watch Ben Simmons' tenure as a net where he has little to no impact on the game. It's going to get worse going into March and April and into the postseason because they're not going to be able to play him in the games because he wants no part of going to the free throw line. Honestly, guys, it's sad to watch a player who showed as much talent as Simmons did to come back down to a level where he's at now. You watch him and you shake your head because he's not looking at the rim. I think this is another case study of there is much more than what meets the eye than what you see in a basketball game. Something is going on there, and you'd hope he's still 25, 26 years old. He's got time to figure it out, but he is not close to the same player, and the Nets are going to pay the price for that and making that deal in the next couple of years because he's still under contract for 2 more years after this one.
Our pal Nick Friedel, did you pass along the note to the cameraman to get the thing, shoot you down a little bit more? Because I'm seeing better camera angles on you from sidelines. I've been going into that studio all the time, and I'm telling them just keep it chest up. Keep that camera up. I'm doing the best I can not to eat cheeseburgers at 2 a.m. It's amazing what can happen when you do that. Good luck with that.
Thank you, sir.
Great to see you, man. Thanks for coming on in. We miss you out here. You're doing a hell of a job for ESPN. They're lucky to have you. Maybe we're lucky to get you back someday.
I miss you guys, too, and I can't wait to see you in a few more months.
Niners, Eagles, got a prediction?
It's got to be the Niners. Come on now.
There it is. He knows where his
Suck
bread.
up.
He knows where his bread's
be the
buttered.
Niners.
Get out.
Yeah, he's going to do a Philadelphia radio hit tomorrow and be like, let me tell you about these Eagles. These birds, I love them.
Yeah, he's a known hypocrite from way back.
Tell Kate Scott we said hello when you get out there.
You got it.
There he is. Our man Nick Friedel here on 95.7 The Game, one of the best. Oh, could you ask Nick real quick, how tall is Kyrie really? He's listed at 6'2". There's no chance.
He's like 5'10".
There you go. Maybe he's got lifts in his
Breaking
shoes.
news. That's huge.
5'10", man. That's a generous media guide going up to 6'2". Thanks so much to our good friend Nick Friedel joining us here on 95.7 The Game in studio. Ray, wave goodbye.
Oh, I'll wave goodbye. You just won't get full cooperation from my hand.
Not all digits. The 1-digit goodbye. The 1-digit goodbye. There he is. The best laugh in sports talk radio, Nick Friedel. Sounds a little bit like a villain on his way out, but that's why we like him.
Oh, he sounds like a drunken Santa.
It is tough to look at the Warriors and say, what's the one move? What's the one move they could make? And I guess here, you want the tough question for Steve Kerr? I think I've come up with it. When we do have him on this week, I think the question is, hey, if there isn't going to be a trade, and the season, it's not tracking to go where you really want it to go, isn't it already kind of about making sure next season is better than this? And the only way for that to happen is by sinking or swimming with your young guys, regardless of outcome, regardless of performance. Some guys are going to need to be given a longer leash to make the mistakes to get them ready to go next year. Because if you're not trading anyone away, this means this is the team this year and next year, so you might as well start running those rookies out there even when they're letting you down.
Well, first of all, that's not a Steve Kerr question. It's a Bob Myers question. Secondly, I think the way they've played does not give you a lot of hope that this group of young guys is indeed the future. Maybe you get...
Give me Kuminga, give me Patrick Patrick Baldwin. Thank you very much. I'm still on the...
What have you seen from Baldwin that makes you think anything one way or another?
Yeah, no, well, that's the thing. I don't know enough. I need to know something about him. What do you got there?
Well, I think if they had...
I like him more than Anthony Lamb.
See, well, okay.
I don't know, though.
But my point is, if they had shown something, you'd have seen them by now. Because Steve Kerr is not so hidebound that he won't give minutes to guys who earn them. He certainly did that for Kuminga earlier in the year.
He's got a short leash on rookies and young guys, though. He really does.
It's now third year on Weissman, second year on Kuminga. I don't think this is about a Kerr choice. I have a feeling that maybe they're not going to get the value they thought out of that group, which was the great risk of doing the 2-track timeline in the first place. Because if you're wrong on that, you've needlessly truncated your window with the proven veterans who are still performing very well to no good end. And I think there is a point at which they're going to have to fish or cut bait on those guys. Not by
That's what I'm saying. It's time to fish.
But what I'm saying is maybe it's not time to fish. Maybe they've already seen what the fish is like, and they've decided they're going to go back to a more keto diet.
Oh, boy. Look at Ray. Using nutritional metaphors. You got to love that here on the radio. Welcome, boys and girls, to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
It's officially time to bring it back to football, and we have the perfect guest for that. Peter King joins us now on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink and easy to enjoy. Thank you so much for joining us here, Peter. It was a pleasure to see you in the press box this past weekend down at Levi Stadium. And what'd you think of that game? Before we go on to what's next, what did you think of the way the 49ers were able to get past the Cowboys?
Oh, when I left the press box, it was great meeting you there, Damon. When I left the press box that night to go down to the locker room, I just had the weirdest thought. I thought that this is a really interesting game. It was a very different football game than most games are these days in the NFL. It was a survival match on defense. But just a couple of weird thoughts. Number one, the Dallas Cowboys are not a smart football team, period. I can reel off 6 mistakes they made at crucial times by plays that are not very smart, in my opinion. But the other thing I thought, how strange is it to think that if I were starting a franchise right now, I'd rather have Brock Purdy be my quarterback than Dak Prescott. That sounds totally, absolutely insane, but that's the way I feel. And, I came away from there, and look, I think this is amazing when you think about it. Dak Prescott now has played 8 games. He's played 7.9 games. I mean, he came in 6 minutes or whatever into the game against Miami. So he's basically played 8 games. In 8 NFL games, Brock Purdy has not fumbled the ball. He hasn't only not lost a fumble, he has not fumbled the ball. And he's only thrown 3 picks. He is the perfect quarterback for a team that has a defense like the San Francisco 49ers. That's why Brock Purdy is going to be the opening day starter at quarterback, regardless of what happens on Sunday or beyond.
Given the fact that you said Sunday was a huge defensive slog, what can you take from that game and apply it without doubt to Sunday's game? What is it that you saw Sunday that tells you, I will see that again in Philadelphia?
Well, number one, maybe not offensive explosiveness, but at least offensive efficiency. And number two, I think that defense always plays, at any time of year, in any sort of weather. And, the 49ers defense is going to play in this game. I think the one thing that would concern me if I were the Niners is that they're coming into these playoffs. There wasn't a defensive front much more dangerous than the New York Giants. And I know people roll their eyes at that, but Leonard Williams, Dexter Lawrence, and Kayvon Thibodeau were playing great. They played great at Minnesota. And the Philadelphia line, I think this is amazing. Dexter Lawrence, who I voted first team All-Pro this year, and who had 8 pressures the previous week at Minnesota, had 0 pressures, mostly engineered because of how great Jason Kelsey played. Jason Kelsey is obviously he's a little fire plug of a center. He's not a mammoth guy like a lot of, these new wave interior linemen are in the NFL. But he played a fantastic game. I'm not saying that the 49ers aren't going to get any pressure or anything like that, but that line right now, the Philadelphia line, is the best line in football. And that's going to be a huge challenge for D'Amico Ryans and for that defense as a whole, the defensive front, to be able to get pressure. Giants got none or get very, very little. And so that is going to be a challenge. I think the one other thing to watch for in this game is just the fact that I wrote about this the other day because I talked to Jalen Hurts after the game. His shoulder still hurts. I'll be the least surprised person on the planet if 2 weeks after this season we see a little dispatch out of Philadelphia saying that Jalen Hurts is going to go have a cleanup procedure, a surgical procedure to clean out something in his shoulder. You're not still in pain 5 weeks after something like that happens unless there's something wrong. So, and again, look, I don't know this, but my experience covering quarterbacks in the NFL is that a lot of them get little things cleaned up after a season, and I bet he's going to have to do that. But the only thing that means for this weekend is that I would be surprised if offensive coordinator Shane Steichen and Coach Nick Sirianni dial up a lot of bombs for Jalen Hurts.
Peter King with us on 95.7 The Game. I think two things need to happen. They're going to have to get pressure on Jalen Hurts when he's looking for that bomb play. And this can't be one of those, we saw Nick Bosa, but it was sort of a nuanced game. He created pressures and he took up a few blockers, which I think Nick Bosa needs to be Nick Bosa this week for the 49ers to have a good chance to win. And I just think McCaffrey and Mitchell have to be everything you'd ever want out of a two-headed backfield, because the one thing the Eagles do seem to give up is a little bit of a rushing attack week to week. And that's where the Niners, Nick Bosa playing like a defensive player of the year, nothing to interpret, but a physical presence that shows up in the stat sheet and to the naked eye. And then McCaffrey, Mitchell, and Debo coming out of that backfield. I think these are must-haves for the 49ers to win this game.
You know what I think could work against the Eagles? The little jet motion that they run a lot with Debo. I think that Philadelphia has been victimized by that a little bit this year. And they've got a very interesting defensive front. Okay. They had 8 players on that defensive front, all the way down to 35-year-old Brandon Graham, play at least 12 snaps in that game. And that is one heavy rotation. But the interesting part of that is that you say, well, how important can Brandon Graham be? Well, one, he had his first double-digit sack season of his career this year at age 35. 2, he sacked Daniel Jones in the fourth quarter of that game the other day. So obviously, the roster put together by Howie Roseman and managed by defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon understands how to get something out of all of these defensive linemen. That's going to be something that I think, the Niners did not play the Eagles this year. And I think it's going to be interesting to watch how you adjust. It's not going to be a lot of teams sub a lot on the line, but to have 8 players to plug and play on a defensive front consistently during the course of the game, where there's going to be a lot of change-ups in that lineup, I think it's going to be really an interesting thing to watch, and it'll be interesting to see how the Niners adjust to it.
What's the one thing that the Eagles do that the 49ers will have the most trouble coping with? And what is the thing that the 49ers do that the Eagles will have the most trouble coping with?
The thing that the Niners will have the most trouble coping with, in my opinion, is solving Jalen Hurts, because first of all, you don't think entering this game that he is going to be at full strength because his shoulder hurts and all that. And so you think, okay, we're getting this guy at a time that it's a good time to get him. Well, the Giants thought that too, and he put up 38 points on him and could have put up more. I think that his multiple ways of moving the ball when he feels like he has to run, he's going to run, and he's going to figure out a way to do this. He's done it all year against teams that are very good at stopping the run around the edge. So I think coping with everything that Jalen Hurts does is going to be the difficult thing for the Niners to stop. As for what the Niners do, you mentioned it a minute ago, Ray, and I think it's going to be really interesting to watch the running game of the Niners right now, because it was interesting the other day, right? The Cowboys were just an absolute brick wall, and then late in the game, they finally figured out, let's alternate Elijah Mitchell with, McCaffrey. McCaffrey didn't have his best day. I don't know who is going to have a good day against that front. They all look like they're 6'8" and 390. I mean, they're huge guys on that Cowboy front. So I think that later in the game they did a smart thing. They changed it up, and the physical player that Elijah Mitchell is, I think, really did some good in that game. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what the running game of the Niners can do against that defensive front. It's a tough front to do anything on, but that would really interest me to watch.
Piggybacking on Ray's question a little bit here, Peter King on Damon and Ratto. Nick Sirianni, what is he best at as a head coach? What might be a blind spot for him early in his career?
I thought it was really interesting the other day. I asked him about this after the game. Remember he ran down the field late in the first half, and he was going to call a timeout. It looked like when the 49ers were choosing whether to go for one or two late in the half. And he turned to the two alternate officials who were on the field, because it's legal for a head coach to leave the coach's box and to run down the field to do one of two things, to either call timeout or to throw the challenge flag. He knew that. He knew what the rules were. He wasn't going to stand down there for any length of time. He just went down there to get the attention of an official and to make a call. And when the official told him, "Coach, you got to get back in your coach's box," and Fox caught it.
No, I don't.
And he said, "Yeah, I know the effing rules," or whatever it is he said. And I asked him about that, and he said, "I know the rules. I know what I'm allowed to do. Don't tell me I can't be out of the coach's box. Don't do that." And he was adamant about it. And so what I think his players like about him, quite honestly, I think his players believe that he's going to fight for them. And I think his players really, really like that. Not that maybe Doug Peterson wasn't going to fight for him, but he's a little pugnacious. And I think that is something that's good. Now, as far as the other side of it, I don't think we know him well enough for me to pick one thing out to say here's a weak spot that they can go at. I just don't. I think he delegates, because both of his coordinators are deeply involved in managing the game, and I think he's happy to delegate. He trusts Shane Steichen on the offensive side. He really trusts Jonathan Gannon on the defensive side. So I don't sense that there's an Achilles heel that has surfaced yet, either in something like clock management or anything. I think that chapter is still yet to be written on Nick Sirianni. He's, for a guy who's accomplished what he's accomplished, we really don't know anything about this guy. I think that's been kind of interesting to be a coach in Philadelphia, and people really don't know who you are yet.
since you just brought up the phrase clock management, it's one of the things I was going to ask you, or maybe it wasn't going to happen, but you brought it up. It's the one job where I swear to God I could step into an NFL building and be as good as whoever is the best at clock management in here. Like, to me, I see clock management like the Matrix. Like, I think I could really nail it and be better at it than a lot of NFL head coaches are. And you could say, Damon, that's ridiculous sports talk arrogance. Maybe it is. I don't know. I feel like it's the one thing that I could do better than NFL coaches. The 40 seconds blown by the Cowboys just deciding to punt. Like, what is going on there? Are we going to be looking at clock management coaches in this league in the next year or two? Because
there are some already, and there are guys upstairs who call down. You know, the Titans have one. I'm pretty sure that most teams have them. That they do two things: they they give advice on clock management, when to use their timeouts, and they also give advice on, on challenge flags. So most teams have it. Look, the Cowboys did 2 or 3 things in that game that I just said, if I'm Jerry Jones, and look, I don't know what happened in Dallas today, but Jerry Jones canceled his normal talk radio show appearance in Dallas. Stephen Jones, his son, the team president, also canceled his appearance. It could be that they are anguished by this and didn't want to say something that they didn't want to say. It also could be that they're thinking, Jerry Jones is on the other side of 80, and there's Sean Payton out there. He's always wanted to hire Sean Payton. Could he be giving serious consideration right now to upsetting the apple cart and saying, damn it, I'm going to pay Sean Payton $18 million a year to come in and get this team over the top and to try to save Dak Prescott? I thought it was an inordinately disturbing, and I know that sounds bad, but Dak Prescott played a disturbing football game. And just imagine if Dre Greenlaw hangs onto that ball with 41 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
First of all, it would have been 26-12 as the final. And I can tell you, I've been covering this league for 39 years. I know what happens in Dallas, okay? And somebody's head would have been on the chopping block, after a play like that. It's phenomenally. I just can't believe how Dak Prescott played the other day based on what we all saw Monday night. It's crazy. Can I tell you the one other thing that bothered me that I've not read one word about? This drove me out of my mind. And that is that with 49 seconds to go, Cavante Turpin, the guy who made the Dallas Cowboys based on 2 touchdown returns against the Chargers in a preseason game, the ball was punted to him. He was standing his own 9-yard line, and he caught it with the fair catch signal. And there was nobody on top of him. And I just am sitting there watching and saying to myself, dude, you were on this team for one reason, to hit a home run on a play like this. And you know what? In the NFL, punts don't get returned by themselves. You have to actually do it. And I thought that was just inexcusable. There was a lot of things that the Cowboys did. It's not a smart football team, period.
I was going to ask you about the other side of the bracket, but I want to ask one more question about the Cowboys, and specifically about whether Jerry Jones would hire somebody like Sean Payton and give him the run of the building, because I've always sort of perceived that as the big stumbling block to getting the big-time expensive coach in Dallas. Is that
I don't think Sean Payton wants to control everything. He had a general manager in New Orleans, Mickey Loomis, who he worked with forever, along with a fantastic personnel guy named Jeff Ireland. Sean Payton wants to coach the team, And if he can trust the personnel management side, he's fine with it. He doesn't have to shoo Jerry Jones into a corner. Now, on draft day, like, Mickey Loomis is not drafting somebody who Sean Payton doesn't want, period. So that might be a little bit of a change. Payton, by the time they get to the draft, if Payton worked with Jerry Jones, there would not be the kind of problem that I think by your question you think could happen if he doesn't have complete control. Look at it this way, Ray. Bill Parcells worked for Jerry Jones for, 3 years? And when he left there, even off the record, he has told me over the years, I loved working with Jerry. Jerry Jones, for the most part, now he might be different with Dave Campbell, he might be different with Mike McCarthy, might be different with Jason Garrett. But if he's got a strong, powerful coach who he really believes in and really trusts, he's not taking a player in the draft, or he's not spending $1 billion in free agency on a player that the coach doesn't want.
Okay, well then, I mean, I'm not sure that I necessarily agree, but I don't have enough information to argue with you. So I'll ask about the other side of the bracket now.
Yeah.
There seems to be this 2-day love affair with the Bengals as the best team on the other side of the bracket. Is that more recency bias, or is there a sense that for all their wins this year, Kansas City didn't actually play the way you would expect the Kansas City team to play because they had so many games that were a lot closer than the opponent should be allowed to be?
Well, I kind of disagree with you about Kansas City, because the way I look at Kansas City, I view this season for them as a season of great triumph. They right now are 15-3. And keep in mind that they lost maybe the most dangerous, threatening wide receiver in all of football before the season. And they replaced him with nice players. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Justin Watson, Juju Smith-Schuster, Sky Moore. Okay? Nice players. And you know what they did? They were better on offense. They were more efficient. Mahomes had a better year this season than he did by a lot than he did last year. And I give Kansas City a lot of credit. But here's the issue, Ray. Cincinnati and Kansas City have met 3 times in the last 13 months. Twice they've met in Kansas City. The Bengals have won all 3 games. Now, you might say, well, they won all 3 games, but each game they've won by a field goal. Which is like saying, well, Tiger Woods only won that golf tournament by 1 stroke. Is he really better than everybody else? I mean, it matters to win close games. And so, to me, if Cincinnati wins this game this week, and obviously they've got a good chance to do it, that'll mean that Joe Burrow, in a span of 13 months, will have won 4 road playoff games, which combined is how many road playoff games Peyton Manning and Joe Montana won in their career. Now, obviously, this is a lot different. Montana didn't play a lot of road playoff games, obviously, but Joe Burrow is doing something now that is really, I think, impressive, borderline incredible. And the Bengals are they've got the biggest chip on their shoulder of any team left in the playoffs. We'll see if the Chiefs can knock it off.
If Eagles-Niners offers us the quarterback matchup that no one could have seen coming, the Bengals and Chiefs offer us the quarterback matchup that was promised to us years ago, and it really is something else. How come the rules of science and medicine do not apply to Dak Prescott's high ankle sprain? That's normally a month-long injury for a mere mortal.
You mean
Mahomes? Excuse me, Patrick Mahomes. Pardon me. Yeah. How? First of all, I thought he broke his ankle. They take him back, the X-rayed. I obviously didn't see it. He gets back out there. I'm sure tore it all day, all night. But how can he just say, yeah, no doubt about it, the high ankle sprain that takes guys out for a month won't even have me sitting next week?
I can't explain that, and I think some of it is modern, not medical science, but injectable science. I think that probably will have something to do with it. I don't know. But, I think a lot of this, too, is the will of Patrick Mahomes, just like it was the will the other day of Jalen Hurts. There is something wrong with his shoulder, for sure. And but he's decided that he doesn't care what it takes. He's going to play through it because you don't have many chances like this in your life. And I think Mahomes is the same way. Mahomes just feels, I've got 6 months to get better, and I'll be okay eventually. But so I'm not sure heroic is the correct word or just high pain tolerance or whatever it is. But Patrick Mahomes is one of those guys, and again, I'm not really casting aspersions on anybody. I'm just saying that what's so interesting about football is that you have some guys who, like Lamar Jackson doesn't play for 6 weeks after he gets what at the time was announced as a 2 to 4 week injury of a sprained knee ligament. And Patrick Mahomes, obviously, this is probably a month injury, if not more, and he just keeps playing. And again, I am suggesting that there are a lot of people in and around football who have raised eyebrows about what happened with Lamar Jackson, and who knows if we'll ever know any more about that. But I just don't think that Patrick Mahomes is the kind of guy, unless the bone is sticking out, that he's not going to play in the game. You can say that's right, that's wrong, whatever, crazy, but that's just who he is.
The big local news was that Charles Menahue picked up a misdemeanor domestic violence. Timing on that is terrible. Obviously, the accusation, what it implies are awful. We don't want to see anyone abused, but no one was there. No one really knows what happened, and no one is going to know what the Niners are going to do until they do it. So, it for teams who like to minimize distractions, that feels like a significant distraction because Menahue might not have been a big part of this team at the beginning of the year, but he's been a big part throughout the playoffs and at the end of the year.
I mean, it was just 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago against Seattle that he was the key to their defense a couple of plays in that game.
Yeah.
And so, obviously if they have to miss him for this game, it's going to hurt him. But you have to field a team, too, that has to play by the rules of society as well. So we'll see.
The other local news that sort of popped up, and it's more local or national conjecture than it is news, but Ian Rappaport, basically said, hey, if the Packers get the right package, they like Jordan Love enough to maybe be open for business on Aaron Rodgers. You buy that? And if you do, where do you think he might be sold?
I mean, Adam Schefter reported that over the weekend that there was a significant chance he could be traded. You kind of round up the usual suspects. I always like to look and see what owner is the most desperate, because what owner will push for this the most. And, I think right now the number one team would be the New York Jets. I don't know if Rodgers, as Mike Florio pointed out tonight, could simply say, I'm not going to play for the Jets. So you owe me X amount of dollars. You can either give it to me for not playing or I could keep playing. So I don't know what's in Aaron Rodgers' head right now. My feeling is that he's probably going to end up playing 1 or 2 more years. If I were the Jets, I'd offer a decent package. He's only $48 million on the cap combined over the next 2 years if he gets traded. His acquiring team would only cost him $48 million on the cap, which with some quarterbacks is less than they own for this coming year. So, there's that benefit, but also how much you're going to have to pay to actually get him. 2 1s, 1 and a 2, I don't know. Do you want to do that for a quarterback who might only play 2 years? That's the big question. But I do think the Jets are desperate enough right now to do something like that.
Always good to have you on, Peter. You going to Philly or Arrowhead?
Going to go to Arrowhead this week. I've seen a lot of the NFC. I'd like to see a little AFC now.
Always great to see you and have you on. It was great to bump into you at the press box again last weekend. Safe travels. Enjoy the barbecue, and we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Peter King with us here on 95.7 The Game on the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. You want me to get that in there, too? In case you thought it might be hard to drink or hard to enjoy. It's not.
Yeah, it's probably not good ad copy. Bud Light. Ugh.
No, we don't want that. They wanted something. I mean, did they think I was going to do that?
I suspect they weren't sure about you. You're a bit of a loose cannon.
Yeah, wild card.
I'm not sure that I completely buy Peter King's analysis of Jerry Jones as a malleable owner, because I don't believe we've ever seen that. Not just with Dave Campo, but I don't know that Bill Parcells had nearly the kind of freedom of action that he would have wanted.
Well, remember, he was the guy who famously said, if you want me to cook the meal, allow me to shop for the groceries. But that was never in play when he got to Dallas.
No, I don't think it was either. I don't think Jerry Jones has ever relinquished true control of being the general manager. And I don't think that Sean Payton, for as much as he was willing to respect Mickey Loomis, is going to have the same level of respect for Jerry Jones's acumen as a football man. He will respect him greatly as the guy who pays him and as a businessman, but I don't know that he's going to go there without more than just a handshake assurance that he won't have the last say on what he wants to do with the football team.
At the same time, though, not that Sean Payton is going to be looking to, have a fire escape of excuses to jump out of should things go wrong. But isn't there almost some comfort knowing that, hi, I'm Sean Payton, just hired out of nowhere, new head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, and I'm going to do everything I can to fix this team. But I didn't design this team, so I can only fix with what I'm handed. It's almost like plausible deniability of why things didn't go well. To me, it's almost like a little safety net for criticism for Sean Payton, because Sean Payton's going to get hired if he were to be hired. And then everybody in Dallas will be like, finally, he's finally here. We got a state-of-the-art coach who's a master of offense, who can really pick up everything. And now at this point, he can turn around and be like, hey, if it didn't work, it wasn't me.
Yeah, but that's a coward's way out. And most coaches, NFL coaches with access to that kind of power, aren't worried about the criticism because they have all the power. And I think given the two choices, I wouldn't want a guy who'd be worried about avoiding blame. I'd want the guy who just said, this is my shop, I'm going to run it my way. And if Sean Payton is indeed that guy, and I think he more likely is than not, Dallas is not a great place because Jerry Jones, no matter what he tells you, is going to meddle. And no matter what he says about having hands off the roster, he's going to be in the room all the time making very pointed suggestions about guys he likes and guys he doesn't. And it seems like it's a bad fit for a powerful coach, which is what you would want Sean Payton to be. It sounds to me like Denver is a better place for him, even though there isn't as much talent, because Rob Walton, the owner, has made it pretty clear he doesn't want to be the day-to-day football ops guy. And I think for any coach with that resume, that's important. Not because they're just power hungry, but because they want to be able to make decisions without convening a committee from upstairs every day.
Someone from the 707 says, Jerry Jones has already said that McCarthy is staying. Everything is business as usual.
Until it isn't.
Until things become unusual, which that could happen. And also, the Jerry Jones ringing endorsement has been the kiss of death in the past as well.
Yeah, I listen, he could go any way with this, but I also believe that he doesn't like to be made to look ridiculous. And if he fired Mike McCarthy for a while, they'd go, wait a minute, you just said he was your guy for next year. And I think Jerry Jones's skin is thin to the point where he wouldn't want to have to answer that question unless he knew absolutely that he could nail down Sean Payton. And it's going to be more than $18 million. That's the other thing I disagreed with Peter about. Sean Payton is not coming in.
He's coming in for 20 plus.
North of 20. Yeah, closer to 23, 24, 25, which is an absurd number, except that they've all got it. And Jerry Jones next to Rob Walton is a pauper. So money is literally no object there because it doesn't come off the cap. Sean Payton is going to go and go.
Compared to the Walton family, pauper, yes. But the ability to spend on a head coach, Jerry has every ability that the Denver Broncos could have.
At some point, sure. But if it's a bidding war and they both want the guy, they might go to 30. I mean, it would be that absurd. Jerry Jones would not be able to back down Rob Walton in an argument about money is my point.
Right.
So to me, I think that, Sean Payton wants more control than he had in New Orleans because he did have enough control in New Orleans because Mickey Loomis didn't do anything that Sean Payton didn't want done. In Dallas, it's never been true for anybody because when the owner is the general manager, I mean, it's like what the Raiders were. Everything had to be cleared through Al, and Al had opinions. Just like Jerry Jones, who has always admired Al Davis, has opinions, and he wants them followed. So I think Dallas is a lousy place for Sean Payton, even though the team is significantly better than the Broncos.
In the couple of minutes we got left in this segment, let's play Aaron Rodgers' Choose Your Own Adventure. Because Ian Rappaport today did say if the Packers, were offered the right package, maybe they would, because they kind of like Jordan Love too, think it's the right time to maybe move on if the deal is right. Jets, as Peter said, they do have an owner that is getting anxious and is desperate to matter in New York as much as the Giants do at all times, especially with the success that they enjoyed this year. It would be a huge move. I think the Jets could be in play. The Raiders are going to be looking for a quarterback, but I don't know how that cap fit would work with what Aaron Rodgers is on the books for, even though Peter said it would be less on the books somewhere else than it would be going back to the Packers. Titans, a very good team that would instantly get better with a guy like Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback. Thankfully, the 49ers are completely out of this conversation. Like they wouldn't even want him if you could offer him right now. I'd rather see what Brock Purdy has going forward than what Aaron Rodgers has got left. I'm totally on it. Sounds nuts.
Well,
I would say there.
I think there's an open question about Aaron Rodgers, which is what do you have left? I mean, this year was not a great year for him. And I grant you that some of that was because it took a while for him to find wide receivers he could trust. But he's by no means young. And I think you're starting to see some of the paint flake off because that's normal at this age. I don't know that the Raiders are a place for him to go anyway because I think their preference is Brady. I think Derek Carr is kind of a wild card because I just don't see him going to Houston. I think the Jets maybe, just because it's a big name in a big town, which Woody Johnson loves, and he doesn't have a better idea about who to get, except that, he knows he can't stand Zach Wilson. Joe Flacco's done. His contract's over. And I don't think anybody believes that Mike White is the answer to all their problems. So I think the Jets might probably be the best landing place for him if Aaron Rodgers wants to operate in New York.
A little bit on the point I was making to Peter about clock management when we do return here. And Oscar nominations are out. We'll have Ray handicap the entire field since he's a huge fan of movies. So
nobody's winning.
Coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. Damon and Ratto, it's good to have you this afternoon. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises. Wait, Grandy's in here, which means I shouldn't push a button, or I can push a button. Lucas, you're there. I'm here. We're good. All right, I'm pushing the button.
Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
All right, Damon back with you to tell you about tax and crypto attorneys, accountants at Kugelman Law. Do you trade crypto? Do you have any NFTs? What about a 1099 from a crypto exchange reporting your transactions? Well, do you need a crypto accounting service? Because if so, you need to contact attorneys who know what they're doing in that category, and specifically the accountants at Kugelman Law. They know what they're doing in that category. Go find out for yourself, sftaxteam.com. The Kugelman Law team has helped hundreds of clients over the years with crypto accounting and tax compliancy issues. They will give you a fair and honest assessment of your crypto tax needs, and the consultation will be straightforward and transparent pricing. They're going to educate you about the solutions that you got available to you. The IRS is ramping up enforcement. Crypto users, they're going to be coming for you as well. So you need an attorney experienced with crypto on your side. Visit Kugelman Law to schedule a consultation today at sftaxteam.com. That is sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This is a paid endorsement that does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Bay Area, it's your boy Shasky, and me and Bonte, we are flying out to Philadelphia, and you better get ready, because I'm about to ring that Liberty Bell like the 49ers are this Sunday, and it's all because of our friends at Boxer & Gerson. Without them, we ain't flying, Eagles flying to Philadelphia. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
This is the final week of the Manufacturers RV Show. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends this Sunday.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Wendy's knows cold and soggy fries are the worst.
So soggy.
That's why we're serving up hot and crispy fries all day, every day.
And all night until close.
With natural cut potatoes, sea salted to perfection.
Show me that potato skin.
Wendy's hot and crispy aren't like other fries. We're your dream fry. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's hot and crispy fries.
Guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and we'll replace them.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Shop limited time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, find the perfect floor tile for your home for less. Get up to 50% off select styles while you can. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Valid 12/29 through 1/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So, Ray, I'm interviewing you to be the next head coach of my NFL team. We're in a lot of trouble just on that interview alone, but I'm doing it. I think the first thing I'm doing before we talk about your offensive or defensive philosophies is starting a running clock and telling you got 2 timeouts. How would you play the last 2 minutes? I'd turn an egg timer over and see how long it took you to answer the question.
What's the score?
That's a very good follow-up question to the scenario that I just put in front of you. It is amazing to me that clock management is such a blind spot every single week in football for playoff teams, for teams with good coaches, for teams that have had a good season. That, you know, that 40 seconds blown by the Dallas Cowboys deciding whether or not to punt, to a much lesser extent, the first half trickle off a time that the 49ers let bleed away because they were so dedicated to having the last play of the half. They didn't give themselves enough time to, should they seek scoring position, should they find scoring position, to maybe play with a little house money from there. Like and I'm not going to hold it against Kyle, but you know, he won the game. But to me, I was so surprised that so often still, like, I think I could be the Vince Lombardi of clock management. Just walking into any NFL team, be like, I couldn't talk about X's and O's with you for a millisecond, Kyle, but how to manage a clock, what the score is with 2 timeouts, before the 2-minute warning, after the 2-minute warning. Like, I think I'm the Mike Ditka of that. I would be very good at that.
Probably not, just on the basis of the law of big numbers, because they do analytics about it, and it's like 12 different people helping you out with all the information you need. But I think 2 things are in play here. One, if having the ball at the end of the first half and having the ball at the start of the second half is vitally important, then I can see why you would let time go off the clock just to have that. At the end of the game, this notion that you want to be able to score with no time left for the other guy has always struck me as absurd. Because you have a defense, and if you believe in your defense, you score when you can, and then just tell them, okay, the game is in your hands now.
Well, I think a big part of that is, who's the other guy? Am I playing Mahomes? Am I playing Rodgers? Or will I have Dak Prescott out there today? Because if it's Dak, I'm less worried about it than if it's the other 2.
But if you're going to pee away time, and your offense isn't as good as their offense, because it's really not about what they do when they get the ball. It's about what you do when you get the ball. And if you're playing against a team with a bad defense, maybe you can get cute with the clock. But if it's a pretty decent defense, if you're playing, let's say, Buffalo, and you're down 4, I'm scoring as quickly, as soon as I can. I'm not screwing around. I'd rather make them beat me. And if you believe in your defense, that to me is at least it's a positive statement, not a negative one.
Why NFL coaches continue to trip over clock management issues? It's astonishing to me. It'd be the equivalent of auto racing teams constantly running out of fuel.
Well, no, it's because they're trying to get cute with concepts that really are alien to the sport. Like, we can't score too soon. Shut up. There's no such thing as too soon in a game like that. You know, at some point the people you pay to play defense need to make plays just like your offense does. So get the points and not worry about what the defense does until it's time to worry about the defense. You have people who can do that job too if you are in a big game.
Ray, do you know what happened on January 24th, 1848?
I was born.
That date ring a bell to you at all? A guy named James Marshall discovered gold at Sutter's Mill, which is up near where modern Sacramento is. Sutter Mill was a water-powered sawmill on the bank of the South Fork American River, right in the foothills off of Sierra Nevada. And after finding that little bit of gold, by the next year, which is officially known as the Gold Rush, 1849, more than 300,000 people from around the world descended upon California. This is an anniversary of that moment. January 24th, 1848, gold was found. A year later, not even months later, as you go into 1849, the gold rush is officially on. There were only 1.2 billion people on Earth at that time. So to have 300,000 show up when, if it's 1.2 billion in total Earth's population, let's take a 500 million, you're India, you weren't coming. You weren't going to show up for the gold rush. You just were out of the conversation. The amount of the world's population that moved to Northern California in that moment is kind of a big part of the reason why we're all here.
And today, 1.2 billion people are going to be on the Bay Bridge when I'm trying to get home.
Well, you're not taking the ferry tonight?
I am, but I'm
okay.
just trying to mock people who are in their cars because they made the wrong choice.
Yeah, they also made the right choice because now they can listen to us, and this is the audience we're looking for. An audience is what an Academy Award-winning Best Picture nominee is seeking. I don't know how many audiences showed up to see the movie Women Talking, but that is a movie nominated for, I never even heard of it. Movie nominated for Academy Award for Best Picture today. Avatar, The Way of the Water, also nominated. This is one of the biggest movies that I've never met anyone has ever seen. This is a huge movie. Have you met anyone who's seen the new Avatar? I haven't, but it's nominated for a Best Picture. Banshees of Inisherin is a movie you might like, Ray. It's about angry Irishmen on a small island who detest each other, and physically a man will mutilate himself in order to avoid the other man. I think this is a movie for you. I think you would like this.
So it's a sitcom.
You would love it. It would be to you. Top Gun Maverick gets nominated for Best Picture. Elvis, which is a Baz Luhrmann fever dream, is nominated for Best Picture. A movie named Tar is nominated. Triangle of Sadness, never even heard of that. The Fabelmans is a Steven Spielberg movie. All Quiet on the Western Front, which I've recommended to you, Ray. That is a hell of a movie. That got nominated, but to me, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once is officially one of the most unique movies I've ever seen. I'll be pulling for that. Ray, with all the movies I've just mentioned, have you seen any of them?
No.
But you'd like to see All Quiet on the Western Front.
I'm interested in that. I'm interested in Inisherin.
I think you'd like the Banshees too, yeah.
But so far, I make it a point not to see movies that have been nominated until I get a sense of whether I would enjoy them, and most of the time I wouldn't.
Everything, Everywhere, All at Once is officially a movie that is, you've never seen anything like that. You will not be able to predict where it's going. It won't really even make sense until you're about 3/4 of the way through it, and then you realize there's a multiverse thing happening here. It's funny, it's dramatic, it's emotional, and it's a kung fu movie all at once.
You had me for a while, and then you veered off when you went multiverse and kung fu.
It works, though. It doesn't sound like it should work. It works. It's extraordinary. I hope it wins all the awards. I don't know how many awards this show is going to win.
I know.
Yeah, I do too. Won't be many.
No, it'll be 0.
Well, that's officially
the paycheck is the reward because there's nothing else. Just pay me.
Do you feel rewarded though?
Oh God, no.
All right. Well, then, what the hell are we doing here? You can go now.
Oh, great.
There you go. Thanks so much to Nick Friedel for joining us in studio, to Peter King. Outstanding stuff all the way around. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Lucas. Thanks to all of you for tuning in. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. In the meantime, please do remember, sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Straight Talk Wireless knows there are plenty of reasons you might need a new phone. But switching to a better wireless provider doesn't have to be one of them. Keep your own phone and save when you switch to any Straight Talk Wireless plan, like our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot, plus nationwide 5G. Keep your own phone. Switch to a better wireless plan. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. Requires a compatible unlocked phone and KYOP kit. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college